Environment, Habitat, and Ecosystem. 1.1. Basics. Environment. An environment is a natural component in which biotic resulting from living organisms and abiotic physical not directly derived from living organisms factors interact among themselves and with each other. These interactions shape the habitat and ecosystem of an organism or ecological community, a group of species found together. Abiotic components include climate, weather, humus, the organic component of soil formed by the decomposition of plant and animal material, natural phenomena like lightning, etc. Soil usually has both biotic, dead, and decaying matter, and abiotic components, humus, minerals, etc. Biotic is not the same as organic. Organic compounds, biomolecules like carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, and nucleic acids having at least one carbon-hydrogen bond, are those obtained directly or indirectly from plants and animals. The compounds obtained from minerals are known as inorganic compounds, typically lacking carbon-hydrogen CH bonds. In the biological sense, an environment constitutes the physical, nutrients, water, air, climate, and biological factors, biomolecules, organisms, along with their chemical interactions, chemical cycles, carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, etc., that affect an organism or a group of organisms. All organisms depend on the environment to carry out their natural life processes and meet their physical requirements: food, energy, water, oxygen, shelter, etc. Habitat. Habitat is the physical environment in which an organism lives, address of an organism. Many habitats together make up the environment. A single habitat may be common for multiple organisms that have similar requirements. For example, a single aquatic habitat may support a fish, frog, crab, phytoplankton, and many others. The various species sharing a habitat thus have the same address, e.g. forest, lake, etc. Habitat versus environment. A habitat always has life in it, whereas the environment does not necessarily have life in it. All habitats are environments, but all environments are not habitats. A habitat is always a preference of one species. An environment could be a preference of many species that could eventually become many habitats. Usually, the environment governs the properties of a habitat, but not vice versa. Ecosystem. An ecosystem can be visualized as a functional unit of nature where living organisms, producers, consumers, and decomposers interact among themselves and with the surrounding physical environment. An ecosystem can be of any size but usually encompasses specific and limited species, such as an aquatic ecosystem. In an ecosystem, biotic and abiotic components are linked together through nutrient cycles and energy flows. Every species in an ecosystem depends on the other species and elements that are also part of that ecological community. If one part of an ecosystem is damaged or disappears, it impacts everything else. Classification of ecosystems. Ecosystems are classified into terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Forests, grassland, and desert are some examples of terrestrial ecosystems. Ponds, lakes, wetlands, rivers, and estuaries are some examples of aquatic ecosystems. Crop fields and an aquarium are human-made ecosystems. Ecosystem versus environment versus ecology. An ecosystem has life in it, is a functional unit of nature or environment. A habitat is a part of the ecosystem. An environment may or may not have life, is a group of ecosystems. All ecosystems are environments, but not vice versa. Ecology is the study of interactions between organisms and the surroundings in an ecosystem. 1.2. Components of an ecosystem. Abiotic components. Many abiotic factors determine an organism's survival. However, one single factor can limit an organism's range. This single factor is called a limiting factor. For example, seeds do not germinate quickly in evergreen rainforests despite good rains and luxuriant vegetation. This is because the surface soil is heavily leached, nutrients washed away by running water. Here, the inferior surface soil is the limiting factor that limits the germination of seeds. Likewise, germinated saplings may not survive due to a lack of light because of the dense canopy. Here, the absence of light shade is the limiting factor. UPSC 2015. Which one of the following is the best description of the term ecosystem? A. A community of organisms interacting with one another. B. Part of the earth which is inhabited by living organisms. C. A community of organisms together with the environment in which they live. D. The flora and fauna of a geographical area. Explanation. A community of organisms interacting with one another. Ecological community. Earth inhabited by living organisms. Biosphere. A community of organisms together with the environment in which they live. Ecosystem. The flora and fauna of a geographical area. Biodiversity. Environment, almost everything or a small region. Biosphere, the part of the earth that supports life. Habitat, area where an organism lives. Ecosystem, producers, consumers, decomposers, and their relationships. Tiny environment. It is the functional unit of the environment. Ecology, study of interactions in an ecosystem. Answer C. A community of organisms together with the environment in which they live. UPSC 2012. If a tropical rainforest is removed, it does not regenerate quickly as compared to a tropical deciduous forest. This is because the soil of rainforest is deficient in nutrients. B. Propagules of trees in a rainforest have poor viability. C. The rainforest species are slow-growing. D. Exotic species invade the fertile soil of rainforest. Explanation. The rainforest soil is deficient in nutrients. True rainforest, it rains almost every day. The topsoil is continuously washed away. Nutrients are also washed away. Leaching of nutrients. Very little fertility remains in topsoil. Most of the seeds don't germinate for years. Regeneration of rainforest is very slow. It takes decades. But the layer below the topsoil is very fertile. Thus, plants proliferate once their roots reach the subsoil and if they receive enough sunlight. Propagules of the trees in a rainforest have poor viability. True propagule detachable structure that can give rise to a new plant, e.g., a bud, sucker, spore, sexual reproduction in plants, etc. However, seed-bearing plants, spermatophytes, are more significant than propagules in a rainforest. The rainforest species are slow-growing. False. The plant species in rainforests compete for sunlight, so they grow as rapidly as they can. The exotic species, non-native, invade the fertile rainforest soil. False. Since the rainforest topsoil is heavily leached, it is not fertile, only the topsoil. However, exotic invasive species threaten the rainforests significantly when the forests are cleared. Answer A. The soil of rainforest is deficient in nutrients. Major abiotic limiting factors. Light. The spectral quality of solar radiation is essential for life. The UV component of the spectrum is harmful to many organisms. Rainfall. Most biochemical reactions take place in an aqueous medium. Temperature. A few organisms can tolerate and thrive in a wide range of temperatures, eurothermal, while most are restricted to a narrow range of temperatures, stenothermal. Atmosphere. 21% oxygen helps many organisms survive, 78% nitrogen prevents spontaneous combustion, and 0.038% carbon dioxide helps primary producers synthesize carbohydrates. Organic compounds, biomolecules like proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, etc., are essential for energy transfer in the living world. The inorganic compounds, carbon, carbon dioxide, water, sulfur, nitrates, phosphates, and ions of various metals are essential for organisms to survive. Altitude. Change in temperature with altitude is a limiting factor, and it results in vertical zonation of vegetation. A buffering capacity of the Earth, a neutral pH of 7, is maintained in the soil and water bodies due to the buffering capacity of the planet. The neutral pH is conducive to the survival and sustenance of living organisms. Salinity. Some organisms tolerate a wide range of salinities, urohaline. Others are restricted to a narrow range of salinities, stenohaline. Effect of abiotic components on terrestrial autotrophs. Light. A high-intensity light favors root growth more than shoot growth, resulting in increased transpiration, short stems, and smaller, thicker leaves. On the other hand, low-intensity light retards growth, flowering, and fruiting. But when the light intensity is less than the minimum, the plants cease to grow due to the accumulation of CO. Of the visible part of the spectrum, only red and blue are effective in photosynthesis. Plants grown in blue light are small. Red light results in the elongation of cells, etiolated plants. Plants grown in ultraviolet light are dwarf. Frost. Frost results in freezing the soil moisture. The plants are killed due to increased transpiration when their roots cannot supply moisture. Water in the intercellular spaces of the plant gets frozen into ice. This results in an increased concentration of salts and dehydration of cells. Also, frost leads to canker formation. Various plant diseases with similar symptoms are caused by different fungi, bacteria, and viruses. Snow. Snow shortens the period of vegetative growth. It acts as a blanket, prevents a further drop in temperature, and protects seedlings from excessive cold and frost. Accumulation of snow on tree parts can break the branches or even uproot the tree. Temperature. A high temperature results in the death of plants due to coagulation of protoplasmic proteins. Some bacteria can survive high temperatures because their protoplasmic proteins do not coagulate at normally high temperatures. A high temperature disturbs the balance between respiration and photosynthesis. It also results in the desiccation of plant tissues and depletion of moisture. Nitrogen. Plants compete with microbes for the limited nitrogen available in the soil. Thus, nitrogen is a limiting nutrient for both natural and agricultural ecosystems. Dieback. A dieback refers to the progressive dying, usually backwards from the tip of any portion of the plant. This is one of the adaptive mechanisms to avoid adverse conditions like drought. In this mechanism, the root remains alive for years, but the shoots die. Examples are sal, red sanders, silk cotton trees, etc. Biotic components. Primary producers/autotrophs. Primary producers, self-nourishing, are green plants, certain bacteria and cyanobacteria/blue-green algae that carry out photosynthesis. In the aquatic ecosystem, microscopic algae, plankton, are the primary producers. Consumers/heterotrophs. Consumers, other nourishing, are incapable of producing their own food. They depend on organic food derived from plants, animals, or both. Consumers can be divided into two broad groups, namely micro and macro consumers. Macro consumers. Herbivores are primary consumers that feed mainly on plants. E.g., sheep, rabbit, etc. Secondary consumers feed on primary consumers. E.g., wolves, dogs, snakes, etc. Carnivores that feed on both primary and secondary consumers are called tertiary consumers. E.g., lions can eat wolves. Snakes, etc. Omnivores are organisms that consume both plants and animals. E.g., humans, bears, pigs, etc. Micro-consumers. Phagotrophs are tiny organisms that feed by ingesting organic matter or organisms. Osmotrophs are organisms that obtain their nutrients by uptaking dissolved organic matter from the Osmotrophs are organisms that obtain their nutrients by uptaking dissolved organic matter from the ambient medium through osmosis, movement of a solvent through a semi-permeable membrane. Saprotrophs/decomposers are bacteria and fungi, e.g., mushrooms, that obtain energy and nutrients from dead organic substances, detritus. Earthworms and certain soil organisms such as nematodes and arthropods are detritus feeders and help decompose organic matter, which is why they are called detrivores. End of chapter. 2. Ecology, Principles, and Organizations. The term ecology was derived from two Greek words, oikos meaning home and logos meaning study. Ecology is the branch of biology concerned with the relations of organisms to one another, energy flow and mineral cycling, and their physical surroundings, environment. 2.1. Levels of organizations in ecology. Ecology encompasses the study of individuals, organisms, populations, communities, ecosystems, biomes, and biosphere, which form the various levels of ecological organization. Individual and species. An organism is an individual living being that can act or function independently. Species are a group of living organisms consisting of similar individuals capable of exchanging genes, interbreeding. They are considered the basic unit of taxonomy and are denoted by a Latin binomial, e.g., Homo sapiens. Population. The population is a community of interbreeding organisms, same species, occupying a defined area during a specific time. Positive due to birth/immigration or negative due to death/emigration. Identifying populations using pug marks. In large, mobile animals like tigers, leopards, lions, deer, etc., the population density may be determined by counting the pug marks, foot imprints, left by the animals in a defined area. The study of pug marks can provide the following information reliably. Presence of different species in an area. Identification of individual animals. Population of large cats, tigers, lions, etc. Sex ratio and age of large cats. The sex of tigers can be determined from pug marks. Community. Communities are named after the dominant plant form. For example, a grassland community is dominated by grasses, though it may contain herbs, trees, etc. Major communities, these are large-sized and relatively independent. They depend only on the sun's energy from outside. E.g., tropical evergreen forests. Minor communities, these depend on neighboring communities and are often called societies. They are secondary aggregations within a major community. E.g., a mat of lichen on a cow dung pad. Stable community. A stable community means that productivity does not vary much from year to year. It is either resistant or resilient to occasional disturbances, natural or human-made, and invasions by alien species. Ecosystem. An ecosystem constitutes habitats of various species, usually overlapping with each other. In an ecosystem, the organisms interact with each other and their environment such that energy is exchanged and system-level processes, such as the cycling of elements, emerge. Ecological niche. Niche refers to the unique functional role and position of a species in its habitat or ecosystem. In nature, many species occupy the same habitat, but they perform different functions. A. Habitat niche, where it lives. B. Food niche, what it eats or decomposes and what species it competes with. C. Reproductive niche, how and when it reproduces. D. Physical and chemical niche, temperature, land shape, land slope, humidity, and other requirements. Niche plays an essential role in the conservation of organisms. If we must conserve species in their native habitat, we should know their niche requirements. Difference between niche and habitat. The habitat of a species is like its address. In contrast, niche can be considered its lifestyle and profession, i.e., activities and responses specific to the species. A niche is unique for a species, while many species share the habitat. No two species in a habitat can have the same niche. This is because of the competition with one another until one is displaced. For example, many different species of insects may be pests of the same plant, but they can coexist as they feed on different parts of the same plant. UPSC 2013, which one of the following terms describes not only the physical space occupied by an organism but also its functional role in the community of organisms? A. Ecotone. B. Ecological niche. C. Habitat. D. Home range. Explanation. Ecotone zone of transition between two ecosystems, e.g., grasslands, mangroves, etc., habitat surroundings in which an organism lives. Home. Home range. A home range is an area where an animal lives and moves on a daily or periodic basis, a little bigger than habitat. Home. Office. Home. Answer. B. Niche. Biome. A biome is a large, naturally occurring community of flora and fauna occupying a major habitat, such as a rainforest or tundra biome. Biomes are distinct from habitats because any biome can comprise a variety of habitats. Plants and animals in a biome have common characteristics due to similar climates and can be found over various continents. For example, taiga forests are found beyond the temperate regions of all the continents in the northern hemisphere. Ecotone. An ecotone is a zone of junction or a transition area between two biomes, diverse ecosystems. It is the zone where two communities meet and integrate. For example, the mangrove forests represent an ecotone between marine and terrestrial ecosystems. Other examples are grassland between forest and desert, estuarine between freshwater and saltwater, and riverbank or marshland between dry and wet. Characteristics of an ecotone. An ecotone may be narrow between grassland and forest or wide between forest and desert. It has conditions intermediate to the adjacent ecosystems. Hence, it is a zone of tension. Usually, the number and the population density of the species of an outgoing community decrease as we move away from the community or ecosystem. A well-developed ecotone contains some organisms which are entirely different from that of the adjoining communities. Ecotone regions, transitional zones, like mangroves, wetlands, estuaries, grasslands, etc., have far greater productivity than natural ecosystems like a forest ecosystem, ocean ecosystem, pond ecosystem, riverine ecosystem, desert ecosystem, etc. This is because of the wide-ranging species from the adjacent ecosystems being present in the ecotone. Ecocline. Ecocline is a zone of gradual but continuous change from one ecosystem to another when there is no sharp boundary between the two in terms of species composition. It occurs across the environmental gradient, gradual change in abiotic factors such as altitude, temperature, thermocline, salinity, halocline, depth, etc. Ecotone zone of transition between two ecosystems. It has characteristics of both ecosystems. Ecocline, an indistinct boundary, not so sharp environmental gradient of physiochemical factors such as humidity, temperature, salinity, pH, etc. between ecosystems. Edge effect and edge species. Sometimes, due to the more diverse ecological characteristics found in an ecotone, the number of species, biodiversity, and the population density of some species in the ecotone is much greater than in either community. This is called the edge effect, and the species that occur primarily or most abundantly in this zone are known as edge species. In terrestrial ecosystems, the edge effect is especially applicable to birds. For example, the density of birds is greater in the ecotone between the forest and the desert. Biosphere. The biosphere is the Earth's biological component, supporting life, including the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere. It consists of all living organisms and the dead organic matter produced by them. The biosphere is absent at extremes of the North and South Poles, the highest mountains, and the deepest oceans since existing hostile conditions do not support life. Occasionally, spores of fungi and bacteria occur at great heights beyond 8,000 meters, but they are metabolically inactive and hence represent only dormant life. 2.2. Principles of ecology. Certain principles govern the evolution of ecosystems. Such principles are discussed in this section. Adaptation. An adaptation is the appearance/behavior/structure/mode of life of an organism that allows it to survive in a particular environment. Adaptation may be 1. Morphological. When trees grew higher, the giraffe's neck got longer. 2. Physiological. In the absence of an external water source, the kangaroo rat in North American deserts can meet all its water requirements through internal fat oxidation, in which water is a byproduct. It also has the ability to concentrate its urine so that a minimal volume of water is used. To remove excretory products. 3. Behavioral. Animals migrating temporarily to a less stressful habitat. Examples of adaptation. Morphological. Many desert plants have thick cuticles on their leaf surfaces and stomata arranged in deep pits to minimize water loss through transpiration. Some desert plants, like Opuntia, have no leaves. They are reduced to spines to reduce transpiration, and the photosynthetic function is taken over by the flattened stems. Few leaves mean less area is available for transpiration. Mammals from colder climates generally have shorter ears and limbs to minimize heat loss. This is called Allen's rule. Guess why an elephant has enormous ears? Elephants don't sweat. They use their flapping ears to lose heat and keep the rest of their bodies cool. A hyperthermophile is an organism that thrives in extremely hot environments, 60 degrees Celsius. E.g., Archaebacteria flourish in hot springs and deep-sea hydrothermal vents. Archaebacteria, Archaea, and Eubacteria. Archaebacteria, ancient bacteria, Eubacteria, true bacteria, and cyanobacteria, blue-green algae, belong to the kingdom Monera, which contains the least organized unicellular prokaryotic. Genetic material is not stored within a membrane-bound nucleus, microorganisms on Earth. The main difference between Archaebacteria and other groups in Monera is that Archaebacteria can survive in extreme environmental conditions. A special protein helps these organisms form a protective, lipid-linked cellular membrane, a key to withstanding extremely highly salty areas, halophiles, hot springs, and acidic habitats, thermoacidophiles. UPSC 2023 consider the following statements. 1. Some microorganisms can grow in environments with temperature above the boiling point of water. 2. Some microorganisms can grow in environments with temperature below the freezing point of water. 3. Some microorganisms can grow in a highly acidic environment with a pH below 3. How many of the above statements are correct? A. Only 1. B. Only 2. C. All 3. D. None. Explanation. Statement 1 is correct. A hyperthermophile is an organism that thrives in an extremely hot environment, usually between 60 and 80 degrees Celsius. However, a hyperthermophile named Pyrolobus fumarii has been found at temperatures of 113 degrees Celsius. Statement 2 is correct. The nematode Panagrolamus davidi, which occurs mainly along the coast of Antarctica, can withstand temperatures below freezing. Statement 3 is correct. Extreme acidophiles dwell in environments with a pH value 3, and moderate acidophiles grow optimally in conditions having pH values ranging between 3 and 5. Answer: C. All. Physiological. We need to breathe faster when we are in high mountains. After some days, our body adjusts to the changed conditions. Such small changes taking place in the body of an organism over short periods to overcome minor challenges due to changes in the surroundings is called acclimatization. The body compensates for low oxygen availability by increasing red blood cell production, decreasing the binding capacity of hemoglobin, and increasing breathing rate. Behavioral. Desert lizards lack the physiological ability that mammals have. They bask in the sun and absorb heat when their body temperature drops but move into the shade when the ambient temperature increases. Some species can burrow into the soil to hide and escape from the above-ground heat. Halophytes. Halophytes are plants that have developed unique physiological and morphological adaptations to thrive in high-salt environments, e.g. mangroves, such as salt marshes, coastal areas, and saline soils. Some common adaptations include specialized root system to overcome the respiration problem in saline conditions. Some halophytes send arching prop roots and stilt roots down into the water, e.g. Rhizophora. While other species send vertical nematophores, air roots/blind roots, up from the mud, e.g. Avicennia. Prop roots, they develop from horizontally spread branches of the tree. Stilt roots, they arise from basal nodes of the stem near the soil. Mode of reproduction, halophytes rely on viviparity, where seeds germinate in the tree itself to overcome the problem of germination in saline water, e.g. Rhizophora and Avicennia. Cellular sequestration, they can sequester toxic ions and salts within the cell wall or vacuoles. Tissue partitioning, some of them can concentrate salts in particular leaves, which then drop off. Root level exclusion, they are structured to exclude salt at the root level. Salt excretion, certain parts of the plant, e.g. leaves, may contain salt glands that actively eliminate salt. Altered flowering schedule, halophytes may flower during rainy seasons to minimize salt exposure. Variation. Changes in genetic makeup, addition or deletion of specific genes, induce variations. Mutations, changes in climate, geographical barriers, etc. induce variations over a period of time. The difference in the color of skin, type of hair, curly or straight, eye color, and blood type among different ethnic groups represents the variation within the human species. Adaptive radiation. Adaptive radiation is a process in which organisms diversify from an ancestral species into many new forms when the environment creates new challenges or opens new environmental niches. Speciation. Speciation is the process by which new species are formed, and evolution is the mechanism by which speciation occurs. Allopatric speciation. A species comprises many populations. Often, different populations remain isolated due to geographic barriers, geographic isolation, such as mountains, oceans, rivers, etc. After an extended period, the isolated subpopulations become very different, genetic drift, and become isolated reproductively. They no longer interbreed. Later, even when the barrier is removed, the subpopulations are unable to interbreed and thus they become different species, allopatric/geographic speciation. Maasai giraffes are geographically separated by the Gregory Rift in Tanzania and Kenya, dividing them into two populations. As a result, these factions have not interbred or exchanged genetic material in more than 1,000 years. Parapatric speciation. Parapatric speciation occurs when populations are only partially separated by a geographical barrier. Over time, the limited gene flow results in the accumulation of genetic differences, leading to the development of distinct species. Sympatric speciation. In sympatric speciation, no physical barriers prevent the same species populations from mating. Here, speciation happens spontaneously within the same geographic area due to disruptive selection, where different subgroups specialize in different ecological niches, food sources, or mating preferences, leading to reproductive isolation. Hybridization. Hybridization occurs when two different species mate and produce hybrid offspring. In some cases, these hybrids can give rise to new species. For example, the mule is a hybrid between a donkey and a horse. Mutation. Mutation, a change in genetic material that results from an error in DNA replication, causes new genes to arise in a population. Further, in a sexually reproducing population, meiosis and fertilization produce a new combination of genes every generation, which is termed recombination. Thus, members of the same species show variation and are not identical. Natural selection. Natural selection is the mechanism proposed by Darwin and Wallace. It is the process by which species adapt to their environment. It is an evolutionary force that selects among variations, i.e. genes that help the organism to better adapt to its environment. Such genes are reproduced more in a population due to natural selection. Natural selection helps create offsprings that are better suited to their immediate environment. Hence, such offsprings have a better chance of surviving, reaching reproductive age, and passing on suitable adaptations to their progeny. Evolution. Evolution involves the processes of natural selection, adaptation, variation, etc. that make the organism better suited to the present environment, ultimately giving rise to new species. Charles Darwin and Alfred Wallace propounded a valid theory of evolution in 1859. This theory has been extended in light of progress in genetics and is known as neo-Darwinism. Extinction. The primary reason behind extinctions is an environmental change or biological competition. Most extinctions occur when species cannot evolve fast enough to cope with the changing environment. Currently, the sixth mass extinction, anthropogenic extinction, human-induced, is in progress. Q. Which of the following are true? 1. The presence of specific features or certain habits which enable a plant or an animal to live in its surroundings is called evolution. 2. The surroundings where an organism lives is called its habitat. 3. Small changes that take place in the body of a single organism over short periods to overcome small problems due to changes in the surroundings is called acclimatization. 4. Gradual changes in an organism to survive in an environment is called adaptation. Codes: A, all B, 2, 3, only C, 1, 2, 4, only D, 1, 2, 3, only. Explanation: the presence of specific features/habits that enable a plant or an animal to live in its surroundings is called adaptation and not evolution. For example, hibernation. The surroundings where an organism lives is called its habitat. True. Small changes that take place in the body of a single organism over short periods to overcome minor problems due to changes in the surroundings is called acclimatization. True. For example, soldiers undergo rigorous acclimatization training before serving in harsh climatic regions like the Siachen. Gradual changes in an organism to survive in an environment is called evolution and not adaptation. Adaptation may be gradual or quick. E.g., the evolution of the giraffe's neck over a period of time. Answer: B, 2, 3 only. Q. Choose the incorrect pairs. Codes: A, all B, 4, only C, 1, 2, 3, only D, 2, 3, only. Explanation: sloping branches prevent snow accumulation and needle-like leaves reduce transpiration. Taiga. Deep roots, waxy stem, thick leaves/no leaves. Desert vegetation canopy, the characteristic feature of tropical forests, rainforests, deciduous forests, etc. Answer: C, 1, 2, 3 only. Incorrect pairs. UPSC 2018. The term sixth mass extinction/sixth extinction is often mentioned in the news in the context of the discussion of 2018. A. Widespread monoculture practices in agriculture and large-scale commercial farming with indiscriminate use of chemicals in many parts of the world that may result in the loss of good native ecosystems. B. Fears of a possible collision of a meteorite with the Earth in the near future in the manner it happened 65 million years ago that caused the mass extinction of many species, including those of dinosaurs. C. Large-scale cultivation of genetically modified crops in many parts of the world and promotion of their cultivation in other parts of the world, which may cause the disappearance of good native crop plants and the loss of food biodiversity. D. Mankind's overexploitation/misuse of natural resources, fragmentation/loss of natural habitats, destruction of ecosystems, pollution, and global climate change. Extinction events. 1. Ordovician Silurian extinction 440 million years ago, small marine organisms died. 2. Devonian extinction 365 million years ago, many tropical marine species went extinct. 3. Permian Triassic extinction 250 million years ago, the largest mass extinction event in Earth's history, affected many species, including many vertebrates. 4. Triassic-Jurassic extinction 210 million years ago, the extinction of other vertebrate species on land allowed dinosaurs to flourish. 5. Cretaceous-Tertiary extinction 65 million years ago, it wiped out dinosaurs and some 50% of plants and animals. 6. The sixth mass extinction is the Anthropocene/Holocene extinction, a result of human activity. The ongoing Anthropocene, since the agricultural revolution 12,000 to 15,000 years ago to the present, is a proposed geological epoch dating from the commencement of significant human impact on Earth's geology and ecosystems, including but not limited to anthropogenic climate change. Answer D. End of chapter. 3. Functions of an ecosystem, succession and homeostasis. The function of an ecosystem includes 1. Ecological succession or ecosystem development. 2. Homeostasis, cybernetic/feedback control mechanisms. 3. Energy flow through the food chain. 4. Nutrient cycling, biogeochemical cycles. 3.1. Ecological succession. The process by which communities of plant and animal species in an area are replaced or changed into another over a period of time is known as ecological succession. It occurs due to large-scale changes or destruction, natural or man-made. Stages in ecological succession. Succession is a directional change in vegetation on an ecological timescale. It involves a progressive series of changes with one community replacing another until a stable climax community develops. The first plant to colonize an area is called the pioneer community. The final stage of succession is called the climax community, which is more complex, stable, mature, and long-lasting. The stages leading to the climax community are called successional stages or series. Each transitional community series that is formed and replaced in between is called a seral community. Succession is characterized by the following: increased productivity, the shift of nutrients from the reservoirs, increased diversity of organisms, and a gradual increase in the complexity of food webs. Succession would occur faster in an area in the middle of a large continent. This is because seeds of plants belonging to different series would reach much faster here. Primary succession. Primary succession takes place over an area where no community has existed previously. Such areas include rock outcrops, newly formed deltas and sand dunes, emerging volcano islands and lava flows, glacial moraines, areas exposed by a retreating glacier, slopes exposed by landslides, etc. In primary succession on a terrestrial site, the new site is first colonized by a few hardy pioneer species that are often microbes, lichens, and mosses. The pioneers over a few generations alter the habitat through their growth and development. UPSC 2014, lichens, which are capable of initiating ecological succession even on a bare rock, are actually a symbiotic association of A. Algae and bacteria, B. Algae and fungi, C. Bacteria and fungi, D. Fungi and mosses. Explanation. Lichen are plant-like organisms that consist of a symbiotic association of algae and fungi. Fungi provide shelter, water, and minerals to the algae and, in return, the alga provides food. Answer, B. Algae and fungi. UPSC 2021, in nature, which of the following is / or likely to be found surviving on a surface without soil? 1. Fern. 2. Lichen. 3. Moss. 4. Mushroom. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 4, only B. 2, only C. 2 and 3, D. 1, 3, and 4. Explanation. Ferns are vascular plants with xylem and phloem that reproduce via spores and have neither seeds nor flowers. They differ from mosses by being vascular, i.e., having specialized tissues that conduct water and nutrients. Some ferns are epiphytic plants. They grow naturally in a soilless condition. They obtain water and nutrients through leaching from trees. Ferns are not of major economic importance, but some are used for food, medicine, as biofertilizer, as ornamental plants, and for remediating contaminated soil. Some ferns can fix nitrogen. Some fern species are significant weeds. Some ferns play a role in ecological succession, growing from the crevices of bare rock exposures and in open bogs and marshes prior to the advent of forest vegetation. Answer C, 2 and 3. The pioneers, through their death and decay, leave patches of organic matter in which small animals could live. During decomposition, the organic matter produces organic acids that dissolve and etch the substratum, releasing nutrients. Organic debris accumulates in pockets and crevices, providing soil where seeds can become lodged and grow. The new conditions may be conducive for additional organisms that may subsequently arrive at the site. As the community of organisms continues to develop, it becomes more diverse, competition increases, and new niche opportunities develop. The pioneer species disappear as the habitat conditions change and the invasion of new species progresses, leading to the replacement of the preceding community. Autotrophic and heterotrophic succession. Succession in which initially the green plants are much greater in quantity is known as autotrophic succession, and the ones in which the heterotrophs are greater in quantity is known as heterotrophic succession. Secondary succession. Secondary succession is the sequential development of biotic communities after the complete or partial destruction of the existing community. Explanation. A mature or intermediate community may be destroyed by natural events such as floods, droughts, fires, or storms, or by human interventions such as deforestation, agriculture, overgrazing, etc. The abandoned land is first invaded by hardy grasses that can survive in bare, sun-baked soil. Tall grasses and herbaceous plants may soon join these grasses. For some years, these dominate the ecosystem along with mice, rabbits, insects, and seed-eating birds. Eventually, some trees grow in this area, seeds of which may be brought by wind or animals. Over the years, a forest community develops. Thus, an abandoned land becomes dominated by trees and is transformed into a forest. Difference between primary and secondary succession. Unlike the primary succession, the secondary succession starts on a well-developed soil already formed at the site. Thus, secondary succession is relatively faster. Autogenic and allogenic succession. When living inhabitants of that community itself bring about succession, the process is called autogenic succession, while change brought about by outside forces is known as allogenic succession. UPSC 2013. In the grasslands, trees do not replace the grasses as a part of an ecological succession because of insects and fungi B, limited sunlight and paucity of nutrients C, water limits and fire D, none of the above. Explanation. Grasses have one good trick to monopolize a place. In the dry season, the grasses dry up and cause fires which destroy other plant species and their seeds. Autogenic succession. Also, grasslands develop in regions with scanty rainfall where plant growth cannot be achieved. Although forests form the climax community in most ecosystems, in the grassland ecosystem, grasses form the climax community. Thanks to fire and lack of water, grasslands are almost irreversible once deforestation in water-scarce areas gives way to grasslands. Answer C. The biotic components of an ecosystem drive autogenic succession. Allogenic succession is driven by the abiotic components, fire, flood, of the ecosystem. Succession in plants. A succession that occurs on land where moisture content is low, e.g. on a bare rock, is known as xerarch. A succession that takes place in a water body, like a pond or lake, is called hydrarch. Both hydrarch and xerarch successions lead to medium water conditions. Mesic, neither too dry, xeric, nor too wet, hydric. With time, the xerophytic habitat gets converted into a mesophytic habitat, requiring only a moderate amount of water. Succession in water. In primary succession in water, the pioneers are the phytoplankton. They are replaced by floating angiosperms, then by rooted hydrophytes, aquatic plants, sedges, some monocotyledonous plants, grasses, and finally, the trees. The climax again would be a forest. As time passes, the water body is converted to land. Succession, whether taking place in water or on land, proceeds to a similar climax community, the mesic. 3.2. Homeostasis in ecosystem. Ecosystems can maintain their state of equilibrium. They can regulate their own species structure and functional processes. This capacity of the ecosystem of self-regulation, the tendency for a biological system to resist changes, is known as homeostasis. For example, in a pond ecosystem, if the population of zooplankton increases, they consume more phytoplankton, primary producers, and as a result, food becomes scarce for zooplankton. When the number of zooplankton is reduced because of starvation, the phytoplankton population increases. After some time, the population size of zooplankton also increases, and this process continues at all the trophic levels of the food chain. In a homeostatic system, a negative feedback mechanism. An increase in one factor causes a decrease in another and vice versa, induced by the limiting resource, here it's the scarcity of food, is responsible for maintaining stability in an ecosystem. The homeostatic capacity of ecosystems is not unlimited, and not everything in an ecosystem is always well regulated. Homeostasis. In biology, homeostasis is the maintenance of stable equilibrium, especially through physiological, bodily functions, e.g., cooling one's body through sweating processes. Organisms try to maintain the constancy of their internal environment despite varying external environmental conditions that tend to upset their homeostasis. Regulate. Some organisms can maintain homeostasis by physiological means, sweating to cool the body, increasing metabolism to keep the body warm, etc., and sometimes by behavioral means, animals migrating to under tree shade to avoid the summer heat, which ensure constant body temperature, constant osmotic concentration, etc. All birds and mammals and a very few lower vertebrate and invertebrate species are indeed capable of such regulation, thermoregulation, and osmoregulation. The success of mammals is largely due to their ability to maintain constant body temperature and thrive whether they live in Antarctica or the Sahara Desert. Plants, on the other hand, do not have such mechanisms. Hence, their range is comparatively limited. Conform. An overwhelming majority of animals and nearly all plants cannot maintain a constant internal environment. Their body temperature changes with the ambient temperature. In aquatic animals, the osmotic concentration of the body fluids changes with that of the ambient water osmotic concentration. These animals and plants are simply conformers. Conformers have not evolved to become regulators. A thermoregulation is energetically expensive for many organisms. This is particularly true for small animals like shrews and hummingbirds. Since small animals have a larger surface area relative to their volume, they tend to lose body heat very fast when it is cold outside. Hence, they must expend much energy to generate body heat. A lot of food energy goes into heat generation through metabolism. This is the main reason why very small animals are rarely found in polar regions. Migrate. The organism can move away temporarily from the stressful habitat to a more hospitable area and return when a stressful period is over. For example, every winter, the famous Keoladeo National Park, Birtapur, in Rajasthan hosts thousands of migratory birds coming from Siberia and other extremely cold regions. Suspend. In bacteria, fungi, and lower plants, various kinds of thick-walled spores are formed, which help them to survive unfavorable conditions. They germinate on the availability of a suitable environment. In higher plants, seeds and some other vegetative reproductive structures help in dispersal and help to tide over periods of stress. In animals, if unable to migrate, the organism might avoid the stress by escaping in time. The familiar case of polar bears hibernating during winter is an example of an escape in time. Some snails and fish go into estivation, prolonged dormancy of an insect, fish, or amphibian during a hot or dry period, to avoid summer-related problems, heat and desiccation. Under unfavorable conditions, many zooplankton species in lakes and ponds are known to enter diapause, a stage of suspended development. End of chapter 4. Functions of an ecosystem. Trophic levels. A trophic level, trophy means nourishment, represents energy flow in an ecosystem. Energy flow, from producers to subsequent trophic levels, through trophic levels is unidirectional. An organism's trophic level is the position it occupies in a food chain. Energy level decreases from the first trophic level upwards due to loss of energy in the form of heat at each trophic level. The energy loss at each trophic level is quite significant. Hence, there are usually not more than 4 trophic levels. Beyond this, the energy available is negligible to support an organism. The trophic level interaction involves 3 concepts, namely 1. Food chain, 2. Food web, 3. Ecological pyramids. For point 1. Food chain. A transfer of energy from producers through a series of organisms at each trophic level with repeated eating and being eaten link is called a food chain. For example, grasses, grasshopper, frog, snake, eagle constitute a food chain. The 2 types of food chains are 1. Grazing food chain and 2. Detritus food chain. Grazing food chain. The consumer organisms that start the food chain utilizing the plant/plant part as their food constitute the grazing food chain. For example, in a terrestrial ecosystem, the grass is eaten by a caterpillar, which is eaten by a lizard, and the lizard is eaten by a snake. In an aquatic ecosystem, phytoplankton, primary producers, are eaten by zooplankton, which fishes eat, and pelicans, birds, eat fishes. Detritus food chain. The detritus food chain starts with the organic matter of dead and decaying animal and plant bodies from the grazing food chain. Dead organic matter or detritus-feeding organisms are called detrivores or decomposers. Predators eat the detrivores. In an aquatic ecosystem, the grazing food chain is the major conduit for energy flow. In contrast, in a terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than through the grazing food chain. UPSC 2013, with reference to the food chains in ecosystems, which of the following kinds of organisms are known as decomposer organisms? 1. Virus. 2. Fungi. 3. Bacteria. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only B. 2 and 3 only C. 1 and 3 only D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Fungi and bacteria are decomposers. They break down organic matter into simple inorganic substances. Virus represents dormant life. They are metabolically inactive if they are outside a host body. They are not decomposers. They invade host cells and use their nucleus DNA machinery to carry out their life processes. Protists are unicellular organisms. Some protists, such as Paramecium and Euglena, are not decomposers. Meanwhile, the other protists, like slime molds, typically grow on dead animals, rotting logs, and compost. Humus. Bacterial and fungal enzymes decompose detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This process is called catabolism. Humification and mineralization occur during decomposition in the soil. Humification leads to the accumulation of a dark-colored amorphous, formless substance called humus, which is highly resistant to microbial action and undergoes decomposition at a very slow rate. Some microbes further degrade the humus, and the release of inorganic nutrients occurs through mineralization. Being colloidal in nature, the humus serves as a reservoir of nutrients. A warm and moist environment favors decomposition, whereas low temperatures and anaerobiosis, lack of oxygen, inhibit decomposition, resulting in a buildup of organic matter, and soils become acidic. Taiga climate. Answer: B. 2 and 3 only. UPSC 2021, which of the following are detritivores? 1. Earthworms. 2. Jellyfish. 3. Millipedes. 4. Seahorses. 5. With lice. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2, and 4 only B. 2, 3, 4, and 5 only C. 1, 3, and 5 only D. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Explanation. The easiest of the options: 1. Earthworms, detrivores. 2. Jellyfish, marine animals of phylum Cnidaria, and seahorses, small marine fishes. Biology insert. Answer: C. 1, 3, and 5 only. For point 2. Food web. Multiple interlinked food chains make a food web. A food web represents all the possible energy flow pathways in an ecosystem. If any of the intermediate food chains are removed, the succeeding links of the chain will be affected. A food web provides most organisms in an ecosystem with more than one alternative for food and, therefore, increases their chance of survival. A. Diatoms, crustaceans, herrings. B. Crustaceans, diatoms, herrings. C. Diatoms, herrings, crustaceans. D. Crustaceans, herrings, diatoms. Explanation. Answer: A. Diatoms, crustaceans, herrings. Insert. 2021. Consider the following kinds of organisms. 1. Copepods. 2. Cyanobacteria. 3. Diatoms. 4. Foraminifera. Which of the above are primary producers in the food chains of oceans? A. 1 and 2. B. 2 and 3. C. 3 and 4. D. 1 and 4. Explanation. Copepods are a group of small aquatic crustaceans, and foraminifera are amoeboid protists. Answer: B. 2 and 3 only. UPSC 2013, with reference to food chains in ecosystems, consider the following statements. 1. A food chain illustrates the order in which a chain of organisms feed upon each other. 2. Food chains are found within the populations of a species. 3. A food chain illustrates the numbers of each organism which are eaten by others. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 1, 2, and 3. D. None. Explanation. Statement 1 is true. Statement 2 is false. In a food chain, a species occupies a specific trophic level. A food chain illustrates the numbers of each organism that are eaten by others. False. The food web illustrates the number, not the food chain. Answer: A. 1 only. 2021. Which of the following have species that can establish symbiotic relationship with other organisms? 1. Cnidarians. 2. Fungi. 3. Protozoa. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Corals and sea anemones belong to phylum Cnidaria. Lichen are plant-like organisms that consist of a symbiotic association of algae, usually green, or cyanobacteria, and fungi. Protozoans are mostly predators and parasites. A few protozoans do exhibit symbiotic associations. For example, termites have a mutualistic relationship with protozoa that live in the insect's gut. The termites provide food and lodging for the protozoa, and in return, the protozoa help termites digest wood cellulose. Answer D 1, 2, and 3. 4.3. Ecological pyramids. The pyramidal representation of trophic levels of different organisms based on their ecological position, producer to final consumer, is called as an ecological pyramid. The pyramid consists of several horizontal bars depicting specific trophic levels. The length of each bar represents the total number of individuals, biomass, or energy at each trophic level in an ecosystem. The producers form the base of the pyramid and the top carnivore forms the tip. Other consumer trophic levels are in between. The ecological pyramids are of three categories: 1. Pyramid of numbers, 2. Pyramid of biomass, and 3. Pyramid of energy or productivity. Pyramid of numbers. A pyramid of numbers represents the total number of individuals, population of different species at each trophic level. Depending upon its size, the pyramid of numbers may not always be upright and may even be completely inverted. It is very difficult to count all the organisms in a pyramid of numbers, so the pyramid of numbers does not completely define the trophic structure of an ecosystem. Pyramid of numbers upright. In this pyramid, the number of individuals decreases with each higher trophic level. This type of pyramid can be seen in the grassland ecosystem and pond ecosystem. Pyramid of numbers inverted. In this pyramid, the number of individuals increases with each higher trophic level. E.g., tree ecosystem. Pyramid of biomass. Pyramid of biomass is usually determined by collecting all organisms occupying each trophic level separately and measuring their dry weight. This overcomes the size difference problem because all kinds of organisms at a trophic level are weighed. Each trophic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time called the standing crop. The standing crop is measured as the mass of living organisms, biomass, or the number in a unit area. Pyramid of biomass upright. For most terrestrial ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass has a large base of primary producers with a smaller trophic level perched on top. The biomass of the base trophic level, i.e., producers autotrophs, is at the maximum. The highest trophic level has the least amount of biomass. Pyramid of biomass inverted. In contrast to terrestrial ecosystems, in many aquatic ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass may assume an inverted form. In contrast, a pyramid of numbers for the aquatic ecosystem is upright. In an aquatic ecosystem, the producers are tiny phytoplankton that grow and reproduce rapidly. Here, the pyramid of biomass has a small base with the consumer biomass at any instant exceeding the producer biomass, and the pyramid assumes an inverted shape. Pyramid of energy. The energy pyramid is most suitable for comparing the functional roles of the trophic levels in an ecosystem. An energy pyramid represents the amount of energy at each trophic level and the loss of energy at each transfer to another trophic level. Hence, the pyramid of energy is always upward with a large energy base at the bottom. Ecological efficiency. Ecological efficiency describes the efficiency with which energy is transferred from one trophic level to the next. The number of trophic levels in the grazing food chain is restricted as the energy transfer follows the 10% law. Only 10% of the energy is transferred to each trophic level from the lower trophic level. The energy decreases at each subsequent trophic level due to two reasons. 1. At each trophic, a part of the available energy is lost in respiration or used up in metabolism. 2. A part of the energy is lost at each transformation. Explanation. Suppose an ecosystem receives 1,000 calories of light energy on a particular day. Some of it is reflected back to space. Of the energy absorbed, only a small portion is utilized by green plants, out of which the plant uses up some for respiration. Therefore, only 100 calories are stored as energy-rich materials. And when a deer eats a plant containing 100 calories of food energy, it uses some of it for its metabolism and stores only 10 calories as food energy. A lion that eats the deer gets an even smaller amount of energy. Thus, usable energy decreases from sunlight to producers, from herbivores to carnivores. Therefore, the energy pyramid will always be upright. The energy pyramid explains the phenomenon of biological magnification, the tendency for toxic substances to increase in concentration progressively with higher trophic levels. Limitations of ecological pyramids. Ecological pyramids do not consider the same species belonging to two or more trophic levels. It assumes a simple food chain which seldom exists in nature. It does not accommodate a food web. Moreover, saprotrophic, plants, fungi, or microorganisms that live on decaying matter are not included in ecological pyramids even though they play a vital role in the ecosystem. Biomagnification, pollutants, and trophic level. Pollutants move through the various trophic levels in an ecosystem. Non-degradable pollutants, persistent pollutants, which detrivores cannot break down, not only move through the various trophic levels but also remain in that trophic level for a very long duration. Chlorinated hydrocarbons, perfluorochlorides, are the most damaging non-degradable pollutants that are long-lasting. The movement of these pollutants involves 1. Bioaccumulation. 2. Biomagnification. Bioaccumulation. A bioaccumulation is the gradual accumulation of pollutants, chemicals, chronic poisoning, or other substances in an organism. It occurs when the rate of loss of the substance from the organism's body through catabolism, breakdown of complex molecules in living organisms, or excretion is lower than the rate of accumulation of the substance. As persistent organic pollutants like DDT are long-lasting, the risk of bioaccumulation is high even if the pollutant's environmental levels are low. Biomagnification. A biomagnification refers to progressive bioaccumulation, increase in concentration, at each tropical level with the passage of time. For biomagnification to occur, the pollutant must have a long biological half-life, long-lived, and must not be soluble in water but be soluble in fats, e.g. DDT. If the pollutant is soluble in water, it will be excreted by the organism. Pollutants that dissolve in fats are retained for a long time. Hence, it is traditional to measure the amount of pollutants in fatty tissues of organisms such as fish. In mammals, milk produced by females is tested for pollutants since the milk has a lot of fat in. End of chapter 5. Functions of an ecosystem. Biogeochemical cycling. Energy flow and nutrient circulation are the major functions of the ecosystem. Energy is forever gained and lost as heat and light. On the other hand, nutrients never get used up. They can be recycled again and again indefinitely. A carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus as elements, compounds, and nutrients make up 97% of the mass of our bodies and more than 95% of the mass of all living organisms. In addition to these, about 15 to 25 other elements are needed in some form for the survival of plants and animals. Elements in the human body. 1. Oxygen, O, makes up about 65% of the body's mass and is a key element in the molecules of water, proteins, nucleic acids, and carbohydrates. 2. Carbon, C, accounts for about 18% of the body's mass. Carbon is the fundamental building block of organic molecules, including proteins, lipids, nucleic acids, and carbohydrates. 3. Hydrogen, H, comprises about 10% of the body's mass. It is found in water and all organic molecules. 4. Nitrogen, N, makes up about 3% of the body's mass. Nitrogen is a critical component of amino acids, which are the building blocks of proteins, and of nucleic acids, which form DNA and RNA. 5. Calcium, Ca, represents about 1.5% of the body's mass. It is essential for bone and tooth structure, muscle function, and nerve signaling. 6. Phosphorus, P, accounts for about 1% of the body's mass. Phosphorus is a component of DNA and RNA. 7. Potassium, K, makes up about 0.4% of the body's mass. Potassium is crucial for nerve function, muscle contraction, and maintaining fluid balance. Sulfur, S, comprises about 0.3% of the body's mass. Sulfur is a component of some amino acids and vitamins and is important in protein synthesis. 9. Sodium, Na, accounts for about 0.2% of the body's mass. Sodium is important for nerve function, muscle contraction, and maintaining fluid balance. 10. Chlorine, Cl, makes up about 0.2% of the body's mass. Chlorine is important for maintaining fluid balance and is part of hydrochloric acid in the stomach, aiding in digestion. Other elements, like magnesium, zinc, iron, and copper, are present in smaller amounts but are vital for various biochemical processes and maintaining health. The required elements or mineral nutrients are always in circulation, moving from non-living to living and back to the non-living components of the ecosystem in a circular fashion. This circular fashion is known as biogeochemical/nutrient cycling, bio for living, geo for atmosphere. 5.1. Types of nutrient cycles. A nutrient cycle is referred to as the perfect or imperfect cycle based on the replacement period. A perfect nutrient cycle is one in which nutrients are replaced as fast as they are utilized. Most gaseous cycles are generally considered perfect cycles. In contrast, sedimentary cycles are considered relatively imperfect, as some nutrients are lost from the cycle and are locked in the sediments, and so become unavailable for immediate cycling. Based on the nature of the reservoir, a nutrient cycle is referred to as the gaseous or sedimentary. 1. Gaseous cycle. The reservoir is the atmosphere or the hydrosphere, water cycle, carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, methane, compound, cycle, etc. And 2. Sedimentary cycle. The reservoir is the soluble elements in the Earth's crust. The phosphor cycle, sulfur cycle, calcium cycle, magnesium cycle, etc. 5.2. Carbon cycle, gaseous cycle. A carbon is a minor constituent of the atmosphere as compared to oxygen and nitrogen. However, without carbon dioxide, life could not exist because it is vital for the production of carbohydrates, photosynthesis by plants and phytoplankton. A carbon is the element that anchors all organic substances from coal and oil to DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, the compound that carries genetic information. Steps in the carbon cycle. The carbon cycle involves a continuous exchange of carbon between the atmosphere and organisms. This is usually a short-term cycle. A carbon is present in the atmosphere, mainly in the form of carbon dioxide, CO. Carbon from the atmosphere moves to green plants and phytoplankton through photosynthesis and then to animals. Through the process of respiration and decomposition of dead organic matter, it returns to the atmosphere. The decomposition of decaying organic matter produces nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Organic matter includes biomolecules, carbohydrates, proteins, etc., which are made up of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. Some carbon enters a long-term cycle. It accumulates as undecomposed organic matter in the peaty layers of marshy soil or as insoluble carbonates in the bottom sediments of aquatic systems, which take a long time to be released. In deep oceans, insoluble carbon can remain buried for millions of years until geological movements lift these rocks above sea level. These rocks may then be exposed to erosion, releasing their carbon dioxide, carbonates, and bicarbonates into streams and rivers. Fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas are organic compounds that were buried before they could be decomposed and were subsequently transformed by time and geological processes into fossil fuels. When they are burned, the carbon stored in them is released back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. UPSC 2011, consider the following. 1. Photosynthesis. 2. Respiration. 3. Decay of organic matter. 4. Volcanic action. Which of the above adds carbon dioxide to the carbon cycle on Earth? A. 1 and 4 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2, 3, and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Explanation. Photosynthesis takes out CO from the carbon cycle. Rest all add CO. Decomposition of organic matter releases carbon dioxide, whereas undecomposed organic matter adds carbon to the soil in the form of insoluble carbonates and hence contributes to the carbon cycle. Answer: C. 2, 3, and 4 only. UPSC 2014, which one of the following is the process involved in photosynthesis? A. Potential energy is released to form free energy. B. Free energy is converted into potential energy. C. Food is oxidized to release carbon dioxide and water. D. Oxygen is taken and carbon dioxide and water vapor are given out. Explanation. Potential energy is released to form free energy. False. Sun's free energy is converted into potential energy in photosynthesis. Food is oxidized to release carbon dioxide and water. False. Oxygen is released and not carbon dioxide. Oxygen is taken and CO and water vapor are given out. False. CO is taken and oxygen is given out. Photosynthesis, sunlight, free energy is converted into carbohydrates, potential energy, using water and carbon dioxide. Oxygen is released in the process. Answer: B. 5.3. Nitrogen cycle, gaseous cycle. Apart from carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, nitrogen is the most prevalent element in living organisms. It is a constituent of amino acids, proteins, hormones, chlorophylls, and many vitamins. In the atmosphere, nitrogen exists as two nitrogen atoms, N, joined by a strong triple covalent bond. N is identical to N. In nature, lightning and ultraviolet radiation provide enough energy to convert nitrogen, N, to nitrogen oxides, NO, NO, NO. Industrial combustions, forest fires, automobile exhausts, and thermal power generating stations are also sources of atmospheric nitrogen oxides. Nitrogen fixing, N, to ammonia, NH. There is an inexhaustible supply of nitrogen, N, in the atmosphere, but most living organisms cannot use the elemental form directly. Nitrogen must be fixed, converted to ammonia, nitrites, or nitrates before plants can take it up. Nitrogen fixation on Earth is accomplished in 3 different ways. 1. By N-fixing microbes, bacteria, and blue-green algae. 2. By industrial processes, fertilizer factories, and 3. To a limited extent by lighting. N2 fixers. Nitrogenase, nitrogen reduction enzyme, is present exclusively in prokaryotes. Such microbes are called N-fixers. They can fix atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia, NH, and ammonium ions, NH. N-fixers include 1. Free-living, non-symbiotic, nitrogen-fixing soil bacteria such as aerobic Azotobacter and Bijamicia and anaerobic Clostridium and Rhodospirillum. 2. Symbiotic nitrogen-fixing bacteria which live in symbiotic association with leguminous plants and non-leguminous root nodule plants, e.g. Rhizobium. 3. Some cyanobacteria, blue-green algae source of enfixation in oceans, e.g. nostoc, anabina, spirulina, etc. Ammonia, NH, is a molecule consisting of nitrogen and hydrogen, while ammonium, NH, is an ammonia ion formed by accepting a hydrogen ion. Leguminous denotes plants of the pea family, Leguminosae, typically with seeds and pods, distinctive flowers, and root nodules containing enfixing bacteria. The amount of nitrogen fixed by humans through the industrial process has far exceeded the amount fixed by the natural cycle. As a result, nitrogen fixed by humans has become a pollutant that can disrupt the balance of nitrogen. It may lead to acid rain, eutrophication, and harmful algal blooms. Nitrification, ammonia to nitrites and nitrates. Some plants can directly absorb ammonium ions as a source of nitrogen. Others absorb nitrites, NO, or nitrates, NO, obtained by nitrification, oxidation of ammonia and ammonium ions by two groups of specialized nitrifying bacteria, chemoautotrophs. 1. Ammonium ions are first oxidized to nitrite by the bacteria Nitrosomonas and or Nitrococcus. 2. The nitrite is further oxidized to nitrate with the help of the bacterium Nitrobacter. Chemoautotrophs use inorganic chemical energy to synthesize organic compounds from carbon dioxide. The nitrate thus formed is absorbed by plants and transported to the leaves. In leaves, it is reduced to ammonia, forming amino acids, building blocks of proteins. These then go through higher trophic levels of the ecosystem. Importance of nitrification. Nitrification is essential in agriculture where fertilizer is often applied as ammonia. Conversion of this ammonia to nitrate, NO, increases nitrogen leaching because nitrate is more water-soluble than ammonia. Nitrification also plays an essential role in removing nitrogen from municipal wastewater. The conventional removal is nitrification, followed by denitrification. Ammonification, urea, uric acid to NH to nitrite. Living organisms produce nitrogenous waste products such as urea and uric acid, organic nitrogen. These waste products, as well as dead remains of organisms, are converted back into inorganic ammonia and ammonium ions by the bacteria. This process is called ammonification. Most of it is converted into nitrate by soil bacteria. The remaining ammonia volatilizes and re-enters the atmosphere. Denitrification, nitrate to nitrogen. Nitrates present in the soil are reduced to nitrogen by denitrification. In the soil and oceans, special denitrifying bacteria, Pseudomonas and Thiobacillus, convert the nitrates/nitrites to elemental nitrogen. This nitrogen escapes into the atmosphere, thus completing the cycle. Nitrogen cycle summary. Step 1. N-fixing nitrogen ammonia, NH/ammonium ions, NH. Ammonia/ammonium ions nitrite, NO, nitrate, NO. Step 3. Ammonification dead matter, animal waste, urea, uric acid, ammonia/ammo. Nium ions nitrate. Most of the ammonia escapes into the atmosphere. Rest is nitrified. Step 2. To nitrates. Some of the nitrates are available for plants. Rest is denitrified. Step 4. Step 4. Denitrification equals nitrate, NO, nitrogen. Nitrogen cycle equals nitrogen, N-fixing/ammonification, ammonia/ammonium ions, nitrification, nitrite, nitrate, denitrification, nitrogen. UPSC 2013, which of the following adds/add nitrogen to the soil? 1. Excretion of urea by animals. 2. Burning of coal by man. 3. Death of vegetation. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. All the above add nitrogen to the nitrogen cycle. But the question asks which of the following adds/add nitrogen to the soil? A few processes in the nitrogen cycle directly add nitrogen to the soil. Excretion of urea and dead biomass. Animal waste like urea, uric acid, dead vegetation, and organisms add nitrogen as nitrates directly into the soil. Burning of coal. Burning coal releases CO, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. Oxides of nitrogen fall on Earth as smog and acid rain. Acidic rain is a complex mixture of nitrous, nitric, sulfurous, and sulfuric acids. Thus, burning coal by humans adds nitrogen to the soil, but indirectly through acid rain. Answer: C. 1 and 3 only, debatable between C and D. UPSC 2015. What can be the impact of excessive use of nitrogenous fertilizers in agriculture? 1. Proliferation of nitrogen-fixing microorganisms in soil can occur. 2. Increase in the acidity of soil can take place. 3. Leaching of nitrate to the groundwater can occur. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 3 only, B. 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Explanation: excessive fertilization suppresses N. 2. Fixers. The legume-rhizobium symbiosis is an example of mutualism. Rhizobia supplies ammonia/amino acids to the plant and, in return, receives organic acids as a carbon/energy source. Excessive/inappropriate use of nitrogenous fertilizers can make the plants independent of both symbiotic and free-living nitrogen fixers. Fixers do not get food from plants due to the broken relationship, so their population decreases. Excessive fertilization and nitrogen leaching. Fertilizer is often applied as ammonia in agriculture. Nitrifying this ammonia to nitrate increases nitrogen leaching because nitrate is more water-soluble. Excessive fertilization contributes to acid rain. Agricultural fertilization and nitrogen-fixing plants also contribute to atmospheric NO by promoting nitrogen fixation by microorganisms. Excess NO leads to acid rain. Acid rain lowers the pH of the soil, increase in acidity of the soil. Answer: C, 2 and 3 only. 5.4. Methane cycle, gaseous cycle. Methane is a more potent GHG than CO. However, its lifetime in the atmosphere is much short-lived than carbon dioxide. It contributes to the formation of ground-level ozone, a dangerous air pollutant. Natural sources of methane emissions. Methane is naturally emitted from decomposing a biological matter. Include wetlands and oceans and the digestive processes of termites, small detritivores insects. Wetlands. Methanogens are microorganisms that produce methane as a metabolic byproduct during the decomposition of organic matter in hypoxic, low-oxygen conditions. They are prokaryotic archaea, archaebacteria, less developed than bacteria. Wetlands provide a habitat favorable, hypoxic, to methanogens and contribute to about 80% of the global CH emissions from natural sources. Termites. Microbes in the guts of termites produce methane through anaerobic, lack of oxygen, fermentation as part of their normal digestive process. Oceans. The source of methane from oceans is not entirely clear. Two identified sources include the anaerobic digestion in marine zooplankton and fish and from methane produced in sediments/drainage areas in coastal regions. Methane hydrates. Methane hydrates or clathrates are formed when hydrogen-bonded water and methane gas come into contact at high pressures due to depth and low temperatures in oceans. They are in the form of crystalline ice that consists of a methane molecule surrounded by a cage of interlocking water molecules. Methane hydrates are also trapped in permafrost, permanently frozen soil. Methane hydrates cannot be brought to the surface as the reduced pressure and increase in temperature will cause the ice to melt and the methane to escape. Ocean acidification, climate change, or any other anthropogenic disturbance can destabilize the clathrates a lot in the ocean and lead to the release of an immense amount of methane can lead to mass extinction. Permian, Triassic extinction, third mass extinction. The Permian, Triassic, PT, extinction event is also known as the Great Dying. It occurred about 252 million years ago. It is the most severe extinction event with up to 96% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species becoming extinct. It is the only known mass extinction of insects. Suggested causes include large meteor impact events, massive volcanism such as that of the Siberian traps, and runaway greenhouse effect triggered by the sudden release of methane from the seafloor due to methane-producing microbes known as methanogens. Human sources of methane emissions. Globally, 50 to 65% of total CH emissions come from human activities. More than 50% of global methane emissions stem from human activities in three sectors. 1. Agriculture, 40%. 2. Fossil fuels, 35%. 3. Waste, 20%. According to UNEP, human-caused methane emissions must be reduced by 45% by 2030. It has recommended different targets and areas for different countries. For India, it has recommended emission reduction in the waste sector by improving sewage disposal. Landfills. Methane is generated in landfills as waste decomposes under anaerobic, lack of oxygen conditions. The amount of methane created depends on the quantity and moisture content of the waste. Wastewater treatment. Wastewater from sewage is treated to remove soluble organic matter, pathogens, etc. These treatment processes can produce methane emissions if organic ingredients are treated without oxygen anaerobic conditions. Fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are formed by natural processes such as the anaerobic decomposition of buried dead organisms. Methane is the primary component of natural gas. It is released during the production, storage, and transmission of natural gas. Methane trapped in coal deposits, coalbed methane, is released during normal mining operations. Livestock. Domesticated livestock such as cattle, buffalo, etc. produce large methane as part of their digestive processes. In the stomach, microbial fermentation converts feed into products that can be digested. This process produces methane as a byproduct, which is exhaled by the animal. Rice cultivation. Methane is produced during flooded rice cultivation by decomposing organic matter in the soil. Flooded soils are ideal for methane production because of their high organic levels, oxygen-poor conditions, and moisture. Biomass burning. Incomplete burning of both living and dead organic matter results in methane emission. Human source, wetlands, termites, oceans, methane hydrates, human source, agriculture, fossil fuels, waste. Methane sink. Consumes methane from the atmosphere can be considered a methane sink. Soils act as a major sink for atmospheric methane through the methanotrophic bacteria that reside within them. These bacteria use methane as an energy source in a process called methane oxidation. Reaction with the hydroxyl radical. Methane is removed from the troposphere by the oxidation of methane by the hydroxyl radical OH. After reacting with OH, atmospheric methane is converted to CO and water vapor by a long series of chemical reactions. Some of the methane in the troposphere passes into the stratosphere where the same process scrubs the methane there. A hydroxyl radical OH, a neutral form of the hydroxide ion OH, is a negatively charged oxygen atom bonded with the hydrogen atom. Hydroxyl radicals are a form of sink because they scrub the atmosphere clean of pollutant molecules and break them down. For this reason, hydroxyl radical OH is known as the cleanser of the atmosphere. Methane hydrates. Clathrate deposits were once sinks where methane was isolated. However, as the planet warms, some of these deep, cold sediments are melting, sending methane bubbling to the surface. 5.5. Phosphorus cycle, sedimentary cycle. Unlike carbon and nitrogen, which come primarily from the atmosphere, phosphorus occurs in large amounts as a mineral in phosphate rocks. Due to weathering, erosion, and mining, phosphates enter rivers and, finally, oceans. In the ocean, they accumulate on continental shelves as insoluble deposits. After millions of years, the crustal plates rise from the seafloor and bring the phosphates to the crust, and the cycle's geochemical phase repeats. Phosphorus plays a central role in aquatic ecosystems and water quality. It is the main cause of excessive growth of rooted and free-floating microscopic plants, phytoplankton bloom, in lakes, which leads to eutrophication. 5.6. Sulfur cycle, mostly sedimentary cycle. Sulfur is locked in organic coal, oil, peat, and inorganic pyrite rock, sulfur rock, soil deposits in the form of sulfates, sulfides, and organic sulfur. It is released by weathering of rocks, erosional runoff, and decomposition of organic matter and is carried to terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems in the salt solution. Steps in sulfur cycle. Sulfur enters the atmosphere as sulfur dioxide from sources like volcanic eruptions, combustion of fossil fuels, coal, diesel, etc. from the surface of the ocean, dimethyl sulfide, DMS, and gases released by decomposition. Atmospheric hydrogen sulfide also gets oxidized into sulfur dioxide. Dimethyl sulfide, DMS, is an organosulfur compound derived from some marine algae, plants, and animals. DMS is the primary source of marine sulfate aerosols and an essential nutrient for many organisms. Atmospheric sulfur dioxide is carried back to the earth as weak sulfuric acid rain. Whatever the source, sulfur in the form of sulfates is taken up by plants and incorporated through a series of metabolic processes into sulfur-bearing amino acids, which are incorporated in the proteins of autotroph tissues. It then passes through the grazing food chain. A sulfur bound in living organisms is carried back to the soil, to the bottom of ponds and lakes and seas through excretion and decomposition of dead organic material. UPSC 2022, among the following crops. Which one is the most important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide? A. Cotton. B. Rice. C. Sugarcane. D. Wheat. Explanation. Methanogens are most active in hypoxic conditions created by excessive irrigation. The agriculture sector, nitrogenous fertilizers, is one of the biggest emitters of nitrous oxide, N2O. GHG. Answer. B. Rice, excessive irrigation and overuse of fertilizers. UPSC 2019. Which of the following statements are correct about the deposits of methane hydrate? 1. Global warming might trigger the release of methane gas from these deposits. 2. Large deposits of methane hydrate are found in Arctic tundra and under the seafloor. 3. Methane in the atmosphere oxidizes to carbon dioxide after a decade or two. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 1 and 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Answer D all. UPSC 2018 with reference to agricultural soils. Consider the following statements. 1. A high content of organic matter in soil drastically reduces its water-holding capacity. 2. Soil does not play any role in the sulfur cycle. 3. Irrigation over a period of time can contribute to the salinization of some agricultural lands. Which of the statements given above is/are correct? A. 1 and 2 only B, 3 only C, 1 and 3 only. D 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. The high content of organic matter, humus, in the soil increases its water-holding capacity. The sulfur cycle is mostly sedimentary except for its two compounds, hydrogen sulfide, HS, and sulfur dioxide, so in canal-irrigated areas, the groundwater level rises and saline and alkaline efflorescences consisting of salts of sodium, calcium, and magnesium appear on the surface as a layer of white salt through capillary action. Vast tracts of canal-irrigated areas in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana, arid regions of Rajasthan, semi-arid areas of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Karnataka, etc., are facing this problem. Answer: B3 only. UPSC 2021. In case of which one of the following biogeochemical cycles, the weathering of rocks is the main source of release of nutrient to enter the cycle? A carbon cycle B, nitrogen cycle C, phosphorus cycle D, sulfur cycle. End of chapter 6. Wetland ecosystem. A wetlands are transition zones, ecotone, between terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Hydric soils, not enough O, periodic flooding from adjacent deep water habitats and plant life, hydrophytes, adapted to shallow waterlogged soils are the chief characteristics. According to the definition under Ramsar Convention and Wetlands, Conservation and Management, Rules 2017, an area of marsh, fun, peatland or water, whether natural or artificial, permanent or temporary, with water that is static or flowing, fresh, brackish or salt, including areas of marine water the depth of which at low tide does not exceed 6 meters, is considered as a wetland. To wetlands include all lakes and rivers, lake littorals, marginal areas between the highest and lowest water level of the lakes, floodplains, areas lying adjacent to the river channels beyond the natural levees and periodically flooded during high discharge in the river, underground aquifers, swamps and marshes, wet grasslands, peatland, oases, estuaries, deltas, tidal flats, mangroves and other coastal areas, coral reefs, and all human-made sites such as fish ponds, rice paddies, reservoirs, and salt pans. 6.1. Differences between wetlands and lakes. Food chain grazing pathway detritus pathway. Productivity low-high. Trophic status oligotrophic, low nutrient levels. Low turbidity, low sedimentation, low population density, low diversity. Mostly eutrophic, high nutrient levels, high turbidity, high sedimentation, high population density, high diversity. Flood control negligible, significant waste treatment negligible, significant. There is no clear distinction between lakes and wetlands. Wetlands are shallow water bodies, whereas lakes can be deep or shallow. Lakes are generally less critical than wetlands from the viewpoint of ecosystem and conservation. The National Lake Conservation Program, NLCP, considers lakes as standing water bodies that have a minimum water depth of 3 m, generally cover a water spread of more than 10 hectares and have no or very little aquatic vegetation. Wetlands, generally less than 3 m deep, are usually rich in nutrients, derived from surroundings and their sediments. They have abundant growth of aquatic macrophytes, aquatic plants large enough to be seen by the naked eye. They support high densities and diverse fauna, particularly birds, fish, and macroinvertebrates, and therefore, have high value for biodiversity conservation. Excessive growth of macrophytes, both submerged and free-floating, in wetlands affects the water quality adversely and interferes with the utilization of the water body. However, marginal aquatic vegetation is desirable as it checks erosion, serves as a habitat for wildlife, and helps improve water quality. 6.2. Estuarine wetland ecosystem. An estuary is a partially enclosed coastal area of brackish water, salinity of 0 to 35 ppt, where a river or a stream opens into the sea mouth of the river. At the estuaries, freshwater carrying fertile silt and runoff from the land mixes with salty seawater. Examples of estuaries are river mouths, coastal bays, tidal marshes, lagoons, and deltas. Estuaries are formed due to the rise in sea level, movement of sand and sandbars, glacial processes, and tectonic processes. They are greatly influenced by tidal action. They are periodically washed by seawater once or twice a day based on the number of tides. In some narrow estuaries, tidal bores are significant. They cause significant damage to the estuarine ecology. Differences between lagoon and estuary. A lagoon is a stretch of saltwater separated from the sea by a low sandbank or coral reef. Backwaters in Kerala are lagoons where seawater flows inwards through a small inlet that is open towards the sea. Lagoons, like Chilika Lake in Odisha, are formed due to falling sea levels, coastline of emergence, e.g., Kerala, Malabar Coast, Odisha, Utkal Coast and Tamil Nadu, Coromandel Coast. In contrast, estuaries like Mandovi and Zwari estuarine systems in Goa are mainly formed due to rising sea levels, coastline of submergence. E.G. Konkan Coast. Lagoons mostly do not have any fresh water source, while the estuaries have at least one. Hence, lagoons are more saline than estuaries. Estuaries are usually deeper, and the water flows fast, while in lagoons, the water is shallower and flows sluggishly. Importance of estuaries. Ecological importance. Estuaries, coastal wetlands, form a transition zone, ecotone, between the river and maritime environments. They are the most productive, more productive than other wetlands, water bodies in the world because of the mixing of freshwater and saline water zone, where marine organisms of both ecosystems meet. An estuary has minimal wave action, so it provides a calm refuge from the open sea and hence becomes ideal for the survival of numerous aquatic species. An estuary has minimal wave action, so it provides a calm refuge from the open sea and hence becomes ideal for the survival of numerous aquatic species. The vast mangrove forests on the seaward side of an estuary act as a barrier for the coastal habitat to check the wind speed during cyclones and high-velocity landward winds. Precipitation of clay and alluvium particles in the estuarine region is high because of exposure to saline water quick at precipitating fine alluvium. Mangroves act as a filter trapping suspended mud and sand carried by rivers, which leads to delta formations around estuaries. Estuaries store and recycle nutrients, trap sediment, and form a buffer between coastal catchments and the marine environment. They also absorb, trap, and detoxify pollutants, acting as a natural water filter. Economic importance. Estuaries are the most heavily populated areas worldwide, with about 60% of the world's population living along estuaries and the coast. Estuaries with their wetlands, creeks, lagoons, mangroves, and seagrass beds are rich in natural resources, including fisheries. They are deep and well protected from marine transgressions, and hence they are ideal locations for the construction of ports and harbors. Estuarine vegetation. Estuaries are subjected to large variations in salinity. Only certain types of plants and animals capable of osmoregulation adapted to the brackish estuarine waters flourish in the estuaries. Salinity and flooding determine the distribution, diversity, and density of organisms. Estuaries are dynamic, productive ecosystems since the river flow, tidal range, and sediment distribution are continuously changing. Hence, they support diverse habitats such as mangroves, salt marshes, seagrass, mudflats, etc. They are homes to many terrestrial or land-based plants and animals such as with storks, pelicans, coniferous and deciduous trees, and butterflies. Estuaries are also home to unique aquatic plants and animals such as sea turtles, sea lions, sea catfish, saltgrasses, seagrass, bulrush, etc. The estuarian phytoplankton are diatoms, dinoflagellates, green algae, and blue-green algae. Towards the seacoast, there are algae and seagrasses. Near the mouth of the rivers and deltas, there are mangrove forests. Indian estuarine ecosystem. India has 14 major, 44 medium, and 162 minor rivers draining into the sea through various estuaries. Most of India's major estuaries occur on the east coast. In contrast, the estuaries on the west coast are smaller. In environmental studies, deltas are subsections of estuaries. Many estuaries are locations of some of the major seaports, e.g. Mormugao Port on the Zwari estuary. Threats faced by the estuarine ecosystem. Changes in water flow due to modifications of the catchments, e.g. Hooghly, Godavari, Pulicat, etc. Pollution through industries and city sewage discharge. Navigation, dredging and shipping, e.g. Hooghly. Expansion of urban and rural settlements, mining and industries, agriculture, and dumping of solid wastes. Intensive aquaculture in pens and obstructing the migratory routes of fish and prawns, e.g. Chilka, Pulicat. Polluting the environment through feeding stocked fish and prawns in pens, Chilka. Destruction of biodiversity through prawn seed collection through small meshed nets, e.g. Hooghly, Chilka, Pulicat. Submergence of catchment areas due to water level rise. 6.3. Mangroves. Mangroves are salt-tolerant halophytes, evergreen shrubs or small trees, vary in height from 8 to 20 m that represent a characteristic littoral near the seashore forest ecosystem. They grow below the high water level of spring tides. The best locations are where abundant silt is brought down by rivers or on the backshore of accreting sandy beaches. Such locations include brackish waters of sheltered low-lying coasts, estuaries, mudflats, tidal creeks, backwaters, coastal waters held back on land, marshes and lagoons of tropical and subtropical regions. Adaptive mechanism of mangroves. Mangroves exhibit varied morphological, shape and structure, and physiological, functional, evolutionary adaptations to survive the limiting factors, lack of oxygen, high salinity, and diurnal tidal inundation. Some of the adaptations exhibited by mangroves are Succulent leaves, thick leaves adapted to store water and reduce evapotranspiration, sunken stomata to protect from drying winds, leaves with salt-secreting glands to flush out the excess salt, aerial breathing roots called nematophores, vivipary. Seeds or embryos begin to develop before they detach from the parent, stilt and prop roots. They are fibrous, adventitious, support roots, buttresses, large, wide support roots on all sides of a shallowly rooted mangrove tree. The adventitious roots, prop and stilt roots, which emerge from the main trunk above ground level, act as support roots. The complex root system helps mangroves overcome the strong wave action and diurnal tidal inundation. The nematophores, blind roots, prop roots, and stilt roots help mangroves overcome the respiration problem in anaerobic, low oxygen, anoxic soil conditions, a classic example of adaptation. Some species, e.g. Rhizophora of mangroves, send arching prop roots into the water, while others, e.g. Avicennia, send vertical nematophores, air roots, up from the mud. Mangroves exhibit a viviparity mode of reproduction, i.e., seeds germinate in the tree itself before falling to the ground. This is an adaptive mechanism to overcome the problem of germination in saline water. Mangroves in India. In size, mangroves range from bushy stands of dwarf mangroves found in the Gulf of Kutch to taller stands found in the Sundarbans. On the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the small tidal estuaries and the lagoons support a dense and diverse undisturbed mangrove flora. Mangroves of Sundarbans. The Sundarbans received its name from the Sundari mangrove tree. It is the largest single block of tidal halophytic mangroves in the world. The ecogeography is dependent on the tidal effect, deposits silt back on the channels, raising the bed and forming new islands and creeks. The Sundarbans Delta, India and Bangladesh, is the only mangrove forest inhabited by tigers. Sundarbans support 400+ tiger population, 88 tigers are in Indian part. Major fauna of Sundarbans includes Royal Bengal tiger, EN, saltwater crocodile, LC, river terrapin, olive ridley turtle, VU, Ganges river dolphin, EN, hawksbill turtle, mangrove horseshoe crab, etc. Bengal tigers may not survive climate change. 70% of the land in the Sundarbans is just a few feet above sea level. In 2010, a study led by the World Wide Fund for Nature projected that a sea level rise of 11 inches could reduce the number of tigers in the Sundarbans by 96% within a few decades. Other major mangrove forests on the east coast. The mangroves of Bhitarkanika, Orissa, the second largest in India, harbor a high concentration of typical mangrove species and high genetic diversity. They cover the area of Brahmani and Baitarani. River deltas. Mangrove swamps occur in profusion in the intertidal mudflats on both sides of the creeks in the Godavari-Krishna deltaic regions of Andhra Pradesh. And Vedaranium are degraded due to aquaculture ponds and salt pans. Mangrove forests on the west coast. On the west coast of India, mangroves, mostly scrubby, stunted, and degraded, occur along the intertidal region of estuaries and creeks in Maharashtra, Goa, and Karnataka. The mangrove vegetation in the coastal zone of Kerala is very sparse and thin. In Gujarat, northwest coast, mangroves are found mainly in the Gulf of Kutch and the Kori Creek region, Palea Delta of the Indus River. Once upon a time, it was part of the Indus Delta. They are scrubby with stunted growth, forming narrow, discontinuous patches on soft clay mud. Creeks in the Kutch region. UPSC 2016, what is / unique about Karai camel, a breed found in India? 2016. 1. It is capable of swimming up to 3 kilometers in seawater. 2. It survives by grazing on mangroves. 3. It lives in the wild and cannot be domesticated. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1 and 2 only, B, 3 only, C, 1 and 3 only, D, 1, 2 and 3. Karai camel, India's swimming camels. Since 2015, Karai camels, India's swimming camels, have been getting protection similar to endangered species. They depend on the mangroves of the Kutch region for their food for 8 months of the year. During monsoons, they swim to the mangrove islands in hordes. Karai camels are the primary source of livelihood for the Jat, Rabari, and Maldhari communities of the Kutch region. Along with the Kankrej and Bani buffaloes, the Maldharis have developed other tolerant breeds of livestock, such as the Karai camel. Answer: A, 1 and 2 only. Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes, MISHTI program. MISHTI program, announced in the 2023-24 budget, is an initiative for mangrove plantations along the coastline and on salt pan lands. The Union government launched it on World Environment Day on June 5, 2023. Aim: planting mangroves in 540 square kilometers of coastline, spanning 11 states and 2 union territories. Under MISHTI, the mangroves will be planted through initiatives under the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Plan. Under MISHTI, the mangroves will be planted through initiatives under the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, CAMPA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, MNREGA, and public-private partnership. Global status of mangrove cover. According to FAO's Global Forest Resource Assessment 2020, 113 countries have mangrove forest covering 14.79 million ha, 1% of the tropical forests, primarily in tropical and subtropical regions. The largest mangrove area is in Southeast Asia, 5.55 ma, followed by Africa, the Americas, and Oceania, 1.30 ma. More than 40% of the total area of mangroves was reported to be in just 4 countries: Indonesia 19%, Brazil 9%, Nigeria 7%, and Mexico 6%. The mangrove cover in India is 4,992 square kilometers IFoS 2021, which is 0.15% of the country's total geographical area. Why are mangroves not found beyond subtropics? Mangroves are confined to the tropics and subtropics, occurring mainly in the intertidal regions between latitudes 24 degrees north and 38 degrees south. This is because the mangrove vegetation contains a complex salt filtration system that facilitates high water loss at the root level itself to cope with the brackish conditions. These adaptive mechanisms are energy-intensive and require high solar radiation. Importance of mangroves. Between land and sea are highly productive ecosystems with rich biodiversity. They have a complex root system that is very efficient in dissipating the sea wave energy, thus protecting the coastal areas from tsunamis, storm surges produced by cyclones, and soil erosion. Mangroves slow down water flow and act as a zone of land accretion by enhancing sediment deposition. They moderate monsoonal tidal floods and reduce the inundation of coastal lowlands. They act as a riparian buffer and trap pollutants, including heavy metal contaminants. They enhance the natural recycling of nutrients. Mangroves are an essential carbon sink. They provide a safe and favorable environment for breeding, spawning, and rearing several fishes. They act as an essential source of livelihood for the coastal communities dependent on the collection of honey, tannins, wax, firewood, medicinal plants, edible plants, and fishing. UPSC 2013, which one of the following is the correct sequence of ecosystems in the order of decreasing productivity? A. Oceans, lakes, grasslands, mangroves. B. Mangroves, oceans, grasslands, lakes. C. Mangroves, grasslands, lakes, oceans. D. Oceans, mangroves, lakes, grasslands. Explanation. Productivity equals production / unit area / unit time. It depends on the number and diversity of producers. Ecotones, mangroves, estuaries, and grasslands have greater productivity than the surrounding ecosystems. Tropical rainforests and coral reefs are an exception as they have productivity comparable to wetlands because of their rich diversity of primary producers. Note, grasslands are not transitional all the time. E.g., steppe and savanna grasslands, which are very vast, are non-transitional and have very low productivity because of the minimal diversity of primary producers. Grasslands become transitional only when they are narrow. So, the order of decreasing productivity will be like mangroves. Oceans are very deep and hence productivity is limited to the surface only. Deep below in the aphotic zone, productivity is negligible. The aphotic zone in oceans is a few kilometers thick. Also, ocean surface water is abysmal, very poor in nutrients except near the shoreline. Nutrient-rich cold water flows as a subsurface flow in the aphotic zone. Sunlight and nutrients are far apart, so primary productivity is very low except in regions with an upwelling of nutrient-rich cold water, cold and warm ocean current mixing zones. So, among the options, the open ocean ecosystem has the least productivity. Desert ecosystem also has very low productivity, lesser than the oceans. So, the answer will look like mangroves. Oceans. The only such option is C. Lakes, just like oceans, have low productivity. However, due to some plants in the photic zone, lakes have productivity slightly greater than that of oceans. Answer: C. Mangroves, grasslands, lakes, oceans. Threats to mangroves. UPSC 2019 discussed the causes of the depletion of mangroves and explained their importance in maintaining coastal ecology. Aquaculture, agriculture, and salt ponds. Agriculture and aquaculture pose the greatest threat. Mangroves are rich in nutrients, which makes them attractive for agriculture. They are also ideal for shrimp farming and mariculture, food production in a confined marine environment. Hence, thousands of hectares of mangrove forests have been cleared for the commercial production of shrimp and other species, cultivation of crops, and creation of salt ponds. Consequences. The shrimp and other species in the artificial ponds are fed specific diets that often include chemicals. These chemicals enter the food chain. Extra nutrients from the concentration of food and animals cause eutrophication, which harms the surrounding marine habitats by lowering oxygen levels. Coastal development and lumbering. The direct use of mangrove wood and leaf products and the conversion of wetland habitats for coastal development projects like hotels, resorts, infrastructure, desalination plants, port facilities, etc. lead to deforestation. Mangrove wood is used for building materials, fencing, and fuel. It also yields valuable, high-quality charcoal. In places where fishing has declined, people have turned to charcoal production, which furthers the cycle of habitat loss and fishery decline. Consequence: habitat loss and climate vulnerability. The delicate tidal regimes are interrupted and the balance between fresh and saltwater is lost. It inevitably leads to altered hydrology, erosion, and pollution. Rivers that once traveled through the mangroves before emptying into the sea are blocked or rerouted, causing changes in flooding, drainage, filtration, sedimentation, temperature, and salinity. These changes, in turn, affect the aquatic species, including subsistence fish species for coastal communities. Loss of species and genetic diversity. The trees and associated species, e.g., birds, snakes, crabs, are visibly lost, but so too are the specific genotypes and phenotypes that have evolved in microhabitats to withstand insects, tidal fluctuations, precipitation patterns, and salinity regimes. The curious case of Mumbai's Coastal Road Project. Mumbai, Guangzhou, Jakarta, Miami, and Manila are on the list of cities endangered by climate change. The anthropogenic climate change, coupled with trends in coastal development, will inundate sections of Mumbai by 2050 and will increase annual flood damages by 2 to 3 times by 2100. Despite the need for action, the city is ignoring climate adaptation programs. Mumbai's Coastal Road Project is an example. The 29.2 kilometers long Mumbai's Coastal Road Project is being constructed on 90 hectares of reclaimed land prone to flooding and frequent tidal inundation. The road will cost the public 11,300 rupees crore, but it will serve only 2% of the populace. The project will extend tens of meters into the sea, and 1,000 mangrove trees, which act as a natural storm/flood barrier, will be cut for the project. Ecological and economic damage. The project will exacerbate the flooding situation, heavy rains plus high tide, during the SW monsoon season. Changes in the tidal pattern will lead to the erosion of Mumbai's beaches. Tidal inundation will block the natural drainage systems. Cutting mangroves will deplete fishing grounds. While the amendment to coastal rules mandates planting new mangroves 3 times the size of the destroyed mangroves, the new ones will take several years to grow. Also, since they will be at a different location, the replanting will not replace the storm protection services of the old mangroves. Climate change. Coastal wetlands, including mangrove forests, absorb a significant amount of GHG emissions. When these forests are cleared, it compounds the climate change problem by releasing even more carbon into the atmosphere. For mangroves, sea level rise is the biggest climate-related threat, with some tree species unable to tolerate the influx of saltwater or escape the surging tides. Replantation does not produce optimum results. In comparison with other tropical forests, mangroves are not species-rich. And in the areas where replanting is attempted, it is often done with seeds of one species rather than the mix of species that initially existed. Thus, reforestation/afforestation cannot reverse the habitat loss. 6.4. Importance of wetlands. Wetlands are indispensable because of the ecosystem services they provide, ranging from freshwater supply, food and building materials, and biodiversity to flood control, groundwater recharge, and climate change mitigation. Wetlands are habitats for aquatic flora and fauna and numerous species of native and migratory birds. They are an important resource for sustainable tourism. They carry out water purification and filtration of sediments and nutrients from surface water. They help in nutrient recycling, groundwater recharging, and stabilization of the local climate. They play an essential role in flood mitigation by controlling the rate of runoff. They buffer shorelines, act as a riparian buffer against erosion and pollutants. They act as a genetic reservoir for various species of plants, especially rice. They act as a carbon sink. UPSC 2022. If rainforests and tropical forests are the lungs of the earth, then surely wetlands function as its kidneys. Which one of the following functions of wetlands best reflects the above statement? A. The water cycle in wetlands involves surface runoff, subsoil percolation, and evaporation. B. Algae form the nutrient base upon which fish, crustaceans, mollusks, birds, reptiles, and mammals thrive. C. Wetlands play a vital role in maintaining sedimentation balance and soil stabilization. D. Aquatic plants absorb heavy metals and excess nutrients. Explanation. Kidneys detoxify by filtering toxins out of the blood into the urine. Similarly, aquatic plants in a wetland absorb heavy metals and excess nutrients. 6.5. Reasons for the depletion of wetlands. Excessive pollutants, industrial effluents, domestic waste, agricultural runoff, etc. are dumped into wetlands beyond the recycling capacity. Habitat destruction and deforestation create ecological imbalance by altering the population of wetland species. Conversion of wetlands for agriculture and encroachment by public and mafia. Overfishing and fish farming, aquaculture. Overgrazing in marshy soils. Removal of sand from beds near seas makes the wetland vulnerable to wave action and tidal bore. Mitigation of wetland destruction. Demarcation of wetlands using technology, proper enforcement of laws and stringent punishments for violators. Preventing unsustainable aquaculture and cultivation of shellfish. Treating industrial effluents and water from farmlands before discharging into wetlands. Utilizing wetlands sustainably by giving enough time for natural regeneration. Artificial regeneration for a quick recovery. Afforestation, weed control, and preventing invasive species are the key to wetland conservation. Preventive measures to stop introducing exotic invasive species like water hyacinth. Soil conservation measures and afforestation. Preventing grazing in peripherals of wetlands. Wildlife conservation, sustainable tourism, ecotourism, and sensitizing the local populace. Eutrophication abatement by processing nutrient-rich discharge into the water body. Involving the local population in the conservation. 6.6. Measures to protect wetlands of India. As per the National Wetlands Atlas published by ISRO's Space Applications Center, Ahmedabad, India has 15.26 million hectares area, 4.6% of India's land area, under wetlands. Of this, 70% are under paddy cultivation, human-made. Inland wetlands constitute 69.22%, 10.56 million hectares. Nearly 12% of the inland wetland area is in the form of lakes and ponds, including those less than 2.25 hectares. Natural wetlands in India range from high-altitude wetlands in the Himalayas, glacial lakes, swamps, and floodplain marshes, floodplains of the major river system, saline and temporary wetlands of the arid and semi-arid regions. Coastal wetlands such as lagoons, backwaters, estuaries, mangroves, swamps, and coral reefs, and so on. The alluvial plains of River Ganga and Brahmaputra have extensive riverine wetland formations as floodplains and oxbows known as Mon, Beel, Chor, Jeel, and Pat. The arid zone spanning Rajasthan and Gujarat has vast saline flats, monsoon-fed freshwater lakes as well as salt lakes, for example, Sumbar, Patpadra, Deedwana, and Lakransar. The peninsular Deccan region is studded with man-made lakes. Several lakes act as suitable habitats for waterbirds, e.g., Varthar, Rakanahalli, and Amrithali lakes in Bangalore. National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems (NPCA). For the integrated and cross-sectoral conservation coordinating administrations at all levels of aquatic ecosystems, lakes, and wetlands, the MEF has been implementing the Centrally Sponsored Schemes (CSS). National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems (NPCA). NPCA was formed by merging the National Lake Conservation Plan (NLCA) and the National Wetlands Conservation Program (NWCP). It envisages halting and reversing the continued degradation and loss of wetlands. The merged NPCA scheme has been operational since the 12 plan period 2012 to 17, with a funding pattern of 70 to 30 cost sharing between the central government and respective state governments, 90 to 10 for the Northeast states. The central government MOEF coordinates aquatic ecosystem, lakes and wetlands conservation programs. It provides guidelines and financial and technical assistance to the state government. Since the land resources belong to states, the state/UT governments manage the aquatic ecosystems. Criteria for identifying wetlands of national importance under NPCA are the same as those prescribed under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. Wetlands Conservation Management Rules 2010. MEF has notified these legally enforceable rules under the provisions of the Environment Protection Act, 1986 to ensure that there is no further degradation of wetlands. Central Wetland Regulatory Authority, CWRA, has been set up under the chairmanship of the Secretary, MOEF, to ensure proper implementation of the rules. Wetlands have been classified for better management and easier identification. The rules encompass the drainage area of the wetlands as determined by the CWRA. The rules specify and prohibit harmful activities to wetlands such as industrialization, construction of permanent nature, solid waste dumping, dumping untreated waste, reclamation in the wetlands, etc. Other activities, such as aquaculture, agriculture, harvesting of living and non-living resources, dredging to remove siltation, etc., may be carried out in the wetlands but only with prior permission from the concerned authorities. The central government may, however, permit any prohibited activities or non-wetland use in the protected wetland on the recommendation of CWRA. Wetlands Conservation Management Rules 2017. The new rules replace the 2010 version of the rules. They have decentralized wetlands management by giving states/UTs powers to not only identify and notify wetlands within their jurisdictions but also keep a watch on prohibited activities. The rules provide an advisory role for the National Wetland Committee to guide the state bodies on the integrated management of wetlands based on the wise use principle and review the progress of integrated management of Ramsar Convention sites, among other roles. To oversee the work carried out by states, the rules stipulate setting up National Wetlands Committee, NWC, headed by the MEF Secretary. NWC is the nodal advisory body for the National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems, NPCA. It guides the state bodies on the integrated management of wetlands based on the wise use principle. State Wetland Authority. States/UTs have been accorded the responsibility for wetland management by setting up state/UT wetland authorities, SWAs. SWA will be headed by Environment Minister and includes experts from the fields of wetland ecology, hydrology, fisheries, landscape planning, and socioeconomics. SWA of the state/UT must identify and notify the wetlands for protection within the stipulated time. They need to develop a comprehensive list of activities to be regulated and permitted within notified wetlands and their zone of influence and recommend additional prohibited activities for specific wetlands. The state authorities will also need to prepare a list of all wetlands of the state or union territory within 3 months, a list of wetlands to be notified within 6 months, a comprehensive digital inventory of all wetlands within 1 year, which will be updated every 10 years. What cannot be notified as wetlands under the rules? River channels, paddy fields, human-made water bodies, aquaculture, salt production, recreation, irrigation projects, wetlands and protected areas falling within areas covered under the Indian Forest Act, 1927, Forest Conservation Act, 1980, Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, and the Coastal Regulation Zone Notification, 2019 cannot be notified under the Wetlands Rules 2017. Prohibited activities very much similar to the 2011 rules. Conversion of wetlands for non-wetland uses. Setting up of any industry and expansion of existing industries. Manufacture/handling/storage/disposal of hazardous substances and construction and demolition waste. Solid waste dumping. Discharge of untreated wastes and effluents from industries, cities, towns, villages, and other settlements. The rules also restrict encroachment, poaching, or permanent construction except for boat jetties. Concerns. Our provision in the rules that states central government may consider proposals from the state/UT governments for omitting any of the prohibited activities on the authority's recommendation can be misused. According to the 2010 rules, anyone aggrieved with the CWRA's decisions could have filed an appeal with the National Green Tribunal, but the 2017 rules are silent on the appeal process. The subjective definition of the term wise use is to be determined by the state wetland authority, which is prone to manipulation by vested interests. 6.7. Measures to protect global wetlands. Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. The Ramsar Convention on Wetlands is an international treaty for the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands. The convention was signed on the 2 of February, World Wetlands Day, 1971, in the city of Ramsar in Iran. The number of parties is 172. India is a party since 1982. At the center of the Ramsar philosophy is the wise use, maintenance of ecological character for sustainable development of wetlands. The theme for 2023, it's time for wetlands restoration. Criteria for identification of wetlands. 1. Unique wetland contains a rare or unique example of a natural or near-natural wetland type. 2. Endangered species supports threatened, vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered species/communities. 3. Essential species supports populations of plant and/or animal species important for maintaining biological diversity. 4. Species protection supports plant and/or animal species at a critical stage in their life cycles or provides refuge during adverse conditions. 5. Waterbirds regularly supports 20,000 plus waterbirds. 6. Single species of waterbirds regularly supports 1% of the individuals in a population of one species or subspecies of waterbirds. 7. Indigenous fish supports a significant proportion of indigenous fish subspecies. 8. Multirole is an essential food source for fishes, spawning ground, nursery, and/or migration path. 9. Ecotourism is an essential source of food and water resource, increased scope for recreation and ecotourism. Contracting parties COP to Ramsar Convention. COP is the policy-making organ of the Ramsar Convention. Every 3 years, representatives of the COP meet at the Conference of the Contracting Parties, COP. COP 13 took place in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, in 2018. 14th meeting of the Conference of the Contracting Parties to the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, COP 14, took place in November 2022 in a hybrid format in Wuhan, China, and Geneva, Switzerland. COP 14 was initially scheduled to be held in the Chinese city of Wuhan, situated on the left bank of the Yangtze River, the longest river in Asia, 6,300 kilometers, in 2021. It was postponed due to the COVID pandemic. Wuhan Declaration and 2025 to 2030 Global Strategic Framework for Wetlands Conservation were adopted at COP 14. They offer nothing new. The responsibilities of the contracting parties. A vital commitment of the contracting parties is to identify and place suitable wetlands onto the list of wetlands of international importance, also known as the Ramsar list. Contracting parties are expected, not mandated, to manage their Ramsar sites to maintain their ecological character and retain their essential functions and values for future generations. The convention specifies that contracting parties shall, not may, formulate and implement their planning to promote the conservation of the wetlands included in the list. UPSC 2019, consider the following statements. 1. Under the Ramsar Convention, it is mandatory on the part of the Government of India to protect and conserve all the wetlands in the territory of India. 2. The Wetlands Conservation and Management Rules 2010 were framed by the Government of India based on the recommendations of the Ramsar Convention. 3. The Wetlands Conservation and Management Rules 2010 also encompass the drainage area or catchment regions of the wetlands as determined by the authority. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. Contracting parties are expected, not mandated, to manage their Ramsar sites to maintain their ecological character and retain their essential functions and values for future generations. It is expected, not mandated, for the government to protect the wetland included in the list. The convention specifies that contracting parties shall, not may, formulate and implement their planning to promote the conservation of the wetlands included in the list. It is expected, not mandated, for the government to protect the wetlands included in the list, not all. The Ramsar Convention recommends making laws to protect such wetlands. Answer: C. 3 only. International Organization Partners. The Ramsar Convention works closely with 6 organizations known as International Organization Partners (IPs). 1. BirdLife International. 2. International Union for Conservation of Nature (IUCN). 3. International Water Management Institute (IWMI). 4. Wetlands International. 5. Worldwide Fund for Nature (WWF). 6. International Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust (WWT). Other partners. Convention on Biological Diversity (CBD), Convention to Combat Desertification (UNCCD), Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, Convention on Migratory Species (CMS), World Heritage Convention (WHC), and Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. Various groups that fund projects include UN agencies such as UNEP, UNDP, etc. Wetlands International. Wetlands International is a global non-governmental organization (NGO) that works to sustain and restore wetlands and their resources for people and biodiversity. Its work ranges from research, advocacy, and engagement with governments, corporate, etc. UPSC 2014, with reference to a conservation organization called Wetlands International, which of the following statements are correct? 1. It is an intergovernmental organization formed by the countries which are signatories to Ramsar Convention. 2. It works at the field level to develop and mobilize knowledge and use practical experience to advocate for better policies. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer: Wetlands International is an NGO. B. 2 only. Ramsar site. When a country accedes to the convention, it must designate at least one wetland as a wetland of international importance. Including a Ramsar site in the list embodies the government's commitment to take the steps necessary to ensure that its ecological character is maintained. Today, the Ramsar list is the world's largest protected area network. Over 2,400 Ramsar sites cover 2.5 million square kilometers on the territories of 171 Ramsar contracting parties worldwide. The world's first site was the Cobourg Peninsula in Australia, designated in 1974. The countries with the most Ramsar sites are the United Kingdom with 175 and Mexico with 142. Bolivia has the largest area under Ramsar protection. Deletion from the list. A contracting party may, because of its urgent national interest, delete or restrict the boundaries of wetlands already included in the list. However, such deletions or restrictions should be compensated for by creating additional nature reserves in the same area or elsewhere. No Ramsar site has ever been deleted in this way, and parties have only extremely rarely restricted the boundaries of a site on this basis. Success of Ramsar Convention. Transboundary Ramsar sites. Many important wetlands extend as one ecologically coherent whole across national borders. In these cases, COP can agree to establish Ramsar sites on their territory as parts of a bigger transboundary Ramsar site. The authorities on both sides of the border agree to collaborate in managing the site. The Montreux Record. Ramsar sites potentially at risk because of technological developments, pollution, or other human interference may be placed on the Montreux Record of Ramsar sites where changes in ecological character have occurred, are occurring, or are likely to occur. UPSC 2014, if a wetland of international importance is brought under the Montreux record, what does it imply? Changes in ecological character have occurred, are occurring, or are likely to occur in the wetland because of human interference. B. The country in which the wetland is located should enact a law to prohibit any human activity within 5 kilometers from the edge of the wetland. C. The survival of the wetland depends on the cultural practices and traditions of certain communities living in its vicinity, and therefore the cultural diversity therein should not be destroyed. D. It is given the status of World Heritage Site. Answer A. The list of Ramsar sites is provided in the last chapter of the PMF IAS Indian Physical Geography book. End of chapter. 7. Natural ecosystems. A natural ecosystem is an assemblage of plants and animals which functions as a unit and can maintain its identity. There are 2 main categories of ecosystems: 1. Terrestrial ecosystems and 2. Aquatic ecosystems. 7.1. Terrestrial ecosystems or biomes. The terrestrial part of the biosphere is divisible into enormous regions called biomes. No 2 biomes are alike. They are characterized by a distinct climate, precipitation, and temperature, mainly vegetation, animal life, and general soil type. Major biomes: tundra, Arctic and alpine tundra biome; forest, taiga or boreal biome, evergreen coniferous forests; temperate deciduous biome, northwestern Europe, British type climate; temperate rainforest biome, subtropical deciduous biome in eastern China, southeastern USA; temperate deciduous biome, Mediterranean climate; tropical deciduous biome, monsoon climate; savanna or tropical wet and dry biome, tropical rainforest biome; grassland, steppe or temperate grassland biome, savanna or tropical wet and dry biome, tropical shrublands and grasslands; desert, tropical and mid-latitude desert biome. For a detailed explanation and maps of biomes, you must go through PMF IAS Physical Geography, Climatology, Climatic Regions. Here we have discussed the content only from the environment and ecology perspective. Tundra biome. There are 2 types of tundra, Arctic and alpine. Alpine tundra occurs at high mountains above the tree line, e.g. high ranges of the Himalayas, Andes, Alps, etc. There are no trees in the tundra due to permafrost. Ground remains completely frozen, 0 degrees Celsius or colder, for at least 2 years straight. The lowest form of vegetation, like mosses, lichens, are sparsely found on bare rocks. Coastal lowlands have reindeer moss, which provides the only pasture for reindeer. Arctic willow, a dwarf willow shrub, is adapted to survive in Arctic conditions, specifically tundras. In the summer, birds migrate north to prey on the numerous insects that emerge when the snow thaws. Insects have short life cycles, which are completed during the favorable period of the year. Animals like the reindeer, Arctic fox, wolves, muskox, polar bear, lemming, Arctic hare, etc. live in the tundra region. Reptiles and amphibians are almost absent. Most animals have a long life, e.g. Arctic willow has a lifespan of 150 to 300 years. They are protected from chillness by thick cuticle and epidermal hair or fur. Mammals have a large body size and small tails and ears to avoid heat loss from the surface. Taiga or boreal biome. The productivity of boreal, taiga forests is the lowest among the forest ecosystems. This is mainly because of the harsh weather and the thin and poor soils called podzols. Podzols are very poor because the weathering of rocks proceeds slowly in cold climates. The litter derived from conifer leaves decomposes very slowly. It is not rich in nutrients, humus content is low, and the soils are mostly acidic due to the slow decomposition of organic matter. Conifers do not shed their leaves frequently. The predominant vegetation is an evergreen coniferous forest with species such as spruce, fir, and pine. The conifers require little moisture and are best suited to the subarctic climate. Animals found in this region include Siberian tiger, wolverine, lynx, wolf, bear, red fox, squirrel, and amphibians like hyla, rana, etc. Podzols. Podzols are the typical soils of a coniferous or boreal biome. The top layer of the soil is very thin and is overlain over a sandy or loamy subsurface which has no organic matter lost due to the leaching of nutrients to the bottom layers. The soils are characterized by low moisture levels, excessively drained. Others have shallow rooting zones and poor drainage due to subsoil cementation. A low pH further compounds the issue. The low pH acidic is due to excessive leaching, loss of alkaline basic matter which, if present, would neutralize the organic acids of the accumulating litter. Hence, most podzols are poor soils for agriculture. They are primarily used for grazing. Temperate deciduous biome, northwestern Europe, British type climate. Soils of the temperate deciduous biome are podzolic and fairly deep. The natural vegetation is deciduous, trees shed their leaves in the cold season. This is an adaptation for protecting themselves against winter snow and frost. Shedding begins in autumn, the fall season. Growth begins in spring. Some common species include oak, elm, ash, birch, beech, and poplar. Temperate rainforest biome. Temperate rainforest biome is small in terms of the area covered. The main stretch of this habitat is along the northwestern coast of North America from northern California through southern Alaska. There are also small areas in southern Chile, New Zealand, Australia, and a few other places worldwide. Large coniferous trees dominate the habitat, including Douglas fir, western red cedar, mountain hemlock, western hemlock, Sitka spruce, and lodgepole pine. In addition to the trees, mosses and lichens are very common, often growing as epiphytes, a plant that grows harmlessly, commensalism, upon another plant. Subtropical deciduous biome in eastern China, southeastern USA. Subtropical deciduous biome supports luxuriant vegetation. The lowlands carry both evergreen broadleaved forests and deciduous trees, hardwood. On the highlands, various species of conifers such as pines and cypresses are important. Perennial plant growth is not checked by either a dry season or a cold season. Steppe or temperate grassland biome. Steppe biomes are practically treeless and the grasses are much shorter, fresh, and nutritious. Poleward, an increase in precipitation gives rise to a transitional zone of wooded steppes where some conifers gradually appear. The steppes do not have much animal diversity. Temperate deciduous biome, Mediterranean. In temperate deciduous biomes, plants continuously struggle against heat, dry air, excessive evaporation, and prolonged droughts. They are, in short, xerophytic, drought-tolerant. Trees with small broad leaves are widely spaced and never very tall. Regions with adequate rainfall are inhabited by low, broad-leafed evergreen trees, mostly evergreen oaks. Fire is an important hazardous factor in this ecosystem, and the adaptation of the plants enables them to regenerate quickly after being burnt. Tropical deciduous biome, monsoon climate. Tropical monsoon forests are also known as drought deciduous/dry deciduous/tropical deciduous forests. Teak, neem, bamboos, sal, shersham, sandalwood, care, mulberry are some important species. Savanna or tropical wet and dry biome. The savanna landscape is typified by tall grass and short trees. The trees are deciduous, shedding their leaves in the cool dry season to prevent water loss through transpiration, e.g., acacias. Trees usually have broad trunks with water-storing devices to survive through prolonged droughts. Many trees are umbrella-shaped, exposing only a narrow edge to the strong winds. The savanna biome is rich in mammal, bird, and reptile diversity. Managed fires rejuvenate savannas. Lighting dry savanna grasslands is a key ecosystem management activity. Cattle farmers and authorities usually light fires to stimulate the growth of fresh, nutritious grass for their animals. Others are used to control the numbers of parasitic ticks or manage the growth of thorny scrub. Fires in savannas are carbon neutral. Fires in the savanna burn mainly dry grasses that regrow each year. The CO2 released by fires is reabsorbed by the growth of new grass the next year. Tropical rainforest biome. High temperatures and abundant rainfall support luxuriant evergreen rainforests. The vegetation comprises many evergreen trees, e.g. mahogany, ebony, dyewoods, etc. In brackish waters, mangrove forests thrive. All plants, including epiphytes, struggle upwards for sunlight, resulting in a peculiar layer arrangement, canopy. Epiphyte, commensalism. Epiphyte benefits without troubling the host. An epiphyte is a plant that grows harmlessly upon another plant, such as a tree, and derives its moisture and nutrients from the air, rain, and sometimes from debris accumulating around it. In the recent few years, the rainforest has been under threat from deforestation and burning. 17% of the entire rainforest and about 20% of the Brazilian rainforest has been deforested. Importance of rainforests. Rainforests produce about 20% of the Earth's oxygen. Carbon sink. Rainforests can sequester much carbon released by human activities. Precipitation. Through evapotranspiration, the rainforests are responsible for creating 50 to 75% of their precipitation. Source of many rivers. Rainforests are the source of many of the world's largest rivers. Amazon, Mekong, and Congo Zaire are some important rivers fed by the rainforests. Biodiversity. Rainforests contain over 30 million species of plants and animals. That's half of the Earth's wildlife and at least 2/3 of its plant species. Commercial agriculture. Rainforests offer a conducive climate for cultivating commercial crops such as coffee, cocoa, chocolate, palm, rubber, etc. They all require 100 to 200 centimeters of rainfall. Indigenous communities. Many indigenous people have been living in harmony with the rainforest for thousands of years, depending on it for their food, shelter, medicines, and subsistence agriculture, slash-and-burn agriculture. Climate. Tropical forests exchange vast amounts of water and energy with the atmosphere and are thought to be important in controlling local and regional climates. Water released into oceans by the rainforest rivers influences the circulation of ocean currents. This works as a feedback mechanism as the process also sustains the regional climate on which it depends. Importance of the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon basin produces about 20% of the world's flow of fresh water into the oceans. It returns at least 75% of the moisture to the westward moving air mass. In fact, every country in South America other than Chile blocked from this moisture by the Andes benefits from Amazon moisture. Threats: frequent fires in the Amazon rainforest. Prolonged droughts due to climate change. Amazonian forests and other tropical rainforest regions are usually immune to fires due to the high moisture content of the undergrowth beneath the protection of the canopy tree cover. But the severe megadroughts in recent times have forever changed this perception. The severe megadroughts in the Amazon were most likely driven by large-scale climatic events, with the warming of the Atlantic and the drying effects of El Niño Southern Oscillation (ENSO) events. These droughts are becoming far more frequent and more severe and are generating conditions conducive to wildfires. Slash and burn agricultural practice. People clear the land by cutting down the vegetation during the rainy season, letting the trees dry out and burning them during the dry season. Clearing the forest for agricultural use can take several years of slashing and burning. Political discourse and land grabbers. Ex-President of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, has decreased the power and autonomy of forest protection agencies. Forest clearing has been encouraged by agricultural subsidies, timber concessions, etc. This has been the case in rainforests worldwide. Hence, most fires are set illegally by land grabbers who are clearing the forest for lumbering, cattle ranching, rubber, palm and soybean cultivation. How do the fires in the Amazon affect the world? Carbon sink to carbon source and global warming. The Amazon is a critical carbon sink. Currently, the world is emitting around 40 billion tons of CO into the atmosphere every year. The Amazon absorbs 2 billion tons of CO annually, or 5% of annual emissions. The fires have not only turned the Amazon into a temporary carbon source but also reduced its potential to lock carbon in the future. Forest fires intensify droughts. The rainforest recycles its water to produce a portion of the region's rain, so deforestation and forest fires make rains less frequent, extending the dry season. Pollution and global warming. Forest fires cause 15% of GHG emissions, more than 30% of global carbon monoxide emissions, 10% of methane emissions, and more than 85% of global soot emissions. They contribute greatly to global warming, making forests increasingly dry and weak. This destructive cycle often makes it easy for new fires to develop. Forest fires and droughts make way for grasslands, decrease in productivity. In a rainforest like the Amazon, massive forest fires are a disaster. Despite the lush vegetation, the soils are particularly barren and poor in nutrients due to leaching. If the rainforest burns down, all nutrients are permanently lost, no recycling of nutrients, because they are stored in the plants themselves and not in the soil. Scientists describe tropical rainforests as fire-sensitive ecosystems. About a third of all ecosystems worldwide are considered fire-sensitive. Plants and animals lack a natural ability to resist and recover from fires. When the rainforests reach their tipping point, they will be unable to sustain themselves. This will lead to a situation when the trees, and in turn, the forest will start to die back. In other words, some trees and, eventually, the forests will reach the physiological limits of dryness. Because of the dehydration, the trees will begin to die from the tip of their leaves or roots backwards. The fires combined with prolonged droughts can turn the jungle into a tropical savanna grassland. Grasses are a dominant species that can grow even in poorer soil. They do not make way for trees so easily. For fires are essential for other ecosystems. While forest fires are a disaster to rainforests, they are necessary for the preservation of other ecosystems. This is true for about 3/4 of all habitats worldwide, including the taiga, extremely fire-prone in the dry season, African savannas, the South Asian monsoon forests, Californian coniferous forests, extremely fire-prone in the dry season, Australian eucalyptus forests, and the Mediterranean region, extremely fire-prone in the dry season. In these ecosystems, parts of the natural fauna and flora develop only due to fires. Animals and plants often have a natural capacity for resistance in such fire-dependent ecosystems. In grasslands, savannas, some forests, and wetlands, only a moderately intense ground fire sweeps through, ensuring that the open landscape structure is maintained. Fires give new life. The Douglas fir, a conifer, survives most fires thanks to its thick bark. After a fire, it will sprout new shoots. The North American lodgepole pine also needs the heat of the fire to open its cones and release seeds. The Australian grass tree needs smoke to open its seed pods. After a fire without the usually dense canopy, more sunlight reaches the forest floor and the seedlings find enough nutrients to sprout. Small fires are good even for rainforests. Catastrophic forest fires. Rare but very intense fires are characteristic of bush landscapes or forests. They consume old and diseased trees, create new habitats, and ensure an ecological rejuvenation of the tree population. Preventing small fires in these ecosystems can have fatal consequences. This is because of the accumulation of more combustible material, which converts even harmless fires into destructive walls of flames. Such fires repeatedly occur in the boreal forests, Siberian taiga and Canadian taiga, forests of eastern Australia and California, US. Recent examples: 2019-20 Australian black summer bushfires caused by successive droughts and 2021 July wildfires triggered by severe heatwave caused by a heat dome created by the meandering jet stream in the northwestern US and southwestern Canada. Threats: plantation boom, resource extraction. Petroleum extraction has caused a great deal of destruction in the rainforests of Ecuador and Venezuela. The rainforest climate is very favorable for the cultivation of certain high-value plantation crops. The plantations destroyed nearly half of the equatorial forests and continue to destroy them even today. Effects of destroying rainforests. Soil degradation. The soil in the rainforest is very poor in nutrients because of the leaching of the nutrients from the top layer. This is because the nutrients are stored in the vast numbers of trees and plants rather than in the soil. Tree roots bind the soil together while the canopy protects the soil from heavy rains. When a tree dies and its trunk falls to the forest floor, it decays and the nutrients it contains are recycled. However, if trees are removed from the forest, the nutrients are removed with it. The unprotected soil is then washed away in heavy rains. Droughts and famine. Without rainforests continually recycling huge quantities of water, feeding the rivers, lakes, and irrigation systems, droughts would become more common, potentially leading to widespread famine and disease. Commercial plantation crops would fail in the long run. The plantation crops thrive in the tropics because of the conducive climatic conditions created by the rainforests. Extinction of indigenous communities. When oil and logging companies come to remove vast areas of forest, they bring diseases that the indigenous people have no resistance to, threatening their survival. Often, they are also forced to move away from their homes to unfamiliar places, sometimes even killed in the process. UPSC 2013, which of the following is / are unique characteristics / characteristics of equatorial forests? 1. Presence of tall, closely set trees with crowns forming a continuous canopy. 2. Coexistence of a large number of species. 3. Presence of numerous varieties of epiphytes. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer: every single statement is correct. Desert biome. The predominant vegetation of both hot and mid-latitude deserts is xerophytic or drought-resistant. This includes the cacti, thorny bushes, long-rooted wiry grasses, and scattered dwarficaceae. The seeds of many grasses and herbs have thick, tough skins to protect them while they lie dormant. Most desert shrubs have long roots and are well spaced out to gather moisture and search for groundwater. Plants have few or no leaves and the foliage is either waxy, leathery, hairy, or needle-shaped to reduce water loss through transpiration. 7.2. Aquatic ecosystems. The aquatic ecosystems refer to plant and animal communities occurring in water bodies. They are classified into two subgroups. 1. Freshwater ecosystems, such as rivers, lakes, and ponds. 2. Marine ecosystems, such as oceans, estuaries, and mangroves. They are classified based on salinity into the following types. 1. Freshwater ecosystems. Water on land that is continuously cycling and has low salt content, always less than 5 ppt, is known as freshwater. There are two types of freshwater ecosystems. 1. Static / still water, lentic ecosystems, e.g. ponds, lakes, bogs, and swamps. 2. Running water, lotic ecosystems, e.g. springs, streams, rivers, etc. 2. Marine ecosystems. The water bodies containing salt concentration equal to or above that of seawater, i.e. 35 ppt or above, e.g. shallow seas and open oceans. 3. Brackish water ecosystems. These water bodies have salt content between 5 to 35 ppt, e.g. estuaries, salt marshes, mangrove swamps, and mangrove forests. Aquatic organisms. The aquatic organisms are classified based on their zone of occurrence. Neuston. These organisms live at the air-water interface, e.g. floating plants. Periphyton. These are organisms that remain attached to stems and leaves of rooted plants or substances emerging above the bottom mud, such as sessile algae. Plankton. Microscopic floating organisms such as algae, plant-like protists, diatoms, protozoans, larval forms, etc., are called plankton. This group includes microscopic plants like algae, phytoplankton, primary producers or autotrophs, and animals like crustaceans and protozoans, zooplankton, heterotrophs. The locomotory power of the planktons is limited so that their distribution is controlled, essentially, by currents in the aquatic ecosystems. Nekton. This group contains powerful swimmers that can overcome water currents. Benthos. The benthic organisms are those found living at the bottom of the water mass. Factors limiting the productivity. Sunlight. The depth to which light penetrates a water body determines the extent of plant distribution. suspended particulate matters such as clay, silt, phytoplankton, etc., make the water turbid. Turbidity limits the extent of light penetration and photosynthetic activity in a significant way. Based on light penetration and plant distribution, layers of water are classified as photic and aphotic zones. Photic zone. A photic, euphotic zone is the portion that extends from the water surface down to where the light level is 1% of that at the surface. Photosynthetic activity is confined to the photic zone. Photic zone are the lower layers of the aquatic ecosystems, where light penetration and plant growth are restricted, form the aphotic, profundal zone. It extends from the end of the photic zones to the bottom of the lake. There is no photosynthesis in this zone. Dissolved oxygen in freshwater. The average concentration of dissolved oxygen is 10 parts per million by weight. This is 150 times lower than the concentration of oxygen in an equivalent volume of air. Oxygen enters the aquatic ecosystem through the air-water interface and the photosynthetic activities of aquatic plants. Dissolved oxygen escapes the water body through the air-water interface, respiration, and decomposition of organisms, fish, decomposers, zooplankton, etc. Winter kill, or an ice layer on the top of a water body, can effectively cut off the light. Photosynthesis stops, but respiration continues in such a water body. If the water body is shallow, the dissolved oxygen gets depleted, and the fish die. This condition is known as winter kill. Impact of global warming on dissolved oxygen. The amount of dissolved oxygen retained in water is also influenced by temperature. Oxygen is less soluble in warm water. Warm water also enhances decomposer activity. Therefore, a temperature increase in a water body, due to global warming, increases the rate at which oxygen is depleted in water. When the dissolved oxygen level falls below 3 to 5 ppm, many aquatic organisms are likely to die. Temperature. Since water temperatures are less subject to change, the aquatic organisms have a narrow temperature tolerance limit. As a result, even small changes in water temperature are a great threat to the survival of aquatic organisms when compared to the changes in air temperatures in terrestrial organisms. 7.3. Natural ecosystem services and goods. Ecosystem services are the diverse benefits provided to humans by the natural environment and from healthy ecosystems. Ecosystem goods refer to the natural products harvested by humans from the environment, such as wild fruit and nuts, forage, timber, game, natural fibers, medicines, and so on. The ecosystem services can be grouped under the following broad categories: cultural, tourism, recreation, etc. provisioning, food, drinking water, genetic resources, medicinal herbs, energy from biomass, etc. economic, crops, raw materials, etc. regulating, carbon sequestration, decomposition, detoxification, healthy biodiversity, climate stabilization, reducing the risk of extreme weather events, etc. ecological, nutrient cycling, breakdown of pollutants, flood protection, generation and renewal of soils, etc. Quantifying the economic value of natural ecosystems, ecosystem valuation. Ecosystem valuation is an economic process assigning monetary value to an ecosystem and its ecosystem services. Quantifying the economic value of natural ecosystems provides a tool for policymakers to evaluate management impacts and compare a cost-benefit analysis of potential policies. If, for example, before replacing a forest with industry, considering the human welfare benefits of a forest, reducing flooding and erosion while sequestering carbon, providing habitat for endangered species, and absorbing harmful chemicals, will help policymakers make a better cost-benefit analysis and a better final decision. The Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEB. A TEB was a study hosted by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and led by Indian environmental economist Pavan Sukhdev. The study's objectives were to establish a global standard for natural capital accounting, mainstream the values of biodiversity and ecosystem services into decision-making at all levels, and highlight the growing cost of biodiversity loss. Natural capital ecosystems providing invaluable ecosystem services, e.g., flood protection by mangroves. UPSC 2016 with reference to an initiative called the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEB. Which of the following statements are correct? 2016. 1. It is an initiative hosted by UNEP, IMF, and World Economic Forum. 2. It is a global initiative that focuses on drawing attention to the economic benefits of biodiversity. 3. It presents an approach that can help decision-makers recognize, demonstrate, and capture the value of ecosystems and biodiversity. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 and 2 only. B, 3 only C, 2 and 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Answer: Statement 1 is false. D 2 and 3 only. Tyler Prize for Environmental Achievement. The Tyler Prize is an annual award administered by the University of Southern California for environmental science, environmental health, and energy. The 2020 Tyler Prize for Environmental Achievement was awarded to Pavan Sukhdev in recognition of his work on the first report of TEB published in 2008. Payment for Ecosystem Services, PS. The Himalayan states have been demanding a green bonus for keeping critical ecosystems intact. These states have been getting incentives based on their forest cover under a formula by the Finance Commission. This sort of incentive, called Payment for Ecosystem Services (PS), is an emerging global demand to conserve ecosystems. The 13 FC allocated 5,000 rupees crore to states based on the area under forest cover and canopy density. The 14 FC 2015-20 included forest cover as a determining factor in a state's share. In distributing funds to states, FC attached only a 7.5% weight to forest cover. Population, demographic change, and area are the other factors that decide the share in the tax pool. Hence, the Himalayan states have not been a clear winner under this arrangement. Ecological services offered by the Himalayan states. Himalayan states have a forest in around 41.5% of their geographical area, a third of the country's forest cover, according to the National Mission for Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystems (NAPCC). The total value of forest ecosystem services flowing from the Indian Himalayas is 94,300 rupees crore per year. Himalayas are one of India's major carbon sink. Estimates of the forest carbon pool in Indian Himalayas is about 5.4 billion tons forest biomass plus forest soil. Himalayas forests avert soil erosion from the world's youngest mountain range. Annually, 1,200 billion cubic meters of water flow through the Himalayan rivers. Global scenario. Globally, the services an ecosystem provides are getting increasing policy attention. In 2010, the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity held in Nagoya accepted environmental goods as part of the national accounts monetary value of ecological services. Amazon Fund. There is a $1 billion Amazon fund backed by Norway, a petroleum exporter, and Germany to save the Amazon forests. It is a REDD+ mechanism created to raise donations for efforts to prevent, monitor, and combat deforestation and promote sustainable use in the Brazilian Amazon. The Brazilian Development Bank manages the Amazon Fund. The Brazilian government wants to alter the governance model for the Amazon Fund and wants to exploit forest resources and use forest land for economic development. Norway and Germany are against such a decision. Gross Environment Product, GP, and Green GDP. Gross Environment Product, GP, is an assessment system that measures ecosystem services of any area in terms of biophysical value and monetary value. It is one of the components of Green GDP. Green Gross Domestic Product, GGDP, is an index of economic growth with the environmental consequences of that growth factored into a country's conventional GDP. It monetizes the loss of biodiversity and accounts for costs caused by climate change. In Bhutan, culture, society, economy, and environment are linked in the development framework of Gross National Happiness, GNH. The Uttarakhand government recently announced it will initiate the valuation of its natural resources as Gross Environment Product, GP. Green GDP equals GDP, net natural capital consumption, resource depletion plus environmental degradation and protective and restorative environmental initiatives. Ecosystem services by seagrass. Seagrass, not grass, as the name suggests, are aquatic flowering plants, angiosperms. They are found in shallow, salty, and brackish waters in many parts of the world, from the tropics to the Arctic Circle. The depth at which seagrass is found is limited by turbidity. Seagrasses occur all along with the coast of India. They are abundant in the Pak Strait and Gulf of Mannar. Importance of seagrass. Seagrass are considered ecosystem engineers, alter the ecosystem around them and adapt rapidly to changing environmental conditions. Dugong or sea cow VU is a herbivorous marine mammal that relies on seagrass for food. Seagrass can store CO using their own biomass as well as by filtering out fine organic material in water. An acre of seagrass can store about 3 times as much carbon as an acre of rainforest. Globally, seagrass meadows are responsible for more than 10% of carbon buried in the ocean, even though they occupy just 0.2% of the area. Seagrass produces oxygen and are highly productive and support a high diversity of organisms. The habitats act as nursery grounds for commercially and recreationally tourism-valued fishery species. They dissipate wave energy, thereby protecting vulnerable shorelines from erosion. Large meadows of seagrass can help protect seawalls by adequate damping of waves. They enhance water quality by stabilizing heavy metals, pollutants, and excess nutrients. They can trap fine sediment on the seabed and prevent harmful algal blooms eutrophication. Seagrasses are collected as fertilizers for sandy soil. UPSC 2015, with reference to dugong, a mammal found in India, which of the following statements are correct? 1. It is a herbivorous marine animal. 2. It is found along the entire coast of India. 3. It is given legal protection under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1 and 2, B, 2 only, C, 1 and 3, D, 3 only. Explanation. The dugong is a herbivorous mammal. It eats seagrass and aquatic plants found in shallow oceans at depths. Seagrass and aquatic plants don't grow due to the absence of sunlight. In India, its range is limited to the South Pak Strait and Gulf of Mannar and West Coast Gulf of Kutch. The depletion of seagrass resources on the East Coast has made the dugong locally extinct. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Harming endangered, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered species listed in Schedule 1 of the Act is prohibited throughout India. Hunting species, like those requiring special protection, Schedule 2, big game, Schedule 3, and small game, Schedule 4, is regulated through licensing. A few species classified as vermin, Schedule 5, may be hunted without restrictions. Answer, C, 1 and 3. Threats faced by seagrass. Natural disturbances, grazing, storms, and desiccation. Human disturbance, eutrophication, mechanical destruction of habitat, and overfishing. Eutrophication. Excessive input of nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, is directly toxic to seagrasses. They stimulate the growth of epiphytic and free-floating macro and microalgae. Macroalgae, nuisance species, form thick, unattached mats or epiphytes over seagrass leaves. This increases turbidity, reducing photosynthesis in seagrass autotrophs. Benthic bottom macroalgae have low carbon/nitrogen content, causing their decomposition to stimulate bacterial activity, leading to sediment resuspension and a further increase in water turbidity. Decaying seagrass leaves and algae fuels increase in algal blooms. Algae start dominating seagrass. Eutrophication eventually leads to anoxic, deficient in oxygen conditions for the seagrass and other organisms. Ecosystem services by seaweed. Seagrasses are vascular plants and have roots, stems, and leaves. In comparison, seaweed is the common name for species of primitive non-flowering marine plants without roots, vascular system, stem, and leaves, microalgae, and macroalgae. They grow in shallow waters in the tidal zone, intertidal region, estuaries, and backwaters. Some seaweeds are microscopic, such as the phytoplankton that lives suspended in the water column. Some are enormous, like the giant kelp that grows in abundant forests from their roots at the bottom. Commercial significance. Seaweed is full of vitamins, minerals, and fiber. They contain anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial agents. Certain seaweeds possess powerful cancer-fighting agents. Seaweeds are effective binding agents, emulsifiers, and are used in commercial goods like toothpaste, fruit jelly, and ice cream, and as softeners, emollients in organic cosmetics and skincare products. Ecological importance of seaweed cultivation. Treating coastal pollution. Seaweeds absorb the excess nutrients and reduce algal blooms. They trap excess levels of iron in the water by using iron for photosynthesis. Similarly, most heavy metals found in marine ecosystems are removed by seaweeds. Oxygen and nutrient supply. Seaweeds supply oxygen and organic nutrients to other marine life forms. Large seaweeds form dense underwater forests known as kelp forests, which act as underwater nurseries for fish and other marine life forms. Ocean macroalgal afforestation (OMA). Seaweeds exhibit the highest photosynthesis efficiency due to moist conditions. They contribute to about 50% of all photosynthesis. Hence, seaweed farming is the ideal prospect for ocean macroalgal afforestation (OMA). Ocean afforestation has the potential to reduce atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations through expanding natural populations of macroalgae, seaweed, which absorb carbon dioxide. Seaweed can then be harvested to produce biomethane via anaerobic digestion. Other utilities. They can be used as fertilizers in aquaculture. Methane emissions from cattle may be reduced substantially if seaweed is used as feed. Seaweed can be very helpful in combating beach erosion. Seaweed cultivation potential in India. India is among the 12 megabiodiversity nations in the world. It has an exclusive economic zone, EEZ, of 2.17 million kilometers. The Indian coastline, with its different coastal ecosystems, supports the luxuriant growth of diverse seaweed populations having considerable economic importance. About 844 seaweed species are reported from India, which has a coastline of 7,500 kilometers. On the west coast, especially in Gujarat, abundant resources are present in the intertidal and subtidal regions. These resources have great potential for the development of seaweed-based industries in India. Tamil Nadu, Gulf of Mannar and Pulicat, Gujarat coasts, Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lake Chilka, Orissa are abundant in seaweed. Rich seaweed beds are also found around Mumbai, Ratnagiri, Goa, Karwar, Varkala, Vizhinjam and Lake Chilka, Orissa. Challenges to seaweed harvesting in India. Seaweed cultivation in India remains unpopular. Labor shortages occur during the paddy harvesting and transplanting season. Lack of livelihood security due to low wages and bad weather. Lack of technology to improve processed products. Lack of information on new and alternative sources of raw material. Risky as they must be collected from depths of more than 25 to 30 feet. Overexploitation. While India has a rich source of seaweed varieties, we have focused only on harvesting and not cultivation, thus leading to overexploitation. Less market demand, lack of awareness about health benefits acts as a hindrance to nutrition transition among the population. End of chapter. 8. Biodiversity and loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity refers to the variety of plant, animal, and microbial species plus all the genetic variations in the world or a particular habitat. The Amazonian rainforest has the most extraordinary biodiversity on Earth. About 8.7 million is the estimated total number of species on Earth, with 6.5 million on land and 2.2 million in oceans. 86% of all species on land and 91% in the seas are yet to be discovered. A large proportion of the species waiting to be discovered are in the tropics. Only about 1.2 million species have been formally described. More than 70% of all the species recorded are animals, while plants, including algae, fungi, bryophytes, gymnosperms, and angiosperms, comprise no more than 22% of the total. Among animals, insects are the most species-rich taxonomic group, making up more than 70% of the total. 8.1. Terms related to biodiversity. Biodiversity. Definition by WHO. Biodiversity underpins all life on Earth and refers to biological variety in all its forms, from the genetic makeup of plants and animals to cultural diversity. Biodiversity is measured by two major components: species richness and species evenness. Species richness. Species richness measures the number of species found in a community. Tropical rainforests in the terrestrial ecosystem and coral reefs in the marine ecosystem have the highest degree of species richness. Species evenness. Species evenness is a measure of the relative abundance of the different species making up the richness of an area. Low evenness means a few species dominate the site. Example: a sample forest A has 2 tigers, 6 deer, and 7 rabbits, and sample forest B has 1 tiger, 6 deer, and 8 rabbits. Both samples have the same richness, 3 species, and the number of individuals, 15. However, sample forest A has more evenness than sample forest B. Alpha, beta, and gamma diversity. Alpha diversity, it refers to the diversity within a particular area or ecosystem and is usually expressed by the number of species, i.e. species richness, in that ecosystem. Beta diversity, it compares diversity, change in the number of species, between ecosystems. Gamma diversity, it measures the overall diversity of the different ecosystems within a region. Genetic diversity. Genetic diversity is the total number of genetic characteristics in the genetic makeup of a species. A single species might show high diversity at the genetic level, e.g. Homo sapiens, Chinese, Indian, African, etc. Genetic diversity allows species to adapt to changing environments. It ensures that some species survive drastic changes and carry on desirable genes. Species that differ from one another in their genetic makeup, not just the genetic characteristics, do not interbreed in nature. Closely related species have in common many of their hereditary characteristics. For instance, about 98.4% of the genes of humans and chimpanzees are the same. Species diversity. Species diversity is a measure of the diversity within an ecological community that incorporates both species richness and the evenness of species. It is the ratio of one species population over the total number of organisms across all species in the given biome. 0 would be infinite diversity and 1 represents only one species present. In general, species diversity decreases as we move away from the equator towards the poles, with a few exceptions. Ecological diversity. Ecological diversity refers to different types of habitats. India, for instance, with its deserts, rainforests, mangroves, coral reefs, wetlands, estuaries, and alpine meadows, has a greater ecosystem diversity than a Scandinavian country like Norway. Endemism. Endemism is the ecological state of a species unique to a defined geographic location, such as an island, nation, country, or other defined zone or habitat type. Organisms indigenous to a place are not endemic if they are also found elsewhere. A particular type of animal or plant may be endemic to a zone, a state, or a country. The opposite of endemism is cosmopolitan distribution. Species types. Keystone species. Keystone species determine the survival of many other species in an ecosystem. The addition or loss of a keystone species from an ecosystem leads to significant changes in the occurrence of at least one other species. If a keystone species is lost, it will result in the degradation of the whole ecosystem. Hence, top predators and other keystone species are given much consideration in conservation. All top predators, tiger, lion, crocodile, and key species like elephants, corals, and pollinators are considered keystone species because they regulate all other animal populations indirectly. For example, certain plant species, ebony tree, Indian laurel, exclusively depends upon bats for their pollination. If the bat population is reduced, then the regeneration of plants becomes more difficult. Bioprospecting. Bioprospecting refers to exploring biodiversity for commercially valuable genetic resources and biochemicals. As an activity, it involves deriving products of economic importance by nations endowed with rich biodiversity by exploring their molecular, genetic, and species diversity. Biopiracy. Biopiracy occurs when genetic resources and traditional knowledge is taken from biodiverse developing countries without permission. In biopiracy, the stolen traditional knowledge is used to benefit the non-indigenous people through a product or patent with no compensation received by the indigenous people. Some in the West pass off biopiracy as bioprospecting. Biopiracy of India's genetic resources and traditional knowledge by advanced economies and large corporations is a significant concern. The Nagoya Protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, addresses the issues concerning the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from using traditional knowledge and genetic resources. 8.2. Biodiversity of India. The megadiverse countries are those whose ecosystems have extraordinarily rich biodiversity supporting the majority of the Earth's species, including a large number of endemic species. Although they only account for around 10% of the Earth's surface, they house at least 70% of the planet's terrestrial biological diversity. The World Conservation Monitoring Center, WCMC, of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, has identified a total of 17 megadiverse countries: Australia, Brazil, China, Colombia, Ecuador, United States, Philippines, India, Indonesia, Madagascar, Malaysia, Mexico, Papua New Guinea, Peru, Democratic Republic of Congo, South Africa, and Venezuela. India is one of the megadiverse countries rich in biodiversity and associated traditional knowledge. It has 24.62% of its area under forest and tree cover. With just 2.4% of the land area, India accounts for nearly 7 to 8% of the recorded species, even while supporting almost 18% of the human population. India represents 2 realms, 5 biomes, 10 biogeographic zones, and 25 biogeographic provinces with 91,000 species of animals and 45,500 species of plants. Of these, 12.6% of mammals, 4.5% of birds, 45.8% of reptiles, 55.8% of amphibians, and 33% of Indian plants are endemic. Realms. Biogeographic realms are large spatial regions within which ecosystems share a broadly similar biota. In the world, 8 terrestrial biogeographic realms are typically recognized. The Indian region falls in 2 realms. 1. The Himalayan region, represented by the Palearctic realm, and 2. The rest of the subcontinent, represented by the Malayan realm. Biomes, biogeographic zones, and provinces. The term biome means the main groups of plants and animals living in areas of specific climate patterns. It represents how animals, vegetation, and soil interact together. The 5 biomes of India are: 1. Tropical humid forests. 2. Tropical deciduous forests, monsoon forests. 3. Warm deserts and semi-deserts. 4. Coniferous forests. A biogeography deals with the geographical distribution of plants and animals. The 10 biogeographic zones were used as a basis for planning wildlife protected areas in India. Biogeographic province is an ecosystemic or biotic subdivision of realms. India is divided into 25 biogeographic provinces. 8.3. Biodiversity Hotspots. A biodiversity hotspots, as defined by British biologist Norman Myers, are biogeographic regions characterized by high species richness, a high degree of endemism, and sometimes severe levels of habitat loss. Conservation International, CI, adopted Myers hotspots, and in 1996, it undertook a reassessment of the hotspots concept. Conservation International, CI, is an American nonprofit environmental organization working towards protecting nature for the benefit of people. According to CI, to qualify as a hotspot, a region must meet 2 strict criteria. 1. It must contain at least 1,500 species of vascular plants, greater than 0.5% of the world's total, as endemics, which is to say that it must have a high percentage of plant life found nowhere else on the planet. A hotspot, in other words, is irreplaceable. 2. It must have lost at least 70% of its original habitat. It must have 30% or less of its original natural vegetation. In other words, it must be threatened. In 1999, CI identified 25 biodiversity hotspots. Currently, 36 areas qualify as hotspots representing just 2.5% of the Earth's land surface. They support more than half of the world's plant species as endemics and nearly 43% of bird, mammal, reptile, and amphibian species as endemics. In 2011, the forests of the East Australia region was identified as the 35 biodiversity hotspot. In 2016, the North American coastal plain region was identified as the 36 biodiversity hotspot. Hope Spots. A Hope Spot network is a joint initiative of Mission Blue, a global coalition, and IUCN. A Hope Spot is a marine protected area that needs special protection because of its wildlife and significant underwater habitats. Lakshadweep Islands and Andaman Nicobar Islands are the Hope Spot sites from India. Biodiversity hotspots in India. 1. Himalaya. Includes the entire Indian Himalayan region of India and of Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, China, and Myanmar. 2. Indo-Burma. Includes entire northeastern India, Andaman Group of Islands in Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and southern China. 3. Sundalands. Includes Nicobar Group of Islands, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and the Philippines. 4. Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. UPSC 2010. Consider the following statements. 1. Biodiversity hotspots are located only in tropical regions. 2. India has 4 biodiversity hotspots, i.e., Eastern Himalayas, Western Himalayas, Western Ghats, and Andaman and the Nicobar Islands. Which of the statements given above are correct? A1 only B, 2 only C, both 1 and 2D, neither I nor 2. Explanation. The Eastern Himalayas was originally part of the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot and included Bhutan, northeastern India, and southern, central, and eastern Nepal. In 2004, a hotspot reappraisal classified the region as part of 2 hotspots, Indo-Burma and the newly distinguished Himalaya. The Himalaya hotspot is home to important populations of vultures, tigers, elephants, rhinos, and wild water buffalo. Indo-Burma holds remarkable endemism in freshwater turtle species, most of which are threatened with extinction due to overharvesting and extensive habitat loss. Sundaland hotspot is threatened by the explosive growth of industrial forestry, palm and rubber plantations. Faced with tremendous population pressure, the forests of the Western Ghats and Sri Lanka have been dramatically impacted by the demands for timber and agricultural land. The region houses significant populations of Asian elephants, Indian tigers, the lion-tailed macaque, Nilgiri tahr, the Indian giant squirrel, etc. Answer D. Neither. 8.4. Loss of biodiversity. A biodiversity loss is a decrease in biodiversity within a species, an ecosystem, or a geographic area. It includes the decline in the number, species richness, genetic variability, variety of species, etc. in each area. The IUCN Red List, 2014, documents the extinction of 784 species in the last 500 years. Some examples include the extinction of the passenger pigeon, stellar sea cow, and 3 subspecies of tigers, Bali, Javan, and Caspian. During the long period greater than 3 billion years, since the origin and diversification of life on Earth, there were 5 episodes of mass extinction of species. The 6th extinction, anthropogenic, is presently in progress, with species extinction rates estimated to be 100 to 1,000 times faster than in pre-human times. Ecologists warn that if the present trends continue, nearly half of all the species on Earth might be wiped out within the next 100 years. The extent of biodiversity loss as per IPS report. The IPS 2019 report is called the Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services 2019. According to this report, the estimated number of species on Earth is 8 million, including 5.5 million insect species. Up to 1 million species are threatened with extinction, many within decades. The threatened list includes 40% of amphibian species, 33% of reef-forming corals, and more than a third of all marine mammals. Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPS. IPS, based in Bonn, Germany, comprises 130 member countries, including India. It examines scientific literature on biodiversity. Hence, it is often described as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, for biodiversity. It prepared the UN-sponsored Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services 2019 report. Key points from Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services 2019. And nearly half of the natural ecosystems have vanished due to human activities. 300% increase in food crop production since 1970. 23% of land areas have decreased productivity due to land degradation. Humans have severely altered 75% of the land, 40% of marine environments, and 50% of inland waterways. More than 100% growth in urban areas since 1992. 50% of agricultural expansion at the expense of forests. 16 to 21 centimeters rise in global average sea level since 1900. 100% increase since 1980 in GHG emissions, raising the average global temperature by 0.7 degrees. Plastic pollution alone has increased tenfold since 1980. 100 to 300 million people in coastal areas are at increased risk due to the loss of coastal habitat. 100 to 300 million people in coastal areas are at increased risk due to the loss of coastal habitat protection. Less than 1% of the land is used for mining, but it has significant negative impacts on the environment. 1,000 green activists and journalists reporting environmental issues were killed between 2002 and 2013. Living Planet Report 2022. Living Planet Report is a biennial report released by World Wide Fund for Nature (WWF) since 1998. According to the 2022 report, there has been a 69% decline in the wildlife populations of mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and fish across the globe in the last 50 years. The highest decline in the wildlife populations, 94%, was in Latin America and the Caribbean. Africa recorded a 66% fall, whereas the Asia-Pacific recorded a decline of 55%. Freshwater species populations globally were reduced by 83%. Mangroves continue to be lost to aquaculture, agriculture, and coastal development at a rate of 0.13% per year. The state of the world's birds. BirdLife International recently published its annual update, The State of the World's Birds. Around 48% of bird species worldwide are suspected to be undergoing population declines. Whereas 39% showed stable trends, 6% showed increasing trends, and 7% with unknown trends. 1 in 8 bird species is threatened with extinction. 867 species of Indian birds were assessed. 80% of these are suspected to be undergoing population declines. Whereas 6% show stable trends and 14% show increasing trends. The maximum decline occurs in bird species dependent on forests, followed by grasslands and wetlands. Trophic cascade effect is among the major threats. A trophic cascade is a side effect when a trophic level species of the ecosystem is reduced or removed. This triggers a cascade series of events/effects on other species that changes the balance of the entire ecosystem. Prelims practice. Consider the following statements regarding the state of the world's birds. 1. It's being published by the IUCN as a part of its red list. 2. It found that about half of the existing bird species worldwide are suspected to be undergoing decline. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only B, 2 only C, 1 and 2 both D, neither 1 nor 2. Explanation. The State of the World's Birds is published by BirdLife International along with several other research organizations. Hence statement 1 is not correct. Answer, B, 2 only. 8.5. Causes behind biodiversity loss. Natural ecological disturbances such as weather, wildfire, floods, and volcanic eruptions change ecosystems drastically by eliminating local populations of some species. Such disturbances are temporary because natural disturbances are common and ecosystems have adapted to their challenges. Ecological succession. Permanent biodiversity loss is typically associated with mass extinction events and anthropogenic causes, the evil quartet: habitat loss, overexploitation, alien species, and secondary extinction. World Wide Fund for Nature (WWF) identified 6 key threats to biodiversity. They are agriculture, hunting, logging, pollution, invasive species, and climate change. Habitat loss and fragmentation. Habitat loss refers to the reduction in space where a particular species or a community of species can survive and reproduce. The most dramatic examples of habitat loss come from tropical rainforests. Once covering more than 14% of the Earth's land surface, the rainforests now cover no more than 6%. The Amazon rainforest, called the lungs of the planet, is being cleared for cultivating soybean or for conversion to grasslands for raising beef cattle, ranching. Wetlands are being made dry through landfills as the demand for land increases. Natural forests are cleared for industry, agriculture, dams, habitation, recreational sports, etc. Habitat fragmentation is the process in which a large expanse of ecologically prominent habitat is transformed into many smaller patches, less productive, isolated by a matrix of habitats human-made, unlike the original. Habitat loss and habitat fragmentation are the direst causes behind driving animals and plants to extinction. Consequence: barrier effect and associated damage. Habitat fragmentation increases the risk of inbreeding. Inbreeding is the mating of organisms closely related by ancestry. It goes against the biological aim of mating, which is the shuffling of DNA. Inbreeding limits the gene pool and creates inbreeding depression, which means the population decreases due to a lack of healthy mates, and there is an increased risk of local extinction. Explanation: genes in DNA fall into two categories, dominant and recessive. If one of the genes in the pair is dominant, then the result is that the animal/organism gains the trait of the dominant gene. However, for traits that originate from the recessive gene, the organism needs both genes to be recessive. This is important as some recessive alleles carry genetic diseases and congenital defects, physical abnormalities present from birth in humans and animals. Inbreeding increases the risk of offspring being born with such genetic conditions since the chances of parents carrying the same recessive gene are significantly increased. For example, inbreeding in koalas in Australia has put the species at risk of local extinction by just one disease. Central India's tigers have the highest genetic variation. This has been made possible by the significant habitats available in the past. But today, due to linear projects like highways that isolate populations, the risk of inbreeding of disease and local extinction has increased significantly. Fragmentation of India's tiger habitats due to highways. According to an estimate, around 55,000 kilometers of roads pass through India's forests and protected areas. GI will construct a 36 km long flyover above NH37, which passes through the Kaziranga National Park. NH44, India's longest highway from Srinagar to Kanyakumari, cuts through corridors connecting Kanha, Satpura, Pench, Bandhavgarh and Punna tiger reserves. NH6, India's second longest highway from Surat to Kolkata, passes through corridors around Melghat, Bor, Nagzira and Simlipal tiger reserves. Alien species invasions. Invasive alien species are non-native species that spread rapidly and interfere in a new ecosystem by posing a severe threat to the native biodiversity, leading to economic loss. For example, the Nile perchfish introduced into Lake Victoria in East Africa eventually led to the extinction of an ecologically unique assemblage of more than 200 species of cichlid fish in the lake. Invasive species are the second biggest cause of biodiversity loss, next to habitat destruction. When invasive species are introduced into an ecosystem, they may not have any natural predators or controls, and native wildlife may not have evolved defenses against the invading species. A resin-like substance that oozes from such alien plant species makes the soil acidic, preventing the growth of any other plant species. Consequence: destruction of shoalas by invasive species. The shoala vegetation is tropical montane forests found in the Western Ghats separated by rolling grasslands in high altitudes, upper Nilgiris with peaks and plateaus ranging from 1,700 to 2,600 meters. Owing to the altitude, the shoala patches occur only in the folds of the mountains that receive the least fog. Invasive species like eucalyptus, tea plantations, wattle, acacia, lantana, and naturalized alien species like Parthenium hysterophorus in the Nilgiris are wiping out shoala forests. Even the grasslands are in danger. Frost traditionally restricted the forests in the Nilgiris from expanding as it freezes the groundwater and stops the sapling from sprouting in new areas. Over the years, the nights have become warmer and the amount of frost has reduced in the Nilgiris. The reduced frost has allowed the acacia plantations to move beyond the shoala forests and enter the grasslands. This change in vegetation is resulting in the loss of water sources, causing massive landslides, and has deprived the original habitat of endangered species like Nilgiri tar in. Toda tribes are a particularly vulnerable tribal group settled in the upper Nilgiris. The pastoral Toda community's livelihood depends entirely on the shoala grasslands. How are invasive species introduced into an ecosystem? Human activities like transportation primarily spread invasive species. Ships can carry aquatic organisms in their ballast water and on their propellers. Insects can get into wood that is shipped around the world. Some ornamental plants can escape into the wild and become invasive. Sometimes humans voluntarily introduce an invasive species to control the population of another species. In addition, changes in rain and snow patterns caused by climate change will enable some invasive plant species to move into new areas. Threats to native wildlife from invasive species. The direct threats of invasive species include preying on native species, e.g., African catfish, outcompeting native species for food or other resources, causing or carrying disease, and preventing native species from reproducing or killing. preying on native species, e.g., African catfish, outcompeting native species for food or other resources, causing or carrying disease, and preventing native species from reproducing or killing a native species' progenies. There are indirect threats of invasive species as well. They can change the food web by destroying or replacing native food sources. They may provide little to no food value for wildlife. Aggressive plant species can quickly replace a diverse ecosystem with a monoculture. Additionally, some invasive species can change soil chemistry or the intensity of wildfires. Overexploitation. When human needs turns to greed, it leads to the overexploitation of natural resources. In the last 500 years, many species extinctions, Steller's sea cow and passenger pigeon, were due to overexploitation by humans. Presently, many marine fish populations worldwide are overharvested, endangering the continued existence of some commercially important species. Whales for oil, fish for food, trees for wood, plants for medicines, etc. are being removed by humans at higher rates than they can be replaced. Excessive cutting of trees, overgrazing, collecting firewood, and hunting wild animals for skin and ivory result in the gradual loss of species. Large mammals such as the tiger, rhinoceros, and elephant once faced the distinct possibility of complete extinction due to rampant hunting and poaching. Species extinction. Various processes cause extinction. 1. Deterministic processes that have a cause and effect, e.g., glaciations and human interference such as deforestation. 2. Stochastic processes, chance and random events, affect the survival and reproduction of individuals, e.g., unexpected changes in weather patterns, decreased food supply, disease, and increase of competitors, predators, parasites, etc. that may act independently or add to deterministic effects. The impact of these processes will, of course, depend on the size and degree of genetic diversity and resilience of populations. Traits that adversely affect or increase a species' vulnerability to extinction due to habitat fragmentation are rarity or low abundance, poor dispersal ability. High trophic status. Animals occupying a higher trophic level usually have smaller populations than those at lower levels. Carnivores are fewer in number than herbivores and are more vulnerable. Low adult survival rates. Co-extinctions. When a species becomes extinct, the plant and animal species associated with it in an obligatory way also become extinct. For example, when a host fish species becomes extinct, its unique assemblage of parasites also meets the same fate. Another example is the case of a co-evolved plant pollinator mutualism, where the extinction of one invariably leads to the extinction of the other. Genetically modified organisms, GMO/transgenic organisms. In GMOs, genetic material, DNA, is altered or artificially introduced using genetic engineering techniques like mutation, insertion, or deletion of genes. Inserted genes usually come from a different organism, e.g., in Bt cotton, Bt genes from the bacterium Bacillus thuringiensis are induced. Genetic modification is done to induce a desirable new trait that does not occur naturally in the species. The most common trait engineered into GMO crops is that they generate toxins within the plant cells. These toxins can be far more potent than expected and can remain in the environment for far too long. GMO species can become dominant and can overrun the existing species, thereby reducing biodiversity. Unintended transfer of transgenes through cross-pollination can cause unknown effects on other organisms, e.g., soil microbes, and lead to biodiversity loss. Also, most GMO crops are engineered for herbicide resistance, so weed killers are liberally sprayed. Weeds are a problem, but diverse plant life protects the soil from erosion and nutrient loss. It supports the pollinators and other beneficial insects that do so much agricultural labor. While welcoming the weeds is not a practical solution, neither is wiping out plant life with toxic chemicals. The curious case of genetically modified mosquitoes. In the absence of an effective vaccine for dengue fever, Zika fever, chikungunya, and other mosquito-borne diseases, researchers are exploring genetic strategies to reduce mosquito populations. A company called Oxitec developed GM male mosquitoes, GM strain of Aedes aegypti. These male GM mosquitoes are said to have a self-limiting gene. When these so-called friendly mosquitoes mate, their offspring inherit the self-limiting gene, which is supposed to prevent them from surviving into adulthood. In theory, when these mosquitoes are released in high numbers, a dramatic reduction in the mosquito population should follow. With approval from Brazilian authorities, Oxitec released nearly 500,000 GM mosquitoes every week into the environment from 2013 to 2015. Studies have since confirmed that some of the offspring of the GM mosquitoes did not succumb to the self-limiting lethal gene and survived to adulthood. They were able to breed with native mosquitoes and introduced some of their genes into the wild population. Thus, like in GM soybean or corn, there is legitimate concern about the propagation of new genetic material in wild populations with unknown consequences. Trade in wildlife. Many species of wildlife are threatened by unsustainable harvest and trade. The unsustainable use of wildlife creates a risk both for biodiversity and local livelihoods. Illegal wildlife trade contributes to habitat destruction, which removes necessary buffer zones between humans and wild fauna, making it more likely that animal pathogens come into contact with people. Specimens traded illegally are also much less likely to be sold or bought where sanitary standards are being adequately enforced, making the spreading of diseases more likely, thereby reducing local biodiversity. Pollution and climate change. Marine biodiversity is affected by ocean acidification related to levels of carbon in the atmosphere. Terrestrial biodiversity is influenced by climate variability, such as extreme weather events. Longer-term climate changes affect the health of ecosystems, influencing shifts in the distribution of plants, pathogens, animals, and even humans. 8.6. Consequences of loss of biodiversity. Affects livelihood. Human health depends on ecosystem products and services, such as the availability of freshwater, food, and fuel. Changes in ecosystem services affect livelihoods, income, and local migration and, on occasion, may even cause or exacerbate political conflict. Loss in biodiversity may limit the discovery of potential treatments for many diseases and health problems. Food and nutritional security crisis. Biodiversity plays a crucial role in human nutrition through its influence on world food production. It ensures the sustainable productivity of soils and provides the genetic resources for all crops, livestock, etc. Nutrition and biodiversity are linked at many levels: the ecosystem, with food production as an ecosystem service, the species in the ecosystem, and the genetic diversity within species. Intensified food production through irrigation, fertilizer use, plant protection, pesticides, or the introduction of crop varieties and cropping patterns affects biodiversity and thus impacts global nutritional status. Healthy local diets with adequate average nutrient intake necessitate maintaining high biodiversity levels. Human-animal conflict. Human-animal conflict refers to the interaction between wild animals and people and the resultant negative impact on people or their resources, or wild animals or their habitat. It occurs when wildlife needs overlap with those of human populations, creating costs to residents and wild animals. Causes: land use transformation, industrialization, infrastructure development, commercial farming, etc. Species habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation due to the above-mentioned reasons. Increasing livestock populations and competitive exclusion of wild herbivores. The growing interest in ecotourism and increasing access to nature reserves. Abundant distribution of prey in the form of livestock on the periphery of forest lands. Increasing wildlife population as a result of conservation programs. Climate change-induced habitat destruction. Stochastic events, e.g., fire, floods, etc. Impacts: crop and property damage. Livestock depredation. Himalayan snow leopard preys on goats in the Himalayan region. Farmers trap and kill snow leopards to save their livestock. Injuries and deaths. Man-eater tigers are reported to have injured and killed villagers on the periphery. Injuries to wildlife. Leopards and other wild animals are hacked to death by mobs. Preventive and mitigation strategies. Artificial and natural barriers, physical/biological, costly. Guarding, very expensive. Alternative high-cost livestock husbandry practices. Relocation, voluntary human population resettlement. Waste management systems that restrict wildlife access to refuse. Community-based natural resource management schemes, CBNRMS. Culling, conservation, or biodiversity loss. Natural culling. Culling means selection. In the wild, it is the process of weeding out the weak. Culling naturally occurs by starvation, disease, and predation. It is nature's way of controlling the population. Culling by humans, controlled culling. In the post-conservation era, human intervention became necessary for the management of wildlife populations through controlled hunting, which is now referred to as culling. Why did controlled culling become necessary? Human-animal conflict. Too many wild animals compete with humans for resources. Threats to life and livelihood, crop, property damage make culling necessary. Loss of forest land to mines, industry, agriculture, etc. is the primary reason behind the human-animal conflict. Crop raiding by smaller herbivores due to a population boom and animals raiding nutrient-rich crops like wheat and maize are other major reasons for human-animal conflict. The practice of culling worldwide. In the US, some areas require seasonal culling to ease pressure on livestock feed. In parts of Africa, culling has been used for commercial harvesting. Australia culls feral cats to protect native species. Australia also culls kangaroos. Recently, Australia culled camels to regulate their overpopulation. In 2022, millions of bees, important pollinators, were exterminated in Australia amid the varroa mite outbreak. Varroa mites, parasitic insects that transmit the virus, are known to kill entire colonies of honeybees. Animal welfare activists versus pro-culling lobby. Culling lobby affected farmers and government administration. Increased zoonoses due to habitat loss. Zoonoses, zoonotic diseases, are diseases transmitted from animals to humans. e.g., rabies, dogs, Ebola, fruit bats, novel coronavirus COVID-19, pangolin, etc. Zoonoses are opportunistic and thrive where there are changes in the environment. Changes in animal populations that serve as hosts for specific pathogens or changes in the pathogen itself. Zoonotic diseases are closely interlinked with the health of ecosystems. According to the UN Environment Program, UNEP, 60% of human infectious diseases are zoonotic. IPS estimates that zoonoses kill some 700,000 people yearly. The current COVID-19 is not considered. How does the change in ecosystems and biodiversity loss help zoonoses thrive? Ecosystems are inherently resilient, and by supporting diverse species, they help regulate diseases. The less biodiverse an ecosystem gets, the easier it is for a pathogen to spread rapidly. By destroying forests for agriculture, industries, etc., humans fragment and encroach into animal habitats. This brings wildlife close to human settlements as the natural buffer that generally separate humans from animals is destroyed. This creates opportunities for pathogens to spill over from wild animals to humans. Adverse changes to biotic interactions. Even though a species may not have been eliminated from the ecosystem, its niche, the role the species plays in the ecosystems it inhabits, diminishes as its numbers fall. If the niche is filled by a single species or a group of species are critical to the proper ecosystem functioning, a sudden decline in numbers may produce significant changes in the ecosystem's structure. For example, clearing trees from a forest eliminates the shading, temperature, and moisture regulation, animal habitat, and nutrient transport services they provide to the ecosystem. End of chapter. 9. Biodiversity conservation. Biodiversity conservation leads to the conservation of ecological and genetic diversity, preserving the continuity of food chains. It assures sustainable utilization of resources and a constant flow of ecosystem services and goods. When we conserve and protect the whole ecosystem, its biodiversity at all levels is protected. E.g., we save the entire forest to save the tiger. This approach is called in situ, on-site conservation. However, when an animal or plant is endangered or threatened and needs urgent measures to save it from extinction, ex situ, off-site conservation is the desirable approach. 9.1. In situ conservation. In situ conservation is the on-site conservation of genetic resources in natural populations of plant or animal species. In India, ecologically unique and biodiversity-rich regions are legally conserved on-site as biosphere reserves, national parks, sanctuaries, reserved forests, protected forests, and nature reserves, each accorded a certain degree of protection. Reserved and protected forests. Reserve forests and protected forests, declared through a notification by the respective state governments, are granted protection under the Indian Forest Act of 1927. Typically, reserved forests are often upgraded to the status of wildlife sanctuaries, which in turn may be upgraded to national parks, with each category receiving a higher degree of protection and government funding. The protected forests and reserved forests differ in one single aspect. Rights to all activities like hunting, grazing, etc. in reserved forests are banned unless specific orders are issued otherwise. All activities are prohibited unless permitted. In protected forests, such rights are sometimes given to communities living on the fringes of the forest who sustain their livelihood from forest resources or products. In terms of protection, national parks, wildlife sanctuary, reserved forests, protected forests. Wildlife sanctuaries or wildlife refuges. Wildlife sanctuaries or wildlife refuges are areas where endangered species are safeguarded from extinction in their natural habitat, home range. They are safe from hunting, predation, or competition. A sanctuary can be promoted to a national park. Wildlife sanctuaries, declared through a notification, no need to pass legislation by the respective state governments, are granted protection under the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. The state government appoints an officer as a collector to determine the extent of the rights of any person. The chief wildlife warden controls, manages, and maintains the wildlife sanctuaries. Certain rights of people living inside the sanctuary could be permitted. Grazing and firewood collection by tribals is allowed but strictly regulated. Settlements are not allowed, but in some wildlife sanctuaries, tribal settlements exist. Constant efforts are made to relocate them. Tiger reserves. The protection status of tiger reserves is the same as wildlife sanctuaries, but they are monitored by the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NCA, constituted under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. It is responsible for implementing Project Tiger. The various tiger reserves were created in the country based on the core buffer strategy. UPSC 2023 identify and discuss the factors responsible for diversity of natural vegetation in India. Assess the significance of wildlife sanctuaries in rainforest regions of India. Answer in 250 words. National Park. National parks, just like wildlife sanctuaries, are declared through a notification by the respective state governments. They are also granted protection under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. The significant difference between a sanctuary and a national park lies in the vesting of rights of people living inside. Unlike a sanctuary where certain rights can be allowed, in a national park no rights are permitted. No livestock grazing shall also be permitted inside a national park, while in a sanctuary the chief wildlife warden may regulate, control, or prohibit it. Boundaries of wildlife sanctuaries are not specified, while they are clearly defined, demarcated in the case of national parks by the state governments. The state government has all the rights of lands to be included in the national parks. But only on the recommendation of the National Board of Wildlife the state legislature can make the changes to the boundaries of national parks and other protected areas, sanctuaries, conservation/community reserves. The Supreme Court in June 2022 directed that mining within the national parks and wildlife sanctuaries shall not be permitted. Biosphere Reserve. Biosphere reserves are large areas of protected terrestrial, marine, and coastal ecosystems. UNESCO terms biosphere reserves as learning places for sustainable development, involving the conservation of wildlife, plant and animal resources, and the traditional life of the tribals. A biosphere reserve in India may have one or more national parks or wildlife sanctuaries. Biosphere reserves are designated recognized under UNESCO's Intergovernmental Man and the Biosphere (MB) program after the national governments nominate them. They are internationally recognized by UNESCO's MAB but are administered under the sovereign jurisdiction of countries. Designation of a site as a biosphere reserve does not affect the legal status of the land, forests, and regulations for natural resources, and their ownership remains unchanged. The Indian National Man and Biosphere (INAMAB) Committee under MEF identifies and recommends potential sites for designation as biosphere reserves following UNESCO's guidelines and criteria. The state government prepares the Management Action Plan, which is approved and monitored by INAMAB. The Government of India provides financial assistance in a 90-to-10 ratio to the northeastern states and 3 Himalayan states and a ratio of 60-40 to other states for maintenance, improvement, and development. UNESCO's criteria for designation. A site must contain an effectively protected and minimally disturbed core area. The core area should sustain viable populations representing all trophic levels in the ecosystem. A management authority to ensure the cooperation of local, tribal communities. Seville strategy. In 1995, after an international conference in Seville, Spain, Seville strategy for biosphere reserves was adopted. Under the strategy, criteria for biosphere reserves were revised to include the social, cultural, spiritual, and economic needs of society, community-based approach, enhancing the relationship between people and their environments, alongside scientific research. Core buffer strategy. Core area. It comprises a strictly protected ecosystem for conserving ecosystems, species, and genetic variation. In the core or natural zone, human activity is not allowed. A core zone, primarily a national park or sanctuary, is regulated mainly under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Buffer zone. Limited human activity is permitted. The zones are used for scientific research, monitoring, training, limited recreation, and education. Transition area. Ecologically sustainable human settlements and economic activities, tourism, agriculture, forestry are permitted in the transition area. UPSC 2014, the most important strategy for the conservation of biodiversity together with traditional human life is the establishment of A. Biosphere reserves, B. Botanical gardens, C. National parks, D. Wildlife sanctuaries. Explanation. National parks and wildlife sanctuaries discourage all sorts of human activity. Answer A. Ecosensitive zones, ESZs. ESZs are areas notified by the MEF around national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. The purpose of the ESZ was to provide more protection to the parks and sanctuaries by acting as a shock absorber or transition zone to minimize forest depletion and human-animal conflict. The National Wildlife Action Plan, 2002 to 2016. Of MOF stipulated that state governments should declare land falling within 10 kilometers of the boundaries of national parks and wildlife sanctuaries as eco-fragile zones or ESZs under the Environmental Protection Act, 1986. The width of the ESZ and the type of regulation may vary from protected area to area. The GI can also notify areas beyond 10 kilometers as ESZs if they hold larger ecologically important, sensitive corridors. The Supreme Court in June 2022 directed that every protected forest, national park, and wildlife sanctuary across the country should have a mandatory eco-sensitive zone, ESZ, of a minimum of 1 km starting from their demarcated boundaries. ESZ areas are based on the core and buffer model of management. The core area has the legal status of being a national park. The buffer area, however, does not have the legal status of being a national park and could be a reserved forest, wildlife sanctuary, or tiger reserve. Recently, the Bhagirathi Ecosensitive Zone, 4,179.59 square kilometers from Gamak to Uttarkashi, was notified by MEF. Legal status. The Environment Protection Act, 1986 does not mention the word eco-sensitive zones. The Act only states that GI can restrict areas in which any industries, operations, or processes shall or shall not be carried out subject to certain safeguards. Besides, the Environment Rules 1986 also states that GI can prohibit or restrict the location of industries. The government has effectively used these two rules to declare ESCs or EFAs. Activities prohibited or restricted allowed in ESCs. Prohibited: commercial mining, setting of sawmills and industries causing pollution, commercial use of firewood and major hydropower projects are prohibited in ESZ areas. It also bans tourism activities like flying over protected areas in an aircraft or hot air balloon and the discharge of effluents and solid waste in water bodies or terrestrial areas. Regulated: felling of trees, drastic change in agriculture systems, commercial use of natural water resources, including groundwater, and setting up of hotels and resorts are the activities regulated in the areas. Permitted: ongoing agriculture and horticulture practices by local communities, rainwater harvesting, organic farming, adoption of green technology, and use of renewables. UPSC 2014, with reference to ecosensitive zones, which of the following statements are correct? 1. Ecosensitive zones are the areas that are declared under the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. 2. The purpose of the declaration of ecosensitive zones is to prohibit all kinds of human activities in those zones except agriculture. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Explanation. Ecosensitive zones areas are based on the core. All kinds of human activity are prohibited, and buffer grazing, collection of minor forest produce, subsistence agriculture, etc. are allowed on a sustainable basis model of management. Answer D. Neither. Conservation reserves. A state government can declare conservation reserves in any area owned by it, particularly those adjacent to national parks and sanctuaries and those that link one protected area with another. Such a declaration should be made after consultations with the local communities. Community reserves. The state government can declare community reserves in any private or community land where an individual or a community has volunteered to conserve wildlife and its habitat. Such land should not be comprised within a national park, sanctuary, or conservation reserve. The rights of people living inside a conservation reserve and community reserve are not affected. Protected area (PA) has been defined in the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Protected areas include national parks, sanctuaries, conservation reserves, and community reserves. UPSC 2023, consider the following statements once the central government notifies an area as a community reserve. 1. The chief wildlife warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such forest. 2. Hunting is not allowed in such area. 3. People of such area are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. 4. People of such area are allowed traditional agricultural practices. How many of the above statements are correct? A. Only 1, B. Only 2, C. Only 3, D. All 4. Explanation. Statement 1 is incorrect and statements 2, 3, and 4 are correct. As per Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2002 WLPA, the state government shall constitute a community reserve management committee which shall be the authority responsible for conserving, maintaining, and managing the community reserve. The committee shall consist of 5 representatives nominated by the village panchayat or where such panchayat does not exist by the members of the Gram Sabha and 1 representative of the state forests or wildlife department under whose jurisdiction the community reserve is located. Restrictions and regulations applicable to the wildlife sanctuaries are applicable to the community reserves too. Answer C. Only 3. Sacred groves. Sacred groves are tracts of forests preserved by ancient societies on religious and cultural grounds. All the trees and wildlife within were venerated and protected by the communities. Such sacred groves are found in the Khasi and Jainsha hills in Meghalaya, the Aravalli hills of Rajasthan, the western Ghats of Karnataka and Maharashtra, the Chanda and Bhattar areas of Chhattisgarh. 9.2. Ex situ conservation. In this approach, threatened animals and plants are taken out of their natural habitat and placed in a unique setting where they can be protected and given special care. Zoological parks, botanical gardens, wildlife safari parks, and seed banks serve this purpose. Many animals have become extinct in the wild but continue to be maintained in zoological parks. The initial purpose of zoos was entertainment. Over the decades, zoos have transformed into centers for wildlife conservation through captive breeding and environmental education. In recent years, ex situ conservation has advanced beyond keeping threatened species. Now gametes of threatened species can be preserved in viable and fertile conditions for extended periods using cryopreservation techniques. Eggs can be fertilized in vitro and plants can be propagated using tissue culture. Seeds of different genetic strains of commercially important plants can be kept for long periods in seed banks. The National Gene Bank at the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources (ICRMBPGR) Delhi is primarily responsible for conserving unique accessions on a long-term basis as base collections for posterity, predominantly in the form of seeds. UPSC 2011-12, which one of the following is not a site for in situ method of conservation of flora? A. Biosphere Reserves. B. Botanical Gardens. C. National Park. D. Wildlife Sanctuary. Explanation. A botanical garden is a scientifically planned collection of living trees, shrubs, herbs, climbers, and other plants from various parts of the globe. It augments conserving rare and threatened species. Answer: B. Botanical garden. 9.3. National initiatives. Wildlife mitigation measures. Ecobridges. Several underpasses and overpasses, ecobridges, are being built along NH44 that cuts through corridors connecting Kanha, Satpura, Pench, Bandhavgarh, and Punna tiger reserves. Ecobridges enhance wildlife connectivity in areas disrupted by highways. Usually, these bridges are overlaid with planting to give them a contiguous look with the landscape. Ecobridges include 1. Canopy bridges, usually for monkeys, squirrels, and other arboreal species. 2. Concrete underpasses or overpass tunnels or viaducts, usually for larger animals. And 3. Amphibian tunnels or culverts. Quarantine centers to check invasive species. India has several plant quarantine centers at major airports, seaports, and railway stations. They are under the control of the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, which works in coordination with the Directorate of Plant Protection and Quarantine Storage, DPPQS. The import of agricultural products is governed by the Destructive Insects and Pests Act, 1914. DPPQS of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, MAFW, is responsible for the control of invasive pests/weeds. MAFW has lists of plants whose import is allowed/restricted/banned. When an agricultural product arrives, customs officials check if it has a phytosanitary certificate. This certificate showing that the product is without any pest/weed infestation is issued by the exporting country. If the product is certified, it is cleared by DPPQS after a sample test. If the product has not been given a phytosanitary certificate, DPPQS fumigates the product with methyl bromide gas fumigant for soil-borne diseases and pests and issues a phytosanitary certificate. Issues with the functioning of the quarantine centers. Only half of India's quarantine centers are functional. The rest are shut down as the import-export is negligible or because of staff shortage. Customs officials often release the cargo without referring it to DPPQS. Nepal, for instance, stopped the entry of agricultural products from India without a phytosanitary certificate after the outbreak of acute encephalitis syndrome in Bihar a year ago. Security at India's quarantine stations is also virtually non-existent and items disappear in transit. Preservation of the Western and Eastern Ghats. Western and Eastern Ghats play an irreplaceable role in mediating the monsoon over the country, and the forests harbor rich biodiversity. Human encroachment, tourism, deforestation, sand mining, iron mining, Goa, etc. pose severe threats to the ecosystem of the Ghats. Western Ghats. Western Ghats 164, 280 sq.km runs from Kanyakumari to Gujarat, spanning 6 states: Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Gujarat, and Goa. It exhibits a remarkably high degree of species endemism. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the 8 hottest hotspots of biological diversity in the world. Eastern Ghats. The Eastern Ghats are spread across 75,000 sq.km and run from northern Odisha through Andhra Pradesh to Tamil Nadu in the south, passing some parts of Karnataka and Telangana. Unlike the Western Ghats, these are discontinuous hills as they are eroded and cut through by the Godavari, Mahanadi, Krishna, and Kaveri rivers. Deforestation has made the hills of the Eastern Ghats barren, and its streams are running dry. Large-scale plantations of coffee, tea, and orchards have been raised in these hills. Valuable trees like red sanders from Seshakalam Hills are removed illegally. Madhav Gadgil Committee. The MEF constituted the Western Ghats Experts Ecology Panel (WGEP) in 2010. The panel submitted its report in 2011 with a stringent assessment of the condition of the Western Ghats. It was criticized that the committee failed to balance development and conservation. The report suggested many radical changes that need to be brought to conserve the Western Ghats. The recommendations, if implemented, would severely affect the mining mafia, sand mafia, and local encroachers. Recommendations of Gadgil Committee WGEP report. The report asked for a bottom-to-top approach, i.e., from Gram Savas to the top. It had recommended that a massive 64% of the area come under ecologically sensitive area (ESA). Within this area, smaller regions were to be identified as ecologically sensitive zones, ESZ 1, 2, or 3. 75% would fall under ESZ 1 or 2 or already existing protected areas such as natural parks. No new dams based on large-scale storage should be permitted in ESCI. No new polluting industries, including thermal power plants, should be allowed in ESC 1 and 2. The existing red and orange category industries should be asked to switch to zero pollution by 2016. The committee proposed a Western Ghats Ecology Authority with statutory powers to regulate these activities. Kasturirangan Committee. Under pressure from various stakeholders, MOEF set up the High-Level Working Group HLWG under the chairmanship of Dr. K. Kasturirangan to study the recommendations of the Godgil Committee. The HLWG had diluted many recommendations of WGEP to satisfy the interests of the various mafia. HLWG had suggested that 37%, 60,000 hectares of the Western Ghats should be declared as ESA. Recommendations of the Kasturirangan Committee. A ban on mining, quarrying and sand mining. No new thermal power projects, but hydropower projects are allowed with restrictions. A ban on new polluting industries. Building and construction projects up to 20,000 SQM were to be allowed, but townships were to be banned. Forest diversion could be allowed with extra safeguards. October 2018 notification. To protect the Western Ghats, the MEF has notified 57,000 SQKM of the Western Ghats spread along with 6 states as ecologically sensitive areas, ESA. The draft notification, if it gets final clearance, will ban activities such as red category industries, construction of thermal power plants, large-scale construction, mining, quarrying, sand mining. However, hydropower projects, orange category industries and other existing activities will be allowed. Angry at repeated delays in finalizing the eco-sensitive zones, ESC, of the Western Ghats, the NGT has set a March 2020 deadline for the MEF. However, the draft notification has not received approval to date. Historic citizen movements. Environmentalist Sundarlal Bahuguna, who led the Chipko and Terry Dam movements, breathed his last due to COVID-19 in 2021. He is known as the defender of the Himalayas and environmental Gandhi. He protested for the preservation of forests in the Himalayas and led the Chipko movement in the 1970s and the anti-Terry Dam movement starting in the 1980s. He believed that ecology is the permanent economy. Chipko movement. Chipko means to hug. It is a social ecological movement that practiced the Gandhian methods of satyagraha and non-violent resistance through hugging trees to protect them from falling. The first recorded event occurred in Kajarli village, Jodhpur, in 1730 AD. 363 Bishnois, led by Amrita Devi, sacrificed their lives while protecting Khejri trees, the state tree of Rajasthan considered sacred by the Bishnoi community. The first Chipko movement in independent India took place in April 1973 in Upper Alakanada Valley, Garhwal region in Uttarakhand. Back then, it was in UP, when the government had allotted land inside forest territory to a manufacturer. By the 1980s, the movement had spread throughout India and led to the formulation of people-sensitive forest policies which stopped the open felling of trees in regions as far-reaching as the Western Ghats. Role of Sundarlal Bahuguna. Sundarlal Bahuguna traveled 5,000 kilometers on foot from village to village, gathering support for the movement. He had a meeting with Indira Gandhi and that resulted in 15 years ban on cutting green trees in 1980. Role of women in the movement. A woman named Gaura Devi noticed that local loggers are cutting trees in Reni village. She mobilized many other women in Reni village and confronted and challenged them to shoot her instead of cutting trees. Therefore, the Chipko movement is aptly called as women's movement. Apiko movement. Apiko is a local term for hugging in Kannada. It was inspired by the massive success of the Chipko movement in North India. It first started in Karnataka in 1983. It gave birth to a new awareness all over southern India. Anti-Terry Dam protest. Sundarlal Bahuguna was instrumental in protests against the construction of Terry Dam, Garhwal region, Uttarakhand. The dam and the floods caused massive damage to downstream public life. Terry Dam is a 2,400 megawatt multipurpose dam on the Bhagirathi River, a tributary of the Ganga in Uttarakhand. It is India's tallest dam. It lies in the Himalayas seismic gap, a major fault zone prone to landslides and earthquakes. 9.4. Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. The UN Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, is a legally binding multilateral treaty. It was opened for signature at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992 and entered into force in 1993. All UN member states, except the United States, have ratified the treaty. With a focus on sustainable development, the convention has three main goals: 1. Conservation of biological diversity, 2. Sustainable utilization of its benefits/components, and 3. Fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources. Parties to the Convention, 196, 195 countries and the European Union. States that have agreed to be bound by the Convention are known as parties. Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. The Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, is an international agreement adopted in 2000. It entered into force in 2003 and covers the field of biotechnology. It currently has 173 parties. India has ratified CBD and its Katanga Protocol, signed in Cartagena, Colombia. Cartagena Protocol aims to ensure the safe handling, transport, and use of living modified organisms (LMOs) resulting from modern biotechnology. It addresses technology development and transfer, benefit sharing, and biosafety issues. Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing. At the 10 Conference of Parties COP10 2010 to the Convention on Biological Diversity in Nagoya, Japan, the Nagoya Protocol was adopted. It is the second protocol supplementary agreement to the CBD. It entered into force in 2014. It presently has 137 parties, including India. Nagoya Protocol is about access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization, one of the three objectives of the CBD. International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, PGRFA. PGRFA is popularly known as the International Seed Treaty. It is an international agreement in harmony with CBD. It aims at guaranteeing food security through the conservation, exchange, and sustainable use of the world's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, as well as the fair and equitable benefit sharing arising from its use. UPSC 2016, consider the following pairs. Which of the pairs given above are correctly matched? A, 1 and 2 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. Annex I countries Clean Development Mechanism Certified Emission Reductions CRs or Carbon Credits Kyoto Protocol. Answer, C, 3 only. UPSC 2014, consider the following international agreements. 1. The International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. 2. The United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. 3. The World Heritage Convention. Which of the above have a bearing on the biodiversity? A, 1 and 2 only B, 3 only C, 1 and 3 only D, 1, 2, and 3. Answer, D, all. Aichi Biodiversity Targets. At CBD COP12 2014, parties discussed the implementation of the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020 and its Aichi Biodiversity Targets to be achieved before 2020. 1. Goal A, address the underlying causes of biodiversity loss. 2. Goal B, reduce the direct pressures on biodiversity and promote sustainable use. 3. Goal C, safeguard ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity. 4. Goal D, enhance the benefits to all from biodiversity and ecosystem services. 5. Goal E, enhance participatory management. None of the 20 Aichi biodiversity targets agreed on by national governments through the CBD has been met, according to CBD's Global Biodiversity Outlook 5 report. Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration, New Deal for Nature. COP14 of CBD adopted this declaration in Sharm el-City, also called the City of Peace, in Egypt. It focuses on integrating biodiversity into legislative and policy frameworks. It aims to develop a post-2020 global biodiversity framework after failed Aichi biodiversity targets to achieve the 2050 vision for biodiversity known as New Deal for Nature. Catalyze action from all stakeholders in support of biodiversity conservation. COP15 of the UN CBD. CBD COP15 serves as the 10 meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety and the 4 meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol on benefit sharing. CBD COP15 was initially scheduled to take place in October 2020 in Kunming, China. It was rescheduled to December 2022 and moved to Montreal. China and Canada co-hosted it. CBD COP15 adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. It sets out 4 global goals to achieve by 2050 as well as 23 global targets by 2030. A new Global Biodiversity Framework Fund will be established under the Global Environment Facility. It targets at least $200 billion annually by 2030. India's demands at COP15. India called for an urgent need to create a new and dedicated fund to help developing countries. So far, the Global Environment Facility, which caters to multiple conventions, including the UNFCCC and UNCCD, remains the only funding source for biodiversity conservation. India also said that biodiversity conservation must be based on common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, CBDR, as climate change also impacts nature. Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. For global goals by 2050. 1. Reducing the extinction rate and risk of all species tenfold by 2050. 2. Biodiversity is sustainably used for achieving sustainable development. 3. Substantially increase fair and equitable benefit sharing from utilizing genetic resources. 4. Adequate finance and technology to implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, progressively closing the biodiversity finance gap of $700 billion annually. 23 global targets by 2030. The targets are divided into 3 broad categories. 1. Reducing threats to biodiversity by 2030, 8 targets. 1. Bring biodiversity loss in areas of high biodiversity close to zero. 2. 30 by 30 pledge, restore at least 30% of areas of degraded ecosystems, terrestrial, inland water, coastal, marine. 3. Conserve at least 30% of ecosystems, terrestrial, coastal, marine, especially areas of high biodiversity. 4. Halt human-induced extinction of known threatened species and significantly reduce extinction risk. 5. Ensure that the harvesting/trade of wild species is sustainable and safe, reducing pathogen spillover. 6. Reduce invasive alien species by at least 50%. 7. Reduce pollution risks by 2030 to levels that are not harmful to biodiversity and reduce the nutrients lost and overall risk from pesticides and hazardous chemicals by 50%. 8. Minimize the impact of climate change and ocean acidification on biodiversity. 2. Meeting people's needs through sustainable use and benefit sharing by 2030, 5 targets. 1. Sustainable use of wild species. 2. Ensure that areas under agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry are managed sustainably. 3. Enhance ecosystem functions and services, pollination, disaster protection, etc. 4. Sustainable urbanization by increasing green and blue spaces, trees, and water bodies. 5. Ensure fair and equitable benefit sharing for utilizing genetic resources and information. 3. Tools and solutions for implementation and mainstreaming by 2030, 10 targets. 1. Ensure the full integration of biodiversity into policies, planning, national accounting, etc. 2. Take measures to encourage corporations to reduce negative impacts on biodiversity. 3. Ensure sustainable consumption choices and reduce overconsumption, food waste, etc. 4. Strengthen the handling of biotechnology and biosafety measures in CBD. 5. Phase out subsidies harmful to biodiversity and reduce them by at least $500 billion annually. 6. Increase finance by 2030 by mobilizing at least $200 billion per year. Wealthier countries should contribute at least $20 billion of this annually by 2025 and at least $30 billion annually by 2030. 7. Ensure the transfer of technology and scientific cooperation. 8. Ensure the best available data, information, and knowledge for decision-makers. 9. Ensure social and gender-responsive representation and participation in decision-making. 10. Ensure gender equality in the implementation of the framework. 9.5. Other international efforts. Global Partnership on Forest and Landscape Restoration, GPFLR. GPFLR is a global network initiated by IUCN to unite governments, organizations, communities, etc. working towards a common goal to restore the world's lost and degraded forests and their surrounding landscapes. Specifically, the GPFLR responds directly to the bond challenge to restore 150 million hectares of deforested and degraded land by 2020 and 350 million hectares by 2030. Bond Challenge. The Bond Challenge, launched in 2011 by the government of Germany and IUCN, aimed to restore 150 million hectares of deforested and degraded land by 2020. In 2014, at the UN Climate Summit, countries extended this target to 350 million by 2030 under the New York Declaration on Forests, a voluntary and non-binding international declaration to take action to halt global deforestation. At the UNFCCC 2015 in Paris, India joined the voluntary Bond Challenge. It pledged to restore 13 million hectares of degraded and deforested land by 2020 and an additional 8 million by 2030, 21 million in total by 2030. This was raised to a target of 26 million by 2030 during the UNCCD 2019 conference held in Delhi. UPSC 2021, with reference to the New York Declaration on Forests, which of the following statements are correct? 1. It was first endorsed at the United Nations Climate Summit in 2014. 2. It endorses a global timeline to end the loss of forests. 3. It is a legally binding international declaration. 4. It is endorsed by governments, big companies, and indigenous communities. 5. India was one of the signatories at its inception. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A 1, 2, and 4B 1, 3, and 5 C 3, and 4D 2, and 5. Explanation. The New York Declaration on Forests, NYDF, is a political declaration calling for global action to protect and restore forests. It was adopted in 2014 at UN's Secretary-General's Climate Summit. It offers a common, multi-stakeholder framework for forest action. India did not sign the declaration, citing that the trade is being interlinked with climate change and forest issues by NYDF. NYDF's 10 goals include halting natural forest loss by 2030, restoring 350 million hectares of degraded landscapes and forest lands, improving governance, increasing forest finance, and reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation as part of a post-2020 global climate agreement. Answer: A 1, 2, and 4 only. Forest Landscape Restoration (FLR). IUCN and the World Wide Fund for Nature (WWF) coined the term FLR in 2000. FLR is a planned process that aims to regain ecological integrity and enhance human well-being in deforested and degraded landscapes. FLR is not site-based but is applied across large areas. FLR has received global attention since 2011 after the launching of the Bonn Challenge. The 7 guiding principles of FLR are: 1. Maintain natural ecosystems. 2. Focus on entire landscapes rather than individual sites. 3. Enhances the conservation, recovery, and sustainable management of forests. 4. Actively engages all stakeholders. 5. Adopts traditional and indigenous knowledge. 6. Restore multiple ecological, social, and economic functions. 7. Manage adaptively for long-term resilience. Mains practice: what do you understand by forest landscape restoration (FLR? While identifying the principles of FLR, enumerate the initiatives taken by the government to restore India's forest and tree cover. Briefly define forest landscape restoration (FLR) approach and its underlying principles. Concisely explain how FLR is different from conventional forest conservation methods. Integrated landscape management, inclusive approach engaging all stakeholders, collaborative community-linked plans, integrated resource management, resource optimization, sustainable development. Enumerate the efforts taken by the government: National Afforestation Program, NAP, National Mission for a Green India Mission, NAPCC, National Forest Policy 1988, Joint Forest Management, JFM, Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, CAMPA, Green Highway Policy 2015, Policy for Enhancement of Urban Greens, Bonn Challenge, National Agroforestry Policy and Submission on Agroforestry, SMAF, etc. World Forestry Congress and Seoul Declaration. 1515, World Forestry Congress (WFC) was hosted in Seoul by the Korea Forest Service and FAO. It was the second World Forestry Congress held in Asia, with Indonesia hosting the first Congress in Asia in 1978. Theme: Building a Green, Healthy, and Resilient Future with Forests. WFC is the largest gathering of the world's forestry sector. It has been held every 6 years since 1926 under the auspices of FAO and is organized by the government of the host country. It is a forum for the sharing of knowledge and experience. The Seoul Declaration stressed the transition towards a circular bioeconomy. Basic building blocks for materials, chemicals, and energy are derived from renewable biological resources and achieving climate neutrality. Prelims practice: Seoul Declaration, which was in the news recently, is related to: A. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. B. WTO Agreement on Reducing Subsidies. C. World Forestry Congress. D. Freedom of the Press. Explanation. Seoul Declaration was adopted at the 15th World Forestry Congress held in Seoul, South Korea. Its theme was building a green, healthy, and resilient future with forests. Hence option C is the correct answer. Prelims practice: recently affirm and safe initiatives were in news. They are related to: A. Forest management. B. Wildlife protection. C. Human trafficking. D. Wetlands. Explanation. Assuring the future of forests with integrated risk management, affirm, mechanism, and sustaining an abundance of forest ecosystems. SAFE initiative were among important initiatives undertaken during the 15th World Forestry Congress, held in Seoul, South Korea. Hence option A is the correct answer. Initiatives by the UN. United Nations Strategic Plan for Forests 2017 to 2030. The strategic plan, forged at UN Forum on Forests held in 2017 and adopted by the UN General Assembly, features 6 global forest goals and 26 associated targets to be reached by 2030, which are voluntary and universal. It includes a target to increase forest area by 3% worldwide by 2030, signifying an increase of 120 million hectares. Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. The United Nations General Assembly has proclaimed 2021 to 2030 as the Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. UNEP, FAO, and many partners across the planet will work towards 2021 to 2030 ecosystem restoration. The work plan for 2021 to 2030 will contribute to achieving targets set by international conventions and agreements such as 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2020 Aichi targets, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UN Convention to Combat Desertification and Land Degradation Neutrality (LND), Biodiversity Finance Initiative (BioFin). BioFin was launched by UNDP in 2012. It aims to fill the biodiversity finance gap at the national level. It helps in implementing the National Biodiversity Action Plan (NBP) and making progress towards achieving the National Biodiversity Targets (NBTs). BioFin in India is hosted by the National Biodiversity Authority (NBA, MOEF), working with relevant state biodiversity boards with technical assistance from Wildlife Institute of India (WI) and the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy (NIPFB). UNESCO World Heritage Sites. UNESCO adopted the World Heritage Convention and International Treaty in 1972. It provides a framework for international cooperation in preserving and protecting cultural treasures and natural areas, including those of exceptional biodiversity. The convention defines the kind of sites that can be considered for inscription to the World Heritage List. It sets out the duties of the state parties in identifying potential sites and their role in protecting them. World Heritage Sites means sites any of various areas or objects inscribed on the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization UNESCO World Heritage List. The sites are designated as having outstanding universal value concerning the protection of the world's cultural ancient monuments, museums, and natural heritage, biodiversity, geological heritage. UNESCO has a set of 10 criteria. Nominated sites, both cultural and natural, must be of outstanding universal value and must meet at least one of the 10 criteria. Natural heritage sites are restricted to those natural areas that 1. Furnish outstanding examples of the Earth's record of life or its geologic processes. 2. Provide excellent examples of ongoing ecological and biological evolutionary processes. 3. Contain natural phenomena that are rare, unique, superlative, or of outstanding beauty. 4. Furnish habitats or rare endangered animals or plants or are sites of exceptional biodiversity. End of chapter. 10. Wildlife Conservation Part 1. Conservation generally means judicious use of biotic and abiotic resources. It involves the prevention of wasteful and/or harmful utilization of resources. Wildlife conservation refers to protecting wild species and their habitats to keep the natural ecosystems healthy. 10.1. Regulating trade in wildlife. Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora (CITES). CITES, also known as the Washington Convention, is an international agreement multilateral treaty between governments to ensure that international trade in specimens of wild animals and plants does not threaten their survival. It was drafted in 1963 following a resolution adopted by members of IUCN and entered into force in 1975. Parties to CITES. CITES is legally binding on the parties, 184, including EU. However, it does not take the place of national laws. It only provides a framework to be respected by each party. The parties need to adopt their own domestic legislation to ensure that CITES is implemented at the national level. UPSC 2015, with reference to the IUCN and the CITES, which of the following statements are correct? 1. IUCN is an organ of the United Nations and CITES is an international agreement between governments. 2. IUCN runs thousands of field projects around the world to better manage natural environments. 3. CITES is legally binding on the states that have joined it, but this convention does not take the place of national laws. Select the correct using the code given below. A. 1 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 1 and 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. IUCN is an NGO. CITES is an international agreement between governments, multilateral treaty. Answer, B, 2 and 3 only. Conference of Parties to CITES COP. The CITES COP World Wildlife Conference is where parties convene every 2 to 3 years to review and decide on regulating trade in endangered species. The COP will decide on proposals to list, remove, or change species listing on the CITES appendices. Functioning of CITES. CITES works by subjecting international trade in specimens of selected species to specific controls. All import and export of species covered by CITES must be authorized through a licensing system. Management Authority in India, Director of Wildlife Preservation, MOEFCC. Management authorities competent to grant permits, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, WCCB. Scientific authorities, Zoological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India, Wildlife Institute of India, etc. Each party designates one or more management authorities for administering the licensing system and one or more scientific authorities to advise them on the effects of trade on the status of the species. The protection offered to species by CITES. The species covered by CITES are listed in 3 appendices according to the required degree of protection. 1. Appendix I includes species threatened with extinction. Trade in specimens of these species is permitted only in exceptional circumstances, like for captive breeding. Legal international trade of the species does not take for commercial purposes. 2. Appendix II includes species not necessarily threatened with extinction but in which trade must be controlled to avoid utilization incompatible with their survival. 3. Appendix III contains species protected in at least one country which has asked other CITES parties for assistance in controlling the trade. At each regular meeting of the COP, parties submit proposals to amend Appendices 1 and 2. Those amendment proposals are discussed and then submitted for a vote. The 18 Conference of the Parties to CITES COP18. In COP18, held in Geneva, Switzerland, in 2019, India submitted proposals to move smooth-coated otter (VU), small-clawed otter (VU), Indian star tortoise (VU), tokay gecko (LC), and wedgefish (CR) from Appendix II to Appendix I. First World Wildlife Trade Report was released at the COP19. It gave insights into the international trade in animals and plants regulated under the CITES Treaty. According to the report, majority of CITES regulated trade involved artificially propagated, for plants, or captive-produced, for animals bred or born in captivity, species. Only 18% of all trade involved wild-sourced species, which are dominated by plants. India's proposals. India proposed moving the red-crowned roofed turtle, Batagar kachuga, CR, and Leith softshell turtle, Nils sonia leithii, CR, from Appendix II to I. India's proposal to include the Jaipur ground, Indian, gecko in Appendix II was adopted by the members of the CITES Working Group. Jaipur ground Indian, gecko in. The wild reptile species is endemic to the Eastern Ghats and is known to be present in a handful of locations in southern Odisha and northern Andhra Pradesh. The species resides below rock boulders in high forested hills at an altitude of 1,100 to 1,400 meters. Threats: international pet trade, habitat loss and degradation, forest fires, tourism, quarrying, mining, etc. IUCN Red List, IN CITES, NAWPA, NA. North Indian rosewood / Shirsham Dalbergia sissu. Shirsham LC is found in abundance in India. However, it is included in CITES Appendix II because of the challenges in distinguishing different species of genus Dalbergia in their finished forms. As of now, every Shirsham consignment of weight above 10 kilograms requires a CITES permit. Due to this restriction, exports of furniture and handicrafts made of Shirsham from India have continuously fallen. On India's initiative at COP19, it was agreed that any number of Shirsham timber-based items of weight less than 10 kilograms could be exported as a single consignment without CITES permits. Further, it was agreed that for the net weight of each item, only Shirsham timber used would be considered. India has 2 species of Dalbergia, D. latifolia or Indian rosewood, VU, and D. sissu or North Indian rosewood / Shirsham, LC. Both are in CITES, App. 2 WPA, NA. D. latifolia / Indian rosewood, VU, D. sissu / North Indian rosewood / Shirsham, LC. The tree produces a hard, durable, heavy with that. Thelonota sea cucumbers. The EU proposed 3 species under the genus Thelonota sea cucumbers to be included in. COP19 accepted the proposal. Sea cucumbers were one of the most frequently trafficked marine species from coastal India. The ivory trade was banned globally in 1989 when all African elephant populations were put in. However, the African elephants of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe were later transferred to Appendix II to allow one-time sales of ivory accumulated from deaths and poacher seizures. The endangered Asian elephant was included in CITES Appendix I in 1975, which banned the. In COP18, Zambia floated a proposal to downlist its elephants from Appendix I to Appendix II. In effect, would have meant resuming the sale of its ivory stockpile. COP rejected the proposal. Had abstained from voting against a similar proposal at COP19. MIC is an international collaboration that measures the trends and causes of elephant mortality. It was established by a CITES resolution adopted in 1997. One of the core mandates is to build capacity in elephant range states. MIC's information base is used to support international decision-making related to the conservation of elephants in Asia and Africa. The information and analyses are also presented at annual CITES meetings. There are currently 28 CITES participating in the MIC program in Asia, distributed across 13 countries. India has 10 MIC sites, followed by 2 sites each in Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Thailand, and 1 site each in Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam. In 2017, IUCN was engaged by CITES to implement the MIC Asia program in 2 subregions. 1. South Asia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. 2. Southeast Asia, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. MIC is entirely dependent on donor support. The EU has been the most important donor for the MIC program in Africa since 2001 and in Asia since 2017. The Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network, TRAFFIC. TRAFFIC is an NGO. CITES, on the other hand, is a multilateral treaty founded in 1976 as a joint program of the World Wide Fund for Nature, WWF, and IUCN. Its headquarters is in Cambridge, UK. TRAFFIC is complementary to CITES. Its mission is to ensure that trade in wild plants and animals is not a threat to the conservation of nature. It investigates wildlife trade trends, patterns, impacts, and drivers to provide the leading knowledge base on trade in wild animals and plants. UPSC 2017 consider the following statements in respect of TRAFFIC. 1. TRAFFIC is a bureau under United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. 2. The mission of TRAFFIC is to ensure that trade in wild plants and animals is not a threat to the conservation of nature. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer B. Coalition Against Wildlife Trafficking, CWT. CWT is a coalition that promises to collaborate in the fight against illegal trade in wildlife and wildlife parts. It is a U.S.-led coalition against wildlife trafficking, CAWT, launched in 2005. India is a member. CAWT's initial partners include Conservation International, Save the Tiger Fund, Smithsonian Institution, Traffic International. 10.2. Policies/laws concerning sites in India. International trade in all wild fauna and flora is regulated jointly through the provisions of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Foreign Trade Development Regulation Act 1992, Foreign Trade Policy of the Government of India and Customs Act 1962. Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Wildlife species are given varying levels of protection under different schedules within the Act. Vermin are small wild animals that carry disease and destroy plants and food. Exceptions. 1. A Schedule I listed wild animal poses a threat to human life or is irreversibly disabled. 2. A wild animal listed in Schedules 2, 3, or 4 is a threat to human life or property or is irreversibly disabled or diseased. Killing or injuring a wild animal in self-defense or defense of others. GOI can modify schedules by adding, deleting, or transferring entries between them. Trade in scheduled animals, Schedule 1 and Part 2 of Schedule 2, are prohibited under the Act. The Act disallows trade in all kinds of imported ivory. In 1986, India banned domestic sales of ivory. After the ivory trade was banned globally, India again amended the Act to ban the import of African ivory. The Act was amended in 2006 to establish the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NCA, and the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, WCCB, with statutory backing. WPA 2022. The 2022 Act reduces the number of schedules to 4. Reduced the schedules for specially protected animals to 2, 1 for greater protection level, removed the schedule for vermin species, inserts a new schedule for specimens listed in the appendices under CITES. 1. Schedule 1, animal species that receive the highest level of protection, including critically endangered species. 2. Schedule 2, animal species that receive a lower level of protection. 3. Schedule 3, protected plant species. 4. Schedule 4, specimens listed in the appendices under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. Policies regulating foreign trade. Foreign Trade Development and Regulation Act 1992. No export or import should be made except in accordance with the provisions of this Act. The Act empowers GOI to make provisions for prohibiting/regulating the import or export of any class of goods, which includes wildlife specimen and their products. Foreign Trade Policy 2009 to 2014. Foreign trade policy announced periodically by the Ministry of Commerce contains information regarding the wildlife and wildlife products which are prohibited/permitted for the purpose of import or export. The policy is decided in consultation with the Management Authority for Sites in India as far as matter relating to wild fauna and flora are concerned and is enforced through the Customs Act, 1962. EXIM Policy. Export/import of wild animals and plants, their parts and products is allowed for the purpose of research and exchange between zoos, subject to licensing by the Director General of Foreign Trade, DGFT. The current policy does not permit the commercial import of African ivory in view of the ban imposed by CITES. Import of other derivatives of wildlife is restricted and can be made only with the prior permission of DGFT. The import of wild animals as pets is also subject to the provisions of CITES. Enforcement, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Considering the seriousness of wildlife crime and the illegal trade of wildlife parts and products, the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau (WCCB) was created in 2007 under the provisions of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. It is the designated nodal agency for CITES-related enforcement. WCCB is a statutory body under the MEFCC. It has its 5 regional offices at Delhi headquarters, Kolkata, Mumbai, Chennai and Jabalpur, and 5 border units at Ramanathapuram, Gorakhpur, Motihari, Nathula and more. Wildlife Protection Act 1972 mandates WCCB is to collect and collate intelligence related to organized wildlife crime, disseminate the same to state and other enforcement agencies. To establish a centralized wildlife crime data bank, coordinate actions by various agencies in connection with the enforcement of the provisions of the Act. Assist international organizations and foreign authorities to facilitate wildlife crime control, capacity building of the wildlife crime enforcement agencies, assist state governments to ensure success in prosecutions related to wildlife crimes, and advise the Government of India on issues relating to wildlife crimes. It also assists/advises the customs authorities in inspection of the consignments of flora and fauna as per the provisions of Wildlife Protection Act, CITES, and EXIM policy. WCCB's Operation Clean Art. Operation Clean Art was the first pan-India operation by WCCB to crack down on the smuggling/trade of mongoose hair used for making hairbrush. For about 150 kilograms of mongoose hair, at least 6,000 animals would have been killed. All mongoose species found in India are protected under Schedule 2 of WPA. The species are also covered under the CITES Appendix 1 with a complete ban on its commercial trade. Not All Animals Migrate by Choice campaign. It was launched by the WCCB and UN Environment to raise awareness on illegal wildlife trade and reduction in demand for wildlife products. The campaign also complements worldwide action on illegal trade in wildlife through UN Environment's global campaign, Wild for Life. Phase 1 of the campaign featured tiger, EN, pangolin, EN, star tortoise, VU, and tokay gecko, LC. Phase 2 will see more threatened species. 10.3. Convention on Migratory Species, CMS. Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, CMS, is an international treaty concluded under the aegis of the UN Environment Programme in 1979 in Bonn, Germany. It entered into force in 1983. CMS is also known as Bonn Convention or Global Wildlife Conference. It is the only global and UN-based intergovernmental organization established exclusively for the conservation of terrestrial, aquatic, and avian migratory species throughout their range. Under CMS, migratory species threatened with extinction are listed on Appendix I CMS Global Conservation List, and parties strive towards strictly protecting these animals. Migratory species that would significantly benefit from international cooperation are listed in Appendix 2. The 13th Conference of the Parties to CMS, COP13. COP13 was organized in 2020 in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. India has been designated the president of the COP for the next 3 years. Uzbekistan will host COP14 in 2023. 10 new species were added to CMS appendices at COP13. 7 species were added to Appendix I, which provides the strictest protection. The Asian elephant, EN, Great Indian bustard, CR, Bengal florican, CR, little bustard, NT, are among the 7 species. COP13 also adopted the Gandhinagar Declaration. It calls for ecological connectivity for migratory species to be integrated in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Central Asian Mammals Initiative. Central Asian Mammals Initiative. Through its Central Asian Mammals Initiative, the CMS aims to conserve 15 migratory mammal species and their habitats in Central Asia. CAMI's working is approved for 2021 to 2026, incorporating IUCN's Save Our Species Central Asia initiative as a possible funding mechanism for the conservation of key threatened migratory species. Major animals included in Central Mammals Initiative. Wild yak, VU, oxeye China snow leopard, VU, Himalayas Asiatic wild S/Kalan, NT, ran of Kutch cheetah, VU, /Asiatic cheetah, CR, Kuno MP, Saiga antelope, CR, not found in India. Wild or Bactrian camel, CR, not found in India, Argali/mountain sheep, NT, Trans-Himalayas Kiang, /Tibetan wild ass, LC, Kairu, /Tibetan antelope, NT, Tibetan gazelle, NT, Chinkara/Indian gazelle. LC Western and Central India leopard, VU, forested landscapes with elevations below 2,500 m. International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. IUCN is an international NGO working in the field of nature conservation and sustainable use of natural resources. Its headquarters are in Gland, Switzerland. IUCN is involved in research, field projects, advocacy, lobbying, and education. The organization is best known for compiling and publishing the IUCN Red List, which assesses the conservation status of species worldwide. IUCN Red List or Red Data List or Red Book. The IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, founded in 1964, is the world's most comprehensive inventory of the global conservation status of biological species. When discussing the IUCN Red List, the official term threatened is a grouping of three categories: critically endangered, endangered, and vulnerable. The pink pages in this publication include the critically endangered species. Green pages are used for those species that were formerly endangered but have now recovered to a point where they are no longer threatened. With time, the number of pink pages continue to increase. Critically endangered (CR). Reduction in population greater than 90% over the last 10 years. Population size less than 50 mature individuals, not applied strictly. Many CR species have populations greater than 50. Probability of extinction in wild in at least 50% in 10 years. UPSC 2011-12, the Red Data books published by the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, IUCN, contain lists of 1. Endemic plant and animal species present in the biodiversity hotspots. 2. Threatened plant and animal species. 3. Protected sites for conservation of nature and natural resources in various countries. Which of the statement given above is / are correct? A. 1 and 3, B. 2 only, C. 2 and 3, D. 3 only. Explanation. IUCN is an NGO. It publishes Red Data Book, which contains a list of threatened species, vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. Answer: B. 2 only. UPSC 2023 Invasive Species Specialist Group that develops Global Invasive Species Database belongs to which one of the following organizations? A. The International Union for Conservation of Nature. B. The United Nations Environment Programme. C. The United Nations World Commission for Environment and Development. D. The Worldwide Fund for Nature. Explanation. The Global Invasive Species Database, GISD, is managed by the Invasive Species Specialist Group, ICESG, of the IUCN Species Survival Commission. It was developed between 1998 and 2000 as part of the Global Initiative on Invasive Species led by the erstwhile Global Invasive Species Program, GSP. BirdLife International BI. BirdLife International is the world's largest nature conservation partnership comprising 120 national nature conservation organizations worldwide. BI strives to conserve birds, their habitats, and global biodiversity, working with people towards sustainability in the use of natural resources. BirdLife International is the official Red List authority for birds for the IUCN. It identifies the sites known as Important Bird and Biodiversity Areas, IBA, which hold significant numbers of one or more threatened bird species or have exceptionally large numbers of migratory birds. There are 13,000+ IBAs worldwide. The Bombay Natural History Society, BNHS, is BirdLife International partner from India, and BI have identified 554 IBAs in India. UPSC 2015, with reference to BirdLife International, which of the following statements is / are correct? 1. It is a global partnership of conservation organizations. 2. The concept of biodiversity hotspots originated from this organization. 3. It identifies the sites known / referred to as important bird and biodiversity areas. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. BirdLife International has nothing to do with the concept of biodiversity hotspots. Answer: C. 1 and 3 only. 10.5. Tiger Conservation and Project Tiger. Since the early 1900s, the global population of tigers fell from around 100,000 to fewer than 4,000. Indian tiger numbers had hit an all-time low of 1,411 in 2006. The tigers from the Sariska Reserve in Rajasthan had all disappeared. Serious conservation efforts by India after 2006 led to a steady increase in the tiger population. There are 8 subspecies of tiger. Among the 8, at present, 5 subspecies are present in the wild. They are Bengal, South China, Indo-Chinese, Sumatran, and Siberian. 3 subspecies of tiger, Caspian, Bali, and Javan, are extinct. Challenges to tiger conservation. Pressure on habitat fragmentation, and habitat destruction caused due to large-scale development projects such as dams, industry, mines, railway lines, etc. Invasive species, they destroy the local producers. This has a cascading effect on the food chain. Tigers are the worst hit as they are at the top of the food chain. Tigers represent an umbrella species that indicate the health of the ecosystem. Poaching and wildlife crime control. Poaching and wildlife crime continue to be major concerns, with poaching remaining a significant issue. Tigers are killed so their body parts can be used for traditional Chinese medicine. Demand elimination. Eliminating demand for tiger products remains a significant hurdle. Rebuilding tiger populations. It remains a tough task, and countries except India, Nepal, and Russia have struggled to rebuild their dwindling tiger populations. Canine distemper virus, CDV. Canine distemper virus, CDV, can be transmitted to wildlife from CDV-infected dogs living in and around wildlife sanctuaries. It's a contagious disease that attacks the respiratory, gastrointestinal, and nervous systems of puppies and dogs. In 2018, over 20 lions from the Gir forest succumbed to the viral infection. Prevention is better than cure. Managing any disease in a wildlife population is extremely difficult. The main aim should be to vaccinate the free-ranging and domestic dogs in the area around NPs. Measures taken by GOI. Legal. Amendment of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972 to Wildlife Protection Act 2006 for constituting the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NCA, and the Tiger and Other Endangered Species Crime Control Bureau, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, WCCB. Enhancement of punishment in cases of offense relating to a tiger reserve or its core area. Administrative. Strengthening of ant poaching activities, including special strategy for monsoon patrolling. State-level steering committees under the chairmanship of chief ministers and establishment of Tiger Conservation Foundation. Creation of Special Tiger Protection Force, STPF. Financial. Financial and technical help is provided to the states under various centrally sponsored schemes, viz. Project Tiger and Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats. Three-pronged strategy to manage negative interactions. Material and logistical support. Funding support is provided through the ongoing Project Tiger. Restricting habitat interventions based on the carrying capacity of tigers in a tiger reserve. Habitat interventions are restricted. The habitat interventions are kept limited to minimize man/animal conflict. Standard Operating Procedure, SOPs. The NCA has issued SOPs to deal with man/animal conflict. International cooperation. India has a bilateral understanding with Nepal on controlling transboundary illegal trade in wildlife. India has signed protocols on tiger conservation with Bangladesh and China. A subgroup on tiger/leopard conservation has been constituted for cooperation with Russia. A global tiger forum of tiger range countries has been created for addressing international issues related to tiger conservation. India is a party to CITES. India is a party to CITES. CITES' landmark decision states that tigers should not be bred for trade in their parts and derivatives. Global Tiger Forum, GTF. Established in 1994, the GTF has its headquarters in New Delhi. The General Assembly of GTF meets after every 3 years. It was set up to promote a worldwide campaign to save the tiger, its prey, and its habitat. Project Tiger, PT. Indian tiger population at the end of the 20th century was estimated at 20,000 to 40,000 individuals. The first countrywide tiger census, conducted in 1972, estimated the population to comprise a little more than 1,800 individuals, an alarming reduction in tiger population. In 1973, with an aim to protect tigers from extinction by ensuring a viable population in their natural habitats, Project Tiger was launched in Jim Corbett National Park of Uttarakhand, and various tiger reserves were created since then based on a core buffer strategy. All the tiger reserves are governed by the Project Tiger, 1973, a centrally sponsored scheme of MOEF, administered by the National Tiger Conservation Authority. It funds relocation of villagers to minimize human-tiger conflicts. Tiger Protection Force was set up under Project Tiger to combat poachers. Tiger Task Force. The implementation of Project Tiger over the years has highlighted the need for a statutory authority with the legal backing to ensure tiger conservation. On the basis of the recommendations of National Board for Wildlife, a task force was set up to look into the problems of tiger conservation in the country. The recommendations of the task force include strengthening of Project Tiger by giving it statutory and administrative powers. NBWL Tiger Task Force, NTCA. National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA. The Wildlife Protection Amendment Act, 2006 provides for creating 1. National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, a statutory body under MOEF, and 2. Tiger and Other Endangered Species Crime Control Bureau, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, WCCB, a statutory body under MOEF. NTCA administers Project Tiger. Tiger reserves in India are administered by field directors in accordance with the guidelines of NTCA. No alteration in the boundaries of a tiger reserve shall be made except on a recommendation of the NTCA and the approval of the National Board for Wildlife. No state government shall denotify a tiger reserve, except in public interest with the approval of the NTCA and National Board for Wildlife. NTCA members. NTCA was set up under the chairmanship of the Minister for Environment and Forests. The authority will have A. 8 experts having qualifications in wildlife conservation and welfare tribals, B. 3 MPs, C. The Inspector General of Forests, in charge of Project Tiger, will be ex officio member secretary D. Others. Functions of NTCA. The authority lays down standards, guidelines for tiger conservation in the tiger reserves, national parks, and sanctuaries. It would be required to prepare an annual report, which would be laid in the Parliament along with the audit report. Mandates to the states. State-level steering committees will be set up in the tiger states under the chairmanship of respective chief ministers. This has been done with a view for ensuring coordination, monitoring, and protection of tigers in the states. The provision has been made for the state governments to prepare a tiger conservation plan and establish a tiger conservation foundation based on the good practices emanating from some tiger reserves. Challenges. The Forest Rights Act passed by the Indian government in 2006 recognizes the rights of some forest-dwelling communities in forest areas. This has led to controversy over the implications of such recognition for Project Tiger. Under the current green cover, habitats reach tiger saturation points far too early. The existing habitats cannot accommodate more tigers. Tiger corridors. The NTCA, in collaboration with the Wildlife Institute of India, has published a document titled Connecting Tiger Populations for Long/Term Conservation. The document has mapped out 32 major corridors across the country. List of macrolandscape-level tiger corridors. Buxajaldappara, West Bengal. Core and buffer zones in tiger reserves. The protection status of tiger reserves is the same as wildlife sanctuaries, but they are monitored by NTCA. Core area. The core areas are notified by the state government in consultation with an expert committee constituted for that purpose. They are freed of all human activities, but some tribes continue to live in the core area illegally. However, they do not possess any forest rights. The core area has the legal status of a national park or wildlife sanctuary. Collection of minor forest produce, grazing, and other human disturbances are not allowed. The Salagas of Karnataka's Chamarajanagar district created history by becoming the first tribal community living in the core area of a tiger reserve to get their forest rights recognized, a very rare and exceptional case. Salagas inhabit the peripheral forest areas of Baliguri Rangana and Male Mahadeshwara Hills. Their forest rights were recognized by the courts as they lived in the area in harmony with nature for hundreds of years, and their way of living was not causing any harm to the tiger population. In 1974, the BR Hills, including Baliguri Ranganatha Swami Temple area, was declared as BRT Wildlife Sanctuary. The government evicted many Salagas and relocated them to nearby plains. In 2011, the sanctuary was declared a tiger reserve, and the forest officials restricted access and collection of non-timber forest produce. Buffer areas. The buffer zone is the area peripheral to the critical tiger habitat or core area, providing supplementary habitat for dispersing tigers, besides offering scope for coexistence of human activity, tribals. The limits of such areas are determined with the concerned Gram Sabha and an expert committee constituted for the purpose. The Forest Rights Act passed by the Indian government in 2006 recognizes the rights of some forest-dwelling communities in buffer areas. Collection of minor forest produce and grazing by tribals is allowed on a sustainable basis. Tiger census. The process of estimating the number of tigers in each area is called tiger census. Tiger Census Report is a 4-yearly report. It is carried out by the Wildlife Institute of India, WII, autonomous institution under the MOEF, and the NTCA. The 2014 tiger census had resulted in the first-ever estimate of India's leopard population, 11,000. Estimation of tiger populations. The most used technique in tiger census in the past was pugmark census technique. In this method, the imprints of the pugmark of the tiger were recorded and used as a basis for the identification of individuals and their sex. Now it is largely used as one of the indices of tiger occurrence and relative abundance. Recent methods used to estimate the numbers of tigers are camera trapping and DNA fingerprinting. In camera trapping, the photograph of the tiger is taken, and individuals are differentiated based on the stripes on the body. In the latest technique of DNA fingerprinting, tigers can be identified from their scats, feces. 2018 Census Methodology. The census methodology is based on double sampling, based on ground-based surveys and actual images captured on camera traps. It was introduced in 2006 as the pugmark surveys were found to be inaccurate. In the 2018 census, 83% of the big cats censused were individually photographed using camera traps. In phases 1 and 2, ground-based surveys were carried out by Forest Department officials to collect signs of tiger presence like scat and pugmarks. In phase 3, the information was plotted on the forest map prepared with remote sensing and GIS, MSTRIPES. In the last phase, data were extrapolated to areas where cameras could not be deployed. MSTRIPES technology in wildlife conservation. A MSTRIPES, monitoring system for tigers' intensive protection and ecological status, was launched across Indian tiger reserves by NTCA and WII in 2010. It is a software-based monitoring system designed to assist wildlife protection. The system consists of 2 components. 1. Field-based protocols for patrolling, law enforcement, recording wildlife crimes and ecological monitoring. 2. A customized GIS software for storage, retrieval, analysis, and reporting. Under MSTRIPES, forest guards are expected to record their tracks using a GPS, in addition to recording observations in site-specific datasheets and uploading geotagged pictures into the central GIS database. Advantage of MSTRIPES. MSTRIPES will help identify shortcomings in patrolling efforts in real time. It acts as proof of the presence and patrolling of forest guards in a particular area. 2018 Tiger Census Report, All India Tiger Estimate. 2018 census is the 4th cycle of the tiger census based on double sampling. The first was conducted in 2006, second in 2010, and third in 2014. The All India Tiger Estimate 2022 will be published in mid-2023. India's 5 tiger landscapes are 1. Shivalik Hills and Gangetic Plains. 2. Central Indian Landscape and Eastern Ghats. 3. Western Ghats, Northeast Hills, and 4. Brahmaputra Plains, and 5. The Sundarbans. Important observations from 2018 Tiger Census. 1. Madhya Pradesh, 526, has the highest tiger population. 2. Karnataka, 524, has the 2nd highest tiger population. 3. Uttarakhand, 442, has the 3rd highest tiger population. 4. Among the NE states, Assam, 190, has the highest tiger population. 5. Tiger population fell in Chhattisgarh and Mizoram. 6. There is no change in the tiger population in Odisha. Other important observations. Corbett TR recorded the highest number of tigers, 266. In terms of population and density, 1. Corbett TR, 266. 2. Nagarhole TR, 127. 3. Bandipur, 126. 4. Bandhavgarh, 104. 5. Kaziranga, 104. Sathyamangalam Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu registered the maximum improvement since 2014. In Buxa, Dampa, and Palamau, which are tiger reserves, no trace of the animal was found. The report does not contain the numbers of other predators like leopards. Tiger Census 2022. A Tiger Census 2022, 5 cycle of the All India Tiger Estimation 2022 was released, and the International Big Cat Alliance was launched on the 50th anniversary of Project Tiger. India is the most extensive tiger range and Asiatic elephant range country globally. Highlights of the Tiger Census 2022. The population. The number of tigers in India is 3,167 in 2022, 75% of the world's tiger population. A total of 3,080 individual tigers, greater than 1 year of age, were photo-captured, which is larger than the ones captured in 2018. The minimum population estimate is 3,167 individuals. A growth rate. The tiger population in India has increased by 200 or 6.7% in the past 4 years. However, the growth rate slowed from around 33% during 2014 to 2018. An increase. The tiger population has grown in the Shivalik Hills and Gangetic floodplains, followed by central India, the northeastern hills, the Brahmaputra floodplains, and the Sundarbans. Decrease. There is a declined tiger population in the Western Ghats. Tiger occupancy in Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Telangana declined. 0 tigers in the core area. Tigers are locally extirpated, eradicated, from Kowal Tiger Reserve and Chennar of Telangana, Sri Venkateswara National Park in Andhra Pradesh, Satkosia Tiger Reserve in Odisha, and Sahyadri Tiger Reserve from Maharashtra. To tiger reserves, since 1973, when Project Tiger was established, the number of tiger reserves has grown from 9 reserves to 53 reserves, which is roughly 2.3% of India's land area. Threats. The protected areas and corridors face a range of threats, including habitat encroachment, illegal hunting of tigers and their prey, human-wildlife conflict, unregulated cattle grazing, excessive harvesting of non-timber forest produce, human-induced forest fires, mining, and infrastructure. The central Indian highlands and eastern Ghats region have several mines. A problem from population growth. Nearly all of the 5 major tiger zones face challenges to the growth of the tiger population due to the increasing demands from infrastructure development. Following the translocation of cheetahs from Africa, India is now looking to translocate tigers into other locations. It is in talks with Cambodia, where the tiger has gone extinct due to poaching, to ship a few tigers from India to revive the big cat population in that country. A genetically unique population. Genetically unique tiger population in Bihar's Valmiki Tiger Reserve and Orissa's Simlipal National Park needs to be conserved at high priority. Drawback of the census. The current census does not give numbers of tigers outside protected areas, which are a growing number and a key marker of environmental threats and human-animal conflicts. The International Big Cat Alliance, IBCA. The Union Cabinet approved the creation of International Big Cat Alliance, IBCA, to set up a global network for the conservation of tigers and other big cats. It allocated a one-time budgetary support of 150 rupees crore for IBCA for a 5-year period, 2023 to 24 to 2027 to 28. The IBCA is a multi-country, multi-agency coalition of 96 big cat range countries. Non-range countries interested in big cat conservation and scientific organizations working in the field of big cat conservation. A IBCA was launched by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC, to conserve 7 big cats: tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah, jaguar, and puma. Measures that led to the increase in tiger population. Wireless communication systems and outstation patrol camps have been developed within the tiger reserves, due to which poaching has declined considerably. Many states deployed special tiger forces to combat organized poachers. Relocation of villages away from tiger reserves. 10 Indian rupees lakh was provided per family that moved out of critical habitat. From 28 in 2006, the number of tiger reserves went up to 53 in 2023. 10.6. International efforts towards tiger and snow leopard conservation. The Global Tiger Initiative. The GTI was launched in 2008 as a global alliance of governments, NGOs, civil society, and scientific communities with the aim of working together to save wild tigers from extinction. In 2013, the scope was broadened to include snow leopards, VU. The GTI's founding partners included the World Bank, the Global Environment Facility, GEF, the Smithsonian Institution, world's largest museum, education and research complex, Save the Tiger Fund. From 1995 to 2011, it supported tiger conservation projects in Asia, and International Tiger Coalition, representing more than 40 non-government organizations. GTI is led by the 13 tiger range countries. GTI is led by the 13 tiger range countries: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, China, India, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, Russia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Program, GSLESP. In 2013, the scope of Global Tiger Initiative was broadened to include snow leopards. Member countries adopted Bishkek Declaration that aims members to work together to identify and secure at least 20 snow leopard landscapes across the cat's range by 2020, or, in short, secure 20 by 2020. Members include 1. Kyrgyzstan, 2. Afghanistan, 3. Kazakhstan, 4. Mongolia, 5. Pakistan, 6. 13 tiger range countries. Snow leopard population assessment in India. Snow leopard population assessment in India was launched during the 4 Steering Committee meeting of the GSLEP. It is a part of population assessment of the world's snow leopard PAWS launched by GSLEP. This is the one time that India will have a national level protocol to count snow leopards population. St. Petersburg Declaration. In 2010, leaders of the tiger range countries, TRCs, assembled at an international tiger forum in St. Petersburg, Russia, to adopt the St. Petersburg Declaration on Tiger Conservation and endorsed its implementation mechanism called the Global Tiger Recovery Program. Their overarching goal was to double the number of wild tigers, TX2, across their geographical area from about 3,200 to more than 7,000 by 2022. Successes: India, Nepal, and Russia have shown that tiger recovery is possible despite challenges in funding and sustaining community livelihoods. In India, tiger population in India increased from 1706 in 2010 to 2226 in 2015. Failures: according to World Wildlife Fund (WWF), there are only around 3,900 tigers remaining in the wild across the globe. In SE Asia, the tiger numbers kept dwindling. International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime. International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime, ICCWC, was established in 2010 in St. Petersburg at Tiger Forum meeting. It aims to strengthen criminal justice systems and provide coordinated support at the national, regional, and international levels to combat wildlife crime. Partner agencies to ICCWC are CITES Secretariat, Interpol, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, World Bank, and World Customs Organization, WCO. TX2 and Tiger Conservation Excellence Award. TX2 Award and Tiger Conservation Excellence Award are awarded to sites that are contributing towards achieving the TX2 Tigers x2 goal to double the population of wild tigers by 2022. India is party to the TX2 Agreement of World Wildlife Fund (WWF). Conservation Assured Tiger Standards CATS or CATS. CATS is a set of criteria which allows tiger sites to check if their management will lead to successful tiger conservation. Officially launched in 2013, CATS is an important part of TX2 goal. WWF is helping tiger range countries to implement CATS. 17 tiger reserves in India have CATS international accreditation. TX2 Award. The TX2 Award will go to one site that has achieved a remarkable increase in its tiger population since 2010. Pilibhit Tiger Reserve won the inaugural 2020 TX2 Award. Tiger Conservation Excellence Award. Conservation Excellence Award recognizes one site that has achieved excellence in at least 2/5 themes. 1. Tiger and prey population monitoring, tiger translocation/prey augmentation. 2. Effective site management, CATS assessments. 3. Enhanced law enforcement. 4. Community-based conservation and human-wildlife conflict mitigation. 5. Habitat and prey management. The Transboundary Manas Conservation Area, India-Bhutan border, has received the Conservation Excellence Award for 2020. Transboundary Manas Conservation Area comprises of 1. The 500 km Manas National Park in Assam and 2. The 1,057 km Royal Manas National Park in Bhutan. Gandhinagar Declaration, adopted by all parties to CMS. It underscores the importance of migratory species. It calls for migratory species and the concept of ecological connectivity. Bishkek Declaration, it wanted the members of the Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Program, GSLESP, to work together to identify and secure at least 20 snow leopard landscapes across the CATS range by 2020 or, in short, secure 20 by 2020. St. Petersburg Declaration, doubling the tiger population, T*2 program. An initiative by Global Tiger Recovery Program, GTRP. Project Snow Leopard. Project Snow Leopard was launched in 2009 with the objective to safeguard and conserve India's unique natural heritage of high-altitude wildlife populations and their habitats. For conservation, India has identified 3 large landscapes. 1. Hemispiti across Ladakh and Himachal Pradesh. 2. Nanda Devi Gangotri in Uttarakhand and 3. Kangchenjunga Tawang across Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. In 2003, the Convention on Migratory Species included the snow leopard as a concerted action species under its Appendix I. Similarly, in 2003, the CITES expanded the scope of the CITES Tiger Enforcement Task Force to include all Asian big cat species, including the snow leopard. Why to conserve the high-altitude ecosystem? The high altitudes of India greater than 3,000 m, including the Himalaya and Trans-Himalaya biogeographic zones, support highly endangered populations of species such as the snow leopard VU, 2 species of bears, red panda (IN), mountain ungulates such as the wild yak VU, Kairu/Tibetan antelope NT, Tibetan gazelle NT, Tibetan argali/mountain sheep NT, Ladakh urial VU, 2 species of musk deer EN, Hangul/Kashmir stag CR, Himalayan goral NT, Suro VU, Takin VU, etc. A high altitude. Lakes and bogs provide breeding grounds for a variety of avifauna including the black-necked crane NT, bar-headed geese LC, etc. High-altitude lakes and bogs provide breeding grounds for a variety of avifauna including the black-necked crane NT, bar-headed geese LC, etc. 10.7. Reintroduction of cheetahs in India. Over 70 years after they went extinct, 8 cheetahs, 5 females and 3 males from Namibia were reintroduced in India on an experimental basis. Spread over 748 kilometers, Kuno Palper National Park in MP is their new home. This is the world's first intercontinental translocation of a carnivore. It is unique because, for the first time, cheetahs will be reintroduced in an unfenced protected area, PA. In South Africa, all PAs that support large predator populations are fully fenced to reduce human-wildlife conflict. This is called fortress conservation. Social scientists criticize it as it barred neighboring communities from using natural resources within these PAs. In India, PAs are not fenced, rather they are surrounded by buffer zones, neutral zones, that allow neighboring communities to utilize natural resources within these PAs. This coexistence approach is considered more favorable by social scientists. Cheetahs can help restore open forest and grassland ecosystems in India. The success of this batch of animals will be the touchstone of India's initiative to be home to 4 wildcats: the tiger, lion, leopard, and cheetah. The government has constituted a task force for monitoring cheetah introduction. The task force will be in force for a period of 2 years. It will monitor the health status of cheetahs, upkeep of the quarantine enclosures, and open cheetah habitat for ecotourism, and suggest and advise on developing tourism infrastructure in the fringe areas of Kuno National Park and other protected areas. Cheetah versus leopard versus jaguar. Why Kuno Epi? Cheetahs do not prey on humans or attack large livestock. Space is the most important consideration. Barring high altitudes, coasts, and the northeast region, a large part of India is considered a cheetah habitat. However, Kuno was chosen as the most preferred habitat based on the assessment carried out by the Wildlife Institute of India and Wildlife Trust of India (WTI) based on climatic variables, prey densities, the population of competing predators, and the historical range. No human settlements. There has been a complete relocation of roughly 24 villages and their domesticated livestock from inside the park years ago. Savanna habitat, the village sites and agricultural fields have now been taken over by grasses. Range. The region is very close to the sal forests of Chhattisgarh, the historical range of the cheetah. Scope for coexistence. Kuno offers the prospect of housing all 4 large felines in India: tiger, lion, leopard, and cheetah. Kuno was initially proposed to provide a second home for the lions. Concerns. The forest has a significant population of leopards. This remains a concern as the much stronger leopard has an advantage over the slender cheetah, whose strength mainly lies in its blazingly fast speed. Leopards are also believed to have more adaptive potential and a wider habitat, forests and grasslands, than the cheetah. Grasslands. Open spaces are critical for survival. 10.8. Conservation of lions. Asiatic lion. Asiatic lion, also known as Persian lion, is restricted to India. Earlier, it was found in West Asia and the Middle East. In India, they are found at Gir National Park and Wildlife Sanctuary, the only abode of the Asiatic lion. Earlier, it was also found in West Bengal and Central India. IUCN Red List, EN Sites. Appendix IWPA, SCHI. Project Lion. A Project Lion envisages landscape ecology-based conservation of the Asiatic lion by integrating conservation and eco-development. It is being implemented in the Gir landscape in Gujarat, which is the last home of the Asiatic lion. The objectives include securing and restoring lions' habitats for managing their growing population, scaling up livelihood generation and participation of local communities, etc. The population of Asiatic lions has shown a steady increase, with a population of 674 individuals, 2020, 28.87%, one of the highest growth rates so far, higher than the 523 lions in 2015. India now, 2020, has 12,852 leopards compared to the previous estimate of 7,910 conducted in 2014. More than a 60% increase in population has been recorded. Mains practice. Explain the importance of India's cheetah reintroduction project. Should a similar project be taken up for Gir lions? Analyze. 200 words. Here, the question does not ask you to list the advantages and disadvantages of the cheetah reintroduction project. It assumes the importance of the project and demands that you explain it. The second part demands an analysis of a similar project for Gir lions, which are at a greater risk of extinction due to the extreme concentration of population in a tiny pocket of Gir forests, which are vulnerable to calamities like cyclone biparjoy, zoonotic diseases, inbreeding depression, etc. You must explain the potential reintroduction sites and associated challenges. Mains practice. Compare and contrast. Differentiate. The challenges in conserving Bengal tiger and Asiatic lion. 200 words. Habitat fragmentation and habitat saturation due to increasing population. Most tiger habitats have reached the threshold of their carrying capacity, and associated human-animal conflict are the significant challenges in the case of the conservation of the Bengal tiger. Since the population of the Bengal tiger is distributed among various regions, you must explain the region-specific challenges. Use the information from Tiger Census Report. A restricted range and the extreme concentration of population in a tiny pocket of Gir forests is the most significant challenge in the case of Gir lions. End of Chapter 11. Wildlife Conservation Part 2. 11.1. Conservation of elephants. More than 60% of the Asian elephant population is in India. While the tigers face the threat of extinction, the Asian elephants, UPSC, face the threat of attrition, gradual reduction. Their numbers have not increased or decreased drastically, but there is increasing pressure on their habitats. Poaching and land use changes remain major challenges to elephant populations. As both male and female African elephants possess tusks, the impact of ivory poaching is especially severe. African forest elephants, CR, have a more prolonged pregnancy than any other mammal, almost 22 months. This further compounds the challenge of conservation. UPSC 2020, with reference to Indian elephants, consider the following statements. 1. The leader of an elephant group is a female. 2. The maximum gestation period can be 22 months. 3. An elephant can normally go on calving till the age of 40 years only. 4. Among the states in India, the highest elephant population is in Kerala. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only B, 2 and 4 only C, 3 only D, 1, 3 and 4 only. Explanation. African elephants are pregnant for an average of 22 months, whilst, for Asian elephants, it's 18 to 22 months. The Karnataka, 6,000 plus, has the highest number of elephants in India, followed by Assam, 5,700 plus, and Kerala, 5,700 plus. Most females give birth for the first time between 14 and 15 years old in African elephants, and slightly later in Asian elephants. Fertility is constant between the ages of 16 and 40 and then declines slightly, though females over 60 can still give birth. Answer A. 1 and 2 only. Asian elephant versus African elephant and African forest elephant versus African savanna, bush, elephant. African savanna, bush, elephant is the largest living terrestrial animal. African savanna, bush, elephant. Ecological importance of elephants. The elephant was declared the National Heritage Animal of India in 2010. Elephants are a keystone species. Their nomadic behavior, the daily and seasonal migrations they make through their home ranges, create an umbrella effect. Preserving a large area for elephants to roam freely provides a suitable habitat for many other animal and plant species of an ecosystem. Seed dispersal. Landscape architects. Elephants create clearings in the forest, preventing the overgrowth of certain plant species and allowing space for the regeneration of others, which in turn provides sustenance to other animals. Elephants release the seeds when they defecate in other places as they travel. Nutrition. Elephant dung nourishes plants and acts as a breeding ground for insects. Water providers. In times of drought, they access the water by digging holes, which benefits other wildlife. Further, their large footprints collect water when it rains, benefiting smaller creatures. Food chain. Apex predators like tigers will sometimes hunt young elephants. Further, elephant carcasses provide food for other animals. Elephant corridor. The elephant corridors are linear, narrow, natural habitat linkages that allow elephants to move between secure habitats without being disturbed by humans. The Rite of Passage, a study published by the Wildlife Trust of India, WTI, in collaboration with Project Elephant, has identified 101 elephant corridors across India. Most of these corridors are in northeastern India, followed by South India, Central India, northern West Bengal, and northwestern India. Threats to elephant corridors. Habitat loss happens due to fragmentation and destruction caused by developmental activities like mining, tourism, the construction of roads, railways, energized electric fencing, etc. Coal and iron ore mining are the two biggest threats to elephant corridors in central and eastern India. Elephants need extensive grazing grounds, and most reserves cannot accommodate them. If protected areas are not large enough, elephants may search for food elsewhere. This often results in human-elephant conflict leading to loss of life. 400 humans are killed in encounters with elephants annually, crops, and property. Mitigation. Fusion of the corridors with nearby protected areas wherever Fusion of the corridors with nearby protected areas wherever feasible. Prevention of further fragmentation of the continuous forest habitat by encroachment from urban areas. Declaration of the corridors as ecologically sensitive areas or conservation reserves for protection. Securing the corridors by sensitizing local communities and ensuring relocation voluntarily outside the conflict zones to safer areas. Project Elephant. The centrally sponsored scheme Project Elephant was launched in 1992 to conserve the elephant population in their natural habitats. The objectives of the scheme include assisting states having populations of wild elephants, ensuring the long-term survival of identified viable populations in their natural habitats, addressing human-animal conflict, developing scientific and planned management measures for the conservation of elephants, protecting the elephants from poachers, preventing illegal ivory trade and other unnatural causes of death. Other initiatives. Hathi Meer Sathi. Hathi Meer Sathi is a campaign launched by MEF in partnership with the Wildlife Trust of India, WTI. The campaign was launched at the Elephant 8 ministerial meeting held in Delhi in 2011. The E8 countries comprise of India, Botswana, the Republic of Congo, Indonesia, Kenya, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, and Thailand. This public initiative was aimed at increasing awareness among people and developing friendship and companionship between people and elephants. Project RHAB. RHAB project is an innovative way of preventing elephant-human conflicts without causing any harm. It is demonstrated by Khadi and Village Industries Commission's KVIC. The project has significantly reduced elephants' presence at places in Karnataka's Kodagu district. It will soon be replicated in all states affected by elephant attacks like West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Assam, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Under this project, bee boxes are used as a fence to prevent elephants from entering human habitation. Elephants fear that the honeybees might sting them in their eyes and the inner side of the trunk. Also, the buzz of the bees irritates the elephants the most. Asian Elephant Alliance. It is a collation of 5 NGOs. 1. Elephant Family. 2. International Fund for Animal Welfare. 3. IUCN. 4. Wildlife Trust of India. 5. World Land Trust. It has come together to secure 96 out of the 101 existing corridors used by elephants across 12 states in India. IUCN Asian Elephant Specialist Group ASISG. ASISG is a global network of voluntary specialists concerned with the study, monitoring, management, and conservation of Asian elephants. It is an integral part of the Species Survival Commission (SSC) of the IUCN. GAJA is the biannual journal published by ASISG. ASISG provides the best available scientifically grounded evidence to the abundance, distribution, and demographic status of Asian elephant populations in all 13 range states: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, China, India, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Burma, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. 11.2. Conservation of Great One-Horned Rhino. Rhinos are killed for their horns, which consist of keratin similar to human hair and nails and are used in traditional medicines in Southeast Asia. Rhino species across the world. White rhino and black rhino, found in Africa. Black rhino is the smaller of the two. Javan rhino, only a few survive in Java and Vietnam. Sumatran rhino is the smallest species of rhinoceros. 30 to 80 Sumatran rhinos remain in the world, mainly on the Indonesian island of Sumatra. Great one-horned rhino, only the great one-horned rhino is found in India. It is the largest of the rhino species, second in size only to the Asian elephant. Only about 24,500 rhinos survive in the wild. Of these, more than 2/3 are white rhinos. African and Sumatran rhinoceros have 2 horns, while the others, Indian and Javan, have a single horn. The Indian rhino's horn is present in both males and females. India's greater one-horned rhinoceros. Habitat: tropical and subtropical savannas and shrublands. Distribution: Indian rhinos once ranged across northern parts of the Indian subcontinent. Now they are confined to the Terai alluvial grasslands of India, Bhutan, and Nepal. Populations: Kaziranga and Manasempis and Pabatora WLS. Threats: poached for its horn, habitat loss and habitat fragmentation, human-animal conflict. IUCN Red List, VU Sites, AXI WPA, Schedule 1. UPSC 2019, consider the following statements. 1. Asiatic lion naturally found in India only. 2. Double-humped camel is naturally found in India only. 3. One-horned rhinoceros is naturally found in India only. Which one of the statements given above is / are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Asiatic lions are naturally found only in the Gir MP. Bactrian camel, double-humped camel, is endemic to Central Asian cold deserts. Answer: A. One only. Conservation measures. In 2005, Assam adopted the ambitious Indian Rhino Vision (IRV) 2020 program in partnership with WWF India and the International Rhino Foundation. New Delhi Declaration on Asian Rhinos 2019 was announced for the conservation and protection of the species by 5 rhino range nations: India, Bhutan, Nepal, Indonesia, and Malaysia. GI launched a project to create DNA profiles of all rhinos. National Rhino Conservation Strategy was launched in 2019 to conserve the Indian rhino. India Rhino Vision (IRV) 2020. Concentrating so many rhinos in a single protected area like Kaziranga exposed the species to risks of calamities, epidemics, floods, massive poaching attempts. Therefore, in 2005, conservationists, alongside the Bodoland Territorial Council and Government of Assam, came together to develop a long-term strategy to manage and protect the species. Their vision was to build a 3,000 wild population of greater one-horned rhinos by 2020 spread across 7 protected areas in Assam. Translocations are the backbone of the IRV 2020 program. Potential rhino habitat areas identified: viz. Manas NP, first site for the translocation of rhinos, Debru Saikoa W. Les, Lakawabura Chapori W. Les, with a viable rhino population through translocations from Kaziranga MP and Pabatora W. Les. The Indian Rhino Vision 2020 ended with the release of 2 rhinos in Assam's Manas Epi transported from Pabitra W. Les. Evaluation of IRV 2020. IRV 2020 is believed to have achieved its target of attaining a population of 3,000 rhinos in Assam. With a viable rhino population, Manas regained her UNESCO World Heritage Site status. But the plan to spread the rhinoceros across other protected areas beyond Kaziranga MP, Orang MP and Pabitra W. Les could not fully materialize. Translocation to these wildlife areas remained a daunting task as the target sites remained vulnerable to poaching activities. There was negligence towards security and health monitoring of the animals. Unchecked tourism activities and road construction along the Indo-Bhutan border further compounded the problem. Way forward. Rather than Manas, Assam must diversify its search areas to include the rhino range around Pabatora and Amchang W. Les. The Brahmaputra River channel from Kaziranga to Orang should also be declared a rhino zone. 11.3. Conservation of the Indian dolphins. Indian dolphin species. South Asian river dolphin, Platanista gangetica. South Asian river dolphin, freshwater dolphin species, is divided into 2 subspecies. Ganges river dolphin, P. G. gangetica, Indus river dolphin, P. G. minor. Distribution: India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. Threats: unintentional killing through entanglement in fishing gear, habitat loss and degradation, water development projects, barrages, high dams and embankments, pollution, industrial waste and pesticides, municipal sewage discharge and noise from vessel traffic. IUCN, EN sites, AXI CMS, AXI WPA, SCHI. Ganges river dolphin, Susu, P. G. gangetica. GI recognized the Ganges river dolphin as its national aquatic animal in 2009. It is also the state aquatic animal of Assam. Because of the sound it produces when breathing, the animal is popularly referred to as the Susu. It is an indicator species for the river. Ganga. It can only live in freshwater and is essentially blind dolphin. They hunt by emitting ultrasonic sounds. Distribution: Ganges Brahmaputra Meghna. Only the Ganges river dolphin is currently listed in Convention on Migratory Species. Indus river dolphin, P. G. minor. It is the state aquatic animal of Punjab. Habitat: Indus River in Pakistan and its Bias. Only habitat of the Indus River dolphin in India and Sutlej tributaries. UPSC 2015. Which one of the following is the national aquatic animal of India? A saltwater crocodile B. Olive Ridley turtle C. Gangetic dolphin D. Gharial. UPSC 2014. Other than poaching, what are the possible reasons for the decline in the population of Ganges river dolphins? 1. Construction of dams and barrages on rivers. 2. Increase in the population of crocodiles in rivers. 3. Getting trapped in fishing nets accidentally. 4. Use of synthetic fertilizers and other agricultural chemicals in crop fields in the vicinity of rivers. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only B. 2 and 3 only C. 1, 3 and 4 only D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Explanation: Isusu shares its habitat with crocodiles, gharials, turtles, and wetland birds, many of which are fish eaters and are potential competitors with dolphins. Answer: C. 1, 3 and 4 only. UPSC 2017. If you want to see gharials in their natural habitat, Which is the best place to visit? A. Bitarkanica mangroves. B. Chumbel River. C. Pulicat Lake. D. Deeper Beale. Irrawaddy dolphin, Orchella brevirostris. Habitat: brackish water near coasts, river mouths, and estuaries and in freshwater rivers, including the Ganges, Mekong, and Irrawaddy rivers. A distribution: concentrated lagoon populations in India are found in Chilika Lake in Odisha. Threats: human conflict, drowning in gillnets, etc. IUCN EN sites. AXI-CMS, AXI-WPA, SCHI. Ganges River Dolphin Conservation Measures. After the launch of Ganga Action Plan in 1985, GOI included Gangetic dolphins in the SCHI of the WPA 1972. National Ganga Council was set up to save their population. The Kramshila Gangetic Dolphin Sanctuary, Bihar, only sanctuary for dolphin conservation, was created. In 2020, PM Modi announced the government's plan to launch Project Dolphin. Such an initiative got in-principle approval at the first meeting of the National Ganga Council, NGC, headed by the Prime Minister. The proposed project is aimed at saving both river and marine dolphins. Conservation Action Plan for Gangetic Dolphin, 2010 to 2020 identified threats to Gangetic dolphins and impact of river traffic, irrigation canals, and depletion of prey base on dolphin populations. Ganges river dolphin is included among 21 species under the Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitat. In 2009, the then PM, while chairing the maiden meeting of the National Ganga River Basin Authority, declared the Gangetic river dolphin as the national aquatic animal. The National Mission for Clean Ganga, which implements the government's flagship scheme Namami Gange, celebrates October 5th as National Ganga River Dolphin Day. 11.4. Conservation of Indian crocodile species. Crocodile versus alligator versus gharial. Indian crocodile species. Gharial, CR. The gharial, CR, are fish-eating freshwater crocodiles. They are amongst the longest of all living crocodilians. They once thrived in all the major rivers of the Indian subcontinent. Today, they are extinct in the Indus, the Brahmaputra of Bhutan and Bangladesh, and in the Irrawaddy River. The habitat: clean rivers with sandbanks. A distribution: only viable population is in the National Chumbel Sanctuary spread across 3 states of UP, Rajasthan, and MP. A small non-breeding populations exist in Sun, Gandak, Hooghly, Gagra rivers, and Satkoja WLS, Odisha. A threats: combined effects of dams, barges, artificial embankments, change in river course, pollution, sand mining, riparian agriculture, and ingress of domestic and feral livestock. IUCN, CR sites, AXI-CMS, AXI-WPA, SCHI. Mugger/Indian crocodile view. The mugger, marsh/Indian broadsnout, crocodile VU, is a freshwater species. Habitat: freshwater lakes, rivers and marshes, reservoirs, and slow-moving, shallow water bodies. Distribution: found throughout India. Extinct in Bhutan. Threats: habitat destruction because of conversion of natural habitats for agricultural and industrial use, sacrificed in superstitious practices, or used as aphrodisiacs, any food or drug that arouses sexual instinct. IUCN VU sites. Appendix I WPA, Schedule 1. Saltwater crocodile LC. A saltwater crocodile, LC, is the largest living reptile and crocodilian known to science. The habitat: saltwater habitats and brackish wetlands. Distribution: India's east coast, Odisha's Bitarkanica Wildlife Sanctuary, Andaman and Nicobar Islands coasts and Sundarbans, across Southeast Asia and the Sundaic region to northern Australia. A threat: hunted for its skin, illegal killing, and habitat loss. IUCN LC sites. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 1. Indian Crocodile Conservation Project. The Indian Crocodile Conservation Project has pulled back the once threatened crocodilians from the brink of extinction and placed them on a good path of recovery. Its objectives are to protect the remaining population of crocodilians in their natural habitat by creating sanctuaries, to rebuild natural population quickly through grow and release, or rear and release technique, to promote captive breeding. Members of a wild species are captured, then bred and raised in a special facility under the care of wildlife biologists and other experts. Bringing an animal into captivity may represent the last chance to preserve a species in the wild. Madras Crocodile Bank Trust. It is a reptile zoo and research station on the outskirts of Chennai. It has one of the world's largest collections of crocodiles and alligators. It was established to save Indian species of crocodile, the marsh or mugger crocodile, VU, the saltwater crocodile, LC, and the gharial, CR. The place offers a secure nesting beach for olive ridley sea turtles, VU, also. 11.5. Conservation of turtles. Threats faced by Indian turtles: poaching for consumption, illegal trade, habitat loss, pollution, etc. All tortoises are turtles as they belong to the order Testudines/Chelonia, bodies encased in a bony shell. Turtles are omnivores, eat both meat and plants. The only exception is the green turtle, mostly herbivore. Tortoises are generally larger in size. However, leatherback sea turtles, VU, the largest of all living turtles, can weigh up to 500 kilograms. Giant tortoises on the Galapagos are the largest tortoises weighing up to 415 kilograms. Terrapins are almost a combination of turtles and tortoises that live mostly in water but can also live on land. Batagar turtle species. Batagar is a genus of large river turtles from South and Southeast Asia. Major species include Southern river terrapin, CR, found in Southeast Asian rivers. Northern river terrapin, CR, native to river deltas of Southeast Asia and Sundarbans. Painted terrapin, CR, found in Southeast Asian rainforests. Three-striped roof turtle, CR, endemic to the Ganges. Red-crowned roof turtle, CR, endemic to the Ganges. Burmese roof turtle, CR, Irrawaddy River of Myanmar. Southern river terrapin, CR, and northern river terrapin, CR, are currently listed in CITES Appendix I. The rest are listed in CITES Appendix II. Northern river terrapin, CR. It is one of Asia's largest freshwater turtles. Distribution: river deltas of SE Asia and Sundarbans. IUCN, CR, CITES, Appendix I, WPA, Schedule 1. Three-striped roof turtle, CR. Habitat: nests on the sandbanks of large rivers. Distribution: Ganges plains of India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. IUCN, CR, CITES, Appendix II, WPA, Schedule 1. Red-crowned Bengal, roof turtle, CR. Males are smaller than females. Habitat: Ganga and Brahmaputra river basins. Distribution: substantial numbers found only in the National Chumbil River Gharial Sanctuary. IUCN, CR, CITES, Appendix II, WPA, Schedule 1. Nilsonia turtle species. Nilsonia is a genus of freshwater softshell turtles found in South Asian rivers. Major species include Burmese peacock softshell turtle, CR, found in Myanmar and Karbi along district of Assam. Leith softshell turtle, CR, endemic to peninsular rivers. Black softshell turtle, CR, native to the lower Brahmaputra River. At present, only a few of them survive in a human-made pond in Chittagong. Indian Ganges softshell turtle, EN, found in the waters of the Ganges, Indus, and Mahanadi. Indian peacock softshell turtle, EN, found in the Indus, Ganges, and the Brahmaputra. Burmese peacock softshell turtle, CR, is currently listed in CITES Appendix II. The rest are listed in CITES Appendix I. Leith softshell turtle, CR. Distribution: peninsular Indian rivers. It is listed in Schedule 4 WPA and its possession is an offense. WPA Act and protects it from hunting and trade. IUCN, CR, CITES, Appendix I, WPA, Schedule 4. Black softshell turtle, CR. Habitat: lower Brahmaputra River. Distribution: only a few of them survive in a human-made pond in Chittagong and temple ponds in any India. IUCN, CR, CITES, Appendix I, WPA, not applicable. Indian Ganges softshell turtle, EN. It is distinguished by its flattened shell. Distribution: Ganges, Indus, and Mahanadi. IUCN, EN, CITES, Appendix I, WPA, Schedule 1. Indian peacock softshell turtle, EN. Habitat: rivers, lakes, and ponds with mud or sand bottoms. Distribution: Indus, Ganges, and the Brahmaputra. IUCN, EN, CITES, Appendix I, WPA, Schedule 1. Indian narrow, small-headed softshell turtle, EN. Unlike the other softshell turtle species, Indian narrow-headed softshell turtle belongs to genus Chitra. It is one of the largest freshwater turtles. Just like other softshell turtles, it uses its flexible shell to dig itself deep into sandy bottoms, waiting for its potential prey. Distribution: Sutlej, Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Godavari, Mahanadi, Padma, etc. IUCN, EN, CITES, Appendix II, WPA, Schedule 4. Sea turtle species. The 7 known sea turtle species in the decreasing order of their size: leatherback, green, loggerhead, hawksbill, flatback, endemic to the sandy beaches of the Australian continental shelf, olive ridley, Kemp's ridley. Hawksbill sea turtle, CR. It is migratory and nesting occurs insular sandy beaches. Distribution: in India, they are found in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the coast of Tamil Nadu and Orissa. IUCN, CR, CITES, AXI CMS, Appendix I, WPA, SCHI. Kemp's Atlantic Ridley Sea Turtle, CR. It is the world's rarest and the smallest sea turtles. Kemp's Ridley and olive Ridley turtles are known for Arabata synchronized, large-scale nesting. Distribution, subtropical to temperate northern Atlantic. IUCN, Seer sites, Appendix ICMS, AXI WPA, not applicable. Green sea turtle, EN. It is the only herbivore turtle species. Distribution, tropical and subtropical seas, rare in India. IUCN, EN sites, AXI CMS, AXI WPA, SCHI. Leatherback sea turtle, VU. It is the largest of the living sea turtles, 250 to 700 kilograms. Distribution, tropical and temperate seas and oceans. Threats, artificial lighting disorients hatchlings and causes them to migrate inland. IUCN, VU sites, AXI CMS, AXI WPA, SCHI. Loggerhead sea turtle, VU. Distribution, tropical and temperate seas and oceans. IUCN, VU sites, AXI CMS, AXI WPA, SCHI. Olive Ridley sea turtle, VU. They are best known for their synchronized nesting. Most of them migrate every winter to Indian coastal waters for nesting, mainly at the eastern coast. Gahermatha Marine Sanctuary and Rushikulya Rookery Coast are the main nesting sites in India. Distribution, warm tropical seas and oceans. Threats, unsustainable egg collection, slaughtering nesting females on the beach and direct harvesting adults at sea for commercial sale of both the meat and hides, etc. IUCN, VU sites, AXI CMS, AXI WPA, SCHI. UPSC 2013 consider the following fauna of India. 1. Gharial. 2. Leatherback turtle. 3. Swamp deer. Which of the above is / are endangered? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 3 only. C. 1, 2, and 3. D. None. Explanation. Gharials are critically endangered. Swamp deer, Barasinga, VU, and leatherback turtle are vulnerable. Answer, D. None. Sea Turtle Conservation Project. With the objective of conservation of olive Ridley turtles, VU, and other endangered marine turtles. MEF initiated the Sea Turtle Conservation Project in collaboration of UNDP in 1999 with Wildlife Institute of India WI Dehradun as the implementing agency. The project is being implemented in 10 coastal states of the country with special emphasis in Odisha. The project has helped in the preparation of an inventory map of breeding sites of sea turtles, identification of nesting and breeding habitats along the shoreline and migratory routes taken by sea turtles, etc. One of the important achievements have been demonstration of use of satellite telemetry to locate the migratory route of olive Ridley turtles in the sea and sensitizing the fishermen and state government for the use of turtle exclusion device TED in fishing trawlers to check turtle mortality in fishing net. 11.6. Conservation of Indian vultures. India is the most favorable region for vultures. Hindus do not eat cows, and when a cow dies, it is left to be fed on by vultures. India also has high species diversity, and hence vultures get a lot of food. 9 species of vulture can be found in India. Most are in danger of extinction due to a veterinary drug called diclofenac. Vultures do not have a particular enzyme required to break down diclofenac. Diclofenac and Indian vulture crisis. Diclofenac is a common nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drug. NSAID works like steroids but without as many side effects, administered to livestock and is used to treat the symptoms of inflammation, fevers and or pain associated with disease or wounds. It leads to renal failure in vultures, damaging their excretory system, direct inhibition of uric acid secretion in vultures. Gyps species were the most affected by diclofenac. The population of the white-rumped vulture fell 99.7% between 1993 and 2002. The populations of the Indian vulture and the slender-billed vulture fell 97.4%. 2 other species of gyps, Himalayan vulture and Eurasian griffon, were less affected because they come to India only in winters. They are exclusively mountain-dwelling and hence less vulnerable to diclofenac contamination. Consequences of depopulation of vultures. Vultures played an important role in public sanitation. The carcasses formerly eaten by vultures rot in village fields, leading to contaminated drinking water. Their disappearance has resulted in an explosion of rats and wild dogs and the spread of diseases. The newly abundant scavengers are not as efficient as vultures. A vulture's metabolism is a true dead end for pathogens, but dogs and rats become carriers of the pathogens. They carry diseases from rotting carcasses such as rabies, anthrax, plague, etc. India vulture species. The Indian vulture species are Old World vultures, found in the Old World continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa. They belong to Accipitridae family. White-rumped vulture, CR, was once very common in the Gangetic plains of India. IUCN, CRCMS, Appendix IWPA, Schedule 1. Red-headed vulture, CR. Indian, long-billed, vulture, CR. It is native to India, Pakistan, and Nepal. IUCN, CRCMS. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 1. Slender-billed vulture, CR. It is native to Sub-Himalayan region and Southeast Asia. IUCN, CRCMS. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 1. Egyptian vulture in IUCN, ENCMS. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 4. Himalayan, griffon vulture, NT. It is native to the Himalayas and Tibetan Plateau. IUCN, NTCMS. Appendix 2, WPA, Schedule 4. Bearded vulture, NT. It lives and breeds on the high mountains. IUCN, NTCMS. Appendix 2, WPA, Schedule 4. Cinereous vulture, NT. Distributed throughout Eurasia. IUCN, NTCMS. Appendix 2, WPA, Schedule 4. Eurasian griffon vulture, LC. IUCN, LCCMS. Appendix 2, WPA, Schedule 4. Major non-Indian vulture species. White-backed vulture, SAR. IUCN, CRCMS. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 4. Rupels, griffon vulture, SAR. It is native to the Sahel region and East Africa. IUCN, CRCMS. Appendix IWPA, Schedule 4. Steps taken by the government. The vulture species are conserved under Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats, IDWH, Species Recovery Program. The protection status of white-rumped, long-billed, Indian vulture, and slender-billed vultures was upgraded from SCH4 to SCHI of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. The rest of the vulture species remain in Schedule 4. Vulture restaurants are created where tables are reserved only for the unique and rare vultures by Maharashtra and Punjab Forest Departments. Central Zoo Authority and Bombay Natural History Society, BNHS, led the establishment of the Vulture Conservation Breeding Program, has been highly successful. Vulture safe zones are created to conserve the remaining population and facilitate reintroduction of vultures into the wild from vulture conservation breeding centers. Recently, the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare banned the manufacture, sale, and distribution of ketoprofen and aceclofenac and their formulations for animal use under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, 1940. Diclofenac alternative. Diclofenac was banned for veterinary use in India in 2006. A replacement drug meloxicam was quickly developed and tested. It affects cattle the same way as diclofenac but is harmless for vultures. Diclofenac for human use is still being diverted for veterinary uses through black markets. Vulture Safety Zones, VSZ. The aim of developing VSZs is to establish targeted awareness activities surrounding 150 kilometers radius of vultures' colonies so that no diclofenac or the veterinary toxic drugs are found in cattle carcasses. The VSZ is spread around in several hundred kilometers covering the Jim Corbett in Uttarakhand, Dudhwa and Kartamayagat forest reserves in Up, which is adjoining the Indo-Nepal border. Nepal has already set up many VSZ on the Indian borders. Action Plan for Vulture Conservation in India 2020-25. The Action Plan for Vulture Conservation, APVC, 2006 was released to save the vultures from possible extinction. The main objective was the removal of diclofenac from the food chain. The plan was extended to 2025, aiming not just halting the decline but to actively increase the vulture numbers in India. Main objectives are to 1. Ensure that sale of veterinary non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, NSAIDs, is strictly regulated. 2. Carry out safety testing of available molecules of veterinary NSAIDs on vultures, and to introduce new molecules in the market only after they are proved to be safe following safety testing on vultures. 3. Include drugs other than diclofenac that are toxic to vultures like aceclofenac and ketoprofen to be banned for veterinary use. 4. Cover all 9 species of vultures recorded from India. 5. Have at least one vulture safe zone in each state. Vulture safe zones. Vulture safe zones are created to conserve the remaining population and facilitate reintroduction of vultures into the wild from vulture conservation breeding centers. Other steps taken for vulture conservation. The vulture species are conserved under Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats, IDWH, Species Recovery Program. Central Zoo Authority and Bombay Natural History Society, BNHS, led the establishment of the Vulture Conservation Breeding Program, has been highly successful. 11.7. Other national efforts. Project Hangul, Kashmiri Stag, The Hongul/Kashmiri stag, CR, is a subspecies of Central Asian red deer native to northern India. It was the state animal of erstwhile Jammu and Kashmir. In Kashmir, it is found in Dakigam NP at elevations of 3,035 meters. These deer once numbered from about 5,000 animals in the beginning of the 20th century. They are now threatened due to habitat destruction, overgrazing by domestic livestock and poaching. The species dwindled to as low as 150 animals by 1970. The erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, along with the IUCN and the WWF prepared Project Hongul for the protection of these animals, and the population increased to over 340 by 1980. According to the census in 2019, there were only 237 Honguls. Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats. Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats, IDWH, is an ongoing centrally sponsored scheme. Under IDWH, financial assistance is provided to states/UTs for protection and conservation of wildlife. Components of the scheme. 1. Support to protected areas, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, conservation and community reserves. 2. Protection of wildlife outside protected areas. 3. Species recovery programs for saving Indian critically endangered species and habitats. 22 Indian critically endangered, locally species under Species Recovery Program. IDWH provides financial assistance for the conservation of the 22 species included in Indian locally critically endangered list. Mammals. 1. Hongul, Kashmir stag CR. 2. Malabar civet, CR. 3. Asian wild water buffalo EN. 4. Asiatic lion EN. 5. Brow-antlered deer/Songhai/ELD's deer EN. 6. Nilgiri tar EN. 7. Red panda EN. 8. Clouded leopard VU. 9. Indian rhino/great one-horned rhinoceros VU. 10. Snow leopard VU. 11. Swamp deer/Barasinga VU. 12. Caracal LC, most recent addition to the list. Marine mammals. 1. Dugong VU. 2. Gangetic river dolphin EN. Birds. 1. Great Indian bustard CR. 2. Jerdon's courser CR. 3. Nicobar megapode VU. 4. Edible nest swiftlet LC. 5. Vultures, all species found in India. Reptiles. 1. Arabian Sea humpback whale EN, it is a subpopulation of humpback whales LC. 2. Marine turtles. 3. Northern river terrapin CR. Animal Welfare Board of India. Animal Welfare Board of India AWBI, not to be confused with National Board for Wildlife, is a statutory advisory body advising the government on animal welfare laws and promotes animal welfare in India. It was established under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, 1960. AWBI functions under the aegis of Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, FAD, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. The subject of prevention of cruelty to animals was transferred from MEF to FAD in 2019. Well-known humanitarian Rukmini Devi Arundel, 1904 to 1986, an eminent Bharatanatyam dancer, was instrumental in setting up the board. The board is highly concerned about abuse of animals in research and cruelty involved when animals were used in entertainment. It oversees animal welfare organizations AWOs by granting recognition to them. It also provides financial assistance to recognized AWOs. In 2014, in AWBI versus A. Nagaraja, the SC declared Jallikattu illegitimate, stating that the practice was cruel and caused the animal unnecessary pain and suffering. UPSC 2014, consider the following statements. 1. Animal Welfare Board of India is established under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. 2. National Tiger Conservation Authority is a statutory body. 3. National Ganga River Basin Authority is chaired by the Prime Minister. Which of the statements given above is / are correct? A. 1 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 2 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee (GAC) is the statutory body constituted in the MOEF under Rules 1989 under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. The National Board for Wildlife (NBWL) is a statutory board constituted under the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Animal Welfare Board of India is established in the MEF and was transferred to MFAD in 2019. It derives its powers under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. Answer: B, 2 and 3 only. National Wildlife Action Plan NWAP 2017 to 2031. One NWAP was adopted in 1983. Two NWAP was put in place for the period 2002 to 2016. Three NWAP is for the period 2017 to 31. It has 5 components and 103 conservation actions. NWAP adopts the landscape approach of conservation by emphasizing on preservation of genetic diversity and sustainable utilization of species and ecosystem. It underscores the role of private sector in the wildlife protection by ensuring adequate fund flow from the Corporate Social Responsibility (CSR) fund. Components of 3 NWAP 2017 to 2031. Integrated management of wildlife and their habitats and wildlife conflict mitigation. 2. Adaptation to climate change and promoting integrated sustainable management of aquatic biodiversity. 3. Promoting ecotourism, nature education, and participatory management. 4. Strengthening wildlife research and development of human resources in wildlife conservation. 5. Enabling policies and resources for conservation of wildlife in India. Landscape approach to conservation. It is a holistic approach to landscape management aiming to reconcile the competing objectives of nature conservation and economic activities across a given landscape. It is based on the importance of conservation of natural flora and fauna, uncultivated flora and undomesticated fauna that had ecological value irrespective of their place of occurrence. It can be seen as an alternative to site-based conservation, i.e., strategies more concentrated on national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. National Action Plan for Conservation of Migratory Birds 2018 to 2023. MWF has developed the Plan for Conservation of Migratory Birds and their Habitats along Central Asian Flyway (CAF) for the period 2018 to 23. Longer-term goal is to arrest population decline and secure habitats of migratory bird species. In the short run, the plan seeks to halt the downward trends in declining metapopulations by 2027. Central Asian Flyway (CAF). Flyways are used by groups of birds during their annual cycle, which includes breeding areas, stopover areas, and wintering areas. Many of these areas are used by birds are highly productive and also enable benefits to local people. The Central Asian Flyway (CAF) is one among the 9 flyways identified under Convention on Migratory Species. Route extent: Russia, Siberia, to the southernmost non-breeding, wintering grounds in West and South Asia, the Maldives and British Indian Ocean Territory. India has a strategic role in the flyway as it provides critical stopover sites to greater than 90% of the bird species known to use this route. Green Good Deeds Initiative. The MWF coordinates a central sector scheme called Environment Education, Awareness and Training. This Green Good Deeds Initiative is about simple, practical steps that students/teachers/citizens can perform in their day-to-day life towards protection of environment. A component of the scheme is the National Green Corps (NGC) program. Under NGC, 1.5 lakh eco-clubs have been established in schools/colleges across the country. Students are actively involved in the NGC programs related to environment protection and conservation. Activities of eco-clubs include conducting cleanliness drives as part of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, plantation drives, awareness on waste minimization, waste segregation, etc. Bombay Natural History Society (BNHS). BNHS, founded in 1883, is one of the largest NGOs in India engaged in conservation and biodiversity research. It supports many research efforts through grants and publishes the Journal of the BNHS. Many prominent naturalists, including the ornithologists Salim Ali and S. Dillon Ripley, have been associated with BNHS. 11.8. International efforts. World Wildlife Fund for Nature, WWF. WWF is an NGO established in 1961 and is headquartered at Gland, Switzerland. It was formerly named the World Wildlife Fund. It works in the field of wilderness preservation and the reduction of human impact on environment. WWF aims to stop the degradation of the planet's natural environment and to build a future in which humans live in harmony with nature. Initiatives by WWF. The Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network, Traffic, and NGO is a joint program of WWF and IUCN. Living Planet Report has been published every 2 years by WWF since 1998. WWF has launched notable worldwide campaigns like Earth Hour and Debt for Nature Swap. Earth Hour. Earth Hour is a worldwide movement organized by the WWF since 2007. It encourages people to switch off the lights from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. as per their local time every year on the last Saturday of March. The idea is to refrain from the use of non-essential lighting to save energy in a symbolic call for environmental protection. Earth Hour has been successful in pursuing legislative changes by harnessing the power of the people and collective action. For example, it helped create a 3.5 million hectare marine protected area in Argentina and ban all plastics in the Galapagos in 2014, etc. Debt for nature swap. It is a transaction where a country has its debt purchased, renegotiated, or forgiven by its creditors fully or partially with the condition that savings on debt are invested in environmental conservation activities. UPSC 2014, with reference to Bombay Natural History Society, BNHS, consider the following statements. 1. It is an autonomous organization under the MOF. 2. It strives to conserve nature through action-based research, education, and public awareness. 3. It organizes and conducts nature trails and camps for the general public. Which of the statements given above is / are correct? A. 1 and 3, only B. 2, only C. 2 and 3, only D. 1, 2, and 3. UPSC 2014, consider the following statements regarding Earth Hour. 1. It is an initiative of UNEP and UNESCO. 2. It is a movement in which the participants switch off the lights for 1 hour on a certain day every year. 3. It is a movement to raise the awareness about the climate change and the need to save the planet. Which of the statements given above is / are correct? A. 1 and 3, only B. 2, only C. 2 and 3, only D. 1, 2, and 3. Answer, C. Similar topic, Earth Day Network EDN and Earth Day. Earth Day is an annual event organized on April 22 since 1970 by Earth Day Network EDN, an NGO, to diversify, educate, and activate the environmental movement worldwide. In the year 2020, the 50th anniversary of the first Earth Day was celebrated. The theme for Earth Day 2020 was Climate Action. International Whaling Commission IWC. IWC is a non-UN body set up by terms of Internal Convention for Regulation of Whaling ICRW. Its headquarters is in the United Kingdom. It provides for the proper conservation of whale stocks and orderly development of the whaling industry. It can designate areas as whaling sanctuaries. E.g., Indian Ocean Whale Sanctuary, Seychelles. Participation in IWC is not limited to states involved in whaling. India is a member. In 1982, it adopted moratorium on commercial whaling. Whaling under scientific research and aboriginal subsistence provisions of ICRW are still allowed. Florianopolis Declaration. In 2018, IWC members gathered in Florianopolis, Brazil, where they rejected proposal by Japan to renew commercial whaling. As a result, Japan announced its withdrawal. End of chapter. 12. Air pollution, causes and air pollutants. Environmental issues and environmental degradation. Environmental degradation makes the environment unfit or less suitable for the survival of different life forms, thereby causing immense ecological damage. Population explosion, urbanization, and the associated increase in human needs and comforts have resulted in rapid industrialization. Rapid industrialization, in turn, has led to the overexploitation of natural resources. The consequences of such exploitation are evident in major environmental issues such as climate change, ocean acidification, soil erosion, desertification, loss of biodiversity, pollution, etc. 12.1. Pollution. Pollution may be defined as the addition/release of undesirable physical, chemical, or biological agents, substances, pollutants into the environment due to human, anthropogenic activities. The agents that cause pollution are called pollutants. They are directly or indirectly harmful to humans and other living organisms. Pollution may be of the following types: air pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, thermal pollution, radiation pollution, etc. Air pollution. Air pollution may be defined as the presence of any solid, liquid, or gaseous substances, including noise and radioactive radiation, in the atmosphere in such concentration that may be directly and/or indirectly injurious to humans or other living organisms, property, or interferes with the normal environmental processes. The ever-increasing use of fossil fuels in power plants, industries, transportation, mining, construction of buildings, and stone quarries has led to air pollution. Fossil fuels contain small amounts of nitrogen and sulfur. Burning fossil fuels like coal, thermal power plants, and petroleum releases different oxides of nitrogen, nitrogen oxides, and sulfur into the atmosphere. These gases react with the water vapor present in the atmosphere to form sulfuric acid and nitric acid. The acids drop down with rain, making the rain acidic. This is called acid rain. Acid rain corrodes the marble monuments like the Taj Mahal. This phenomenon is called marble cancer. Other kinds of pollutants are chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, which are used in refrigerators and air conditioners and as pressurizing agents in aerosol sprays. CFCs damage the ozone layer of the atmosphere. The combustion of fossil fuels also increases the number of suspended particles in the air. These suspended particles could be unburnt carbon particles or substances called hydrocarbons. The presence of high levels of all these pollutants causes visibility to be lowered, especially in cold weather when water also condenses out of the air. This is known as smog and is an indication of air pollution. Major causes of air pollution: vehicular and industrial emissions, carbon monoxide, CO, oxides of nitrogen, NO, and non-methane volatile organic compounds, NVOX, benzene, ethanol, formaldehyde, cyclohexane, 1,1,1-trichloroethane or acetone are the major pollutants, greater than 80% from vehicular emissions. Other trace emissions include methane, CH, carbon dioxide, CO, oxides of sulfur, SO, and total suspended particles, TSPs. Critical industries such as iron and steel, sugar, paper, cement, fertilizer, copper, and aluminium contribute to suspended particulate matter, SBM, SO, NO, and CO. Improper use of pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is a technique of breaking down synthetic material at high temperatures, 300 to 400 degrees Celsius, for an hour without oxygen. While pyrolysis is a safer technique than burning, pyrolysis leaves fine carbon matter, pyro gas, and oil as residue. Many tire pyrolysis and other industrial pyrolysis units employ suboptimum pyrolysis technologies. Applications of pyrolysis. Used in the chemical industry to produce methanol, activated carbon, charcoal, etc. from wood. Synthetic gas from pyrolysis can be used in gas turbines to produce electricity. A mixture of soil, stone, ceramics, and glass obtained from pyrolytic waste can be used in building materials. Pyrolysis was recently proposed for converting billions of disposable COVID-19 PPE kits into biocrude synthetic fuel, biofuel. Advantages of pyrolysis. Inexpensive for processing a wide variety of feedstocks. Reduces waste going to landfill and GHG emissions. Reduces the risk of water pollution. The National Green Tribunal in 2014 prohibited used tires from being burned in the open or used as fuel in brick kilns. Fuel adulteration. The taxes on diesel and gasoline are high compared to those on kerosene, which is meant as a cooking fuel. Adulteration of gasoline and diesel with lower-priced kerosene is hence rampant in India. Adulterated fuel increases emissions of carbon monoxide, CO, nitrogen oxides, NO, and particulate matter. Emissions from agriculture, waste treatment, and biomass burning. Ammonia, NH3, methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide, NO, GHG, are the critical pollutants from agricultural activities. Methane, CH, is the major pollutant released from landfills and wastewater treatment plants. Ammonia, NH3, is a byproduct released from the composting process. Stubble burning. Stubble burning is intentionally setting fire to the straw stubble that remains after grains, like paddy and wheat, have been harvested. It is practiced in all parts of India. Stubble burning in Punjab, Haryana, and up to clear the fields for the sowing of rabi crop from the last week of September to November is causing severe pollution in the NCR region in winter. There is only a 2 to 3 weeks window between the harvesting of paddy crops and the sowing of the next crop. Hence, the pollution levels quickly rise, leaving the NCR region gasping for breath. Burning crop residue is a crime under IPC and the Air and Pollution Control Act of 1981. The National Green Tribunal (NGT) banned crop residue burning in Rajasthan, Haryana, and Punjab, but the practice is still rampant. Effects of stubble burning. Pollution. Stubble burning emits large amounts of toxic pollutants into the atmosphere, which contain harmful gases like methane, CH, carbon monoxide, CO, and volatile organic compounds, VC. These pollutants adversely affect health by creating a thick blanket of smog. Loss of soil fertility. Burning crop residues on the fields destroys the nutrients and useful bacteria and fungi in the soil, making it less fertile. Loss of soil moisture. The heat generated by stubble burning penetrates the soil and leads to the loss of moisture. UPSC 2015, Mumbai, Delhi, and Kolkata are the 3 megacities of the country, but air pollution is a much more severe problem in Delhi compared to the other 2. Why is this so? 200 words. In 2014, a global study on air quality by the WHO declared Delhi the most polluted city in the world. Despite similar urbanization, air pollution is much more severe in Delhi than in Mumbai and Kolkata. This is because of the following reasons. Geography and climate. This is the most determining factor. Delhi is a continental city while the other 2 are coastal. Land and sea breezes in Mumbai and Kolkata carry pollutants away from the city. There is no such advantage to Delhi as it is landlocked. Also, the duration of monsoon winds is short in Delhi compared to the other 2. Delhi faces severe cold waves in winter compared to the other 2. The cold climate creates temperature inversion, which traps the pollutants, mainly smog, for a longer duration. Also, the Himalayas are a barrier to cleaner air from the north. In winter, Delhi receives 72% of its wind from the NW and only 28% from the Indo-Gangetic Plains. With the SW monsoon withdrawal, the direction of wind over NW India changes to northwesterly. The NW winds bring farm fire-release pollutants to Delhi from Haryana, Punjab, and Rajasthan, polluting industries in close vicinity. Delhi and its neighborhoods Noida, Gurugram, Ganga Yamuna Doab are the hotbeds of coal-powered polluting industries. Burning coal releases oxides of sulfur which forms sulfurous smog. This type of smog is more pronounced in Delhi than in the other two cities due to geography and climate. Vehicular emissions. All three cities contribute nearly equal vehicular emissions rich in CO and NO. NO results in photochemical smog. Here again, Delhi is the worst hit due to its geography and climate. Farm straw burning. Delhi is at the heart of the most densely populated agricultural region of India. Burning farm straw in the surrounding regions adds to Delhi's pollution levels. Winters are more polluted than summers in Delhi. Why? The most polluted months are November, December, and January. Most of the crop residue is burnt in Haryana, Punjab, and up during November. Locally, the burning of leaves also picks up in November. All this coincides with the cold, foggy, windless days, temperature inversion leading to the accumulation of pollutants. Household air pollution, indoor air pollution. Household air pollution results from the burning of various fuels, coal, charcoal, wood, agricultural residue, animal dung, and kerosene, among others, for heating or cooking with limited ventilation. This produces an array of pollutants, including fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, black carbon, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and methane. On the other hand, paints, carpets, furniture, etc. in rooms may give out volatile organic compounds, VCs. Volcanism, acid rain, ozone destruction. The volcanic gases that pose the most significant hazard to people, animals, and property are sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, hydrogen fluoride, and hydrogen sulfide. Locally, sulfur dioxide can lead to acid rain and air pollution downwind from a volcano. Globally, significant explosive eruptions inject a tremendous volume of sulfur aerosols into the stratosphere, leading to lower surface temperatures and promoting the depletion of the ozone layer. UPSC 2021-22 consider the following. 1. Carbon dioxide. 2. Oxides of nitrogen. 3. Oxides of sulfur. Which of the above are the emissions from coal combustion at thermal power plants? A. 1 only B. 2 and 3 only C. 1 and 3 only D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Burning coal releases CO, SO, and NO. Answer, D. 1, 2, and 3. Noise pollution. Any unwanted sound that causes annoyance, irritation, and pain to the human ear is termed noise. Noise is measured in dB decibels, which indicates the loudness of the sound. World Health Organization (WHO) has prescribed optimum noise level as 45 dB by day and 35 dB by night. The human ear can tolerate noise levels up to 85 dB, and anything beyond that can affect the quality of life. Sound above 80 dB is considered as loud and hazardous. Sound between 100 to 125 dB is termed uncomfortable. Permissible noise level in India. The Central Pollution Control Board has laid down the permissible noise level in India for different areas. All the machines operating in an area should produce noise within the acceptable noise level. Zone daytime, dB, night, dB. Silent zone includes areas within 100 meters of the premises of schools, colleges, hospitals, and courts. Laws to control noise pollution. Earlier, noise pollution and its sources were addressed under the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, 1981. Currently, they are regulated separately under the Noise Pollution, Regulation and Control, Rules, 2000, under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. Additionally, noise standards for motor vehicles, air conditioners, refrigerators, diesel generators, and certain construction equipment are prescribed under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. Noise emanating from industry is regulated by state pollution control boards, SPCBs, under the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, 1981. Classification of air pollutants. Primary pollutants, these are persistent, exist, or occur over a prolonged period in the form in which they are added to the environment, e.g. DDT, plastic, CO, oxides of nitrogen and sulfur, etc. Secondary pollutants, these are formed by interaction among the primary pollutants. For example, peroxyacetyl nitrate (PAN) is formed by the interaction of nitrogen oxides and hydrocarbons. Ozone is formed when hydrocarbons HC or VOCs and nitrogen oxides NO combine in the presence of sunlight. When NO combines with oxygen in the air and, due to acid rain, sulfur dioxide or nitrogen oxides react with rainwater to form acid rain. Quantitative pollutants, these occur in nature and become pollutants when their concentration reaches beyond a threshold level, e.g. carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, etc. Qualitative pollutants, these do not occur in nature and are human-made, e.g. fungicides, herbicides, DDT, etc. 12.2. Air pollutants. Particulate pollutants. Particulate pollutants are matter suspended in the air, such as dust and soot. Their size ranges from 0.001 to 500 micrometers in diameter. Particles less than 10 micrometers float and move freely with the air current. Particles that are more than 10 micrometers in diameter settle down. Particles less than 0.02 micrometers form persistent aerosols. Major sources of suspended particulate matter (SPM) are industries, vehicles, power plants, construction activities, oil refineries, railway yards, marketplaces, industries, etc. Inhalable particulate matter PM10 and PM2.5 have been regarded as criteria pollutants because several studies have documented their adverse health effects. According to the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, particulate size 2.5 micrometers or less in diameter, PM2.5, is responsible for causing the most significant harm to human health. These fine particulates can be inhaled deep into the lungs. They can cause breathing and respiratory symptoms, irritation, inflammations, and pneumoconiosis, a disease of the lungs caused due to inhalation of dust. It is characterized by inflammation, coughing, and fibrosis, excess deposition of fibrous tissue. Particulate matter less than 2.5 micrometers, PM2.5. In the atmosphere, arsenic and nickel exist as particulate matter, mostly less than 2 micrometers in diameter. Combustion processes like petroleum processing and the combustion of fossil fuels in vehicles or power plants emit nickel. Nickel compounds are classified to be carcinogenic. There has been rising concern about PM1, size less than 1 micrometer. While PM2.5 is 30 times finer than human hair, PM1 is 70 times finer. Evidence for the health effects of PM1 is limited due to a lack of monitoring. There are no standards set even by the WHO for these ultrafine particles. 40% of the particulate matter is as tiny as PM0.7 and is not even monitored officially. PM1 is likely to reach deeper into the respiratory system and small enough to penetrate through the skin. PM1 also contains more toxins, including metals, which can cause lung injury and lead to gene damage and cancer. The primary source of PM1 is vehicular and industrial emissions. 5 World Air Quality Report. According to the 5 World Air Quality Report prepared by IQAir, India was the 3 most polluted country. According to the 5 World Air Quality Report prepared by IQAir, India was the 3 most polluted country in 2023 and 39 out of the world's 50 most polluted cities are in India. IQAir is a Swiss air quality technology company that prepares annual world air quality reports based on data from governments, institutions, and organizations worldwide. Abhiwadi in Rajasthan was found to be the most polluted city in India and 3 most polluted city in the world. Delhi emerged as the most polluted metropolitan city and among the 4 most polluted city in the world. 5 most polluted countries of the world are Chad, Iraq, Pakistan, Bahrain, and Bangladesh. The top 10 most polluted cities in the world are 1 Lahore, Pakistan, 2 Hotan, China, 3 Bhiwandi, India, 4 Delhi, India, 5 Peshawar, Pakistan, 6 Darbhanga, India, 7th Asipur, India, 8th Unjamena, Chad, 9 New Delhi, India, greater than 10 Patna, India. New Delhi is the 2 most polluted capital city in the world, while Unjamena, Chad, is the most polluted capital city. Fly ash. Fly ash is ejected mainly by thermal power plants as byproducts of coal burning. It pollutes air and water and may cause heavy metal pollution in water bodies. It affects crops and vegetation due to its direct deposition on leaves. Composition. The fly ash is oxide-rich and consists of silica, alumina, oxides of iron, calcium, and magnesium and toxic heavy metals like lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, cobalt, and copper. Oxides present in large quantities are aluminium silicate, silicon dioxide, CO, and calcium oxide, CaO. UPSC 2020. Consider the following statements. 1. Coal ash contains arsenic, lead, and mercury. 2. Coal-fired power plants release sulfur dioxide and oxides of nitrogen into the environment. 3. High ash content is observed in Indian coal. Which of the statements given above are correct? A1 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. Unlike the Carboniferous coal of the US and Europe, Indian coal or Gondwana coal has high moisture and ash content. Hence, it causes more pollution. Answer D. All. Uses. Cement can be replaced by fly ash by up to 35%, thus reducing the cost of construction. Fly ash bricks are lightweight and durable. Fly ash is a better fill material for road embankments and concrete roads. It can be used in the reclamation of wastelands. Abandoned mines can be filled up with fly ash. Fly ash can increase crop yield when added to the soil. It also enhances the soil's water-holding capacity. But if it gets deposited on the leaf, it will reduce photosynthesis. Policy measures of MOEF. MOEF has made it mandatory to use fly ash-based products in all construction projects, road embankment works, and low-lying landfilling works within a 100 kilometers radius of thermal power stations and mine-filling activities within a 50 kilometers radius. UPSC 2015 regarding fly ash produced by power plants using coal as fuel. Which of the following statements are correct? 1. Fly ash can be used in the production of bricks for building construction. 2. Fly ash can be used as a replacement for some of the Portland cement contents of concrete. 3. Fly ash is made up of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide only and contains no toxic elements. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 and 2B, 2 only C, 1 and 3D, 3 only. Explanation. Aluminium silicate is the major oxide present in fly ash. Fly ash does contain heavy toxic elements like arsenic, cobalt, lead, etc. Answer, A1 and 2. Nanoparticles, NPs. Nanoparticles have dimensions comparable to 1/10 of a meter, 1 divided by 100 crores. Major natural processes that release NPs into the atmosphere are forest fires, volcanic eruptions, weathering, dust storms, etc. Naturally occurring NPs are pretty heterogeneous in size. They can be transported over thousands of kilometers and remain suspended in the air for several days. NPs have the large surface area to volume ratios and react rapidly in the atmosphere, commonly growing into particles large enough to interact with radiation and have severe consequences for visibility and climate. Nanotechnology has a global socio-economic value, with applications ranging from electronics to biomedical uses, delivering drugs to target sites. Human-made NPs are unknowingly or purposely released into various environmental matrices, such as air, water, soil, and sediments, including wastewater sludge, during various industrial and mechanical processes. Effects of nanoparticles on the environment. Dust cloud formation. NPs coagulate and form dust clouds, which decrease the intensity of sunlight. Asian brown, dust, clouds carry large amounts of soot and black carbon, NP, and deposit them on the Himalayan glaciers, reduces albedo. This could lead to higher absorption of the sun's heat and potentially contribute to the increased melting of glaciers. NPs and hydroxy radical, OH. NPs, being very reactive, immediately bind with hydroxyl radicals and ultimately result in their reduction in the troposphere. This reduces the natural pollutant scrubbing capacity of the atmosphere. The hydroxyl radical, sometimes called the detergent of the atmosphere, is one of the most reactive oxidants in the troposphere and lower stratosphere. It plays an important role in the photochemical degradation of natural organic matter, volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and pollutants like carbon monoxide, methane, NO, and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs. Therefore, it plays a crucial role in maintaining air quality. NPs and ozone depletion. NPs can increase the production of free radicals, atoms, molecules, ions with unpaired valence electrons, like Cl, which destroy ozone. Effect of NPs on stratospheric temperature. NPs in the troposphere interact with molecular hydrogen accidentally released from hydrogen fuel cells and other sources. Molecular hydrogen, along with NPs, moves up to the stratosphere, resulting in abundant water vapor in the stratosphere. This will cause stratospheric cooling due to the formation of stratospheric clouds, mostly ice crystals, which destroy ozone. UPSC 2014. There is some concern regarding the nanoparticles of some chemical elements that are used by the industry in the manufacture of various products. Why? 1. They can accumulate in the environment and contaminate water and soil. 2. They can enter the food chains. 3. They can trigger the production of free radicals. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 and 2 only, B 3 only. C 1 and 3 only, D 1, 2 and 3. Answer, D all. Black carbon, soot, and Himalayan glaciers. A black carbon, commonly known as soot, is a solid or aerosol, suspension of fine solid particles or liquid droplets in air or another gas. Particulate, PM, short-lived air pollutant released from incomplete combustion. Regionally, it disrupts cloudiness and monsoon rainfall. The BC is the most robust absorber of sunlight, much more than carbon dioxide, and heats the air directly. When it is deposited on snow, it darkens the snowpack, reducing the albedo, the ability to reflect sunlight, and heats the surface directly, leading to the melting of ice and snow. Black carbon is short-lived and remains only for days to weeks in the atmosphere before it descends as rain or snow. Thus, the effects of black carbon on atmospheric warming disappear within months of reducing emissions. India and China are the largest emitters of black carbon in the world. The Indo-Gangetic Plain will become the most significant contributor of black carbon, with about 20% from biofuels, 40% from fossil fuels, and about 40% from biomass burning. The presence of pollutants in glaciers far from sources of pollution is critical to establishing a baseline for pollution loads and estimating the contribution of various sources to pollution. The monthly mean concentration of black carbon in India was found to be minimum in August, rainy season, and maximum in May, dry season. Brown carbon. Black carbon is primarily released by high-temperature combustion, and brown carbon, brown smoke, and aerosols is emitted mainly by the impure combustion of organic matter, biomass combustion. Carbon monoxide (CO). Carbon monoxide (CO) is a colorless, odorless, tasteless, and highly toxic gas slightly less dense than air. It is short-lived, lasts only a few months in the atmosphere. It forms when there is insufficient oxygen to produce carbon dioxide (CO). In the presence of oxygen, carbon monoxide burns with a blue flame, producing carbon dioxide. Worldwide, the largest source of carbon monoxide is natural in origin due to photochemical reactions in the troposphere. Other natural sources of CO include volcanoes, forest fires, and other forms of combustion. Anthropogenic carbon monoxide is produced from the exhaust of internal combustion engines and incomplete combustion of various other fuels. Iron smelting produces carbon monoxide as a byproduct. Health effects. Carbon monoxide poisoning is the most common type of fatal air poisoning. Poor ventilation and heat management in laptops and other electrons can lead to the release of CO. It is toxic to hemoglobin animals, including humans, when encountered in concentrations above 35 ppm. It combines with hemoglobin to produce carboxyhemoglobin, which usurps the space in hemoglobin, which usually carries oxygen. Environmental effects. Carbon monoxide, CO, is not considered a direct greenhouse gas, GHG. In the atmosphere, it is spatially variable and short-lived, having a role in forming ground-level ozone, tropospheric ozone, and can elevate methane concentrations, a strong GHG. Carbon dioxide, CO. Carbon dioxide is a colorless and odorless gas. It is heavier than air. Natural sources include volcanoes, hot springs, and geysers, and it is freed from carbonate rocks by dissolution in water and acids. As it is soluble in water, it occurs naturally in groundwater, rivers, lakes, ice caps, glaciers, and seawater. Effects on health. CO is an asphyxiant gas, asphyxia, a condition arising when the body is deprived of oxygen, causing unconsciousness or death. Concentrations of 7% may cause suffocation even with sufficient oxygen, manifesting as dizziness, headache, and unconsciousness. Effects on the environment. Carbon dioxide is an important GHG. Burning of carbon-based fuels since the Industrial Revolution has led to global warming. It is also a major cause of ocean acidification because it dissolves in water to form carbonic acid. Ozone O. Ozone O forms less than 0.00005% by volume of the atmosphere and is unevenly distributed. It is formed naturally in the stratosphere. Good ozone, formed due to the interaction between O and UV light, and absorbs harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun. However, at the ground level, bad ozone, it is a pollutant, short-lived greenhouse gas with highly toxic effects. Ground-level ozone is not emitted directly into the air. Some of it is transported from the stratosphere. The rest is formed when pollutants like carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, and volatile organic compounds (VC) released from oil and gas extraction react in the presence of sunlight at the ground level and convert O to O. Tropospheric ozone formation reactions. 1. Carbon monoxide reacts with the hydroxyl radical OH to produce hydroperoxy radical HO. 2. Volatile organic compounds react with hydroxyl radical OH to produce peroxy radical RO. 3. Hydroperoxy radicals react with nitrogen oxide NO to form NO and hydroxyl radical OH/alkoxy radical RO. 4. NO gives O via photolysis, molecule separation by light. Harmful effects of ozone. Ozone at ground level is a harmful air pollutant and one of the main ingredients of smog. Ozone makes our eyes itchy and watery. It lowers our resistance to colds and pneumonia. Asthma patients are at the most significant risk from breathing air containing ozone. Elevated ozone exposure can affect sensitive vegetation and ecosystems, including forests, especially during the growing season. Ozone is most likely to reach unhealthy levels on hot sunny days. Wind can also transport it long distances, so even rural areas can experience high O levels. Stratospheric ozone depleting substances ODS. ODS are human-made gases that release chlorine and bromine atoms on exposure to UV rays and destroy stratospheric ozone, good ozone. They include 1. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. 2. Hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs. 3. Hydrobromofluorocarbons HBFCs. 4. Halons halocarbon gases were used in fire extinguishers. 5. Methyl bromide was used as a fumigant for pest control, suffocating pests with poison. 6. Carbon tetrachloride, formerly widely used in fire extinguishers, refrigerants, and as cleaning agents. 7. Methyl chloroform aerosols, solvent for organic compounds, used for cleaning metals and circuit boards. ODS have been used as refrigerants in air conditioners and refrigerators, foam-blowing agents, components in electrical equipment, industrial solvents, solvents for dry cleaning, aerosol spray propellants, and fumigants. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. CFCs are used in aerosol sprays and as refrigerants in refrigerators and air conditioners. They are also considered greenhouse gases. Since the late 1970s, the use of CFCs has been heavily regulated because of their destructive effects on the ozone layer. There are still CFCs left in older industrial air conditioning and refrigeration systems. HCFCs and HBFCs. Hydrochlorofluorocarbons HCFCs and hydrobromofluorocarbons HBFCs have been used as a substitute for CFCs. They are composed of molecules containing 1, 2, or 3 carbon atoms and at least 1 atom each of hydrogen, bromine/chlorine, and fluorine. They do less damage to the ozone layer than CFCs. They are, however, GHGs. Halons. Halons are halocarbon gases that were initially developed for use in fire extinguishers. In halons, 1 or more carbon atoms are linked by covalent bonds with 1 or more halogen atoms, fluorine, chlorine, bromine, or iodine. Production and consumption of halons ended in 1994 in developed countries. The Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, a protocol to the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer, is an international treaty designed to protect the ozone layer by phasing out the production of numerous ozone-depleting substances, including CFCs. UPSC 2011-12 consider the following statements. Chlorofluorocarbons, known as ozone-depleting substances, are used. 1. In the production of plastic foams. 2. In the production of tubeless tires. 3. In cleaning certain electronic components. 4. As pressurizing agents in aerosol cans. Which of the statements given above is / are correct? A, 1, 2, and 3, only B, 4, only C, 1, 3, and 4, only D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Explanation. CFCs were used as refrigerants and pressurizing agents, aerosol cans, and for cleaning electronic equipment. Answer, C, 1, 3, and 4 only. UPSC 2023 consider the following. 1. Aerosols. 2. Foam agents. 3. Fire retardants. 4. Lubricants. In the making of how many of the above are hydrofluorocarbons used? A. Only 1. B. Only 2. C. Only 3. D. All 4. Explanation. HFCs and other ozone-depleting substances ODS do not possess lubricating properties. Answer, C. Only 3. Nitrogen oxides, oxides of nitrogen, NO. NO is a generic term. NO is a generic term for the various nitrogen oxides produced during combustion. They are produced mainly in internal combustion engines and coal-burning power plants. They are also produced naturally by lightning. Agricultural fertilization and nitrogen-fixing plants also contribute to atmospheric NO by promoting N-fixation by microbes. Oxygen and nitrogen do not react at ambient temperatures. However, at high temperatures, they produce various oxides of nitrogen. Such temperatures arise inside an internal combustion engine or a power station boiler. The term nitrogen oxides, NO, is usually used to include nitric oxide, NO, colorless, odorless gas, and nitrogen dioxide, NO, a reddish-brown gas with a pungent odor. Other oxides of nitrogen include nitrogen trioxide, NO, nitrous oxide, NO, dinitrogen tetroxide, NO, and dinitrogen pentoxide, NO. Nitrogen oxide, NO, and nitrogen dioxide, NO, contribute to global cooling and should not be confused with nitrous oxide, NO, which is a greenhouse gas and has many uses as an oxidizer. Effects on health and environment. The reduction of NO emissions is one of the most critical technical challenges facing biodiesel. NO gases are believed to aggravate asthmatic conditions and create many respiratory health issues. NO gases react to form acid rain and tropospheric ozone. When NOx and VOCs react in the presence of sunlight, they form photochemical smog. Mononitrogen oxides, when dissolved in atmospheric moisture, form nitric acid, a component of acid rain. NO and NO emissions cause global cooling by forming OR radicals that destroy methane molecules, methane cycle, countering the effect of greenhouse gases. Sulfur dioxide SO. Sulfur dioxide is a toxic gas with a pungent, irritating smell. It is produced for sulfuric acid manufacture. It is released naturally by volcanic activity. It is also produced by burning coal in thermal power plants and diesel fuels. Some industrial processes, such as the production of paper and the smelting of metals like copper. Reactions involving hydrogen sulfide H2S and oxygen. The roasting of sulfide ores such as pyrite, sphalerite, and cinnabar mercury sulfide. Sulfur dioxide is a poisonous air pollutant that increases the risk of stroke, heart disease, lung cancer, and other health issues that can lead to premature death. It also contributes to acid rain. World Sulfur Dioxide (SO) Hotspots, 2019 to 2020. Sulfur dioxide is abundantly available in the atmosphere of Venus, possibly due to extensive volcanism. The Venusian atmosphere supports opaque sulfuric acid clouds, making the planet's atmosphere highly reflective. India's SO emissions. Greenpeace India and the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air (CREA) has released its annual report titled Ranking the World's SO Hotspots, 2019 to 2020. India has occupied the top spot in the world in sulfur dioxide (SO) emissions for the fifth consecutive year in 2019. China's success in reducing SO emissions has made Russia the second highest emitter after India. In 2019, India emitted 21% of global anthropogenic, human-made, SO emissions. Electricity generation using coal remains the most significant contributor to SO emissions. However, India's SO emissions have recorded a decline of approximately 6% in 2019 compared to 2018, the steepest dip in 4 years. SO emission hotspots in India. India has more than 15% of all anthropogenic sulfur dioxide (SO) hotspots detected by the OMI Ozone Monitoring Instrument satellite. The emission hotspots in India are thermal power stations in Singarali in MP, Navali and Chennai in Tamil Nadu, Talcher and Jharsuguda in Odisha, Korba in Chhattisgarh, Kutch in Gujarat, Ramagundam in Telangana and Chandrapur and Karadi in Maharashtra. Among large cities, Chennai is the biggest hotspot. Polyaromatic hydrocarbons (PAHs). PAHs are ubiquitous environmental pollutants generated primarily during the incomplete combustion of organic materials, e.g. coal, oil, petrol, and wood. Cigarette smoke contains many PAHs. High-temperature cooking will form PAHs in meat and other foods. Naphthalene is a PAH produced commercially in the U.S. to make other chemicals and mothballs. Many PAHs have toxic, mutagenic, and carcinogenic properties. They are highly lipid-soluble and thus readily absorbed from the gastrointestinal tract of mammals bioaccumulation. They can associate with other particulate matter like PM2.5 and PM10 and make them more toxic. Volatile organic compounds (VCs). VCs are a large group of carbon-based chemicals that quickly evaporate at room temperature. For example, formaldehyde, which evaporates from paint, has a boiling point of only -19 degrees Celsius. It irritates the eyes and nose and causes allergies. Common examples of VOCs are benzene, ethylene glycol, manufacture of polyester fibers and antifreeze formulations, formaldehyde, methylene chloride, dichloromethane, paint remover manufacturing, metal cleaning and degreasing, tetrachloroethylene, primary solvent used in dry cleaning, toluene, xylene, and 1,3-butadiene precursor to synthetic rubber. The primary indoor sources are perfumes, hairsprays, furniture polish, glues, air fresheners, moth repellents, wood preservatives, and other products. Health effects include irritation of the eye, nose and throat, headaches, nausea, and loss of coordination. Long-term health effect includes liver damage. Ethylene. Ethylene is widely used in the chemical industry. Much of its production goes toward polyethylene, a widely used plastic containing polymer chains of ethylene units in various lengths. It is also an important natural plant hormone used in agriculture to force the ripening of fruits. Ethylene is of low toxicity to humans, and exposure to excess ethylene causes adverse health effects like headache, drowsiness, and unconsciousness. Ethylene is not, but ethylene oxide is a carcinogen, cancer-causing agent. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is used in building materials such as particle board, plywood, and other pressed wood products. It is commonly used as a fungicide, germicide, and disinfectant and as a preservative in mortuaries and laboratories. Formaldehyde also occurs naturally in the environment. It is produced during the decay of plant material in the soil and normal chemical processes in most living organisms. It is also a combustion product found in tobacco smoke. Benzene. Benzene, VC, and polyaromatic hydrocarbon is a natural constituent of crude oil and is one of the elementary petrochemicals. It is also a natural part of cigarette smoke. Natural sources of benzene include volcanoes and forest fires. It is used to make plastics, resins, synthetic fibers, rubber lubricants, etc. As it has a high octane number. The higher the octane number, the more stable the fuel is. It is an essential component of gasoline, petrol. As a volatile organic compound, benzene reacts with other air pollutants to form ground-level ozone, damaging crops in the form of smog and materials. Benzene increases the risk of cancer and bone marrow failure. Benzene pollutants, VCs, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. Toluene methylbenzene used in paint thinners and as an octane booster in gasoline engines. Xylene dimethylbenzene used as a solvent in the printing, rubber, and leather industry. Styrene phenolethylene/vinylbenzene raw material for synthesizing polystyrene used to make parts of various appliances such as refrigerators, microovens, automotive parts, computers, etc. A styrene gas leak from the LG Polymers chemical factory in Visakhapatnam in 2020 left several dead. UPSC 2020. Which of the following are the reasons/factors for exposure to benzene pollution? 1. Automobile exhaust. 2. Tobacco smoke. 3. Wood burning. 4. Using varnished wooden furniture. 5. Using products made of polyurethane. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1, 2, and 3, only B, 2, and 4, only C, 1, 3, and 4, only D, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Explanation. Automobile exhaust, wood burning, and varnished furniture are apparent answers. Nicotine, aerosol particles, carbonyls, VOCs, and hundreds of other chemicals are used in cigarettes. Polyurethane is a polymer used in the insulation of refrigerators, cushioning for furniture, sportswear, etc. Answer, D, all. Minor air pollutants. Lead. Lead is present in petrol, diesel, lead batteries, paints, hair dyes, etc. Tetraethyl lead, TEL, is used as an anti-knock agent in petrol for the smooth and easy running of vehicles. The lead particles coming out from vehicle exhausts when inhaled produce injurious effects on the kidney and liver and interfere with the development of RBCs. The lead particles coming out from vehicle exhausts when inhaled produce injurious effects on the kidney and liver and interfere with the development of RBCs. Lead can cause nervous system damage and digestive problems and, in some cases, cause cancer. It has long-term effects on children as it lowers intelligence. Lead mixed with water and food can create cumulative poisoning. Ammonia, NH. Ammonia is a corrosive, colorless gas with a distinctive, pungent odor. It is commonly emitted in nature by decaying organic matter and human and animal waste. Most anthropogenic ammonia emissions come from livestock management and agricultural fertilizers. Ammonia is poisonous and irritates the eyes, nose, and throat. It combines in the atmosphere with sulfates and nitrates to form ammonium salts, which are secondary fine particulate matter, PM 2.5. Ammonia is highly soluble in water and can contribute to the nitrification and eutrophication of aquatic systems. UPSC 2019, consider the following statements. 1. Agricultural soils release NO into the environment. 2. Cattle release ammonia into the environment. 3. Poultry industry releases reactive nitrogen compounds into the environment. Which of the statements given above are correct? A, 1 and 3, only B, 2 and 3, only C, 2, only D, 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Agricultural fertilization and N-fixing plants contribute to atmospheric NO by promoting N-fixating microbes. Answer, D, all. Asbestos. Asbestos refers to a set of 6 naturally occurring silicate fibrous minerals, chrysotile, crocydylite, amosite, anthophyllite, tremolite, and actinolite. Prolonged inhalation of asbestos fibers can cause severe and fatal illnesses, including lung cancer, mesothelioma, and asbestosis, a type of pneumoconiosis. Metallic oxides. Oxides of iron, aluminium, manganese, magnesium, zinc, and other metals have an adverse effect on plants due to dust deposition during mining operations and metallurgical processes. They create physiological, biochemical, and developmental disorders in plants and also contribute to reproductive failure. Biological pollutants. They include pollen from plants, mites, hair from pets, fungi spores, parasites, and some bacteria. Most are allergens and can cause asthma and other allergic diseases. Radon. It is a gas that is emitted naturally by the soil. Due to modern houses having poor ventilation, it is confined inside the house and causes lung cancers. 12.3. Radioactive pollution. Radioactivity is a phenomenon of spontaneous emission of protons, alpha particles, electrons, beta particles, and gamma rays, shortwave EMR, due to the disintegration of atomic nuclei of some elements. Radiations can be categorized into 2 groups, namely non-ionizing radiations and ionizing radiations. Radioactive pollution is defined as the increase in the radiation levels, nuclear radiation/radioactive contamination in the environment that pose a severe threat to humans and other life forms. Radioactive contamination is the presence of radioactive substances on surfaces or within solids, liquids, or gases where their presence is unintended or undesirable. Natural radiation sources include cosmic rays from space and terrestrial radiations from radionuclides present in the Earth's crust, such as radium-224, uranium-238, thorium-232, potassium-40, carbon-14, etc. Artificial radiation pollution occurs primarily due to accidental leaks from nuclear power plants and unsafe disposal of radioactive wastes. Other artificial sources include nuclear weapon testing and nuclear fallout, which contains radioactive substances such as strontium-90, cesium-137, iodine-131, etc. Mining of radioactive material like uranium and thorium monazite is the ore of thorium. Exposure to radiation for diagnostic purposes, e.g., X-rays, CT scan, chemotherapy, etc. And slow nuclear radiations emanating from nuclear reactors, laboratories, etc. Accidents at nuclear power plants. Nuclear fission in the reactor core produces much heat, which, if not controlled, can lead to a meltdown of fuel rods in the reactor core. If a meltdown happens by accident, it will release large quantities of hazardous radioactive materials into the environment with disastrous consequences to humans, animals, and plants. To prevent these types of accidents and reactor blowups, the reactors are designed to have several safety features. Despite these safety measures, 3 disasters in the nuclear power plants are noteworthy: 3 Mile Island, USA in 1979, Chernobyl, USSR/Ukraine in 1986, and the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in 2011, Japan. In the first 2 cases, a series of errors resulted in the overheating of the reactor core and meltdown, releasing a lot of radiation into the environment. The leakage from the 3 Mile Island reactor was low and no one was injured immediately. However, in the case of Chernobyl, the leakage was very heavy, causing the death of many workers and radiation spread over large areas scattered all over Europe. The latest one, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident, was triggered by an earthquake. Safe disposal of nuclear wastes. Radioactive wastes are of 2 types. 1. Low-level radioactive wastes, LLW, which include civilian applications of radionuclides in medicine, research and industry, materials from decommissioned reactors. Protective clothing worn by persons working with radioactive materials or working in nuclear establishments. 2. High-level radioactive wastes, HLW, resulting from spent nuclear fuel rods and obsolete nuclear weapons. The fission creates radioactive isotopes of lighter elements such as cesium-137 and strontium-90. Presently, waste fuel rods are stored in unique storage ponds at reactor sites or sent to reprocessing plants. Even though reprocessing is more expensive, some countries use it as an alternative to waste storage. In the US, nuclear waste is buried deep underground in insulated containers. Radioactive nuclear wastes, argon-41, radioiodine, cobalt-60, strontium-90, tritium and cesium-137. Non-ionizing radiation. Non-ionizing radiation includes electromagnetic waves at the longer wavelength of the spectrum, ranging from long-wavelength UV radiation to radio waves, including microwaves. These waves have enough energy to excite the atoms and molecules of the medium through which they pass, causing them to vibrate faster but not strong enough to ionize them. Non-ionizing radiation may damage eyes due to reflections from sand and snow blindness, and directly looking towards the sun during an eclipse. They injure the cells of skin and blood capillaries, producing blisters and reddenings called sunburns. In a microwave oven, the non-ionizing radiation causes water molecules in the cooking medium to vibrate faster, thus raising its temperature. Ionization is the process by which an atom or a molecule acquires a negative or positive charge by gaining or losing electrons to form ions, often in conjunction with other chemical changes. Impact of non-ionizing radiation from cell phone towers. Health impacts. Every antenna on a cell phone tower radiates non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation, EMR. When many operators use one tower, more will be the number of antennas and more is the power intensity in the nearby area. The power level near towers is higher and reduces as we move away. EMR may cause cellular and psychological changes in human beings due to thermal effects that are generated due to the absorption of microwave radiation. The exposure can lead to genetic defects, effects on reproduction and development, central nervous system behavior, etc. EMR can also cause non-thermal effects caused by radio frequency fields at levels too low to produce significant heating and are due to the movement of calcium and other ions across cell membranes. Such exposure may be responsible for fatigue, nausea, irritability, headaches, loss of appetite, and other psychological disorders. The current exposure safety standards are purely based on the thermal effects and consider only a few pieces of evidence from exposure to non-thermal effects. Impact on birds. The surface area of birds is relatively larger than their body weight in comparison to the human body, so they absorb more radiation. Also, the fluid contained in the body of the birds is less due to the small body weight, so they get heated up quickly. The magnetic field from the towers disturbs birds' navigation skills, hence when birds are exposed to EMR, they become disoriented and begin to fly in all directions and die from collisions with telecommunication masts. Ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiations, short-wavelength ultraviolet radiations, UV, X-rays and gamma rays and energetic particles produced in nuclear processes. Electrically charged particles like alpha and beta particles produced in radioactive decay and neutrons produced in nuclear fission cause ionization. One or more electrons are peeled out from the outer shells of an atom, of atoms and molecules of the medium through which they pass. Non-ionizing radiations have low penetrability and affect only those components which absorb them. Ionizing radiations have high penetration power and cause breakage of macromolecules. The damage potential of radiation particles. Alpha particles can be blocked by paper and human skin. Beta particles can penetrate through the skin, while some pieces of glass and metal can block them. Gamma rays can penetrate easily through human skin and damage cells on their way through, reaching far, and can only be blocked by thick and massive walls of concrete. Half-life period of radioactivity. Each radioactive material has a constant decay rate. Half-life is the time needed for half of its atoms to decay. The half-life may vary from a fraction of a second to thousands of years. The radionuclides with long half-time are the chief source of environmental radioactive pollution. Radiation dose. A traditional unit of human equivalent dose is the rem, which stands for radiation equivalent in man. At low doses, such as what we receive every day from background radiation, is 1 rem, the cells repair the damage rapidly. At higher doses, up to 100 rem, the cells might not be able to repair the damage, and the cells may either be changed permanently or die. E.g., radiation sickness. Cells changed permanently may go on to produce abnormal cells when they divide and may become cancerous. Impact of ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiations are highly damaging to living organisms. They can cause chemical changes by breaking chemical bonds and damaging living tissues. Short-term effects include burns, impaired metabolism, dead tissues, and death of the organisms. Long-term effects are mutations increasing the incidence of tumors and cancer, shortening of lifespan and developmental changes. At high doses, nuclear radiation is lethal, but at lower doses, it creates various disorders, the most frequent of all being cancer. Continued exposure to small doses can cause childhood leukemia, miscarriage, underweight babies, infant deaths, and increased susceptibility to AIDS and other immune disorders. DNA damage. Biological damage. Radiation damage may be A. Somatic damage, also called radiation sickness, or B. Genetic damage. Somatic damage refers to damage to cells that are not associated with reproduction. Effects of somatic radiation damage include loss of hair, fibrosis of the lungs, a reduction of white blood cells, and the induction of cataracts in the eyes. This damage can also result in cancer and death. Genetic damage refers to damage to cells associated with reproduction. This damage can subsequently cause genetic damage from a gene mutation, resulting in abnormalities. Mutations are passed on to the next generation. End of chapter 13. Air pollution effects and control measures. 13.1. Effects of air pollution. Smog, smoke plus fog. A smog is caused by the burning of coal, vehicular emissions, and industrial fumes, primary pollutants. Smog contains subparticulates like smoke, ozone, O, carbon monoxide, CO, sulfur dioxide, SO, nitrogen dioxide, NO, and others. At least 2 distinct types of smog are recognized: sulfurous smog and photochemical smog. Sulfurous smog. A sulfurous smog is also called London smog, first formed in London due to the Industrial Revolution. It results from a high concentration of sulfur oxides in the air. It is caused by the use of sulfur-bearing fossil fuels, particularly coal, the primary source of electricity generation in India. This smog is aggravated by dampness and a high concentration of suspended particulate matter in the air. Photochemical smog. Photochemical smog is also known as summer smog or Los Angeles smog. It occurs most prominently in urban areas with high vehicular emissions. It forms when nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds react together in the presence of sunlight to form ozone, a secondary pollutant. The resulting smog causes a light brownish coloration of the atmosphere, reduced visibility, plant damage, irritation of the eyes, and respiratory distress. Haze. A haze is traditionally an atmospheric phenomenon where dust, smoke, and other dry particles obscure the clarity of the sky. No condensation involved. Smog is like haze, but there is condensation in smog. Sources for haze particles include farming, plowing in dry weather, traffic, industry, and wildfires. The atmospheric pollution level of Los Angeles, Beijing, Delhi, etc., is increased by inversion that traps smog near the ground. It is highly toxic to humans and can cause severe sickness and shorten life. Temperature inversions are accentuated, and precipitation is reduced due to smog. NO plus VOC, volatile organic compounds, NO, nitrogen dioxide, NO plus UV, sunlight, NO plus O, nitrogen oxide plus atomic oxygen, O plus O, ozone, NO plus VOC, pan, peroxyacetyl nitrate CHNO, result, NO plus VOC plus O plus UV, O, pan, and other oxidants like OH. Acid rain acidification. Acid rain refers to any precipitation, rain, fog, mist, snow, more acidic than usual, pH less than 5.6, pH 7 is acidic. The pH scale. The pH scale measures how acidic or basic, alkaline, a solution is. It ranges from 0 to 14. pH of 7 is neutral. pH less than 7 is acidic, and a pH greater than 7 is basic. A solution with pH 4 is 10 times more acidic than pH 5 and 100 times more acidic than pH 6. pH is based on hydrogen ion concentration in an aqueous solution. pH values decrease as hydrogen ion levels increase. Whilst the pH range is usually 0 to 14, lower and higher values are theoretically possible. Gases that cause acid rain. NO and NO are mentioned in IFoS environment. A nitrogen will only react with oxygen at high temperatures and pressures in lightning bolts and combustion reactions in power plants or internal combustion engines. Nitric oxide, NO, and nitrogen dioxide, NO, are formed under these conditions. Eventually, nitrogen dioxide may react with water in the rain to form nitric acid, HNO. The nitrates thus formed may be utilized by plants as a nutrient. So, the soil gets nitrogen from acid rain. Chemistry of acid rain. Basic steps involved in the formation of acid rain. 1. The atmosphere receives oxides of sulfur and nitrogen from natural and human-made sources. 2. Some of these oxides fall back directly to the ground as dry deposition. 3. Sunlight stimulates the formation of photooxidants, such as ozone, in the atmosphere. 4. These photooxidants interact with the oxides of sulfur and nitrogen, and other gases like NH, to produce HSO, sulfuric acid, and HNO, nitric acid, by oxidation. 5. Acid rain containing ions of sulfate, nitrate, ammonium, and hydrogen falls as wet deposition. Wet deposition. If the acids in the air are blown into areas where the weather is wet, they can fall to the ground as rain, snow, fog, or mist, settling on vegetation as acid depositions. Dry deposition. In areas where the weather is dry, the acid chemicals may become incorporated into dust or smoke and fall to the ground through dry deposition, sticking to the ground, buildings, vegetation, cars, etc. About half of the acidity in the atmosphere falls back to Earth through dry deposition. UPSC 2013, acid rain is caused by the pollution of the environment by A. Carbon dioxide and nitrogen, B. Carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, C. Ozone and carbon dioxide, D. Nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide. Explanation. CO and CO react with rainwater to form weak carbonic acid. Hence, rainwater is naturally slightly acidic. But this is not enough to call it acid rain, it must have a pH less than 5.6. Even a high concentration of CO and CO is not enough to cause rainwater of pH less than 5.6. Only IFoS 10.3.2 gaseous pollutants, Table 10.3, page 167, mentions NO nitrous oxide. More details. NO and NO are neutral in nature. NO and NO are acidic in nature. These acidic oxides react with water and produce acids like HNO nitric acid and HNO nitrous acid, which causes acid rain. The neutral oxides are comparatively less and they combine with oxygen and produce nitrogen dioxide. Thus NO and NO are indirectly involved 2NO plus O2NO in causing acid rain. Answer, D. Nitrous oxide, laughing gas, a strong GHG, and sulfur dioxide. UPSC 2022 consider the following. 1. Carbon monoxide. 2. Nitrogen oxide. 3. Ozone. 4. Sulfur dioxide. Excessive which of the above in the environment is / are the causes of acid rain? A. 1, 2, and 3, B. 2, and 4, only C. 4, only D. 1, 3, and 4. Explanation. Photooxidants like O catalyze acid rain formation, they are not the primary causative agents. Answer, B. 2 and 4 only. Harmful effects of acid rain. Effects on soil. The exchange between hydrogen ions and nutrient cations like potassium and magnesium in the soil causes leaching of the nutrients, making the soil infertile. An increase in ammonia in the soil due to a decrease in other nutrients decreases the decomposition rate, and the nitrate level of the soil is also found to decrease. The impact of acid rain on Indian soils is less because they are primarily alkaline with good buffering ability. Effects on humans. Bad smell, reduced visibility, and irritation of the skin, eyes, and respiratory tract. Some direct effects include chronic bronchitis, pulmonary emphysema, and cancer. Effects on aquatic life. Eggs or sperms of fish, frogs, and other aquatic organisms are sensitive to pH changes. Acid rain kills their gametes, affecting the life cycle's ecosystem imbalances. Acidic lakes may kill microbes and turn them unproductive. It can make metals bound on soils to be released into the aquatic environment. Effect on terrestrial life. Acid rain damages the cuticle of plant leaves and reduces photosynthesis. Acidic medium promotes the leaching of heavy metals like aluminium, lead, and mercury. Such metals, percolating into groundwater, affect soil microflora/fauna. Effects on microorganisms. pH determines the proliferation of any microbial species. The optimum pH of most bacteria and protozoa is near neutrality. Most fungi prefer an acidic environment. Blue-green bacteria prefer an alkaline environment. So, microbial species in the soil and water shift from bacteria-bound to fungi-bound. This causes a delay in the decomposition of soil organic material like in taiga vegetation. Effect on buildings, monuments, and materials. Limestone and marble are destroyed by acid rain. Smoke and soot cover such objects. They slowly dissolve/flake away from the surfaces because of acid fumes in the air. Many buildings/monuments, such as the Taj Mahal, have suffered from acid rain, marble cancer. Acid rain areas. They are concentrated in the industrialist belt of the Northern Hemisphere, Scandinavia, Canada, Japan, the Northeast United States, and Northwestern Europe. In India, the first acid rain occurred in Bombay in 1974. Instances of acid rain are being reported in many metropolitan cities. Low soil pH is reported from northeastern India, coastal Karnataka and Kerala, parts of Orissa, West Bengal, and Bihar. Acid rain control measures. Using low sulfur fuel or wash coal, chemical washing of pulverized coal in thermal plants. Buffering, adding a neutralizing agent to the acidified water to increase the pH. Usually, lime in the form of calcium oxide and calcium carbonate is used. Ocean acidification. Ocean acidification has been called the evil twin of global warming and the other CO problem. It is the ongoing decrease in the pH of the Earth's oceans. Ocean water is alkaline, pH of 8.1, caused by the uptake of CO from the atmosphere. Checking CO and CO emissions are the only means to reduce ocean acidification. Mechanism. An estimated 30 to 40% of the carbon dioxide from human activity released into the atmosphere dissolves into oceans, rivers, and lakes. To achieve chemical equilibrium, a part of it reacts with water to form carbonic acid. Some carbonic acid molecules react with a water molecule to give a bicarbonate ion and a hydronium ion H+, thus increasing ocean acidity, H+ ion concentration. Other contributors. Eutrophication leads to plankton blooms. When these blooms collapse and sink to the seabed, the respiration of bacteria decomposing the algae leads to a decrease in seawater oxygen and an increase in CO, a decline in pH. Accelerated melting of Arctic ice is increasing Arctic Ocean acidification. Water under the sea ice, which had a deficit of CO, is now exposed to atmospheric CO and can take it up freely. Also, the meltwater dilutes the carbonate ion concentration and neutralizes the seawater's ability to convert CO into bicarbonate, which results in a rapidly decreasing ocean pH. And since the seawater mixed with meltwater is light and can't mix easily into deeper waters, the CO is concentrated at the surface. Effects of ocean acidification. Reduced buffering capacity. Oceans are an essential reservoir of CO, absorbing a significant quantity of it, 1/3, produced by anthropogenic activities and effectively buffering climate change. The uptake of atmospheric carbon dioxide is occurring at a rate exceeding the natural buffering capacity of the oceans. Increasing acidity depresses metabolic rates and immune responses in some organisms. Adversely affects marine calcifying organisms. Seawater absorbs CO to produce carbonic acid, bicarbonate, and carbonate ions. However, the increase in atmospheric CO levels leads to a decrease in pH level and an increase in the concentration of carbonic acid and bicarbonate ions, causing a decrease in the concentration of carbonate ions. The decreased amount of carbonate ions makes it more difficult for marine calcifying organisms such as coral, calcareous corals, and some plankton, calcareous plankton, to form biogenic calcium carbonate. This accentuates coral bleaching, and commercial fisheries are also threatened as the calcifying organisms form the base of the aquatic food webs. Impact on cloud formation. Most of the sulfur in the atmosphere is emitted from the ocean, often in the form of dimethyl sulfide, DMS, produced by phytoplankton. Some DMS produced by phytoplankton enters the atmosphere and reacts to form sulfuric acid, which clumps into aerosols. Aerosols seed the formation of clouds, which help cool the Earth by reflecting sunlight. But in acidified ocean water, phytoplankton produces less DMS. This reduction in sulfur may lead to decreased cloud formation, raising temperatures. UPSC 2011-12, the acidification of oceans is increasing. Why is this phenomenon a cause of concern? 1. The growth and survival of calcareous phytoplankton will be adversely affected. 2. The growth and survival of coral reefs will be adversely affected. 3. The survival of some animals that have phytoplanktonic larvae will be adversely affected. 4. The cloud seeding and formation of clouds will be adversely affected. Which of the statements given above is / are correct? A. 1, 2, and 3, only B, 2, only C, 1 and 3, only D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Explanation. Ocean acidification decreases the calcifying ability of corals, calcareous plankton, crustaceans, etc., and adversely affects the aquatic food webs. It also adversely affects cloud formation and cloud seeding. Answer: D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Artificial cloud seeding. Cloud seeding involves spreading either dry ice or, more commonly, silver iodide aerosols into the upper part of clouds to try to stimulate the precipitation process condensation. Since most rainfall starts through the growth of ice crystals from supercooled cloud droplets in the upper parts of clouds, the silver iodide particles are meant to encourage the growth of new ice particles. Aerosols and their impact on monsoon rainfall. Scientists have found that aerosols have led to increased incidence of high rainfall events in the foothills of the Himalayan region, causing regional disparity in rainfall distribution. The region is associated with high aerosol loading, much of which is black carbon and dust. Here, the air mass is also forced from a low elevation to a higher elevation, rainfall due to orographic forcing. Aerosols. An aerosol is a suspension of fine solid particles or liquid droplets in air or another gas. Aerosols can be natural or anthropogenic. Examples of natural aerosols are fog, mist, dust, forest exudates, and geyser steam. Examples of anthropogenic aerosols are particulate air pollutants and smoke. Aerosols serve as nuclei for cloud droplets or ice crystals in ice clouds. In the atmosphere, aerosols are mainly situated in the low layers of the atmosphere less than 1.5 kilometers, since aerosol sources are located on the terrestrial surface. However, certain aerosols can still be found in the stratosphere, especially volcanic aerosols ejected to high altitudes. Impact of aerosols on monsoon rainfall. Aerosols remain one of the most uncertain factors in climate projection. They can affect the radiative balance of the climate system by directly scattering or absorbing sunlight or acting as cloud condensation nuclei and thus modifying the optical properties and lifetimes of clouds. Aerosols lead to enhancement or suppression of the Indian summer monsoon rainfall depending on their duration and scale, along with their tendency to scatter sunlight directly back into space or by increasing the size of cloud particles, thus negatively affecting their capacity to absorb sunlight. This leads to reduced temperatures over land due to smog, resulting in a weaker land-sea temperature gradient, a vital force required to pull the monsoon circulation from ocean to land. Atoll negatively affects Indian monsoon. Asian tropopause aerosol layer. Atoll covers South Asia during the monsoon season and has been suspected of having a role in controlling the monsoon precipitation. Atoll is formed because of the convective transport of aerosols from the lower atmosphere to the upper troposphere and lower stratosphere, UTLS, 12 to 18 kilometers. Atoll is made up of sulfates along with black carbon, organic aerosols, nitrates, and dust particles. Black carbon aerosols in atoll are transported from North India and East China during El Niño. Sulfate aerosols are transported from East Asia. The increase of these pollutants in the UTLS leads to the thickening and widening of the atoll. The higher amounts of sulfate aerosols in the UTLS lead to a cooling effect on the Earth's surface by scattering incoming solar radiation and negatively affecting the monsoon. While El Niño leads to a decrease in rainfall over India, the inclusion of aerosols amplifies the decrease in rainfall by 17% over central India. Impact of aerosols on regional rainfall patterns. The incidence of high rainfall events is increasing in urban areas due to high aerosol loading. This is causing a rainfall deficit in rural areas. UPSC 2015, how far do you agree that the behavior of the Indian monsoon has been changing due to humanizing landscapes? Discuss. Humanizing landscapes refers to the large-scale interaction of humans with the environment and the consequent changes brought upon due to such interactions. Examples of such interactions include urbanization, industrialization, deforestation and desertification, depletion of water resources, etc. Consequences of such interactions include a rapid increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases and aerosols in the atmosphere, global climate change, changes in sea surface temperature, an alarming rate of depletion of natural resources, imbalances in the ecosystems, etc. Impact on monsoons. Significant delay in the onset of monsoons, high temporal and spatial variability, frequent long breaks, abnormally heavy downpours, 2018 Kerala floods, 2015 Chennai floods, etc. are all attributed to anthropogenic climate change. The increasing incidence of El Niño, La Niña, El Niño Modoki, and IOD due to climate change post-industrial revolution has an overarching effect on the overall mechanism of the Indian monsoons. Localized pollution, condensation nuclei, and deforestation, on the other hand, cause a change in regional monsoon patterns. High concentration of condensation nuclei disrupts regional patterns of Indian monsoons. Increase in the number of condensation nuclei due to the increased availability of pollutants and dust particles will increase the condensation of water vapor. As the urban atmosphere tends to have a greater concentration of condensation nuclei due to vehicular pollution and construction activity, the monsoonal rainfall is disproportionately high in urban areas. Consequently, agriculture-dependent rural areas tend to receive disproportionately low rainfall. Urbanization, high pollution, high aerosol loading, more cloud condensation nuclei, more precipitation, floods in urban areas and drought in rural areas, less water percolation, lower groundwater table, bad for agriculture. Ozone depletion. There is a steady decline in the total ozone volume in Earth's stratosphere. A much more significant decrease in stratospheric ozone is observed around Earth's polar regions. The unique cocktail of the powerful polar vortex and low temperatures generates stratospheric clouds that react with CFCs and other ozone-depleting substances and destroy the ozone layer in the process. Ozone holes are most commonly found over the Antarctic region, which experiences a strong polar vortex. They are comparatively rare and small over the Arctic because the polar vortex here is comparatively weak and temperatures are relatively high. Ozone hole at the South Pole. Depletion of ozone is due to increased halocarbons in the atmosphere. Halocarbons are compounds in which the hydrogen of a hydrocarbon is replaced by halogens, a group of reactive non-metallic elements like fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine, etc. Halogen atoms like chlorine destroy ozone. Photodissociation under the influence of sunlight of ozone-depleting substances, CFCs, HCFCs, carbon tetrachloride and trichloroethane, freons, halons, like halocarbon refrigerants, solvents, propellants, and foam-blowing agents creates free chlorine atoms that destroy ozone. Polar vortex acts as a transporter for halogens. Polar vortex, circumpolar vortex, is a polar cyclone. It gives rise to polar stratospheric clouds, PSCs. Polar cyclones occur in polar regions and can reach up to 2,000 kilometers wide. They sometimes extend to the lower levels of the stratosphere. At the poles, the troposphere extends only up to 8 to 9 kilometers. Polar stratospheric clouds, PSCs. Polar stratospheric clouds, PSCs, are nacreous clouds that extend from 12 to 22 kilometers above the surface. They are formed mainly during the polar vortex event in winter, more intense at the South Pole. Nacreous clouds are rare clouds in the frigid regions of the lower stratosphere. They are mostly visible within 2 hours after sunset or before dawn. They are bright even after sunset and before dawn because at those heights there is still sunlight. They are seen mainly during winter at high latitudes. PSCs or nacreous clouds contain water, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid. Cl-catalyzed ozone depletion is enhanced in the presence of polar stratospheric clouds. PSCs convert reservoir compounds into reactive free radicals, Cl and ClO, thereby significantly increasing the reactive halogen radicals. These free radicals accelerate the depletion of ozone. Thus, polar vortexes in the form of PSCs accelerate ozone depletion. Impact of nanoparticles, NPs. The hydroxyl radical OH is the most important oxidant in the troposphere and lower stratosphere. OH initiates the removal of stratospheric ozone-depleting compounds such as hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs. NPs, being very reactive, bind with OH and ultimately result in its reduction of OH radicals, maintaining the concentration of ozone-depleting substances. UPSC 2011-12, the formation of ozone hole in the Antarctic region has been a cause of concern. What could be the reason for ozone depletion at poles? A. Presence of prominent tropospheric turbulence and inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. B. Presence of prominent polar front and stratospheric clouds and inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. C. Absence of polar front and stratospheric clouds and inflow of methane and chlorofluorocarbons. D. Increased temperature at polar region due to presence of prominent tropospheric turbulence and inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. B. Presence of prominent polar front and stratospheric clouds and inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. C. Absence of polar front and stratospheric clouds and inflow of methane and chlorofluorocarbons. D. Increased temperature at polar region due to global warming. Explanation. A ozonosphere lies between 20 kilometers and 55 kilometers from the Earth's surface and spans the stratosphere and lower mesosphere. But the highest concentration occurs between 20 kilometers and 30 kilometers. To destroy ozone-depleting substances, ODS, need to be carried up to the lower levels of the stratosphere. The only weather phenomena that can reach this level are polar vortex and towering tropical cumulus clouds. But towering cumulus clouds do not occur at the poles. Question: the formation of ozone hole in the Antarctic region has been a cause of concern. What could be the reason for ozone depletion at poles? The presence of prominent tropospheric turbulence. They do not reach the stratosphere. Presence of a prominent polar front. Essential to keep the polar vortex in its place. Polar vortex gives rise to stratospheric clouds. To presence of stratospheric clouds. They have the necessary ingredients, nitric acid and sulfuric acid, to amplify ozone depletion. Absence of polar front and stratospheric clouds. Polar vortex slips into the temperate region. Inflow of methane, CH, is not in the list of ozone-depleting substances. It does not contain a halogen like chlorine, bromine, fluorine, etc., but it reacts with halogens to create reservoir compounds. The increased temperature in the polar region due to global warming. This does not have any direct impact on ozone depletion at the poles. Tropical ozone hole. Recently, a large year-round ozone hole was discovered in the lower stratosphere over the tropics. It has been in the tropics since the 1980s but was discovered recently. The tropical ozone hole is an all-season ozone hole compared to the Antarctic ozone hole, which is predominantly visible during springtime. It is 7 times greater in area than the Antarctic ozone hole, and the depth of both is almost the same. Mesosphere's role in Antarctic ozone depletion. Antarctic ozone hole sits within the polar vortex. Within this vortex, the Antarctic air from the mesosphere falls into the stratosphere, bringing nitrogen oxides, NOx, in contact with stratospheric ozone. In the mesosphere, NO is produced by the breakdown of nitric acid, HNO. The NOx destroy ozone molecules. Effects on health. Global ranking of risk factors. State of Global Air 2020, released by the Health Effects Institute, an independent global health and air pollution research institute, showed that exposure to outdoor and indoor air pollution contributed to over 1.67 million annual deaths. 55% of these were due to outdoor pollution. In India in 2019, India had the highest population-weighted annual average exposure to PM 2.5. It also had the 3 highest population-weighted annual average exposure to ozone. Globally, 6.67 million deaths in 2019 were attributable to air pollution, the 4th major cause of all deaths. 4.14 million of these deaths were due to outdoor PM 2.5 exposure, and the rest 2.31 million deaths were due to household air pollution. Air pollution and occupational health hazards. Substances such as benzene, chromium, nitrosamines, and asbestos may cause cancers of the lungs, bladder, skin, mesothelium, liver, etc. Occupational asthma is caused by exposure to organic dust, microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, molds, and several chemicals. Silicosis, first reported from Kohler gold mines in 1947, is a common disease among miners and pottery and ceramic industry workers. Pneumoconiosis and bisonosis are common among mica and textile industry workers, respectively. Black lung disease. Black lung disease is the common name for pneumoconiosis or anthracosis, a lung disease of older workers in the coal industry caused by inhalation over many years of small amounts of coal dust. The coal dust deposits make miners' lungs look black instead of a healthy pink. 13.2. Prevention and control of air pollution. Control of industrial pollution. Industrial pollution can be significantly reduced by using cleaner fuels such as liquefied natural gas, LNG, in power plants, fertilizer plants, etc., employing environment-friendly industrial processes and installing devices like filters, electrostatic precipitators, inertial collectors, scrubbers, gravel bed filters, or dry scrubbers which reduce the release of pollutants. Filters. Filters remove particulate matter from the gas stream. The most common filtration system is the baghouse, which is made of cotton or synthetic fibers, for low temperatures, or glass cloth fabrics, for higher temperatures. Electrostatic precipitators, ESP. Electrostatic precipitation can remove over 99% of particulate matter present in the exhaust. They are used in boilers and furnaces, thermal power plants, cement factories, steel plants, etc. In electrostatic precipitation, emanating dust is charged with ions, and the ionized particulate matter is collected at an oppositely charged surface. Working. An electrostatic precipitator has electrode wires that are maintained at several thousand volts, which produce a corona that releases electrons. These electrons attach to dust particles, giving them a net negative charge. The collecting plates are grounded, relatively positive charge, and attract the charged dust particles. The air velocity between the plates must be low enough to allow the dust to fall. The particles are removed from the collection surface by occasional shaking or wrapping. Inertial collectors. Inertia of SPM in gas is higher than its solvent. As inertia is a function of the mass of the particulate matter, the device collects heavier particles more efficiently. Centrifugation is the technique. Cyclone is a common inertial collector used in gas cleaning plants. Scrubbers. The scrubbers are wet collectors. They remove aerosols from a stream of gas either by collecting wet particles on a surface or the particles are wetted by a scrubbing liquid. The particles get trapped as they travel from the supporting gaseous medium across the interface to the liquid scrubbing medium. This is similar to mucus in trachea trapping dust. A scrubber can remove gases like sulfur dioxide. Catalytic converter. The catalytic converters, having expensive metals, platinum, palladium, and rhodium as the catalysts, are fitted into automobiles to reduce the emission of poisonous gases. Motor vehicles equipped with catalytic converters should use unleaded petrol because the lead in the petrol inactivates the catalyst. Working. As the exhaust passes through the catalytic converter, unburnt hydrocarbons are converted into carbon dioxide and water, and carbon monoxide and nitric oxide are changed to carbon dioxide and nitrogen gas, respectively. Pollution Index to control industrial pollution. Based on a study jointly carried out by the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, and State Pollution Control Board, SPCB, in 2009-10, industrial clusters, sectors, were notified as polluted industrial areas, PIAs. The MOEF has developed the criteria for the categorization of industrial sectors based on the Pollution Index, PI, which is a function of the emissions, air pollutants, effluents, water pollutants, hazardous wastes generated and consumption of resources. The PI of any industrial sector is a number from 0 to 100, and the increasing value of PI denotes the increasing degree of pollution load from the industrial sector. The criteria of categorization will prompt industrial sectors to adopt cleaner technologies. It also facilitates self-assessment by industries. It enables authorities to take appropriate action when the need arises. For example, NGT can order certain industries to be closed when air pollution reaches a particular level. Categories of industrial sectors based on pollution index. Red category, critically polluted industrial sectors with a pollution index score of 60+. 60 industries, orange category. Severely polluted pollution index score of 41 to 59. 83 industries, green category, other polluted pollution index score of 21 to 40. 63 industries, white category, practically non-polluting pollution index score including and up to 20. 36 industries, the newly introduced white category industrial sectors will not require environmental clearance, EC, and consent to operate. They have to just intimate SPCB and CPCB. No red category of industries shall normally be permitted in the ecologically fragile/protected area. Industries falling in various categories. Red category, cement, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, sugar, paper and pulp, nuclear power plants, organic chemicals, fertilizers, firecrackers, etc. Orange category. Coal washeries, glass, paints, stone crushers, aluminium and copper extraction from scrap, etc. Green category. Aluminium utensils, steel furniture, soap manufacturing, tea processing, etc. White category. Air cooler or air conditioning units, chalk factories, biscuit tray units, etc. Coal gasification. A gasification is a technological process that can convert any carbonaceous, carbon-based, raw material such as coal into fuel gas, also known as synthesis/synthetic gas, syngas, or producer gas, a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen. After cleaning, syngas can be used to produce synthetic natural gas, SNG methane, CH, or liquid biofuel such as synthetic diesel. A gasification occurs in a gasifier, generally a high temperature, greater than 700 degrees Celsius, /pressure vessel where oxygen and steam are directly contacted with coal, causing a series of thermochemical reactions, without combustion, that convert the feed to syngas and ash/slag. A coal gasification provides one of the cleanest ways to convert coal into electricity, hydrogen, and other valuable energy products. It thus reduces carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and sulfur dioxide emissions. India aims to achieve a 100 metric tons coal gasification target by 2030. Similarly, the gasification of waste reduces the need for landfill space, decreases methane emissions, and reduces the use of fossil fuels. Measures to control vehicular pollution in India. Standards have been set for the durability of catalytic converters that reduce vehicular emissions. In cities like Delhi, vehicles need to obtain pollution under control (PUC) certificate at regular intervals. This ensures that levels of pollutants emitted from vehicles are not beyond the prescribed legal limits. The fuel quality has improved significantly from BS4 to BS6 norms by reducing the permissible sulfur content from 50 parts per million ppm in BS4 to a maximum of 10 ppm in BS6 compliant fuel. Earlier lead in the form of tetraethyl lead was added in the petrol to raise octane level for the smooth running of engines. The addition of lead in petrol has been banned to prevent the emission of lead particles. Usage of alternative fuels like CNG in public transport vehicles is made mandatory in cities like Delhi. All the buses of Delhi are converted to run on CNG by the end of 2002. CNG burns most efficiently, unlike petrol or diesel, in automobiles, and very little of it is left unburnt. Moreover, CNG is cheaper than petrol or diesel, cannot be siphoned off by thieves, and cannot be adulterated like petrol or diesel. The main problem with switching over to CNG is the difficulty of laying down pipelines to deliver CNG through distribution points/pumps and ensuring uninterrupted supply. As per Vehicle Scrappage Policy 2021, all the central and state government vehicles that have completed 15 years will be scrapped from April 1, 2023. The policy aims to deregister private cars over 20 years old and commercial vehicles over 15 years old. Bharat Stage BS norms. The BS norms are instituted by GOI to regulate the emission of air pollutants from motor vehicles. The norms were introduced in 2000. The norms are meant to be adopted by using appropriate fuel and technology. As the stage goes up, the control of emissions becomes stricter. The norms limit the release of air pollutants such as nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, particulate matter, PM, and sulfur oxides from vehicles using internal combustion engines. BS6 from 2020. From April 2017, BS4 norms were to be applicable nationwide. However, the SC had ordered a ban on the sale of Bharat Stage 4 vehicles from April 1, 2020. The central government had announced the April 1, 2020 deadline for adopting Bharat Stage 6 emission norms by manufacturers. However, existing vehicles, BS3, BS4, will continue to run beyond the cutoff date of January 4, 2020. BS4 and BS6 norms are based on similar norms in Europe called Euro 4 and Euro 6. As decided initially, BSV would have been rolled out by 2021 and BS6 in 2024, but leapfrog to BS6 norms by 2020, skipping BSV, had to be done because of the carbon footprint obligations. India's UNFCCC commitments, INDCs, improve the emissions intensity of its GDP by 33 to 35% by 2030 below 2005 levels. Increase the share of non-fossil fuels-based electricity to 40% by 2030. Enhance forest cover, which will absorb 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide by 2030. Advantages of BS6 vehicles and fuel. Particulate matter in diesel cars is said to come down by 80%. Nitrogen oxides from diesel cars by 70% and petrol cars by 25%. Reduction in sulfur makes it possible to equip vehicles with better catalytic converters. BS6 makes onboard diagnostics mandatory for all vehicles. OBD device informs the vehicle owner or the repair technician how efficient the systems in the vehicle are. RDE, real driving emission, will be introduced for the first time, which will measure the emission in real-world conditions and not just under test conditions. Bharat Stage 6 norms will also change the way particulate matter is measured. It will now be measured by number standard instead of mass standard. Impact. Compliance required a higher investment in technology to make new vehicles. Upgrading vehicles in stock and built-up infrastructure was an additional burden for the manufacturers. BS-VL-compliant vehicles and fuel became expensive. Electric mobility. In 2017, the GOI declared that it wanted India to go fully electric by 2030. This aim has not yet turned into a commitment due to the lack of infrastructure and the financial risks faced by the automobile industry in making the transition to EVs. After a series of flip-flops over policy on EVs, GOI is pushing aggressively for a switchover from fossil fuel. For the time being, the government's focus is on 2- and 3-wheelers. Niti Aayog has proposed to ban all IC, internal combustion, engine-powered 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers in India starting in 2025 for 2-wheelers and in 2023 for 3-wheelers. Phase 2 of the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric and hybrid vehicles in India. Phase 2 of the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric and hybrid vehicles in India, FAME India scheme. For the promotion of EVs and hybrid vehicles in the country, the Department of Heavy Industry has notified Phase 2 of the FAME India scheme. The scheme places much required thrust on the localization of EV parts. The policy aims to create a market for 1 million E2WS and 5 lakh E3WS in the next 3 years. The scheme offers an outlay of 10,000 Indian rupees crore to give a fillip to EVs and to set up charging stations. The Ministry of Power has already issued guidelines and standards, setting technical parameters for public charging stations that can enable normal and fast charging. EV charging guidelines to encourage EV adoption. The Minister of Power has approved amendments to the EV charging guidelines and specifications to boost EVs. It has been envisaged that in the first phase, i.e. 1 to 3 years, all megacities with a population of 4 million plus and all existing highways connected to connecting these megacities will be covered. In the second phase, 3 to 5 years, big cities like state capitals and UT headquarters may be covered. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency, BEE, a statutory body under the Ministry of Power, not MOEFCC, has been nominated as the central nodal agency. Electric vehicle charging guidelines and specifications. At least one charging station in a grid of 3 by 3 kilometers in cities. A charging station at every 25 kilometers and a fast charging station at every 100 kilometers on both sides of highways. Private charging at residences/offices managed by DISCOMs. The public charging stations, PCS, should be a de-licensed activity. Anyone can set up a PCS. A freedom to public charging stations to install the chargers as per the market requirement. Tax incentives. The Finance Minister has announced an additional income tax exemption of 1.5 Indian rupees lakh for purchasers of electric vehicles in budget 2019 to 2020. The GST Council decided to reduce the GST rate on electric vehicles from 12% to 5% and chargers or charge stations from 18% to 5% to boost the EV market. Skepticism surrounding adaptation of electronic mobility. The long-term environmental gains of a global transition to EVs remain unclear. India's automobile market is the 4th largest in the world. Installing charging facilities to serve such a vast market will prove much harder than in Western countries. China has a strategic advantage in a mass switchover, given its easy access to lithium and cobalt and low-cost, high-output automobile batteries. India, on the other hand, will have to depend entirely on imports. Challenges for the automobile industry. Automotive sales have plummeted in recent times due to GST. The situation continues to be made worse by increasing insurance costs, high taxes, 28% GST on bikes up to 350 cubic centimeters and cars, high prices of raw materials and volatile fuel prices. The industry has already invested heavily in upgrading to BS6, Euro 6, from BS4. It has a heavily built-up infrastructure and human resources for the production and servicing of IC engine-based vehicles. Will electric vehicles reduce carbon emissions? As 55% of electricity generation in India is primarily using coal, the net reduction in carbon emission will not be much, even if there is large-scale adoption of EVs in India. However, electric vehicles will help reduce pollution in cities. 14 of 20 most polluted cities in terms of harmful particulates, PM 2.5, are in India. Green tax on old vehicles. Recently, the government proposed a green tax for old petrol and diesel vehicles. Based on the principle of polluters must pay, this charge would be levied when commercial vehicles go to obtain a fresh fitness certificate and private vehicles seek renewal of registration. State governments would be allowed to levy this tax over and above the regular road taxes. Currently, similar taxes are levied in Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, UP and Jharkhand. Revenue collected from the green tax is to be kept in a separate account and used to tackle pollution and for states to set up state-of-the-art emission monitoring facilities. Proposed tax structure. Transport vehicles older than 8 years could be charged green tax at 10 to 25% of road tax. Personal vehicles are to be charged green tax after 15 years. Public transport vehicles, such as city buses, are to be charged a lower green tax. Higher green tax, 50% of road tax, for vehicles being registered in highly polluted cities. Differential tax depending on fuel, petrol/diesel, and type of vehicle. The vehicles used for farming and vehicles running on clean fuel, CNG, LPG, ethanol, and strong hybrid, would be exempted. Polluters pay principle. The polluter pays principle is the commonly accepted practice that those who produce pollution should bear the costs of managing it to prevent damage to human health or the environment. For instance, a factory that produces a potentially poisonous substance as a byproduct of its activities is usually held responsible for its safe disposal. When the pollution cost from the release of GHGs is not imposed on emitters, these costs are thus externalized to society, representing market failure. Society bears these costs as GHGs are emitted into the atmosphere, which is described as a global commons as everyone shares and has the right to use. The polluter pays principle is part of a set of broader principles to guide sustainable development worldwide, formerly known as the 1992 Rio Declaration. Sustainable Aviation Fuel, SAF. AGOI has set an indicative target of 1% for blending sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, with conventional jet fuel for all international flights by 2027. Also known as biojet fuel, sustainable aviation fuel is a carbon reduction solution that is available for use in aircraft and helicopters. Unlike traditional fuels, it is produced from renewable sources such as agricultural waste, municipal solid waste, and agroforestry residues. It can also be produced artificially using a method that collects carbon out of the air. National Clean Air Program, NCAP. The GOI launched NCAP in 2019 to reduce pollution levels, PM 2.5 and PM 10, by 40% by 2024 in cities, with 2017 as the base year for comparison. In 2022, GOI set a new target of 40% by 2026. Acceptable annual standards for PM 2.5 is 40 μg/m and PM 10 is 60 μg/m. NCAP is the first national-level strategy to tackle the air pollution problem across the country comprehensively with a time-bound reduction target. It will be a midterm, 5-year action plan with 2019 as the first year. It takes inspiration from Beijing's success in reducing PM 2.5 by 33.3% in 5 years. The NCAP is working on expanding the National Air Quality Monitoring Network, building capacity for air pollution management, and strengthening public awareness about the dangers of air pollution. It covers 132 non-attainment cities, cities that have fallen short of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for over 5 years, which were identified by the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB. PRANA, the Portal for Regulation of Air Pollution in Non-Attainment Cities, is a portal for monitoring the implementation of NCAP. NGT has criticized NCAP plan. The NCAP plan includes 131 non-attainment cities across 23 states and UTs, which the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, identified based on their ambient air quality data between 2011 and 2015. Non-attainment cities cover only cities where standards were not consecutively met for 5 years. NGT said the MOEF's plan was against Article 21. The right to clean air stood recognized as part of the right to life, and failure to address air pollution was a denial of the right to life. It also said the enforcement of the Sustainable Development Principle and Public Trust Doctrine required stern measures to be adopted. Under the NCAP, the target was to achieve norms in 10 years and reduce load to 35% in the first 3 years, with a further reduction of pollution later. This meant that pollution would remain unaddressed for 10 years, which was too long a period of tolerating violations when clean air was right to life. Other criticism of NCAP. The NCAP is only a cooperative and participatory initiative. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, will execute the program in consonance with the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, 1986. It is not clear what type of pollutants or all pollutants would be reduced. It will not be notified under any act to create a firm mandate with a strong legal backup. 11 and 12 5-year plans had taken on board the NCAP strategy of the National Clean Air Action Plan for all major cities to meet the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. But that remained a non-starter as it was not backed by a clear legal mandate and was underfunded. UPSC 2020, what are the key features of the National Clean Air Program, NCAP, initiated by the Government of India? 250 words. National Air Quality Monitoring Program. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, has been executing a nationwide ambient air quality monitoring program known as the National Air Quality Monitoring Program, NAMP. The network consists of 804 operating stations covering 344 cities/towns in 28 states and 6 UTs of the country. A NAMP is undertaken to determine the status and trends of ambient air quality, ascertain the compliance of NAAQS, identify non-attainment cities, understand the natural process of cleaning the atmosphere, and undertake preventive and corrective measures. Under NAMP, 4 air pollutants viz. Sulfur dioxide, SO, oxides of nitrogen, NO, respirable suspended particulate matter, RSPM/PM10, and fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, have been identified for regular monitoring at all the locations. The monitoring of wind speed and wind direction, relative humidity, RH, and temperature were also integrated with the monitoring of air quality. National Ambient Air Quality Standards, NOx. A NOx is developed by the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB. They are applicable all over the country. The CPCB has been conferred this power by the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, 1981. 2021 WHO Air Quality Guidelines, AQGs. WHO has released an updated version of the Global Air Quality Guidelines, AQGs. The revised guidelines consider how air pollution damages human health at even lower concentrations than previously thought. The new air quality guidelines mean that most of India would be considered a polluted zone for most of the year. WHO's guidelines are not binding and don't immediately impact India as the NAAQS don't meet the WHO's existing standards. SAFAR System for Monitoring Air Pollutants. The System of Air Quality and Weather Forecasting and Research, SAFAR, is a national initiative introduced by the Ministry of Earth Sciences, MOES, not MOEF. It is an integral part of India's first air quality early warning system operational in Delhi. SAFAR will measure the air quality of a metropolitan city. It also monitors all weather parameters like temperature, rainfall, humidity, wind speed, and wind direction, UV radiation, and solar radiation. The network has multiple air quality monitoring stations in each city, equipped with real-time, continuous monitors for various pollutants. The system was indigenously developed by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, IITM, Pune, and operationalized by the India Meteorological Department, IMD. It has a giant color LED display that gives out real-time air quality indexes on a 24/7 basis with color coding, along with a 72-hour advance forecast. The ultimate objective of the project is to increase awareness among the public regarding the air quality in their city. Pollutants monitored under the SAFAR system include 1. PM 2.5, 2. PM 10, 3. Ozone, 4. Carbon monoxide, CO, 5. Nitrogen oxides, NO, 6. Sulfur dioxide, SO, 7. Benzene found in crude oil. It is used to make plastics, resins, synthetic fibers, rubber lubricants, etc. As a VOC, benzene reacts with other air pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which can damage crops in the form of smog and materials. Toluene, methylbenzene, used in paint thinners and as an octane booster in gasoline engines. 9. Xylene, dimethylbenzene, used as a solvent in printing, rubber, and leather industry. And 10. Mercury. National Air Quality Index, AQI. AQI was launched by MOEF in April 2015 under Swachh Bharat. It helps the citizens to judge the air quality within their vicinity. There are 6 AQI categories, namely good, satisfactory, moderately polluted, poor, very poor, and severe. The AQI will consider 8 pollutants: PM10, PM 2.5, NO, SO, CO, O, NH, and PB. UPSC 2016 in the cities of India, which among the following atmospheric gases are normally considered in calculating the value of air quality index. 2016. 1. Carbon dioxide 2, carbon monoxide 3, nitrogen dioxide 4, sulfur dioxide 5, methane. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1, 2 and 3 only B, 2, 3 and 4 only C, 1, 4 and 5 only D, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Answer B, 2, 3 and 4 only. UPSC 2022. In the context of WHO Air Quality Guidelines, consider the following statements. 1. The 24-hour mean of PM 2.5 should not exceed 15 μg/m, and annual mean of PM 2.5 should not exceed 5 μg/m. 2. In a year, the highest levels of ozone pollution occur during the periods of inclement weather. 3. PM10 can penetrate the lung barrier and enter the bloodstream. 4. Excessive ozone in the air can trigger asthma. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1, 3 and 4B, 1 and 4 only C, 2, 3 and 4D, 1 and 2 only. Measures to control air pollution in NCR. The Environment Pollution, Prevention and Control Authority is a Supreme Court-appointed body. It was notified in 1998 by MOEF under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. Its initial mandate was to ensure that Delhi's bus and auto fleet moved entirely to CNG. Its present mandate is to prevent and control environmental pollution in the National Capital Region and enforce Graded Response Action Plan, GRAP. Graded Response Action Plan, GRAP. GRAP works only as an emergency measure. As such, the plan does not include action by various state governments to be taken throughout the year to tackle industrial, vehicular and combustion emissions. The plan is incremental in nature. Therefore, when the air quality moves from poor to very poor, the measures listed under both sections must be followed. A GRAP has been successful in doing two things that had not been done before: 1. Creating a step-by-step plan for the entire Delhi NCR region, and 2. Getting on board several agencies, all pollution control boards, industrial area authorities, municipal corporations, regional officials of the India Meteorological Department, and others. The plan requires action and coordination among 13 different agencies in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and Rajasthan NCR areas. Before implementing any measures, UPSC holds a meeting with representatives from all NCR states. Actions under GRAP: severe plus or emergency, PM 2.5 greater than 300 μg/m or PM 10 greater than 500 μg/m for 48 plus hours. Stop entry of trucks except essential commodities. Stop construction work. Introduce an odd/even scheme for private vehicles. Severe, PM 2.5 greater than 250 μg/m or PM 10 greater than 430 μg/m. Close brick kilns, hot mix plants, and stone crushers. Maximize power generation from natural gas to reduce generation from coal. Mechanized cleaning of roads and sprinkling of water. Very poor, PM 2.5 greater than 120 μg/m or PM 10 greater than 350 μg/m. Stop the use of diesel generator sets. Apartment owners should discourage burning fires in winter. Poor, PM 2.5 greater than 60 μg/m or PM 10 greater than 100 μg/m. Heavy fines for garbage burning and enforcing pollution control regulations in brick kilns and industries. Mechanized sweeping and water sprinkling on roads. Strictly enforce a ban on firecrackers. Other measures. NGT ordered a ban on old vehicles within the city. Open burning has been largely curtailed. Completion of the eastern and western peripheral expressways for vehicles not destined for Delhi. Has GRAP helped? The most significant success of GRAP has been in fixing accountability and deadlines. For each action to be taken under a particular air quality category, executing agencies are clearly marked. Coordination among as many as 13 agencies from 4 states is simplified because of the clear demarcation of responsibilities. 3 major policy decisions that can be credited to EPCA and GRAP are the closure of the thermal power plant at Budrapur, bringing BS6 fuel to Delhi before the deadline set initially, and the ban on peat coke as a fuel in Delhi NCR. Measures to reduce stubble burning. Pusa decomposer. Scientists at ICAR Indian Agriculture Research Institute, IRI, have invented the Pusa decomposer. It will be used for the speedy decomposition of stubble in the national capital and nearby states. In 1 capsule of fungal solution, a farmer can make 25 liters of liquid substance. After making the liquid, he has to add jaggery and gram flour and sprinkle that liquid on the stubble, after which it would biodegrade in 20 days. Super SMS and happy seeders. The Punjab government provided 50,000 plus subsidized stubble management machines. Super Stubble Management Systems, Super SMS, helps in chopping the stubble and spreading that evenly. The happy seeder helps in the direct showing of wheat without clearing the stubble. Baler machine. The balers compress agricultural residue into transportable bales. These bales are transported to factories or dumping sites. Fields can be immediately plowed and sowed for the next crop. Crop Residue Management (CRM) scheme. CRM is a central sector scheme launched under the Ministry of Agriculture. Under the scheme, financial assistance of 50% is provided to the farmers to purchase crop residue management machinery. Machines covered by CRM: Super Straw Management Systems, Happy Seeder, Super Seeder, Smart Seeder, Mulcher, Paddy Straw Chopper, Crop Reapers, Reaper, and Balers. Objectives: preventing loss of nutrients and soil microorganisms caused by burning of crop residue. Promoting management of crop residue by in situ, baler machine, happy seeders, super SMS, etc., and ex situ mechanisms, biomass co-firing in thermal power plants, and production of bio-CNG. Smog towers. In 2020, SC directed the government to prepare a plan to install smog towers across the capital to deal with air pollution. Smog towers are structures designed to work as large-scale air purifiers. They are fitted with multiple layers of carbon nanofiber air filters which clean the air of pollutants as it passes through them. SC had further ordered that anti-smog guns should be mandatory in projects that require environmental clearance (EC) and have a built-up area of over 20,000 square meters. Emissions Trading Scheme (ETS) by Gujarat. The Gujarat government launched the Emissions Trading Scheme (ETS) for trading in particulate matter emissions. While trading mechanisms for pollution control do exist, none of them is for particulate matter emissions. For example, the Clean Development Mechanism (CDM) Kyoto Protocol allows trade in Carbon credits. The European Union's emission trading system is for GHG emissions. India has a scheme run by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency that enables trading in energy units. Launched in Surat, the ETS scheme aims to reduce pollution and minimize the cost of compliance for the industry. How does the emission trading scheme, ETS, work? The Gujarat Pollution Control Board, GPCB, caps on the total emission load for all industries. Under this cap, various industries can buy and sell the ability to emit particulate matter by trading permits in kilograms under this cap. For this reason, ETS is also called a cap-and-trade market. These permits are a way to allow industries to buy some time and make investments in clean technologies. Why was Surat chosen for the scheme? Surat is facing severe pollution, and industries in Surat have already installed continuous emission monitoring systems, which makes it possible to estimate the mass of particulate matter being released. Other measures. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. In 2015, India's annual air pollution level was 55 mg/m of fine particulate matter. Levels in New Delhi often soared beyond 300 mg/m. Replacing biomass with cleaner fuels like LPG would cut India's average annual air pollution to 38 mg/m. This is just below the national ambient air quality standard of 40 mg/m and above the WHO standard of 10 mg/m. In 2016, the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana was instituted by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas to provide LPG connections to women from below poverty line (BPL) households. LPG cylinders are now used by 89% of households in India. It was 56.2% on April 1, 2015. Green crackers. In 2019, SC mandated the use of green crackers for Diwali. Traditionally, firecrackers, 90% of India's crackers are made in Sivakasi, TN, have been made with barium nitrate, antimony, and a range of metals. The SC had banned the use of barium nitrate, a key pollutant in crackers. The National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NERI, a part of the CSIR, was asked to facilitate the development of green crackers. NERI substituted barium nitrate with potassium nitrate and zeolite to reduce PM10 and PM2.5 by 30%. Green crackers only causes 30% less emissions and lower noise pollution than traditional crackers. They still release harmful pollutants and high noise pollution. Government initiatives to reduce SO emissions. In 2015, the MOEF introduced SO emission limits for coal power stations. 2022 was the deadline for the installation of flue gas desulfurization units. It is now extended by 2 more years. Flue gas desulfurization (FGD) systems. FGD systems may involve wet scrubbing or dry scrubbing to remove acidic gases, particularly sulfur dioxide (SO) and HCl from flue gases flowing out of vertical exhaust pipes. Lime is used in both. In wet FGD systems, flue gases are brought in contact with a liquid or solid slurry absorbent. The sulfur dioxide dissolves in or reacts with the absorbent and becomes trapped in as wet calcium sulfite. The sulfite can be converted to gypsum used in cement production. In dry FGD scrubbing, lime is injected directly into flue gas to remove SO and HCl from low-sulfur fuels. 13.3. Measures to regulate ozone-depleting substances (ODS). Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol. The Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer (Vienna Convention) was agreed in 1985. It established global monitoring and reporting on ozone depletion. It also created a framework for the development of protocols for taking more binding action. Montreal Protocol on Ozone-Depleting Substances. The Montreal Protocol under the Vienna Convention was agreed upon in 1987. It facilitates global cooperation in reversing the rapid decline in atmospheric concentrations of stratospheric ozone, good ozone. Under the protocol, countries agreed to phase out the production and consumption of certain chemicals that deplete ozone. Phase out of these substances is required by specific deadlines. The Vienna Convention and its Montreal Protocol are the first and only global environmental treaties to achieve universal ratification with 197 parties. As a result of the international agreement, the ozone hole in Antarctica is slowly recovering because of the decrease in the overall concentration of stratospheric ODS. Climate projections indicate that the ozone layer will return to 1980 levels between 2050 and 2070. The U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA) study found that the overall concentration of stratospheric ODS has decreased. Quito Adjustment. The Quito Adjustment was made to the Montreal Protocol in the 13th meeting of the parties at Quito, Ecuador, in 2018. It aims to avoid 1 degree Celsius of future warming. Compliance. Reduction in the atmospheric concentration of CFC-11 trichlorofluoromethane has made the second largest contribution to the decline in the total atmospheric concentration of ozone-depleting chlorine since the 1990s. CFC-11 is a chlorofluorocarbon, CFC, which is outlawed for almost all uses by the 1987 Montreal Protocol. But this gas, CFC-11, still contributes 1/4 of all chlorine reaching the stratosphere. 40 to 60% of total global CFC-11 emissions are coming from China. As a signatory to the Montreal Protocol, China agreed to phase out production of CFC-11 in 2010. However, Chinese foam manufacturers have been using CFC-11 illegally to save on the higher cost of alternatives such as hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, like HCFC 141b, which is to be phased out in China by 2026. UPSC 2015, which one of the following is associated with the issue of control and phasing out of the use of ozone-depleting substances? A. Bretton Woods Conference. B. Montreal Protocol. C. Kyoto Protocol. D. Nagoya Protocol. Explanation. Bretton Woods Conference established the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Montreal Protocol is a legally binding international treaty to protect the ozone layer by phasing out the production of ozone-depleting substances. Kyoto Protocol implemented the objective of the UNFCCC to fight global warming by reducing GHG concentrations in the atmosphere to a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. It is binding on the parties. Nagoya Protocol is an agreement to the 1992 CBD on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Answer B. Kigali Amendment to Montreal Protocol 2016. In the 28th meeting of the parties 2016 to the Montreal Protocol, negotiators from 197 nations signed an agreement to amend the Montreal Protocol in Kigali, the capital city of Rwanda. The Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol aims to phase out the use of potent greenhouse gases called hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, which are used widely in ACs. It is a legally binding agreement between the signatory parties with non-compliance measures. It came into effect on January 1, 2019. The parties are expected to reduce the manufacture and use of hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, by 80 to 85% from their respective baselines till 2045. ACs greatly exacerbate the urban heat island effect, making cities inhospitable, especially for the poor. The phase-down of HFCs is expected to arrest the global average temperature rise up to 0.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. Hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. Hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, are used as an alternative to CFCs and HCFCs/HBFCs. HFCs do not contribute to ozone depletion. However, they are potent greenhouse gases with high global warming potential. India's position. India has agreed on a lenient schedule as it consumes only 3% of HFCs compared to other nations like the USA 37% and China 25%. India has to reduce its HFC use by 80% by the year 2047, while China and the US have to achieve the same target by the years 2045 and 2034, respectively. India will complete its phase-down in 4 steps from 2032 onwards, with a cumulative reduction of 10% in 2032, 20% in 2037, 30% in 2042, and 85% in 2047. HFO alternatives to HFCs. HFO stands for hydrofluoroolefin. HFO refrigerants are composed of hydrogen, fluorine, and carbon atoms but contain at least one double bond between the carbon atoms. The ozone-depleting substances ODS rules. The rules are framed under the jurisdiction of the Environment Protection Act. These rules set the deadlines for phasing out various ODSs besides regulating the production, trade, import, and export of ODSs and the products containing ODS. These rules prohibit using CFCs in manufacturing various products beyond 1J 2003 except in metered dose inhalers and other medical purposes. Similarly, the use of halons is prohibited after January 1, 2001 except for essential use. Other ODSs such as carbon tetrachloride methyl, chloroform, and CFC for metered dose inhalers are prohibited after January 1, 2010. Further, methyl bromide was allowed up to January 1, 2015. Since HCFCs are used as an interim substitute to replace CFCs, these are allowed up to January 1, 2040. India phases out of ozone-depleting HCFC 141b. India has phased out hydrochlorofluorocarbon HCFC-141b, which is used in foam manufacturing to produce rigid polyurethane (PU) foams. The polyurethane foam sector has links with important economic sectors related to buildings, cold storage and cold chain infrastructure, commercial refrigeration, etc. HCFC 141b is prohibited from January 1, 2020 under Ozone Depleting Substances Regulation and Control Amendment Rules 2019 issued under the Environment Protection Act 1986. HCFC 141b is not produced in the country and all the domestic requirements are met through imports. With the 2019 rules, the import of HCFC 141b is prohibited. India has previously phased out chlorofluorocarbons, carbon tetrachloride, halogens, methyl bromide and methyl chloroform for controlled uses per the Montreal Protocol schedule. Closure of Hindustan Fluorocarbons Limited, HFL. Recently, the GI approved the closure of Hindustan Fluorocarbons Limited, HFL, a subsidiary of Hindustan Organic Chemicals Ltd, which is under the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. HFL is engaged in the manufacture of chloro-D-fluoromethane, HCFC 22/CFM22, and also uses the same for conversion to polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFE. Under the provisions of the Montreal Protocol on phasing out ozone-depleting substances, HFL's present production quota of HCFC 22 is insufficient for the plant to operate. End of chapter. 14.1. Water pollution. Water pollution is the presence of undesirable substances/pollutants in water, such as organic, inorganic, biological, radiological, and heat, which degrade water quality so that it becomes unfit for use. Natural sources of water pollution are soil erosion, the leaching of minerals from rocks due to natural solubility and solubility triggered by acid rain, and the decaying of organic matter. When pollutants are discharged from a specific location, such as a drainpipe carrying industrial effluents discharged directly into the water body, it represents point source pollution. In contrast, non-point sources include the discharge of pollutants from diffused sources or a larger area, such as runoff from agricultural fields, grazing lands, construction sites, abandoned mines and pits, etc. Measuring pollution load in water. Dissolved oxygen DO. Optimum DO content in water is essential for the survival of aquatic organisms. The presence of organic and inorganic wastes decreases the DO content due to the high decomposition rate and O consumption. Several factors such as surface turbulence, photosynthetic activity, O consumption by organisms and decomposition of organic matter determine the amount of DO in water. Water with a DO content below 8.0 mg per liter may be considered contaminated, and water below 4.0 mg per liter is deemed to be highly polluted. Biological oxygen demand (BOD). Water pollution by organic wastes is measured in terms of biochemical oxygen demand (BD). BD is the amount of dissolved oxygen needed by bacteria to decompose the organic wastes present in water. It is expressed in milligrams of oxygen per liter of water. The higher value of BD indicates high pollution due to biodegradable organic wastes and low DO content of water. Since BD is limited to biodegradable materials, it is not a reliable method of measuring water pollution. Chemical oxygen demand (COD). Chemical oxygen demand (COD) is a slightly better mode for measuring pollution load in the water. It measures the amount of oxygen in parts per million required to oxidize organic, biodegradable and non-biodegradable and oxidizable inorganic compounds in the water sample. UPSC 2017 Biological oxygen demand (BOD) is a standard criterion for A. Measuring oxygen levels in the blood. B. Computing oxygen levels in forest ecosystems. C. Pollution assay in aquatic ecosystems. D. Assessing oxygen levels in high-altitude regions. 14.2. Causes of water pollution. Industrial wastes. Discharge of wastewater from industries like petroleum, paper manufacturing, metal extraction and processing, chemical manufacturing, etc. that often contain toxic substances, notably heavy metals, defined as elements with density 5G/cm such as mercury, cadmium, copper, lead, arsenic, and a variety of organic compounds. Heavy metals in surface water. According to the Central Water Commission report, iron is the most common contaminant. Other major contaminants include lead, nickel, chromium, cadmium, and copper. Metals found in the monsoon period include iron, lead, chromium, and copper, which exceeded tolerance limits. Metals found in the non-monsoon period include lead, cadmium, nickel, chromium, and copper. The primary sources of heavy metal pollution are mining, plating, and surface finishing industries. Long-term exposure may result in physical, muscular, and neurological degenerative processes that mimic Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, muscular dystrophy, and multiple sclerosis, a disease of the central nervous system. Thermal and radiation pollution. Power plants, thermal and nuclear, chemical plants, and other industries use a lot of water for cooling purposes. The used hot water is discharged into rivers, streams, or oceans, raising the water temperature by 5 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is thermal pollution. An increase in water temperature decreases dissolved oxygen in the water. Unlike terrestrial organisms, aquatic organisms are adapted to a uniform, steady temperature. A sudden rise in temperature kills fish and other aquatic animals. Nuclear accidents near water bodies or during natural calamities like tsunamis and earthquakes pose the risk of radiation leakage, radiation exposure into water bodies. For e.g., the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. Radiation exposure causes mutations in the DNA of marine organisms. If those mutations are not repaired, the cell may turn cancerous. For e.g., radioactive iodine tends to be absorbed by the thyroid gland and can cause thyroid cancer. Radioactive radon in air and water can cause lung cancer, and uranium in water can cause kidney cancer. Mining. Much water is used in open pit and underground mining operations, raw material processing, mine cooling, metal extraction, etc., alongside chemicals such as cyanide, sulfuric acid, and mercury, increasing the potential for these chemicals to contaminate ground and surface water. Mine and mineral transportation exposes and disturbs a considerable amount of soil and rock. Erosion of these may carry substantial amounts of sediment and harmful chemicals into streams, rivers, and lakes. Acid rock drainage (ARD) is a natural process whereby sulfuric acid is produced when sulfides in rocks are exposed to water. The produced acid accelerates the chemical weathering of rocks and causes the leaching of various minerals and metals. Acid mine drainage (AMD) is the greatly magnified version of ARD, which occurs when large quantities of rock containing sulfide minerals are excavated from an open pit or underground mine. When the water reaches a certain level of acidity, a naturally occurring type of bacteria called Thiobacillus ferrooxidans accelerates the oxidation and acidification processes, leaching even more trace metals from the wastes. Thiobacillus ferrooxidans is a highly acidophilic, pH 1.5 to 2.0 autotrophic bacterium that obtains its energy through the oxidation of ferrous iron or reduced inorganic sulfur compounds. Heavy metal pollution is caused when metals such as arsenic, cobalt, copper, cadmium, lead, silver, and zinc contained in excavated rock or exposed in an underground mine come in contact with water. Although metals can become mobile in neutral pH conditions, leaching is particularly accelerated in the low pH conditions created by processes like AMD, groundwater and drinking water contamination. In India, in many places, the groundwater is threatened with contamination due to seepage from industrial and municipal wastes and effluents and agricultural runoff. Pollutants like fluorides, uranium, heavy metals, and nutrients like nitrates and phosphates are common. Among rural habitations in India, many face quality issues with drinking water. Iron is the most common contaminant, followed by salinity, arsenic, fluoride, etc. Rajasthan has the highest number of rural habitations affected by salinity contamination. In terms of arsenic and iron pollution, WB and Assam are the worst affected. Nitrates. Excess nitrate in drinking water reacts with hemoglobin to form non-functional methemoglobin and impairs oxygen transport. This condition is called methemoglobinemia or blue baby syndrome. High levels of nitrates may form carcinogens and can accelerate eutrophication. Methemoglobin is a form of oxygen-carrying metalloprotein hemoglobin. Methemoglobin cannot bind oxygen, unlike oxyhemoglobin. Trace metals. Trace metals in water include lead, mercury, cadmium, copper, chromium, and nickel, which can be carcinogenic. Arsenic. Arsenic is a tasteless, odorless carcinogen. It is highly poisonous to humans. While arsenic is naturally occurring, it also comes in inorganic or human-made formulas used in agriculture, mining, and manufacturing. Seepage of industrial and mine discharges and fly ash ponds of thermal power plants can lead to arsenic in groundwater. The US, India, China, and Mexico have the highest levels of arsenic in groundwater. Arsenic contamination is highest in the Ganges Delta, India, and Bangladesh. Chronic exposure to arsenic causes Blackfoot disease, a peripheral vascular disease, PVD, in which the blood vessels in the lower limbs are severely damaged, resulting in progressive gangrene. It also causes diarrhea and also lung and skin cancer. Arsenic poisoning, or arsenicosis, occurs after the ingestion or inhalation of high levels of arsenic. It causes melanosis and keratosis. Dark spots on the upper chest, back, and arms are known as melanosis, and the next stage is keratosis, in which palms become problematic. Fluoride. Fluorosis is a common problem in India due to the intake of high fluoride content water. Excess fluoride intake causes neuromuscular disorders, gastrointestinal problems, tooth deformity, hardening of bones and stiff and painful joints, skeletal fluorosis. Pain in bones and joints and outward bending of legs from the knees is called knock-knee syndrome. Uranium contamination. Uranium is weakly radioactive with a prolonged physical half-life, 4.5 billion years for uranium-238. The biological half-life, time taken by the human body to eliminate half the amount, is about 15 days. Uranium concentrations above 30 micrograms per liter, WHO's guidelines, are prevalent in some of the localized pockets in India. In Rajasthan and other northwestern states, uranium occurs mainly in alluvial aquifers, while in southern states such as Telangana, crystalline rocks such as granite are the source. When groundwater is over-extracted from such soils, the uranium is exposed to air, triggering its release. Elevated uranium levels in drinking water may be associated with kidney toxicity. High rates of chronic kidney disease, CKD, in the Srikakulam district in Andhra Pradesh are thought to be due to groundwater uranium exposure. The Andhra Pradesh government has ordered an inquiry into complaints about groundwater pollution caused by uranium mining and processing at the Uranium Corporation of India Limited, UCIL, in the Kadapa district. Guidelines in India. The Indian Standard IS 10500-2012 for drinking water specification has specified the maximum acceptable limits for radioactive residues as alpha and beta emitters, values in excess of which render the water unsuitable. These requirements take into account all radioactive elements, including uranium. No individual radioactive elements have been specifically identified. The Bureau of Indian Standards (BS) is working to incorporate the permissible limit of uranium as 0.03 mg per liter (WHO) provisional guidelines in drinking water standards. Radioactive radon. Recently, high radioactive radon content has been detected in groundwater used for drinking in some areas in Bengaluru. High radioactive radon content has been detected in groundwater used for drinking in some areas in Bengaluru. It is found to be 50 to 100 times the permissible limit of 11.1 becquerels per liter. Radon emanates from radioactive granites and from uranium through radioactive decay to radium and radon. The uranium content is also detected to be high, 300 micrograms per liter in the water against the permissible limit of 30 μg/L. It comes from minerals like pitchblende, zircon, and monazite, among others, in the region's rocks. Radon in air and water leads to damage of lung tissues, threatening lung cancer, while the presence of uranium affects the urinary tract, leading to kidney cancer. Freshwater salinization syndrome, FSS. FSS is the process of salty runoff contaminating freshwater ecosystems. Salts naturally occur in freshwaters, typically caused by rock weathering and naturally saline groundwater. However, anthropogenic activities are further increasing concentrations of salts in freshwaters. Causes: oil and gas extraction and other forms of resource extraction. Road salts for de-icing. Applying salt on snowy roads has a lower freezing temperature than the surrounding ice. Human-accelerated weathering of rocks and soils. Sea level rise and saltwater intrusion. UPSC 2013. Which of the following can be found as pollutants in the drinking water in some parts of India? 1. Arsenic 2, sorbitol 3, fluoride 4, formaldehyde 5, uranium. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 3 only B, 2, 4 and 5 only C, 1, 3 and 5 only D, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Explanation. The most straightforward options are fluoride, arsenic, and uranium. The knowledge of either sorbitol or formaldehyde will give us the answer. We are more familiar with formaldehyde, a carcinogen, since it is a volatile organic compound, VOC, an air pollutant. Sorbitol, glycitol, is a sugar alcohol. It contains about 1/3 fewer calories than sugar and is 60% as sweet. It occurs naturally in berries and fruits. Answer: C. 1, 3, and 5 only. Sewage water. Sewage water includes discharges from houses and other establishments. It contains human and animal excreta, food residues, cleaning agents, detergents, etc. Domestic and hospital sewage contains many pathogenic microbes. Ammonia pollution in sewage. Ammonia, a colorless gas with a distinct odor. It occurs naturally throughout air, soil, and water, as well as in plants and animals, including humans. The human body makes ammonia when the body breaks down foods containing protein into amino acids and ammonia, then converts the ammonia into urea. Ammonia is a basic building block for ammonium nitrate fertilizer, which releases nitrogen, an essential nutrient for growing plants, including farm crops and lawns. The ammonium hydroxide, commonly known as household ammonia, is an ingredient in many everyday household cleaning products. Ammonia has been used in municipal treatment systems for more than 70 years to prolong the effectiveness of disinfection. Chlorine added to water. The addition of ammonia enhances the formation of chloramines, creates a bad taste. It reduces the formation of chlorination byproducts, which may be carcinogenic. The acceptable limit of ammonia in drinking water, as per BIS, is 0.5 ppm. If its concentration in water exceeds 1 ppm, it is toxic to fish. In humans, long-term ingestion of water having high ammonia levels, greater than or equal to 1 ppm, is harmful. Agricultural sources. The agricultural runoff contains dissolved salts such as nitrates, phosphates, potassium, ammonia, other nutrients, toxic metal ions, and organic compounds. Fertilizers contain major plant nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Excess fertilizers reach the groundwater by leaching or getting mixed with surface water. Pesticides include insecticides, herbicides, etc. They contain a wide range of chemicals such as chlorinated hydrocarbons, CHCs, e.g., DDT, endosulfan, etc., organophosphates, metallic salts, carbonates, etc. Many pesticides are non-degradable, and their residues have a long life, persistent pollutants. Wastes from poultry, piggeries, slaughterhouses, etc. reach the water through runoff. Nitrogen pollution in India. Agriculture, sewage, and organic solid wastes are the most significant contributors to nitrogen pollution in India. Only 33% of the nitrogen applied through fertilizers is used by plants, and the remaining 67% remains in the soil. Invasive aquatic species. Water hyacinth. A water hyacinth, an aquatic plant native to the Amazon basin, is the world's most problematic aquatic weed. It is known as the Terror of Bengal, German weed in Bangladesh, Florida devil in South Africa, and Japanese trouble in Sri Lanka. Water hyacinths grow abundantly in eutrophic, nutrient-rich water bodies and lead to an imbalance in the ecosystem. They cause havoc through their excessive growth, leading to the stagnation of polluted water and the draining of oxygen from the water bodies, resulting in the devastation of fish stock. Forked fanwort. In some places in Kerala, the widespread growth of forked fanwort has painted the water bodies pink. Forked fanwort is a submerged perennial aquatic plant that grows in stagnant to slow-flowing freshwater. It is an invasive species that belongs to Central and South America. It requires a considerable amount of oxygen to grow, and that could badly affect freshwater biodiversity. Pollution in River Ganga. Almost all wastewater and industrial effluents are generated by various urban and industrial centers, viz. Haridwar, Kannauj, Kanpur, Allahabad, Varanasi, Patna, and Kolkata are disposed of into the River Ganga. The primary industrial sector, namely tannery, sugar and distillery, pulp and paper mills, contributes significantly to the pollution load on the Ganga River and its tributaries. The Ganga is polluted by fecal coliform bacteria in its entire length. In contrast, the level of BOD, an indicator of organic pollution, vastly exceeds the criteria in the stretch that spans from Kannauj to Taragat. Diversion of river water through upper and lower Ganga canals, leaving virtually very little flow in the main river stream, makes dilution difficult even for the treated sewage. Microplastics present in the Ganga. Ethylene is particularly suited for food, drugs, and cosmetic packaging. Polyacetylene is used as a doping agent in the electronics industry. Polypropylene is also used in packaging, plastic sheets, fiber, fabrics, rope, etc. Persistent inorganic pollutant, PIP, is mainly used in footwear and baby bottle nipples. Polyamide, commonly known as nylon, is used as a natural fiber and metal wire in clothing and industry. Marine pollution, oil spills, and plastic. A marine pollution refers to the emptying of chemicals into the ocean and its harmful effects. The potentially toxic chemicals stick to tiny particles, and these are taken up by plankton and benthos animals, which are deposit or filter feeders concentrating upward within food chains. As animal feeds usually have a high fish meal or fish oil content, toxins can be found in consumed food items obtained from livestock and animal husbandry. Oil spills. The most common cause of oil spills is leakage during marine transport, leakage from underground storage tanks, and during offshore oil production. Recent incidents of oil spills. An oil spill accident in the East China Sea in 2018 released more than 136,000 tons of volatile petroleum. The Deepwater Horizon drilling accident is the largest oil spill disaster in history. It took place in 2010, releasing 779 million liters of crude oil into the Gulf of Mexico. The recent MV Wakashio spill off Mauritius, about 1,000 tons of oil spilt into a sanctuary for rare wildlife after the Japanese ship struck a coral reef in 2020. Impact of oil spill on marine life. Oil, being lighter than water, covers the surface as a thin film, cutting off oxygen to floating plants and other producers. Within hours of an oil spill, the fish, shellfish, and plankton die due to suffocation and metabolic disorders. Birds and sea mammals that consume dead fish and plankton die due to poisoning. Oil spills in water can be cleaned with the help of bregoli, a byproduct of the paper industry resembling sawdust, oil zapper, and microorganisms. Marine plastic pollution. Marine plastic pollution is said to cause $13 billion in economic damage to marine ecosystems yearly. It is estimated to outweigh fish by 2050. Exposure to chemicals leaching from plastic pollution interfered with the growth, photosynthesis, and oxygen production of Prochlorococcus, the ocean's most abundant photosynthetic cyanobacteria. Plastic has been documented even in the deepest part of the ocean, Challenger Deep in Marana Trench. The most visible and disturbing impacts of marine plastics are the ingestion, suffocation, and entanglement of hundreds of marine species. Marine wildlife, such as seabirds, whales, fish, and turtles, mistake plastic waste for prey, and most die of starvation as their stomachs are filled with plastic debris. Invisible plastic has been identified in salt and is present in all samples from the world's oceans, including the Arctic. 14.3. Effects of water pollution. Effects on the human health. Domestic and hospital sewage contains many undesirable pathogenic microorganisms, and its disposal into the water without proper treatment may cause an outbreak of serious diseases such as typhoid, cholera, etc. Metals such as lead, zinc, arsenic, copper, mercury, and cadmium in industrial wastewaters adversely affect humans and other animals. Consumption of such arsenic-polluted water leads to accumulation of arsenic in the body parts like blood, nails, and hairs, causing skin lesions, rough skin, dry and thickening of the skin, and ultimately skin cancer. Mercury compounds in wastewater are converted by bacterial action into highly toxic methylmercury, which can cause numbness of limbs, lips and tongue, deafness, blurring vision, and mental derangement. Mercury in water causes Minamata, a neurological syndrome, in humans. Lead causes lead poisoning, interferes with various body processes, and is toxic. The lead compounds cause anemia, loss of muscle power, and a bluish line around the gum. Water contaminated with cadmium can cause itai disease, also called ouch disease, a painful disease of bones and joints, and cancer of the lungs and liver. Effects on the environment. Microorganisms involved in the biodegradation of organic matter in sewage waste consume much oxygen and make water oxygen deficient, killing aquatic creatures. The presence of large amounts of nutrients in water results in algal bloom, excessive growth of planktonic algae, leads to aging of lakes. A few toxic substances often present in industrial wastewater can undergo biological magnification, biomagnification, in the aquatic food chain. This phenomenon is well known for mercury and DDT. High concentrations of DDT disturb calcium metabolism in birds, which causes thinning and premature breaking of eggshells, eventually causing a decline in bird populations. Effects on aquatic ecosystem. Hot and polluted waters discharged from industries lower dew content and eliminate sensitive organisms like plankton, mollusks, fish, etc. Biocides, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and heavy metals also eliminate sensitive aquatic organisms. A few tolerant species like tubifex, annelid worm, and some insect larvae may survive in highly polluted water with low dew content. Such species are recognized as indicator species for polluted water. Ocean warming increases methylmercury toxin in fish. There has been a decrease in seawater concentration of methylmercury since the late 1990s. However, the amount of methylmercury in fish is higher in the food chain, and it has been found to increase. The increase is due to ocean warming and dietary shifts due to overfishing by humans. Due to overfishing, fish higher in the food chain relied more on larger fishes, which have higher concentrations of the toxin than other prey fish. Fish metabolism is temperature dependent. So, as ocean temperature increases, fish experience higher metabolism and more energy obtained from food is spent on maintenance rather than growth. This leads to more methylmercury concentration in predatory fish higher in the food chain. Human exposure to the toxin through fish consumption is bound to increase due to climate change. Eutrophication and aging of lakes. Lakes receive their water from surface runoff and, along with it, various chemical substances and minerals. Over periods spanning millennia, aging occurs as the lakes accumulate mineral and organic matter and gradually fill up. The nutrient enrichment of the lakes promotes the growth of algae, aquatic plants, and various fauna. This process is known as natural eutrophication. Human activities cause similar nutrient enrichment of lakes at an accelerated rate, and the consequent aging phenomenon is known as cultural eutrophication. Based on their nutrient content, lakes are categorized as oligotrophic, very low in nutrients, mesotrophic, moderate nutrients, and eutrophic, highly nutrient-rich. Most lakes in India are either eutrophic or mesotrophic because of the nutrients derived from their surroundings or the organic waste entering them. Effects of eutrophication. Collapsing food chains. Eutrophic water bodies, rich in nutrients, support dense plant and phytoplankton populations, the death and decomposition of which kills animal life by depriving water of oxygen. New species invasion. Eutrophication may make the ecosystem competitive by transforming the normal limiting nutrient to an abundant level. This causes shifts in the species composition of the ecosystem. Loss of freshwater lakes. Eutrophication eventually creates a detritus layer in lakes and produces a successively shallower surface water depth. Eventually, the water body is reduced into a marsh ooze. Plant community is transformed from an aquatic environment to a recognizable terrestrial environment. Occurs due to decreased water transparency, increased turbidity. Others, affects navigation due to increased turbidity, creates color yellow, green, red, and smell, increases biomass of inedible toxic phytoplankton, benthic and epiphytic algae and bloom of gelatinous zooplankton, etc. Eutrophication and algal blooms. Eutrophication is the response to the addition of nutrients such as nitrates and phosphates naturally or artificially fertilizing the aquatic ecosystem. Phytoplankton thrives on the excess nutrients and their population explosion covers almost the entire surface layer, restricting the penetration of sunlight. This condition is known as an algal bloom. It results in the death of aquatic plants and hence restricts the replenishment of oxygen. Phytoplankton. Phytoplankton are tiny microscopic autotrophs found in the ocean. They have chlorophyll to capture sunlight and use photosynthesis to turn it into chemical energy. All phytoplankton photosynthesize, but some get additional energy by consuming other organisms. Phytoplankton include diatoms, dinoflagellates, cryptomonads, green algae, blue-green algae, etc., which are at the base of the aquatic food web and are important ecological indicators. They contribute to more than half of the oxygen that we breathe. They influence our climate by absorbing human-induced CO. Phytoplankton chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is a green photosynthetic pigment found in plants, algae, and cyanobacteria. It absorbs mainly in the blue and, to a lesser extent, red portions of the electromagnetic spectrum, hence it is in green color. 1. Chlorophyll A found in all higher plants, algae, and cyanobacteria. 2. Chlorophyll B found in higher plants and green algae. 3. Chlorophyll C found in diatoms, dinoflagellates, and brown algae. 4. Chlorophyll D found only in red algae. Algal blooms can be any color, but the most common ones are red or brown. These blooms are commonly referred to as red or brown tides. Water temperature has also been related to the occurrence of algal blooms, with unusually warm water being conducive to blooms. Climate change will accentuate algal blooms. Mechanism. Phytoplankton are photosynthetic during the daytime, adding oxygen to the aquatic ecosystem. But during the night, they consume far more oxygen as they respire aggressively. Therefore, algal blooms accentuate the rate of oxygen depletion as the population of phytoplankton is exceedingly high. The primary consumers like zooplankton and small fish are killed due to oxygen deprivation caused by algal blooms. The primary consumers like zooplankton and small fish are killed due to oxygen deprivation caused by algal blooms, adversely affecting the food chain. Further, more oxygen is taken up by microorganisms during the decomposition process of dead algae, plants, and fishes. The new anaerobic conditions, absence of oxygen, promote the growth of bacteria such as Clostridium botulinum, which produces toxins that are deadly to aquatic organisms, birds, and mammals. Harmful algal blooms. The most algal blooms are not harmful, but some produce toxins, neuro and hepatotoxins, which can kill aquatic organisms, e.g., shellfish poisoning, and pose a threat to humans and are known as harmful algal blooms, HABs. They adversely affect commercial and recreational fishing, tourism, and valued habitats. Eutrophication and dead zones. The world's oceans have less oxygen today. According to a study by IUCN, the fall in oxygen levels in the world's oceans is around 2% from 1960 to 2010. The primary causes of deoxygenation are eutrophication and nitrogen deposition from the burning of fossil fuels, coupled with the widespread impacts of ocean warming. Warmer oceans cause deoxygenation, both because oxygen is less soluble in warmer water and through temperature-driven stratification. Ice melt and glacial runoff result in a less salty and, therefore, less dense layer that floats on top. This stratification inhibits the upwelling of nutrients into the upper layer of the ocean. This decrease in nutrient supply is likely to decrease rates of photosynthesis in the surface ocean, where most of the oceanic photosynthesis, such as by phytoplankton, occurs. Dead zones. Dead zones, biological deserts or hypoxic zones, are areas in the ocean with very low oxygen concentrations, hypoxic conditions. They emerge when the influx of excess chemical nutrients spurs algae growth, algal blooms. These zones usually occur 200 to 800 meters in the saltwater layer, below the surface. Hypoxic zones can occur naturally due to the upwelling of excess nutrients. They can be created or enhanced by human activity to form dead zones. Dead zones are detrimental to animal life. Most of the animal life either dies or migrates from the zone. Dead zones are increasing in the coastal delta and estuarine regions. One of the largest dead zones forms in the Gulf of Mexico every spring. Farmers fertilize their crops, and rain washes fertilizer off the land into rivers. There's a dead zone in the Gulf of Oman, and it's growing. Dead zone formation. 1. Eutrophication. 2. Algal bloom, and 3. Hypoxic condition. Red circles show the size and location of dead zones in 2010. Dark blue regions indicate overly fertile water that may give rise to dead zones. NASA Earth Observatory. UPSC 2018. What are the consequences of the spreading of dead zones on marine ecosystems? Blue tide. A bioluminescent, light-emitting, tides make occasional appearances along polluted coastlines where seawater has low dissolved oxygen, climate change, and a high presence of nitrogen, eutrophication. The blue tide phenomenon appears when luminescent dinoflagellates or other marine life make the sea appear deep blue through chemical reactions in their proteins. While smaller tides may be harmless, slow-moving larger tides impact deep-sea fishing. Bioluminescence. A bioluminescence is the property of a living organism to produce and emit light. It is an anti-predator response, predator intimidation, through bioluminescence, which helps the organisms gather and make colonies. Animals, plants, fungi, and bacteria show bioluminescence. It is found in many marine organisms such as bacteria, algae, jellyfish, crustaceans, sea stars, fish, sharks, etc. Luminescence is generally higher in deep-living and planktonic organisms than in shallow species. 14.4. Water pollution control measures. Bioremediation. A bioremediation uses microorganisms, bacteria and fungi, to degrade environmental contaminants into less toxic forms. Microorganisms can be specifically designed for bioremediation using genetic engineering techniques. In situ at the site, bioremediation. A bioventing. Supply of nutrients through wells to contaminated soil to stimulate the growth of bacteria. A biosparging. Injection of air under pressure below the water table to increase groundwater oxygen concentrations and enhance the rate of biological degradation of contaminants by bacteria. A bioaugmentation. Microorganisms are imported to a contaminated site to enhance the degradation process. Using bioremediation techniques, Terry has developed a mixture of bacteria called oil zapper and oilivorous, which degrades the pollutants of oil-contaminated sites, leaving behind no harmful residues. Recently, oil zapper was in the news. What is it? A. It is an eco-friendly technology for the remediation of oil sludge and oil spills. B. It is the latest technology developed for undersea oil exploration. C. It is a genetically engineered biofuel-yielding maize variety. D. It is the latest technology to control the accidentally caused flames from oil wells. Answer: a current affairs-based question. Keep track of similar developments. Ex situ bioremediation. Ex situ involves the removal of the contaminated material to be treated elsewhere. A land farming. Contaminated soil is excavated and spread over a prepared bed and periodically tilled until pollutants are degraded. The goal is to stimulate indigenous biodegradative microorganisms and facilitate their aerobic degradation of contaminants. The bioreactors. These involve the processing of contaminated solid material, soil, sediment, sludge, or water through an engineered containment system. A composting. Composting is nature's recycling of decomposed organic materials into a rich soil known as compost. Bioremediation of arsenic. Using arsenic, arsenate and arsenite are the toxic forms. Contaminated water for agricultural purposes can lead to increased concentration of arsenic in fruits and grains, proving toxic to humans. Arsenic can be removed from contaminated soil with the help of Bacillus flexus and Acinetobacter junii. Both bacteria have a special gene that aids in arsenic detoxification. B. Flexus exhibited resistance to arsenate and A. Junii to arsenite. Advantages of bioremediation. Destroys a wide variety of contaminants. The destruction of target pollutants is possible. Less expensive and environment-friendly. Disadvantages of bioremediation. Bioremediation is limited to biodegradable compounds. Not all compounds are susceptible to biodegradation. It often takes longer than other treatment processes. UPSC 2017. In the context of solving pollution problems, what are the advantages of bioremediation technique? 1. It is a technique for cleaning up pollution by enhancing the same biodegradation process that occurs in nature. 2. Any contaminant with heavy metals such as cadmium and lead can be readily and completely treated by bioremediation using microorganisms. 3. Genetic engineering can be used to create microorganisms specifically designed for bioremediation. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 1 and 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Bioremediation is limited to biodegradable compounds. Answer: C, 1 and 3 only. Riparian buffers for mitigation of eutrophication. Riparian buffers are interfaces of vegetation between a flowing body of water and land created near the waterways, farms, roads, etc. in an attempt to filter pollution. Sediments and nutrients are deposited in the buffer zones instead of deposition in water. Wetlands and estuaries are natural riparian buffers. Phytoremediation plays a key role in filtering pollutants. Phytoremediation. Phytoremediation is the use of plants to remove contaminants from soil and water. Mangroves, estuarine vegetation, and other wetland vegetation are used to carry out natural phytoremediation. Phytoextraction/phytoaccumulation is the accumulation of contaminants into the roots and above-ground shoots or leaves of plants. E.g., water hyacinth, an aquatic weed, invasive species can purify water by taking some toxic materials and several heavy metals from water. Planting eucalyptus trees all along sewage ponds is suggested. These trees absorb all surplus wastewater rapidly and release pure water vapor into the atmosphere. Sewage water treatment for domestic use. Sewage water contains suspended solids, bacteria, algae, viruses, fungi, and minerals such as iron and manganese. The processes involved in removing these contaminants are described here. Coagulation/flocculation. During coagulation, coagulants like aluminium sulfate, alum, ferric sulfate, or sodium aluminate are added to untreated water. This causes the tiny particles of dirt in the water to thicken. Next, groups of dirt particles stick together to form larger particles called flocks. Flocks are easier to remove by settling/filtration. Filtration. The filters are made of layers of sand and gravel and, in some cases, crushed anthracite, coal. Filtration collects suspended impurities in water and enhances the effectiveness of disinfection. Sedimentation. As the water and the flock particles progress through the treatment process, they move into sedimentation basins where the water moves slowly, causing the heavy flock particles to settle to the bottom as sludge. Disinfection. Water is disinfected using chlorine before it enters the distribution system to ensure that pathogens are destroyed. Chlorine is used as it is a very effective disinfectant, and residual concentrations can be maintained to guard against possible biological contamination in the water distribution system. Chlorination is the addition of chlorine or chlorine compounds to drinking water. Chlorine can combine with particular naturally occurring organic compounds in water to produce chloroform and other potentially harmful byproducts. The risk of this is minimal when chlorine is applied after coagulation, sedimentation, and filtration. Ozone gas may also be used to disinfect drinking water. However, since ozone is unstable, it cannot be stored and must be produced on-site, making it more expensive than chlorination. Ozone has the advantage of not causing taste or odor problems. It leaves no residue in the disinfected water. The lack of an ozone residue, however, makes it difficult to monitor its continued effectiveness as water flows through the distribution system. Fluoridation. Fluoride is generally present in natural water. Its concentration up to a certain level is not harmful. Beyond that level, the bones start disintegrating, fluorosis. Water fluoridation is the treatment of water supplies to adjust the concentration of the free fluoride ion to the optimum level sufficient to reduce dental caries or cavities. Defluorination at the domestic level can be carried out by mixing water for treatment with an adequate amount of aluminium sulfate, alum solution, lime or sodium carbonate, and bleaching powder depending upon its alkalinity. Concentration of bicarbonates and carbonates in water, and fluoride contents. Many parts of our country have a fluoride problem. BS prescribes 1 mg per liter as the desirable limit for drinking water and 1.5 mg per liter as the permissible limit. pH correction. Lime is added to the filtered water to adjust the pH and stabilize the naturally soft water to minimize corrosion in the distribution system and within customers' plumbing. Removal of iron. In many parts of India, there is a problem of excess iron in drinking water, especially in northeast regions. Iron causes terrible taste and odor to the drinking water. BS prescribes a desirable limit for iron as 0.3 mg per liter. A significant part of iron is oxidized. Then the water is made to react with oxidizing media, lime. By aeration and further oxidation, the dissolved iron is converted to insoluble ferric hydroxide. The insoluble iron can thus be easily removed through filtration. Removal of arsenic. BS prescribes a desirable limit for arsenic as 0.05 mg per liter. Bleaching powder and alum are used for the removal. Biotoilets. Terms associated with biotoilets. Biodigesters, shells of steel for the anaerobic digestion of human waste. Biotank, tanks made of concrete for the anaerobic digestion of human waste. Aerobic bacteria, bacteria that flourish in the presence of free dissolved oxygen in the wastewater and consume organic matter for their food, thereby oxidizing it to stable end products. Anaerobic bacteria, bacteria that flourish in the absence of dissolved oxygen and survive by utilizing the bounded molecular oxygen in compounds like nitrates, NO, sulfates, SO, etc. thereby reducing them to stable end products along with the evolution of foul-smelling gases like HS, hydrogen sulfide, and CH, methane. Facultative bacteria, bacteria that can operate either aerobically or anaerobically. Anaerobic microbial inoculums, a mixture of different types of bacteria responsible for the breakdown of complex polymers into simple sugars, further broken down into low-chain fatty acids and finally into biogas. Anaerobic digester biodegradation system. Anaerobic digestion is a collection of processes by which microorganisms break down biodegradable material in the absence of oxygen. The final waste is methane, biogas, carbon dioxide, and biofertilizer. Every ton of food waste recycled by anaerobic digestion as an alternative to landfill prevents between 0.5 and 1.0 tons of CO from entering the atmosphere, one of the many benefits of anaerobic digestion. 1. The decomposition of human waste in the biotoilets is initiated by a fungal inoculum. 2. Ammonia and water vapor are the only end products in this decomposition which are released into the atmosphere. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only B, 2 only C, both 1 and 2D, neither 1 nor 2. Explanation. Anaerobic bacteria carry out the decomposition of human waste in biotoilets. The final waste is CO and CH. Answer, D, neither 1 nor 2. Ecosan toilets. Ecological sanitation is a sustainable system for handling human excreta using dry composting toilets. This is a practical, hygienic, efficient, and cost-effective solution to human waste disposal. With this composting method, human excreta can be recycled into a natural fertilizer. Biotoilets in Indian trains. Biotoilets for the Indian trains were designed by Indian Railways in association with DRDO. The biotoilets are fitted underneath the lavatories. The human waste discharged into them is acted upon by a particular kind of bacteria that converts it into non-corrosive neutral water. Direct discharge of human waste from the existing toilet system in trains causes corrosion of the tracks. Water pollution control measures in India and Indian river systems. The Government of India has passed the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 to safeguard our water resources. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, an apex body in the field of water quality management, in collaboration with the concerned state pollution control boards, SPCB, has developed a concept of designated best use. Accordingly, the water body is designated as A, B, C, D, and E based on pH, dissolved oxygen, BOD, total coliform, free ammonia, electrical conductivity, etc. The classification helps the water quality managers and planners to set water quality targets and identify needs and priorities for water quality restoration programs. The Ganga Action Plan and, subsequently, the National River Action Plan are the results of such an exercise. Major river conservation initiatives. Ganga Action Plan, GAP. GAP was the first river action plan taken up by MEF in 1985 as a centrally sponsored scheme. The program began with pollution abatement works in the River Ganga. Subsequently, GAP Phase 2 was initiated, which included the works on the major tributaries of the River Ganga, namely Yamuna, Gomdi, and Damodar. At the time of launching, the main objective of GAP was to improve the water quality of the Ganga to acceptable standards. However, it was later recast to the bathing class standard, which is as follows. Partially successful GAP I was declared closed on March 31, 2000. It made a significant difference in water quality. However, in many places, the BOD levels were above the permissible limit of 3.0 milligrams per liter. National River Conservation Plan, NRCP. In 1995, GAP was broad-based to cover other national rivers under the aegis of the centrally sponsored scheme National River Conservation Plan, NRCP. NRCP is under implementation by the Ministry of Jal Shakti in 160 towns along polluted stretches of 34 rivers spread over 20 states, excluding those in the Ganga Basin. NRCP provides financial and technical assistance to the states/UTs on a cost-sharing basis. The objective is to implement the following pollution abatement schemes to bring the river to bathing quality standards. Capture and treatment of raw sewage before flowing into the river, responsibility of the respective state governments and urban local bodies, prevention and control of industrial pollution by the respective pollution control boards. Low-cost sanitation works to prevent open defecation on riverbanks, electric crematoria to ensure proper cremation of bodies brought to the burning ghat, riverfront development works such as improvement of bathing ghats, etc. National Ganga Council. The National Council for Rejuvenation, Protection and Management of the River Ganga National Ganga Council was established by the River Ganga Rejuvenation, Protection and Management Authorities Order 2016. It replaced the National Ganga River Basin Authority, NGRBA. NGC has the overall responsibility of preventing pollution and rejuvenating the Ganga River Basin. National Mission for Clean Ganga, NMCG, registered as a society under the Societies Registration Act 1860, is the implementation wing of NGC, which is implementing the Namami Gange program. Members of the National Ganga Council. Prime Minister, Chairperson. Union Minister for Jal Shakti, Vice Chairperson. Union Minister for Environment, Finance, Power, Housing, Science and Technology, State for Tourism and Shipping. Seams of states through which Ganga or its tributaries flow. Vice Chairperson, Niti Ayog. National Ganga River Basin Authority, NRGBA. GI established NGRBA in 2009 under Section 3 of the Environment Protection Act, 1986. NGRBA declared the Ganges as the national river of India. National Ganga Council replaced it in 2016. Project Arth Ganga. Project Arth Ganga is a sustainable development model focusing on channelizing river-related economic activities along the banks of the Ganga River. It strives to contribute at least 3% of the GDP from the Ganga Basin. The concept was introduced during the first National Ganga Council meeting in 2019. The Jal Mard Vikas Project, JMVP, aimed to develop the river Ganges as a safe mode of navigation and is being implemented with the assistance of the World Bank. Project Arth Ganga envisages re-engineering the JMVP by involving the local community with a focus on economic activities. Small jetty terminals, a structure that projects from land out into the water, will be set up along the banks to boost the economic activities at the community level, which will bring down the logistics cost for farmers in the movement of local produce. Namami Gange Program. In addition to the NRCP, the Ministry of Jal Shakti is implementing the Central Sector Scheme of Namami Gange, an integrated conservation mission approved as a flagship program by GI in 2014 with a budget outlay of 20,000 rupees crore to accomplish the twin objectives of abatement of pollution, conservation and rejuvenation of Ganga. The main pillars of the program are sewerage treatment infrastructure, riverfront development, river surface cleaning, biodiversity, afforestation, public awareness, industrial effluent monitoring. Ganga Gram. Clean Ganga Fund. It was set up in 2014 as a trust under the Indian Trust Act, 1882. It allows resident Indians, non-resident Indians, NRIs, persons of Indian origins, PIOs, corporates, public as well as private sector to contribute towards the conservation of the river Ganga. The contributions to the Clean Ganga Fund fall within the purview of Corporate Social Responsibility, CSR. UPSC 2016, which of the following are the key features of National Ganga River Basin Authority, NGRBA? 1. River Basin is the unit of planning and management. 2. It spearheads the river conservation efforts at the national level. 3. One of the chief ministers of the states through which the Ganga flows becomes the chairman of NGRBA on rotation basis. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1 and 2 only, B, 2 and 3 only, C, 1 and 3 only. D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. NGRBA is replaced by NGC, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister. Answer, A, 1 and 2 only. Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM. SBM was launched on October 2, 2014. It is implemented by the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti since 2019. SMB seeks to achieve universal sanitation coverage by making Gram Panchayats open defecation-free ODF. Under SBM, incentives are provided for all BPL and APL households restricted to SCs/STs, physically challenged, and women-headed households for the construction of household latrines. The incentives are provided by the center and states 75%, 25%. For the any states and the special category states, the central share will be 90%. Performance of the mission. More than 10 crore individual toilets have been constructed since the mission's launch. Rural areas in all the states were declared ODF on October 2, 2019. In 2014, sanitation coverage was reported at 38.7%. Swachh Iconic Places. Swachh Iconic Places, SIP, is an initiative of the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti since 2019, under SBM. SP aims to take iconic places and surroundings to higher standards of Swachhata. It is a collaborative project with 3 other central ministries, urban development, culture, tourism and concerned states. Initiatives taken up under the Swachh Iconic Places initiative include improved sewage infrastructure and sanitation facilities, water vending machines, solid and liquid waste management, SLWM, lighting arrangements, park beautification, road maintenance and better transport facilities. Places selected for implementation. Phase 1. Ajmer Sharif Dargah, CST Mumbai, Golden Temple, Kamakhya Temple, Maikarnikagat, Meenakshi Temple, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi, Sri Jagannath Temple, the Taj Mahal and Tirupati Temple. Phase 2. Gangotri, Yamunotri, Mahakaleshwar Temple, Charminar, Church of St. Francis of Assisi, Kaladi, Gamitswara, Badiyanath Dam, Gaya Tirtha and Somnath Temple. Phase 3, Raghavendra Swami Temple, Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh, Hazardwari Palace, Murshidabad, WB, Brahma Saravar Temple, Kurukshetra, Haryana, Vidurkudi, Bijnor, Up, Mana Village, Chamoli, Uttarakhand, Pangong Lake, Leladak, Nagvasuki Temple, Prayagraj, Imakithal Market, Impal, Manipur, Sabarimala Temple, Kerala, and Kanvashram, Uttarakhand. Swachh Bharat Mission 2. GI has approved the second phase of the Swachh Bharat Mission SBM-2 to be implemented between 2020 to 21 and 2024 to 25. The estimated central and state budget for SBM-2 is Rs 52,000 crore. The second phase will focus on Open Defecation Free Plus, ODF Plus, which includes ODF Sustainability and Solid and Liquid Waste Management, SLWM. The ODF Plus will converge with Manrega, especially for greywater, wastewater from non-toilet plumbing systems such as hand basins, washing machines, showers and baths, management. It will complement the newly launched Jal Jeevan mission. The fund-sharing pattern between the center and states will be 90:10 for northeastern states and the Himalayan states and UT of J&K, 60:40 for other states, and 100:0 for other union territories. National Water Quality Monitoring Program. CPCBs, in association with the SBCBs, have been monitoring the water quality of rivers in the country through a network of monitoring stations under the National Water Quality Monitoring Program. Based on water quality monitoring results, pollution assessment of rivers has been carried out by CPCB from time to time. In compliance with the orders of the National Green Tribunal, NGT, regarding polluted river stretches in the country. States/UTs are required to implement action plans approved by CPCB for restoration of the said stretches in their jurisdiction within the stipulated timelines. 14.5. Measures to curb marine pollution. To curb marine pollution and regulate the use of the world's oceans by individual states, the nations of the world have come together to form two major conventions and an organization. 1. Convention on the Dumping of Wastes at Sea, 1972, replaced by the 1996 Protocol. 2. UN Convention on Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. 3. International Maritime Organization, IMO. Convention on Dumping of Wastes at Sea. In 1972, an intergovernmental conference on the Convention on the Dumping of Wastes at Sea met in London to adopt this instrument, the London Convention. The convention has a global character and aims to control and end marine pollution internationally. The definition of dumping under the convention relates to the deliberate disposal at sea of wastes or other materials from vessels, aircraft, platforms, and other man-made structures. Dumping here does not cover wastes derived from the exploration and exploitation of seabed minerals. Dumping of low-level radioactive wastes and industrial wastes, as well as incineration of wastes, were earlier permitted by the convention. The 1978 amendment banned the incineration of wastes at sea. The 1993 amendment banned the dumping of low-level radioactive wastes into the seas. It phased out the dumping of industrial wastes by 1995. 1996 Protocol. The protocol, which became effective in 2006, replaces the 1972 Convention. The 1996 Protocol is much more restrictive than the 1972 Convention, which allowed dumping provided certain conditions were satisfied. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, is responsible for secretariat duties concerning the protocol. The 1996 Protocol calls for appropriate preventive measures to be taken when wastes thrown into the sea are likely to cause harm, even when there is no conclusive evidence to prove a relation between inputs and their effects. The protocol states that the polluter should, in principle, bear the cost of pollution, and the parties must ensure that the protocol does not simply result in pollution being transferred from one part of the environment to another. The protocol prohibits the contracting parties from dumping wastes or any other matter except those listed in Annex I, includes dredged material, sewage sludge, fish waste from industrial fish processing operations, etc., for which the concern is mainly physical impact. The protocol prohibits the incineration of wastes at sea, permitted by the 1972 Convention but prohibited under the 1993 amendments. It states that contracting parties shall not allow the export of wastes or other matter to other countries for dumping or incineration at sea. 2006 Amendments to the 1996 Protocol. Adopted in 2006, the amendments were enforced in 2007. They have created a basis in international environmental law to regulate carbon capture and storage in the subsoil geological formation. It is part of the measures to address climate change and ocean acidification. The amendments allow the storage of carbon dioxide, CO, under the seabed but regulate the sequestration of CO streams from CO capture processes in subseabed geological formations. The United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. UNCLOS establishes general obligations for safeguarding the marine environment and protecting the freedom of scientific research on the high seas. It can hold states liable for damage caused by violation of their international obligations through its three institutions: 1. International Tribunal for Law of Sea. 2. International Seabed Authority, ISA. 3. Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. The Convention clearly defines internal waters, territorial waters, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, and continental shelf. It provides rights to landlocked states for access to and from the sea without taxation of traffic through transit states. International Seabed Authority, ISA. UNCLOS creates a legal regime for controlling resource exploitation in deep seabed areas beyond national jurisdiction through the International Seabed Authority, 168 members. India is a member. ISA organizes, regulates, and controls all mineral-related activities in the international seabed area beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. International Maritime Organization, IMO. IMO is the global standard-setting authority for the safety, security, and environmental performance of international shipping. Its headquarters is in the UK, the only UN special agency to have its headquarters in the UK. IMO's objective is improvement of maritime safety and prevention of marine pollution. IMO's Maritime Environment Protection Committee is responsible for coordinating the organization's activities in the prevention and control of marine pollution. Its measures cover accidental and operational oil pollution. Ballast Water Management Convention, 2004. This IMO convention aims to prevent the spread of harmful aquatic organisms from one region to another through ballast water, which is widely regarded as the most critical vector for spreading potentially invasive alien species. Ballast water is water carried in a ship's ballast tanks to improve its stability and balance. It is taken up or discharged when cargo is unloaded or loaded. Without special precautions, this practice causes a massive spread of marine organisms from their native habitats to areas where they do not naturally occur. Bunker Convention, 2001. Bunker Convention ensures that adequate compensation is available to persons who suffer damage caused by oil spills. It applies to damage caused on the territory, including the territorial sea and exclusive economic zone of state parties. It is modeled on the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage, 1969. India has ratified both the conventions of IMO. Regional Oil Spill Contingency Plan. It was jointly launched by South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, SACEP, and IMO to facilitate international cooperation and mutual assistance in preparing and responding to major oil pollution incidents in the seas around Bangladesh, India, Maldives, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. High Seas Treaty, HSD. The UN adopted the Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ, or the High Seas Treaty, HSD, under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. High Seas Treaty, HSD/BBNJ, is referred to as the Paris Agreement for the Ocean. It became the third agreement approved under the UNCLOS after the 1994 and 1995 treaties, which established the International Seabed Authority and the Fish Stocks Agreement. What are high seas or areas beyond national jurisdiction? High seas, open seas/international waters refer to ocean areas beyond any national jurisdiction. They exist beyond the exclusive economic zones, EEZ. High or open seas cover almost two-thirds of the world's oceans. These waters are considered the common heritage of humankind, and all nations have the freedom to navigate, fish, conduct scientific research, and engage in other lawful activities in these areas. Need for BBNJ/HSD. Ocean ecosystems produce half the oxygen we breathe, represent 95% of the planet's biosphere, and soak up carbon dioxide as the world's largest carbon sink. Though high seas cover the majority of ocean area, only 1% of them are legally protected. Aims of BBNJ/HSD. To address critical issues such as the increasing sea surface temperatures, overexploitation of marine biodiversity, overfishing, coastal pollution, and unsustainable practices beyond national jurisdiction. Key features of the High Seas Treaty. Marine Protected Areas, MPAs. The treaty will provide a legal framework for establishing vast MPAs to protect against the loss of wildlife and share the genetic resources of the high seas. Conference of the Parties, COP. It will establish a COP that will meet periodically and enable member states to be held to account on issues such as governance and biodiversity. Polluter pays principle. Those causing pollution in a particular region are responsible for its reduction. Traditional knowledge associated with marine genetic resources in areas beyond national jurisdiction held by indigenous/local communities shall only be accessed with their free, prior, and informed consent. Special circumstances. Nations. The treaty acknowledges the special circumstances and needs of small island developing states, least developed countries, and landlocked developing countries. Achievement of 30 by 30. 30 times 30 is a worldwide initiative for governments to designate 30% of Earth's land and ocean area as protected areas by 2030. It was launched by the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People in 2020, which now has more than 100 countries, including India, the US, and the UK. 30 by 30 was agreed at the COP15 meeting of the Convention on Biological Diversity and became a target of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Realizing the 2030 Agenda or SDGs. The treaty will help achieve SDG Goal 14, life below water, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. This goal entails reducing marine pollution and ocean acidification and protecting and restoring ecosystems, supporting sustainable fishing and small-scale fishers, ending subsidies contributing to overfishing, increasing the economic benefits from the sustainable use of marine resources, clear house mechanism. For fair sharing of scientific information and monetary benefits, the treaty mandates installing a clear house mechanism. Through the mechanism, information on marine protected areas, marine genetic resources, and area-based management tools will be open to access for all parties. Opposition to the treaty. Many developed countries oppose the treaty as they stand by private entities that are at the forefront of advanced research and development in marine technology. Russia and China are also not in favor of the treaty. End of chapter. Plastic pollution, solid, hazardous, and e-waste. 15.1. Plastic pollution. A plastic pollution is the accumulation of plastic objects and particles in the Earth's environment that adversely affects humans, wildlife, and their habitat. Globally, 270 million tons (mt) of plastic is produced, and 275 mt of plastic waste is generated yearly. Up to 8 to 12 metric tons of plastics are thought to enter the world's oceans yearly. Plastic fragments were found even in the guts of animals living more than 10 kilometers below the ocean surface. Microplastics, microbads, and nanoplastics. Microplastics. Microplastics are shreds of plastic less than 5 millimeters in length but larger than 1 micrometer. They are often smaller than the tiniest grain of sand or a fraction of the width of a human hair. They come from various sources, including the breakdown of larger plastic debris. Microplastics are used in cosmetics, personal care products, industrial scrubbers, microfibers in textiles, and virgin resin pellets used in plastic manufacturing processes. Several studies have established the presence of microplastics in groundwater. A study estimated that the average human ends up consuming at least 50,000 microplastics in food every year. Their impact on tiny marine organisms is even more significant since their injection leaves them starved and affects the marine food web. Microbads. Microbads, greater than 0.1 micrometers and less than 5 millimeters, are very tiny pieces of plastic that are added to health and beauty products, such as in some cleansers and toothpaste, cooling crystals. However, one of the main contributors to microbead pollution is not manufactured microbads but regular plastic waste, 90% of which is not recycled. UPSC 2019. Why is there a great concern about the microbads that are released into environment? A. They are considered harmful to marine ecosystem. B. They are considered to cause skin cancer in children. C. They are small enough to absorbed by crop plants in irrigated fields. D. They are often found to be used as food adulterants. Who? Microplastics in drinking water not a health risk. In its first report into the effects of microplastics on human health, WHO said the level of microplastics in drinking water is not yet dangerous for humans. WHO said that microplastics larger than 150 micrometers are not likely to be absorbed by the human body, but the chance of absorbing very small microplastic particles, nano-sized plastics, could be higher. Microplastics in human blood. For the first time, microplastic pollution has been detected in human blood. Blood samples contained PET plastic, polystyrene, and polyethylene. The particles can travel around the body and may lodge in organs. It found that microplastics can latch onto the outer membranes of red blood cells and may limit their ability to transport oxygen. The particles have also been found in the placentas of pregnant women. Nanoplastics. Nanoplastics are tiny plastic particles smaller than 1,000 nanometers. 1 nanometer equals 1 billionth of a meter. They can pass through physiological barriers and enter organisms. Primary nanoplastics. They are intentionally produced and used in various products, such as cosmetics, washing powders, research, and diagnostics. Secondary nanoplastics. They are formed in the environment, especially in rivers and oceans, by fragmenting larger pieces of plastic. Nanoplastics in the human food chain. Nanoplastics can travel up the human food web through plants, insects, and even fish. Nanoplastics from the soil were taken up the roots of the plants and accumulated in the leaves. In fishes and mammals, the liver contained the highest concentration of nanoplastics, indicating that the liver is the primary target tissue in vertebrates. Major plastics in use. Polyethylene terephthalate, PET plastic. PET, polyethylene terephthalate, the chemical name for polyester. It is a clear, strong, lightweight plastic widely used for packaging foods and beverages, especially convenience-sized soft drinks, juices, water, cooking oils, etc. to PET is entirely recyclable. They can easily be identified by the number 1 in the triangular chasing arrows code, which is usually molded into the bottom or side of the container. No other plastic carries the number 1 code. UPSC 2022 with reference to polyethylene terephthalate, the use of which is so widespread in our daily lives. Consider the following statements. 1. Its fibers can be blended with wool and cotton fibers to reinforce their properties. 2. Containers made of it can be used to store any alcoholic beverage. 3. Bottles made of it can be recycled into other products. 4. Articles made of it can be easily disposed of by incineration without causing greenhouse gas emissions. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 3b, 2 and 4c, 1 and for D, 2 and 3. Explanation. Glass bottles are the safest for storing most liquids. Plastics contain certain chemical substances, ethylene glycol and terephthalic acid, that tend to leach if alcohol is stored for an extended period. Answer A. 1 and 3 only. Polyethylene/polythene, PE. Polyethylene is the most common plastic in use today. It is made from the polymerization of ethylene. Ethylene, CH, is a gaseous hydrocarbon commonly produced by ethane cracking, a principal constituent of natural gas. A polyethylene is a polymer primarily used for packaging, plastic bags, films, geomembranes, containers including bottles, etc. It has low strength, hardness, and rigidity but has high ductility, impact strength, and low friction. Polyethylene is not readily biodegradable and thus accumulates in soil. However, several species of bacteria can degrade polyethylene. It can be read with PE. Polystyrene. Polystyrene is a synthetic aromatic hydrocarbon polymer made from the monomer known as styrene. Polystyrene is a hard, solid, versatile plastic used to make various consumer products. It is often used in products that require clarity, such as food packaging and laboratory wear. When combined with various colorants, additives, or other plastics, it is used to make appliances, electronics, automobile parts, toys, and gardening pots. Effects of plastic waste. Impact on health and life. Several chemicals used in producing plastic materials are known to be carcinogenic. They interfere with the body's endocrine system, causing developmental, reproductive, neurological, and immune disorders in humans and wildlife. The dioxin, highly carcinogenic toxin, the byproduct of the plastic manufacturing process, is one of the chemicals believed to be passed on through breast milk to the infant. The burning of plastic waste releases polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, compounds, which, when inhaled, can lead to cancer, respiratory diseases, obesity, etc. Plastic disturbs soil microbe activity, as it takes several decades/centuries to decompose. Terrestrial and aquatic animals misunderstand plastic garbage as food items, swallow it, and die. The presence of microplastics affect the soil health, water quality, nutrient cycling, and the organisms that inhabit these environments. These have cascading effects on the entire food web. They can accumulate in the tissues of organisms and transfer toxic chemicals through the food chain. Impact on the environment. Conventional plastics, right from their manufacture from toxic materials such as benzene and vinyl hydrochloride to their disposal. Conventional plastics, right from their manufacture from toxic materials such as benzene and vinyl hydrochloride to their disposal, are a significant problem. Primary emissions from plastic production processes include sulfur oxides, nitrous oxides, methanol, ethylene oxide, and VOCs. Burning of plastics, especially PVC, releases dioxin and furan, VC, into the atmosphere. Dioxins. Dioxins belong to the so-called dirty dozen, a group of dangerous chemicals known as persistent organic pollutants, POPs. The name dioxins is often used for the family of structurally and chemically related polychlorinated dibenzoparadioxins, PCDDs, and polychlorinated dibenzofurans, PCDFs. Vinyl chloride. Vinyl chloride is an artificially produced colorless gas that burns easily. It is used primarily to make polyvinyl chloride, PVC, a hard plastic resin used to make various plastic products, including pipes, wire and cable coatings, and packaging materials. PVC is not a known or suspected carcinogen, but vinyl chloride is. Vinyl chloride is also produced as a combustion product in tobacco smoke. In the environment, the highest levels of vinyl chloride are found in the air around factories that produce vinyl products. Vinyl chloride exposure is associated with an increased risk of liver cancer, brain and lung cancers, lymphoma, and leukemia. Plastics can contaminate foodstuffs due to chemicals leaching into foods or beverages. Some of the chemicals in plastic include polycarbonate, which leaches bisphenol A, induces infertility, obesity, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and cancer, polystyrene, which leaches styrene, and polyvinyl chloride, which breaks down into vinyl chloride. Careless disposal of plastic bags chokes drains, blocks the porosity of the soil, and hinders groundwater recharge. Plastic Waste Management Rules, 2016. GI has notified the 2016 rules in place of earlier Plastic Waste Management and Handling Rules, 2011. It extended the rules to all villages which were earlier admissible up to municipal areas. The 2016 rules increased the minimum thickness of plastic carry bags from 40 to 50 microns and stipulated a minimum thickness of 50 microns for plastic sheets. Sachets made of plastic material used for storing, packing, or selling gutka, tobacco, or pan masala are prohibited. Extended Producers Responsibility (EPR). EPR pins responsibility on producers, generators, and brand owners in waste management and collect-back systems. Plastic waste management fee collection through pre-registration of the producers, importers of plastic carry bags / multilayered packaging, and vendors selling the same for establishing the waste management system. Responsibility. The local bodies shall be responsible for setting up, operationalization, and coordination of the waste management system and for performing associated functions. Retailers or street vendors shall not sell or provide commodities in plastic sheet or multilayered packaging, or they are liable to pay such fines. Reuse of plastic waste. Exploring options for the reuse of plastic in various applications, namely, road construction, waste tool, and waste-to-energy, which will enhance plastic recycling. Phasing out non-recyclable multilayered plastic. 2018 Amendment. The amended rules lay down that the phasing out of multilayered plastic (MLP) is now applicable only to MLPs that are non-recyclable or non-energy recoverable or with no alternate use. The amended rules also prescribed an automated central registration system to be evolved by the CPCB for the registration of the producer/importer/brand owner. It omitted Rule 15, i.e. explicit pricing of carry bags mentioned in the 2016 rule. 2021 Draft Rules. They will extend the rules' applicability to brand owners and plastic waste processors, including recyclers and co-processors. Draft proposes a ban on specific single-use plastic from January 1, 2022, and an increase in the thickness of carry bags made of virgin plastic to 120 microns from 50 microns. Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules 2021. MLEF notified the 2021 rules prohibiting identified single-use plastic, low utility and high littering potential items from July 2022. The thickness of plastic carry bags increased from 50 to 75 microns from September 30, 2021 and to 120 microns with effect from December 31, 2022. Guidelines for EPR are given legal force. Plastic packaging waste, not banned, must be collected and managed through the extended producer responsibility of the producer, importer, and brand owner (PBWA) as per the 2016 rules. MEF has constituted a national-level task force for making coordinated efforts to eliminate identified single-use plastic items and effective implementation of Plastic Waste Management Rules 2016. The states/UTs have been asked to constitute a special task force for the same. Ban plastics. Abiding by the rules, CPCB has announced a list of single-use plastic items that will be completely banned by the end of June 2022. Plastic sticks used in earbuds, balloons, candy, and ice cream. Plastic cutlery items include plates, cups, glass, forks, spoons, knives, and strays. Plastic packaging/wrapping films are used in sweet boxes, invitation cards, and cigarette packets. Other items, polystyrene, thermocol, for decoration, PVC banners with less than 100 microns, and plastic stirrers. NIDI AIOG's report on alternatives to plastics. NIDI AIOG pushes waste minimization drive in its report Alternative Products and Technologies to Plastics and Their Applications. Major findings of NIDI AIOG's report. India produced 3.47 metric tons of plastic waste per annum. Per capita waste grew from 700 grams to 2,500 grams over the last 5 years. The highest per capita plastic waste generating states Goa, Delhi, and Kerala. The lowest per capita plastic waste generating states Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura. India collects only 60% of its plastic waste, and the remaining 40% remains in the environment. Globally, 97 to 99% of plastics are derived from fossil fuel feedstock, while the remaining come from plant-based plastics. Recommendations in the NIDI AIOG report. Strengthen waste minimization through extended producer responsibility (EPR), proper labeling and collection of compostable and biodegradable plastics, plat or fossil fuel-based plastics that do not leave toxic residue. Develop additives that can make biodegradable plastic polyolefins, a family of thermoplastics that can be molded by heat, such as polypropylene, the rigid plastic used to produce a wide range of plastic products, and polyethylene, the most common plastic in use. Use bioplastics made from organic resources such as vegetable oils and starches as an alternative to plastics. Increase transparency in disclosing waste generation, collection, recycling, or scientific disposal to bring accountability and stop greenwashing. The process of conveying misleading information about how a company's products are more environmentally sound. UPSC 2022, which one of the following best describes the term greenwashing? A. Conveying a false impression that a company's products are eco-friendly and environmentally sound. B. Non-inclusion of ecological/environmental costs in the annual financial statements of a country. C. Ignoring the disastrous ecological consequences while undertaking infrastructure development. D. Making mandatory provisions for environmental costs in a government project/program. Alternatives to plastics. Glass, safest for the packaging of food and liquid. Cost-effective, durable, and recyclable. Bagasse, it is made from the pulp of sugarcane or beets, compostable and eco-friendly. Bioplastics, plant-based plastics used in food packaging. Natural textiles, examples are cotton, wool, hemp, etc. Edible seaweed cups, seaweed can grow up to 60 times faster than land-based plants. Algae-blended ethylene vinyl acetate, transforming air and water pollution, ammonia, phosphates, and carbon dioxide into plant biomass rich in proteins. Compostable plastics, plant or fossil fuel-based plastics that undergo degradation by biological processes yielding CO, water, inorganic compounds and biomass and do not leave toxic residue. E.g. BASF's EcoFlex. Plastic waste in road construction. Polyblend is a fine powder of recycled and modified plastic waste. It can be used to make fabrics. It can be mixed with bitumen that is used to lay roads. It enhances the bitumen's water-repellent properties and helps to increase road life by a factor of 3. Global Initiatives Against Plastics. Global Partnership on Plastic Pollution and Marine Litter, GPMEL. It was launched at the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio+20 in 2012 in response to the Manila Declaration, Protection of the Marine Environment from Land-Based Activities. GLOLITTER Partnerships Project. It is a project between Norway International Maritime Organization. International Maritime Organization, IMO, and FAO aiming to reduce marine litter. It will support developing countries in prevention and reduction of marine litter. International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL. It is a global treaty developed by the International Maritime Organization, IMO, to prevent pollution of the marine environment by ships from operational or accidental causes. It sets standards/regulations for preventing/controlling various types of ship-generated pollution. Plastics Pact, where it brings together businesses, governments, and NGOs to reduce, reuse, and recycle plastics in their value chain. UK is the first country and India is the first Asian country to launch Plastics Pact. Unplastic Collective. It is a voluntary initiative co-founded by the UN Environment Programme, UNEP, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and WWF India. 15.2. Solid waste. A solid waste includes garbage, construction debris, sludge from waste treatment plants, and other discarded solid materials. It can come from industrial, commercial, mining, and agricultural operations, and from household and public activities. Municipal solid waste, trash/garbage, is a solid waste type consisting of everyday items like paper, food wastes, plastics, glass, metals, rubber, leather, textiles, etc., that are discarded by the public. Sources of soil wastes. Industrial solid wastes. Thermal power plants producing coal ash/fly ash. Fly ash in concrete increases the life of roads. The integrated iron and steel mills producing blast furnace slag can be used in Portland cement concrete, road and railway construction, and soil conditioning. Non-ferrous industries like aluminium, copper, and zinc producing red mud can be used as construction material in bricks, lightweight aggregates, roofing tiles, etc. Sugar industries generating pressed mud can be used as a soil conditioner, soil fertilizer. Pulp and paper industries producing lime mud, which can be used in bricks, cement, wastewater treatment, and agricultural soils. Fertilizer and allied industries producing gypsum can be used to treat soil alkalinity, used in Portland cement and plaster of Paris, POP. UPSC 2020 steel slag can be the material for which of the following? 1. Construction of base road. 2. Improvement of agricultural soil. 3. Production of cement. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1 and 2 only. B, 2 and 3 only. C, 1 and 3 only. D, 1, 2 and 3. Answer, D, all. Residential and commercial waste. Garbage from residential and commercial places includes food waste, plastics, paper, glass, leather, household items such as electronics, tires, batteries, old mattresses, used oil, wood, and cardboard. Construction and demolition sites. Construction sites include new construction sites for buildings and roads, road repair sites, building renovation sites, and building demolition sites that produce solid wastes such as steel materials, concrete, wood, plastics, rubber, copper wires, dirt, glass, etc. Biomedical waste. This refers to solid waste such as syringes, bandages, gloves, drugs, plastics, chemicals, etc. from hospitals, biomedical equipment, and chemical manufacturing. Treatment and disposal of solid waste. Solid waste management is the process of collecting and treating solid wastes. It also offers solutions for recycling items that do not belong in the trash. According to the 12th schedule of the 74 Constitution Amendment Act of 1992, urban local bodies, ULBs, are responsible for keeping cities clean. However, most ULBs lack adequate infrastructure due to poor institutional capacity, financial constraints, and a lack of political will. Open dumps. Open dumps refer to uncovered areas used to dump solid waste of all kinds. The waste is untreated, uncovered, and not segregated. It is a breeding ground for flies, rats, and other insects that spread disease. The rainwater runoff from these dumps contaminates nearby land and water. Landfills. A landfill is a pit dug in the ground. Garbage is dumped and the pit is covered with soil every day, thus preventing the breeding of flies and rats. After the landfill is full, the area is covered with a thick layer of mud and the site can thereafter be developed as a parking lot or a park. All types of waste are dumped in landfills, and when water seeps through them, it gets contaminated and, in turn, pollutes the surrounding area. This contamination of groundwater and soil through landfills is known as leaching. Landfills are also not much of a solution since garbage generation, especially in the metros, has increased so much that these sites are turning into mountains of garbage. E.g. Garbage Mountain at Delhi's Ghazipur landfill. Sanitary landfills. Open burning reduces the volume of waste, although it is generally not burnt to completion. Sanitary landfills were adopted as substitutes for open-burning dumps and ordinary landfills. They are more hygienic and built methodically to solve the problem of leaching. These are lined with impermeable materials such as plastics and clay and built over impermeable soil. However, constructing a sanitary landfill is very costly. Incineration plants. Incineration is the process of burning waste in large furnaces at high temperatures. In these plants, the recyclable material is segregated and the rest is burnt. Burning garbage is not a clean process as it produces tons of toxic ash and pollutes the air and water. At present, incineration is kept as a last resort and is used mainly for treating infectious waste. Pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is a process of combustion, burning, of material in the absence of oxygen or under a controlled atmosphere of oxygen. It is an alternative to incineration. Pyrolysis of carbonaceous wastes like firewood, coconut, palm waste, corn combs, cashew shells, rice husk paddy straw, and sawdust yields charcoal and products like tar, methyl alcohol, acetic acid, acetone, and fuel gas. Plasma gasification. Plasma gasification is an extreme thermal process, uses a combination of electricity and high temperatures using plasma without combustion that converts organic matter into syngas, synthesis gas, made up of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. The inorganic wastes are converted into slag, a solid waste. Plasma gasification is a cleaner alternative to landfills, reducing or eliminating toxicity while avoiding the landfilling of huge amounts of garbage. UPSC 2019, in the context of which one of the following are the terms pyrolysis and plasma gasification mentioned? A. Extraction of earth element. B. Natural gas extractions technologies. C. Hydrogen fuel-based automobiles. D. Waste-to-energy technologies. Explanation. Plasma gasification is an extreme thermal process using plasma that converts organic matter into syngas, primarily made up of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Answer D. Composting. Composting is a biological process in which microorganisms, mainly fungi and bacteria, decompose degradable organic waste into humus-like substances in the presence of oxygen. This finished product, which looks like soil, is high in carbon and nitrogen and is an excellent medium for growing plants. It increases the soil's ability to hold water and makes the soil easier to cultivate. It helps the soil retain more plant nutrients. Vermiculture. In this method, earthworms are added to the compost. These worms break the waste, and the added excreta of the worms make the compost very rich in nutrients. Biomining for recycling. Biomining is the technique of extracting metals like copper, uranium, nickel, and gold from ores and solid wastes, typically using prokaryotes, bacteria, fungi, or plants. These organisms secrete different organic compounds and bioleaching metals from the ores/wastes. Waste-to-energy WE plant. Waste-to-energy is the process of generating electricity and/or heat from waste. The process starts with segregating biodegradable wet waste from dry waste at the source. Municipalities can use wet waste to produce compost and biogas in biomethanation plants. The dry waste, after removing recyclable elements, goes to WTE plants. The inorganic material, dry waste, is processed as refuse-derived fuel, RDF, calorific value, 2,500 kJ/kg, which can be burned to produce electricity. RDF is a renewable energy source that ensures waste is not thrown into landfills. Challenges associated with waste-to-energy plants. The cost of operation is high. The cost of operation is high because India is heavily dependent on foreign countries for technology. Nature of waste. WTE plants require fine inorganic material with less than 5% moisture and less than 5% soil content, whereas the moisture and anode content in Indian municipal solid waste is 15% to 20%. Segregation at source. Since segregation at source doesn't happen in the city, the collected waste material needs to be sieved, adding to the additional costs. Low calorific value for electricity generation. Silt and soil particles can reduce the calorific value. Power tariff. The tariff at which WTE plants purchase the power is around 7 to 8 Indian rupees kilowatt-hour, which is higher than the 3 to 4 Indian rupees per kilowatt-hour generated through coal and other means. 15.3. Measures to manage solid waste. Solid Waste Management Rules, 2016. These replace the Municipal Solid Wastes Management and Handling Rules, 2000. They are now applicable beyond municipal areas and extend to urban agglomerations, notified industrial townships, areas under the control of Indian railways, airports, defense establishments, places of pilgrimage, etc. Responsibilities of generators have been introduced to segregate waste into 3 streams before handing it over to the collector. 1. Wet biodegradable. 2. Dry plastic, paper, metal, wood, etc. Diapers, containers of cleaning agents, mosquito repellents, etc. Segregation at source. Source segregation of waste has been mandated to channel waste to wealth by recovery, reuse, and recycling. In the case of a gathering of more than 100 persons, the organizer will have to ensure the segregation of waste at the source and handing over of segregated waste to the waste collector agency. Hotels and restaurants will also be required to segregate biodegradable waste and set up a collection system to ensure that such food waste is utilized for composting/biomethanation. All resident welfare and market associations and gated communities with an area above 5,000 sqm will have to segregate waste at the source. They have to hand over recyclable material to authorized pickers and recyclers or the urban local body. Collect back scheme for packaging waste. Brand owners who sell or market their products in non-biodegradable packaging materials should have a system to collect back the packaging waste generated due to their production. User fees for collection. Will levy user fees for collection, disposal, and processing from bulk generators. As per the rules, the generator will have to pay a user fee to the waste collector and a spot fine for littering and non-segregation, the quantum of which will be decided by the local bodies. Waste processing and treatment. Biodegradable waste should be processed and disposed of through composting/biomethanation. Rules have mandated bioremediation or capping of old and abandoned dump sites within 5 years. Waste processing facilities will have to be set up by local bodies within the stipulated time frame. Promotion of waste to energy. All industrial units within 100 kilometers of a solid waste-based refuse-derived fuel (RDF) plant must make arrangements to replace at least 5% of their fuel requirement with RDF so produced. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy should facilitate infrastructure creation for waste-to-energy plants and provide appropriate subsidies or incentives for such waste-to-energy plants. Revision of parameters. Landfill site shall be 100 meters away from a river, 200 meters from a pond, 500 meters away from highways, habitations, public parks, and water supply wells, and 20 kilometers away from airports/airbases. Emission standards. The compost standards have been amended to align with the Fertilizer Control Order. Are completely amended for dioxins, furans, particulate matter, etc. UPSC 2019 as per the Solid Waste Rules 2016 in India, which one of the following statements is correct? A. Waste generator has to segregate it into 5 categories. B. The rules are applicable to notified urban local bodies, notified towns, and all industrial township only. C. The rules provide for exact and elaborate criteria for the identification of sites for landfills and waste processing facilities. D. It is mandatory on the part of waste generator that the waste generated in one district cannot be moved to another district. Answer C. Promoting the use of compost. The Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers should provide market development assistance on city compost. The Ministry of Agriculture should provide flexibility in the Fertilizer Control Order for the manufacturing and sale of compost and propagating the use of compost on farmland. Constitution of Central Monitoring Committee. A central monitoring committee under the chairmanship of the Secretary MEFCC will monitor the implementation of the rules. Some other features: integration of rag pickers from the informal sector to the formal sector by the state government. Zero tolerance for throwing or burning the solid waste generated on streets, open public spaces outside the generator's premises, drain, or water bodies. The manufacturers or brand owners of sanitary napkins are responsible for awareness for proper disposal of such waste by the generator. Land for sanitary landfills in hilly areas will be identified within 25 kilometers for construction in plain areas. Biomedical Waste Management and Handling Rules 2016. Biomedical Waste Management Rules 2016 is an improvement to the 1998 rules. Biomedical waste comprises human and animal anatomical waste and treatment apparatus like needles used in healthcare facilities, HCF, hospitals, laboratories, immunization programs, etc. Salient features of BMW Management Rules 2016. Phase out chlorinated plastic bags, gloves, and blood bags within 2 years. Pretreatment of the laboratory waste, microbiological waste, and blood samples through sterilization on-site. Establish a barcode system for bags or containers containing biomedical waste for disposal. Biomedical waste has been classified into 4 categories instead earlier 10 to improve segregation at source. State government to provide land for common biomedical waste treatment and disposal facilities. No occupier shall establish an on-site treatment and disposal facility if a service of it is available at a distance of 75 kilometers. Operator of a common biomedical waste treatment and disposal facility to ensure the timely collection of biomedical waste from the HCFs. Vaccination camps, blood donation camps, etc. will come under the ambit of these rules. Procedure to be followed. The hospitals must put in place the mechanisms for effective disposal either directly or through common biomedical waste treatment and disposal facilities. The hospitals servicing 1,000 patients or more per month must obtain authorization and segregate biomedical waste into categories as specified by the rules. For example, syringes, needles, and blood-soiled bandages should be all disposed of in a red-colored bag or bin where they will later be incinerated, destroyed by burning. If body fluids are present, the material needs to be incinerated. Problems of unscientific biomedical waste disposal. 85% of the hospital waste is non-hazardous and 15% is infectious/hazardous. Mixing hazardous and non-hazardous waste makes the entire waste hazardous. It encourages the recycling of prohibited disposables and drugs, which will further spread infections. It also develops resistant microorganisms, antimicrobial resistance. Other measures. Waste Minimization Circles, WMC. WMC helps small and medium industrial clusters minimize waste in their industrial plants. This is assisted by the World Bank and the National Productivity Council, New Delhi, with the MEF as the nodal ministry. The initiative aims to realize the objectives of the Policy Statement for Abatement of Pollution, 1992, which states that the government should educate citizens about environmental risks, the economic and health dangers of resource degradation, and the actual economic cost of natural resources. The policy also recognizes that citizens and NGOs play a role in environmental monitoring, therefore enabling them to supplement the regulatory system. Composite Waste Management Index 2.0. NITI Aayog released it in 2019. It is an attempt to inspire states and UTs towards efficient and optimal utilization of water. It provides helpful information for states and also for concerned central ministries/departments. Rankings 1, Gujarat, and 2, Andhra Pradesh among states. Puducherry was declared the top ranker among UTs. Lakshya Zero Dump Site. The Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0 (SBMU 2.0) was launched in 2021 with the vision of creating garbage-free cities by 2026. Towards this end, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs launched the Lakshya Zero Dump Site project to remediate 16 crore metric tons (MT) of legacy waste dump sites occupying nearly 15,000 acres of city land. 15.4. Hazardous waste. Any substance present/released in the environment that causes substantial damage to public health and the environment's welfare is called a hazardous substance. A hazardous substance could exhibit one or more of the following characteristics: toxicity, ignitability, corrosivity or reactivity, explosive. Thus, any waste that contains hazardous substances is called hazardous waste. Persistent organic pollutants, POPs. POPs are defined as chemical substances that persist in the environment, bioaccumulate through the food web, and pose a risk of causing adverse effects to human health and the environment. They are chemicals of global concern due to their potential for long-range transport and ability to biomagnify and bioaccumulate in ecosystems. The most commonly encountered POPs are organochlorine pesticides, such as dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane, DDT, endosulfan, chlordane, endrin, and heptachlor, were used as pesticides, hexachlorobenzene, fungicide, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCB, released from the burning of plastics and electrical components, resistant to extreme temperature and pressure, hence widely used in electrical equipment like capacitors and transformers, dioxins, toxic byproducts produced when organic matter is burned, etc. DDT was widely used a few decades ago as an effective pesticide and insecticide. It was later identified as a POP, and its usage was phased out in all developed countries and most developing countries. DDT is banned for agricultural use in India. However, it continues to be used for fumigation against mosquitoes, disease vector control, in several places in India. Chlorinated hydrocarbons, organochlorides. Chlorinated hydrocarbons, CHCs or perfluorochlorides, are POP hydrocarbons in which one or more hydrogen atoms have been replaced by chlorine, e.g., DDT, dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane, endosulfan, chloroform, carbon tetrachloride, etc. Applications of chlorinated hydrocarbons. CHCs are used to produce polyvinyl chloride, plastic polymer used to make PVC pipes. A chloroform, dichloromethane, dichloroethane, and trichloroethane are useful solvents. These solvents are immiscible with water and effective in cleaning applications like degreasing and dry cleaning. DDT, heptachlor, and endosulfan were used as pesticides. Effects of chlorinated hydrocarbons, CHC. DDT accumulated in food chains and caused eggshell thinning in certain bird species. In India, traces of DDT spray used 3 decades ago can still be found on the walls of homes. DDT residues continue to be found in mammals across the planet. In Arctic areas, exceptionally high levels are found in marine mammals. The traces of POPs are found in the breast milk of several mammals. In females, the concentration is lower due to the transfer of the compounds to their offspring through lactation. Perfluoroalkyl acids, PFAAs. Perfluoroalkyl acids, PFAAs, are emerging POPs. They are different from perfluorochlorides, organochlorines. PFAAs are used in water/stain-resistant coatings for clothing fabrics, leather, upholstery, and carpets, and oil-resistant coatings for paper products approved for food contact, electroplating, electronic etching, etc. PFAAs have a long life and are one of the major pollutants stored in the glaciers. They do not biodegrade and are passed through several organisms and ecosystems. The glaciers are releasing PFAAs into lakes, which can lead to bioaccumulation of PFAAs in fish. The consumption of contaminated fish can prove fatal for humans. The Himalayan glaciers may have higher levels of PFAAs than any other glaciers worldwide. This is because of their proximity to South Asian countries, the most polluted regions of the world. Endosulfan. Endosulfan is an organochlorine insecticide, a POP. It is primarily used as an insecticide in agriculture, and it is also used as a wood preservative. Ban on endosulfan. India was one of the biggest producers and consumers of endosulfan. After the toxicity of the pesticide came into the limelight in 2001 in Kasaragod district, Kerala banned it. In 2011, SC banned the production, distribution, and use of endosulfan in India. SC directed the Kerala government to pay 500 rupees crores to compensate over 5,000 victims. Globally, the use of endosulfan is banned under the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. Under pressure from pesticide firms, India sought remission on the ban for 10 years and agreed to phase out the use of endosulfan by 2017. Hazardous effects of endosulfan. It is highly toxic and has immense potential for bioaccumulation. The substance does not leave the body. It has hazardous effects on genetic and endocrine systems. Endocrine disruptor. Enhances the effect of estrogens, causing reproductive and developmental damage in both animals and humans. Neurotoxic. Destroys the integrity of the nerve cells. Regulation of Persistent Organic Pollutants Rules 2018. IMOEF has notified the Regulation of Persistent Organic Pollutants Rules 2018 under the provisions of the Environment Protection Act 1986. The rules prohibit the manufacture, trade, use, import, and export of 7 chemicals, namely 1. Chlordecone, 2. Hexabromobiphenyl, 3. Hexabromodiphenyl ether and heptabromodiphenyl ether, commercial octa-BDE, 4. Tetrabromodiphenyl ether and pentabromodiphenyl ether, commercial penta-BDE, 5. Pentachlorobenzene, 6. Hexabromocyclodecane, and 7. Hexachlorobutadiene. The ratification process would enable India to access the Global Environment Facility, GEF, financial resources. Polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS. Terperan polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, like perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS, and perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, are man-made chemicals used to make products grease-proof, waterproof, stick-proof, and stain-resistant. The PFAS are used to make non-stick cookware, water-repellent clothing, stain-resistant fabrics, cosmetics, firefighting forms, etc. Paper straws, considered environmental friendly, have more PFAS than plastic ones. PFAS are used in paper straws to make them water-repellent. PFAS are called forever chemicals because they do not break down easily and accumulate in the environment and in living organisms. They cause health issues like cancer, thyroid disorders, infertility, and developmental problems. They can interfere with body hormones and increase cholesterol levels. 15.5. Regulating hazardous waste. Stockholm Convention on POPs. A Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, POPs, is an international treaty enacted in 2004 to eliminate or restrict the production and use of POPs. Important listed substances. Aldrin, used as an insecticide. Heptachlor, uses as a termiticide, including in the structure of houses and underground for organic treatment and underground cable boxes. Hexachlorobenzene, used as a chemical intermediate and a solvent for pesticides. Endrin has been used primarily as an agricultural insecticide on tobacco, apple trees, cotton, sugarcane, rice, cereal, and grains. Polychlorinated biphenyl, PCB's commercial utility was based largely on their chemical stability, including low flammability, and physical properties, including electrical insulating properties. They are highly toxic. DDT is the best known of several chlorine-containing pesticides used in the 1940s and 1950s. Basel Convention on Hazardous Waste. Basel Convention on the Control of Transboundary Movements of Hazardous Wastes and Their Disposal is an international treaty that entered into force in 1992. As of 2018, 190 members are parties to the convention. The United States has signed the convention but has not ratified it. Basel Convention was designed to reduce the movement of hazardous waste between nations, prevent the transfer of hazardous waste from developed to less developed countries, LDCs, minimize the amount and toxicity of wastes generated, assist LDCs in the environmentally sound management of the hazardous and other wastes they generate. Shortcomings of Basel Convention: toxic colonialism in the name of recycling. The Basel Convention focuses on merely regulating the trade in hazardous waste and not on its complete ban. It merely requires a notification and consent system known as prior informed consent. Basel Convention does not prohibit waste exports to any location except Antarctica. It does not address the movement of radioactive waste. Many waste traders ship hazardous waste in the guise of moving the waste to recycling destinations. Recycling involves stripping electronic waste, shipbreaking, etc. by desperate, unprotected workers. Further, wastes from shipping companies, old ships, hazardous asbestos, and flammable gases and oils end up on beaches in South Asia where they create pollution and occupational diseases and hazards. Along Shipbreaking Yard in Gujarat is one of the biggest shipbreaking yards in the world. In the 2021 budget speech, the finance minister spoke about doubling the ship recycling capacity by 2024 and attracting more ships to India from Europe and Japan. Basel Ban Amendment to the Basel Convention. Many believed a complete ban on the shipment of hazardous waste was needed, including exports for recycling. This led to the adoption of an amendment to the Basel Convention in 1995 termed the Basel Ban Amendment. It was hailed as a landmark agreement for global environmental justice. Basel Ban Amendment required ratification by 3/4 of the parties to the convention to become a law. It finally became international law in 2019 after Croatia ratified it. It will become a new article in the convention and enter into force in the 97 countries after 90 days. Countries like the US, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Russia, India, Brazil, and Mexico are yet to ratify the ban, which will stop the import-export of hazardous waste. The US produces the most waste per capita but has actively opposed the ban amendment as the amendment prohibits the export of hazardous waste, including electronic wastes, from a list of developed, mostly OECD, countries to developing countries. The Basel ban applies to export for any reason, including recycling. India is the leader in the global ship recycling industry with a share of over 30% of the market. Mains practice: there can be no excuse for using the developing world as the dumping ground for the toxic effluent of the affluent. Examine this statement in light of the Basel Ban Amendment. 250 words. Rotterdam Convention on Prior Informed Consent. The Rotterdam Convention on the Prior Informed Consent Procedure for Certain Hazardous Chemicals and Pesticides in International Trade is a multilateral treaty that promotes shared responsibilities regarding the importation of hazardous chemicals. The convention promotes an open exchange of information and calls on exporters of hazardous chemicals to use proper labeling and safe handling and inform purchasers of any known restrictions or bans. Signatory nations can decide whether to allow or ban the importation of chemicals listed in the treaty. Joint meetings of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions. The joint meetings of the three conventions on chemicals and waste were held in Geneva in 2021. 1. COP9 to Stockholm Convention. 2. COP14 to Basel Convention. 3. COP9 to Rotterdam Convention. The theme of the meetings was Clean Planet, Healthy People, Sound Management of Chemicals and Waste. COP9 to Stockholm Convention. The COP decided to list dicofol in Annex A without any exemption. The PFOA was also listed with some exemptions in Annex A of the Stockholm Convention. Dicofol. Dicofol is an organochlorine pesticide that is chemically related to dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane, DDT. It has been used in a wide variety of industrial and domestic applications, including nonstick cookware and food processing equipment, as well as carpets, paper, and paints. Perfluorooctanoic acid PFOA. Perfluorooctanoic acid PFOA is used in the process of making Teflon used in nonstick cookware. PFOA can stay in the environment and the human body for long periods of time. It is a carcinogen, a liver toxicant, developmental and immune system toxicant. COP14 to Basel Convention. It amended the convention to include plastic waste in a legally binding framework. The new amendment would empower developing countries to refuse dumping plastic waste by others. Plastic waste included in the prior informed consent procedure. Even though the US and a few others have not signed the accord, they cannot ship plastic waste to countries on board with the deal. India has already imposed a complete prohibition on the import of solid plastic waste into the country. COP9 to Rotterdam Convention. Under the Rotterdam Convention, 2 new chemicals, acetochlor, hexabromocyclodecane, HBCD, and phorate, were added to the list for mandatory PIC prior informed consent procedures in international trade. Hong Kong Convention on Recycling of Ships. The Hong Kong International Convention for the Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ships, 2009, was developed in cooperation with the International Labour Organization and the parties to the Basel Convention. The Hong Kong Convention intends to address all the issues surrounding ship recycling, including the fact that ships sold for scrapping may contain hazardous substances such as asbestos and heavy metals. It also addresses concerns about the working conditions at many of the world's ship recycling locations. 15.6. Regulatory measures by India. Recycling of Ships Act, 2019. The Act seeks to ensure environmentally sound recycling of ships and adequate safety of the yard workers. The Shipbreaking Code, 2013 and the provisions of the Hong Kong Convention are present in this bill. Recycling. The Act defines ship recycling as the dismantling of a ship at a facility to recover the components and materials for reuse and taking care of the hazardous materials so produced. Ships will be recycled only in authorized recycling facilities. Each recycler must maintain adequate. The national authority will conduct periodic surveys to verify the prescribed requirements. The owner of every new ship must make an application to the national authority to obtain a certificate on the inventory of hazardous materials. The ship recycler must prepare a ship recycling plan, which the national authority should approve. Each ship will be recycled after obtaining written permission from the national authority. Key benefits of the bill. The increased number of global ships entering Indian shipyards for recycling. Recycling of ships will boost business and employment opportunities. It will raise the value of our ship recycling yards located at Ulung in Gujarat, Mumbai Port, Kolkata Port, and Azikal in Kerala. 10% of the country's secondary steel needs can be met eco-friendly from recycled ships. Ships' recycling facilities will become compliant with international standards. Hazardous Wastes Management and Handling Rules, 2016. The 2016 rules has been enacted to promote recycle and reuse of waste while reducing hazardous wastes. Other wastes. These rules have been made to distinguish between hazardous waste and other wastes. Other wastes include waste tires, paper waste, metal scrap, used electronic items, etc. and are recognized as a resource for recycling and reuse. Standardization of steps of waste management by occupier. The 2016 rules standardized the sequence of priority in which the occupier must manage waste. The sequence is prevention, minimization, reuse, recycling, recovery, utilization, including co-processing, safe disposal. Standard Operating Procedures (SOPs). The rules established the fundamental requirement of infrastructure and SOPs to protect human health and the environment from hazardous waste specific to the waste type. These SOPs must be complied with by the stakeholders and verified by SBCB/PCC. Rules for the import-export of waste. No country can export hazardous waste to India for final disposal. This means that India only imports hazardous wastes to recycle, reuse, or for other utilization. The rules specify the procedure for importing and exporting hazardous waste to and from India. Exporters of silk waste have now been exempted from requiring permission from MEF. Electrical and electronic components manufactured in and exported from India, if found defective, can now be imported back into the country without obtaining permission from MEF. Industries that do not require consent under the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981 are now exempted from requiring authorization, also under the Hazardous and Other Wastes Rules 2016. Wastes prohibited for import. Waste edible fats and oil of animals or vegetable origin, a household waste, critical care medical equipment, tires for direct reuse purpose, solid plastic waste, including PET bottles, waste electrical and electronic assembly scrap. Other chemical wastes, especially in solvent form. Duties assigned to state governments for waste management. States should establish/allocate industrial space or sheds for recycling, pre-processing, and other utilization of hazardous or other waste and register the workers involved in recycling. States must undertake skill development activities and ensure the safety and health of workers. The state governments have to submit an annual report to the MEFCC. SPCBs must prepare an annual inventory of the waste generated, recycled, recovered, and utilized, including co-processed, and submit it to the CPCB. Treatment, storage, and disposal facility for hazardous wastes. 2016 rules give a clear direction of how the treatment, storage, and disposal facility is to be established. Permission from the SPCB is required for the layout in this regard. Packaging, labeling, and transport of hazardous and other wastes. CPCB provides extensive guidelines for packaging and labeling. If the waste is to be transported to a facility in a different state for its final disposal, a no-objection certificate is required on the sender's part from the SPCBs of both states. Amendment of 2019. Amendment has been made considering the ease of doing business and boosting the Make in India initiative by simplifying the procedures under the rules while simultaneously upholding the principles of sustainable development and ensuring minimal impact on the environment. No rules for the disposal of cigarette butts. Cellulose acetate is a significant component, 95% of cigarette butts, along with rayon. In general, the toxicity date is not available for cellulose acetate. Cellulose acetate will persist for a longer duration. The MEF had said that cigarette butts were not listed as hazardous, and the Health Ministry had maintained that they were not biodegradable. Hence, NGT has directed the CPCB to lay down guidelines for the disposal of cigarette and beedi butts. Steel scrap recycling policy. Steel is most conducive to a circular economy as it can be used, reused, and recycled infinitely. While iron ore remains the primary source of steel making, used or reused steel in the form of scrap is the secondary raw material for the steel industry. Steel production process. Steel is principally made via two routes. 1. Basic oxygen furnace, BOF, route, primary. 2. Electric arc furnace route, EF, route, secondary. The former is used to create new or virgin steel, and the latter is often used to recycle steel scrap. The electric arc furnace route, EF, 100% scrap, is used. This is the remelting of steel without the use of primary raw materials. Circular economy. In a linear economic model of production and consumption, natural resources are turned into products that are ultimately destined to become waste because of the way they have been designed and manufactured. This process is summarized by take, make, waste. By contrast, a circular economy employs reusing, sharing, leasing, repairing, refurbishing, remanufacturing, and recycling to create a closed-loop system, minimizing the use of resource inputs and the creation of waste, pollution, and carbon emissions. National Steel Policy, NSP. 2017 aims to develop a globally competitive steel industry by creating 300 metric tons per annum steel production capacity by 2030 with a contribution of 35 to 40% from the EF route. Although scrap is the main raw material for the secondary sector, the primary sector also uses scrap in the charge mix of basic oxygen furnace, BOF, to the tune of 15% to improve efficiency and minimize the cost of production and other process needs. The availability of raw materials at competitive rates is imperative for the growth of the steel industry and to achieve the NSP 2017 target. Thus, the availability of the right quality of scrap in adequate quantity is one of the critical factors for the future growth of both the EF/IF sector and primary sector. The Ministry of Steel is the nodal ministry to deal with all the issues arising from scrap. Key features of National Steel Scrap Policy. The policy provides a framework to facilitate and promote the establishment of metal scrapping centers in India for the scientific processing and recycling of ferrous scrap generated from various sources. It enumerates responsibilities for setting up collection, dismantling center and scrap processing centers and the roles of aggregators and responsibilities of the government, manufacturer, and owner. It does not envisage the setting up of scrap centers by the government. The role of government is to be an enabler to facilitate the ecosystem of metal scrapping in the country. Entrepreneurs decide to set up scrap centers based on commercial considerations. The scrapping centers are approved and monitored by the authorized agencies of the state/UTs. The policy does not envisage any additional monitoring mechanism, thereby ensuring no additional compliance burden. The policy framework provides standard guidelines for collection, dismantling, and shredding activities in an organized, safe, and environmentally sound manner. Scrap categories. Home scrap. It represents scrap generated at various stages during the manufacturing of steel and steel products in steel plants. New scrap/industrial scrap. It represents scrap generated in the downstream processing during manufacturing, fabrication, and making steel products, such as forming auto components, white goods, machining, and tool and equipment manufacture. Old scrap/obsolete scrap. The steel discarded when steel products, end-of-life vehicles, appliances, machinery, buildings, bridges, ships, cans, railway coaches, wagons, etc. have served their useful life. Objectives of the policy. To promote a formal and scientific collection, dismantling, and processing activities for end-of-life products that are sources of recyclable, ferrous, non-ferrous, and other non-metallic scraps, which will lead to resource conservation and energy savings and setting up of an environmentally sound management system for handling ferrous scrap. To create a mechanism for treating waste streams and residues produced from dismantling and shredding facilities in compliance with hazardous and other wastes management and transboundary movement rules 2016. To promote the 6 Rupees principles of reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, redesign, and remanufacture through scientific handling, processing, and disposal of all types of recyclable scraps, including non-ferrous scraps, through authorized centers/facilities. Advantages of the policy. The use of every ton of scrap shall save 1.1 tons of iron or 630 kilograms of coking coal and 55 kilograms of limestone. It helps to reduce water consumption and GHG emissions by 40% and 58% respectively. There is a worldwide trend towards increasing steel production using scrap as the primary raw material, as recycling of scrap helps conserve vital natural resources besides other numerous benefits. 15.7. Heavy metals. Heavy toxic metals are metallic elements with a relatively high density compared to water. They are harmful, toxic/poisonous to the environment, humans, and other organisms even at low concentrations. Most of them are not broken down by biological degradation. They bioaccumulate, build up in organisms, and biomagnify, move up the food chain, thereby posing the greatest danger to organisms at the top of the food chain. Water-soluble heavy metals include arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, barium, chromium, platinum, palladium, and silver. Some, such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury, are particularly hazardous. Heavy metals are present in very small amounts in natural water. Significant quantities of toxic metals are dispersed in the environment through metal smelting, industrial emissions, burning of organic wastes, automobiles, and coal-based power generation. Heavy metal poisoning toxicity is the result of exposure to heavy metals that enter the human body systems and bind to cells, preventing the normal functioning of organs. It can cause irreversible damage and can be life-threatening in some cases. Heavy metals can be carried to places far away from their source of origin by winds when they are emitted in gaseous form or form of fine particulates. Rain ultimately washes the air, having metallic pollutants. And brings them to the land and water bodies. Lead. Major sources: mining, lead-acid batteries, battery scrap recycling, paints and pigments used for quick drying, fly ash, and plastic toys. Lead softens plastic. Minor sources: lead-soldered food cans, cosmetic lip products, lead in water, from leaded pipes, leaded petrol, phased out worldwide, glass, added to melt them during manufacturing, Ayurvedic medicines, etc. E-waste sources: lead rechargeable batteries, solar panels, transistors, lithium batteries, PVC, solder in PCBs, glass panels and gaskets in computer monitors, etc. Lead poisoning. The recycling of lead-acid batteries is a leading contributor to lead poisoning in children in low-income countries. Health effects. Lead is a carcinogen of the lungs and kidneys. It affects many organs, especially developing fetuses, causing stillbirths and miscarriages. It can cause irreversible behavioral and neurological damage and other developmental problems in children. It can get mixed up with water and food and create cumulative poisoning, causing neurodegenerative diseases and dysfunctions of the central nervous system. Maternal exposure to lead during pregnancy can cause developmental reprogramming, which can lead to higher risk and early onset of Alzheimer's disease in later life. India banned leaded petrol in 2000. By 2011, the UN announced that it had been successful in phasing out leaded gasoline worldwide. Many Ayurvedic medications contain overdoses of toxic metals such as lead, mercury, and/or arsenic. This is because of a lack of regulation/oversight. Metals are a part of the Ayurvedic practice of Rasa Shastra. Some metals are used intentionally as the Ayurvedic tradition holds that lead, mercury, copper, gold, iron, silver, tin, and zinc may help restore good health and normal function to the human body. Alzheimer's is the most common cause of dementia, memory loss, and loss of other cognitive abilities, mental abilities closely associated with learning and problem solving. Mercury. Because elemental mercury has high surface tension, it forms tiny, compact, spherical droplets when released into the environment. Although the droplets themselves are stable, the high vapor pressure of mercury compared with other metals causes the mercury to evaporate. In an indoor setting, mercury can quickly become an inhalation hazard. Outdoors, elemental mercury vaporizes and enters the atmosphere. In aquatic systems, naturally present microorganisms can transform mercury into methylmercury, an organometallic compound that is more toxic at low doses than pure mercury. Sources: natural, volcanic eruptions, fossil fuels, metal ores, and other minerals. Human-made, mining and refining of metals such as copper, gold, lead, and zinc, coal burning, manufacture of cement, present in limestone and/or coal, caustic soda production, etc. E-waste sources. Most electrical and electronic goods contain significant quantities of mercury. LCD screens, CFL bulbs, CRT monitors, switches, printed solders as an alloy with tin, batteries, mercury thermometers, thermostats, sensors, medical equipment, lamps, mobile phones, etc. Health effects. Mercury is known to cause severe and permanent damage to the central nervous system, lungs, and kidneys. It can trigger depression and suicidal tendencies and cause paralysis, Alzheimer's disease, impotence, etc. Inhalation of mercury vapors is more dangerous than its ingestion. Methylmercury and metallic mercury vapors are especially harmful because mercury in these forms more readily reaches the brain. Repeated exposure has irreversible effects on the nervous system, particularly in children. Methylmercury. Methylmercury is a very poisonous form of mercury. In the environment, methylmercury forms when bacteria react with mercury in water, soil, or plants. Sources: fluorescent, CFL, lights, batteries, polyvinyl chloride, PVC, etc. Health effects: methylmercury, neurotoxicant, poisoning leads to brain and nervous system damage. The developing fetus is highly vulnerable to mercury exposure. Minamata Convention. In Japan, mass mercury poisoning, Minamata disease, was observed in the 1960s caused by eating fish from Minamata Bay contaminated with methylmercury, bioaccumulates and biomagnifies. Minamata disease patients complained of a loss of sensation and numbness in their hands and feet. They could not run or walk without stumbling, and they had difficulty seeing, hearing, and swallowing. A high proportion died. Cadmium. Sources: major sources: mining, especially of zinc and copper, metallurgical operations, electroplating industries, etc. E-waste sources: solar panels, batteries, solder, alloys, switches, printed circuit boards, PCB, computer batteries, cathode ray tube, CRTs, monitors, surface mount technology, SMT, chip resistors, infrared detectors, semiconductor chips, UV stabilizers in older PVC cables, etc. Health effects. Cadmium carcinogen enters the human body by inhalation or from aquatic sources, including fish. It may cause hypertension, liver and kidney damage, and lung cancer. Long-term exposure causes itai disease, which causes severe pain in the joints and spine. It affects the kidneys and softens bones. The disease was first reported in Japan in 1965. It was attributed to cadmium contamination in water and rice caused by the discharge of effluents from a zinc smelter. Chromium. Sources: chromium-6, hexavalent chromium, is used as a corrosion protector of untreated and galvanized steel plates, metal housings and plates in computers, in chrome tanning, leather industry, and as a decorative or hardener for steel housings, plastics, including PVCs. Health effects: inhaling chromium or chromium-6 can damage the liver and kidneys and cause bronchial maladies, including asthmatic bronchitis and lung cancer. Chromium-6 can cause damage to DNA. Other heavy metals. Metals such as zinc, chromium, antimony, and tin enter food from cheap cooking utensils. Arsenic. Sources: copper, iron, and silver ores, fly ash, liquid effluents from fertilizer plants, semiconductors, diodes, microwaves, LEDs, light-emitting diodes, solar cells, etc. Health effects are mentioned in the water pollution chapter. Antimony. Antimony is used to increase the hardness of alloys. Antimony trioxide is used in flame retardant chemicals. Sources: trace component of metal solders, lead alloys for batteries, lead/copper/tin alloys for bearings. Health effects: antimony trioxide is a possible carcinogen. Tin. Sources: preserved foods stored in tin cans. Health effects: tin is an irritant and excess tin can cause damage to the liver and kidneys. Zinc. Zinc is a nutrient found throughout your body, aiding the immune system and metabolism. Zinc is also essential for wound healing and a sense of taste and smell. Sources: mining, metal smelting like zinc, lead and cadmium, fly ash, steel, brass, alloys, disposable and rechargeable batteries, luminous substances, etc. Health effects: excess zinc is a skin irritant and affects the pulmonary system. Barium. Sources: oil and gas industries used to make drilling mud, which simplifies drilling through rocks by lubricating the drill, paint, tiles, fireworks, barium nitrate and chlorate for green color, etc. E-waste sources: spark plug electrodes, vacuum tubes, oxygen-removing agent, CFL bulbs, a spiral-shaped tube made of tungsten and coated with barium, strontium and calcium oxides, in computers in the front panel of a cathode ray tube, CRT, to protect users from radiation. Health effects: nausea, brain swelling, muscle weakness, irregular heartbeat, paralysis, etc. Beryllium. E-waste sources: PCB motherboards. Copper beryllium alloy is used to strengthen connectors while maintaining electrical conductivity. Health effects: lung cancer and lung damage, poor wound healing, etc. UPSC 2013, due to indiscriminate disposal of old and used computers or their parts, which of the following are released into the environment as e-waste? 1. Beryllium. 2. Cadmium. 3. Chromium. 4. Heptachlor. 5. Mercury. 6. Lead. 7. Plutonium. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A, 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7 only. B, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 only. C, 2, 4, 5, and 7 only. D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Explanation: heptachlor is a chlorohydrocarbon, CHC, which is used as an insecticide. Plutonium is a radioactive metal and hence not used in computers. So, the answer should not contain either 4 or 7. Answer: B, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 only. 15.8. Electronic waste, e-waste. The discarded and end-of-life electrical and electronic equipment, e.e., and products ranging from computers, equipment, home appliances, audio and video products, and all of their peripherals are known as electronic waste. The discarded and end-of-life electrical and electronic equipment, e.e., and products ranging from computers, equipment, home appliances, audio and video products, and all of their peripherals are known as electronic waste. E-waste is not hazardous if it is stocked in safe storage or recycled by scientific methods or transported from one place to the other in parts or totality in the formal sector. The e-waste can, however, be considered hazardous if recycled or disposed of unscientifically. E-waste source and health effects. E-waste generation and recycling. There was 53.6 metric tons (MT) of e-waste in 2019, a nearly 21% increase in just 5 years. Globally, e-waste to increase by 38% in the decade between 2020 and 2030, according to the UN University UNU report. Asia generated the greatest volume of e-waste in 2019, some 24.9 metric tons, followed by the Americas, 13.1 metric tons, and Europe, 12 metric tons. Most e-waste in 2019 consisted of small equipment, 17.4 metric tons, large equipment, 13.1 metric tons, and temperature exchange equipment, 10.8 metric tons. Less than 18% of the e-waste generated in 2019 was collected and recycled. E-waste consisting of gold, silver, copper, platinum, and other high-value, recoverable materials worth several $billion was mostly dumped or burned rather than being collected for treatment and reuse. India. The generation of e-waste has been increasing faster than plastic waste in India. In 2018 to 19, the plastic waste was 3.3 metric tons, and in 2019 to 20, it was 3.4 metric tons, an increase of 3%. E-waste was 0.77 metric tons in 2018 to 19 and 1.01 metric tons in 2019 to 20, an increase of about 31%. Among states, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Delhi, Karnataka, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, etc. generate the most e-waste. Among cities, Mumbai is the top e-waste producer, followed by Delhi, Bengaluru, Chennai, and Kolkata. 1.58 MT per annum of plastic waste is recycled and 0.17 metric tons per annum is co-processed in cement kilns. For e-waste, there are 468 authorized dismantlers/recyclers in 22 states, having a processing capacity of 1.38 metric tons. Issues. India is only next to China and the US in e-waste generation. The informal sector handles more than 95% of this waste. Only 22.7% of the e-waste out of the total 1.014 metric tons generated in 2019 to 20 in India was collected, dismantled, and recycled or disposed of. along with hazardous substances such as lead, mercury, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, polybrominated biphenyls, PBBs, polybrominated biphenyl ethers, PBDEs, brominated flame retardants. BFRs, etc. E-waste also contains valuable substances such as gold, silver, copper, palladium, iron, steel, copper, aluminium, and plastics. While there is immense potential in augmenting e-waste recycling in the country, most of it ends up in landfills, 75%, pollution, lost economic and employment opportunities due to a lack of enabling regulations and reforms. Unsound solar waste management. Manufacturing solar panels often requires using several toxic chemicals that contain silver, copper, lead, arsenic, cadmium, hexafluoroethane, polyvinyl fluoride, etc. Solar panels have an operating lifespan of around 20 to 30 years. Since they were first introduced in the 2000s, tons of solar panels are reaching the end of their lifespan. There are no specific rules and mechanisms for collecting and safely disposing of discarded solar panels. India could generate over 34,600 tons of cumulative solar waste in India by 2030. With India's ambitious solar target of 280 gigawatts by 2030, it is time to formulate a sound solar waste management policy. 15.9. E-Waste Management Rules, 2016. GI passed the first law on e-waste management in 2011 based on Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR), which put the onus on the producer to manage the final stages of the life of its product in an eco-friendly way by creating certain norms in tandem with SBCBs. E-Waste Rules 2016 replaced 2011 rules. UPSC 2019, in India, Extended Producer Responsibility was introduced as an important feature in which of the following? A. The Biomedical Waste Rules, 1998. B. The Recycled Plastic Rules, 1999. C. The E-Waste Management and Handling Rules, 2011. D. The Food Safety and Standard Regulations, 2011. Answer: C. E-Waste. Salient features. Over 21 products, including compact fluorescent lamp, CFL, and mercury-containing lamps, were included under the purview, Schedule I, of the rules. The rules were also extended to components or consumables or parts or spares of electrical and electronic equipment, e.e., along with their products. EPR. Manufacturers, dealers, refurbishers, and producer responsibility organizations (PRO) have been introduced as additional stakeholders in the rules to strengthen EPR further. PRO, a professional organization, would be authorized or financed collectively or individually by producers to share the responsibility for collecting and channelizing e-waste generated from the end-of-life products to ensure environmentally sound management of such e-waste. The rules have provisioned the target for the producers, which was missing in the first version of the rule. Now, manufacturers are mandated to take back their sold products with recommended mechanisms. The manufacturer is responsible for collecting e-waste generated during the manufacture of any EE and channelize it for recycling or disposal and seeking authorization from SBCB. CPCB shall conduct random sampling of EEs placed on the market to monitor compliance with the law on restriction of hazardous substances (RoHS). The producer shall bear the cost of sampling. Liability for damages caused due to improper management of e-waste, including provision for levying financial penalty for violation of provisions of the rules, has also been introduced. Finance. Option has been given for setting up of e-waste exchange, e-retailer, and deposit refund scheme as an additional channel for implementing EPR by producers to ensure efficient channelization of e-waste. Deposit refund scheme is an additional economic instrument wherein the producer charges an additional amount as a deposit at the time of sale of EE and returns it to the consumer along with interest when the end-of-life EE is returned. The e-waste exchange as an option has been provided as an independent market instrument offering assistance for selling and purchasing e-waste generated from end-of-life EE between agencies or organizations. Amendment in 2019. The amendment in rules has been done to channelize the e-waste generated towards authorized dismantlers and recyclers to formalize the e-waste recycling sector. The collection targets under the provision of EPR in the rules have been revised and targets have been introduced for new producers who have started their sales operations recently. Salient features. The phase-wise collection targets for e-waste and weight shall be 10% of the quantity of waste generation as indicated in the EPR plan during 2017 to 18, with a 10% increase every year until 2023. After 2023 onwards, the target has been made 70% of the quantity of waste generation as indicated in the EPR plan. PROs shall apply to the CPCB for registration to undertake activities prescribed in the rules. Under the RoHS provisions, the cost for sampling and testing shall be borne by the government for conducting the RoHS test. If the product does not comply with RoHS provisions, the cost of the test will be borne by the producers. E-Waste Management Rules, 2022. The new rules will come into force from the 1st of April, 2023. The rules widen the coverage of electronic goods from 21 to 106, including all electrical devices and radiotherapy equipment, nuclear medicine equipment and accessories, magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, electric toys, air conditioners, refrigerators, microwaves, washing machines, etc. The new rules restrict the use of hazardous substances such as lead, mercury, and cadmium in manufacturing EE that have an adverse impact on human health and the environment. EPR certificates, similar to carbon credits, will allow the offsetting of e-waste responsibility to a third party. Targets. Producers of electronic goods have to ensure at least 60% of their e-waste is collected and recycled by 2023, with targets to increase them to 70% and 80% in 2024 and 2025, respectively. Environmental compensation to be provided by the companies that don't meet their target. Responsibilities. State governments will earmark industrial space for e-waste dismantling and recycling facilities, undertake industrial skill development, and establish measures for protecting the health and safety of workers. Manufacturers, making the end product recyclable and a component made by different manufacturers be compatible with each other. CPCB shall conduct random sampling of EE placed on the market to monitor and verify the compliance of reduction of hazardous substances provisions. End of chapter. 16. Highly polluting industries HPIs. 16.1. Highly polluting industries HPIs in India. MEF has classified 17 categories of industries as highly polluting industries HPIs, which are to be closely monitored. These industries are iron and steel, thermal power station, sugar, cement, distillery, dye and dyestuff, petrochemicals, refinery, pulp and paper, pharmaceuticals, fertilizer, pesticides, tannery, copper smelter, zinc smelter, aluminium and caustic soda. Pesticides, pharmaceuticals, and dyestuff industries use a wide range of chemicals with far-reaching effects on water quality. Some of the pollutants released by these industries are persistent in nature. Grossly polluting industries, GPIs. Grossly polluting industry, GPI, is defined as the industry that discharges wastewater of more than 100 kiloliters a day and or hazardous chemicals used by the industry as specified under Schedule 1, Part 2 of the Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemical Rules of 1989 under Environment Protection Act, 1986. GPs include fertilizers, petrochemicals, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, distillery, dairy, food and beverage, pulp and paper, sugar, tannery, textile, bleaching and dyeing, thermal power plants, slaughterhouses, cement, electroplating, metallurgical, automobile industry, etc. Water guzzlers. Sectors such as thermal power plants, 70 to 80%, engineering, 5%, paper and pulp, 2.2%, textiles, 2%, iron and steel, 1.3%, sugar, 0.5%. Cement and fertilizers are water guzzlers. Most water is used for filtration, cleaning, wet scrubbing, effluent discharge, etc. Industrial emissions and effluents monitoring. Every industry and its effluent treatment plant, ETP, outlets are connected to a central monitoring system that continuously reads and sends data to SBCB and CPCB. Since 2014, the monitoring has been done through the Online Continuous Emissions/Effluents Monitoring Systems, OSEMs. All the HPI's 17 categories of industrial units are required to have OSEMs. 5 parameters are scrutinized for all industries: BUD, biological oxygen demand, TDS, total dissolved solids, pH value, COD, chemical oxygen demand, and TSS, total suspended solids. The emissions monitored include particulate matter, PM, carbon monoxide, CO, nitrogen oxides, NO, sulfur dioxide, SO, and fluoride. If the pollution control boards receive any number that exceeds the permissible limit, the industry is sent a notice and action is taken. Issues. The data collected by OSEMs is largely inaccessible to the public. In the few cases that the data is accessible, it remains opaque. The OSEMs network is regulated by CPCB, which also monitors the Continuous Ambient Air Quality Monitoring System, CAQMS. However, in the OSEMs, the monitoring system is left to the same industries that are being monitored for their emissions. The thieves have the keys? 16.2. Pollutants from HPIs. Thermal power plants, TPP. Processes involved fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas are burned to produce heat. Heat is used to produce high-pressure steam from water. High-pressure steam is used to drive a steam turbine. A generator attached to the steam turbine generates electricity. In India, most TPPs use coal as fuel. Coal contains many toxic elements. Their energy efficiency is very low, 20 to 45%. Most TPPs do not employ pollution-reducing techniques such as flue gas desulfurization, FGD, electrostatic precipitation, etc. Pollution. Fly ash, electrostatic precipitator ash, dry fly ash, pond ash, and mound ash is a byproduct of coal combustion. It is discharged into air and ash ponds, fly ash plus water. The collapse of ash ponds contaminates nearby farms, homes, surface water bodies, and groundwater with toxic heavy metals and other elements. Toxic heavy metals in fly ash: mercury, cadmium, arsenic, lithium, zinc, iron, copper, nickel, boron, magnesium, lead, aluminium, etc., are widely detected in the air as well as water bodies around TPPs. Other toxic elements in fly ash: fluoride, sulfur, etc. Gaseous pollutants from TPP: carbon dioxide, CO, sulfur dioxide, SO, oxides of nitrogen, NO, particulate matter, PM, methane, CH, carbon monoxide, CO, from incomplete combustion, volatile organic compounds, VCs, etc. Water pollution: heavy metal pollution due to acid mine drainage, AMD, from open pit and underground coal mines and TPP effluents, cooling tower blowdown, ash handling wastewater, wet FGD system discharges, etc. UPSC 2023. Consider the following statements regarding mercury pollution. 1. Gold mining activity is a source of mercury pollution in the world. 2. Coal-based thermal power plants cause mercury pollution. 3. There is no known safe level of exposure to mercury. How many of the above statements are correct? A. Only 1. B. Only 2. C. All 3. D. None. Explanation. Statement 1 is correct. During the gold extraction process, mercury is used to bind with gold particles, forming an amalgam. This technique, known as amalgamation. The amalgam is then heated to evaporate the mercury, leaving behind the gold. Statement 2 is correct. When coal is burned to produce electricity in these power plants, mercury that naturally occurs in coal is released as a gas into the atmosphere. Statement 3 is correct. Mercury is a toxic substance and there is no known safe level of exposure to it. Even low levels of mercury exposure can have adverse health effects, particularly on the nervous system. Answer: C. All. Iron and steel industry. Processes involved. Unwanted impurities are removed by smelting iron or in a blast furnace. Major impurities include sulfur, which forms iron sulfide, which dramatically reduces the strength of steel, lead, improves the machinability of the steel when present in small quantities, oxygen, oxides make iron and steel weak, etc. In a blast furnace, fuel, coke, has far fewer impurities than coal, iron, ore, and flux, limestone, removes sulfur and other impurities into slag, are continuously supplied. The byproducts obtained are liquid slag, liquid iron, pig iron, and intermediate product of smelting iron ore, has oxides. And gases. Oxygen in the iron oxides is reduced by a series of chemical reactions that produce CO and CO. Pig iron to steel liquid, pig iron, cast iron, cooled liquid iron, brittle, carbon content greater than 2%, wrought iron, weak, equals liquid iron plus slag, steel, carbon content is up to 2.1%, it does corrode. Stainless steel, steel plus 10.5% chromium plus nickel, manganese, molybdenum, etc., it does not corrode. Byproduct: slag. Slag full of impurities such as calcium sulfide, Cas, and oxides of silica, alumina, magnesia, calcium, chau, etc. that entered with the iron, ore, or coke. Only a small percentage of slag goes into landfills. Cement made with blast furnace slag has lower permeability and is more durable than Portland, regular cement. It is used as an aggregate in concrete, cement clinker, asphalt concrete, asphalt and road bases. Soil improvement: the dissolution of slag generates alkalinity that can be used to precipitate out metals, sulfates, and excess nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in wastewater treatment. Soil conditioner: ferrous slags have been used to rebalance soil pH and as fertilizers as sources of calcium and magnesium. Air pollution: the industry burns a lot of coal, thermal power, coke in the blast furnace, causing air pollution in the form of PM 2.5 and PM 10, carbon dioxide, sulfur oxides. Sulfur is eliminated as SO in the blast furnace, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, non-methane volatile organic compounds, NMVC, etc. Coke ovens emit naphthalene, which is highly toxic and can cause cancer, carcinogenic. Magnetite pollution. Magnetite pollution refers to the presence of a magnetic mineral called magnetite FeO in the environment as a result of human activities such as mining, steel production, and industrial processes. Magnetic particles can interfere with the migratory patterns of birds and the operation of electronic equipment such as compasses and navigation systems. UPSC 2021, magnetite particles suspected to cause neurodegenerative problems are generated as environmental pollutants from which of the following? 1. Brakes of motor vehicles. 2. Engines of motor vehicles. 3. Microwave stoves within homes. 4. Power plants. 5. Telephone lines. Select the correct answer using the code. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2, 3, and 5 only. B. 1, 2, and 4 only. C. 3, 4, and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Explanation. Magnetite is an oxide of iron. It is the most magnetic form of iron with 72% metallic iron. It is a natural magnet extensively sought out in the electrical industry for its excellent magnetic properties. Magnetite is used in brake pads as a solid lubricant. There are no conclusive sources mention the use of magnetite in microwave ovens and telephone lines. However, magnets are used in a microwave oven to guide electrons to heat food. Answer: B, 1, 2, and 4 only, or D, all. Tricky question. Water pollution. Heavy metal pollution occurs due to acid mine drainage (AMD) in slag dumps. Wastewater used for filtering from the coking process, heating coal in the absence of oxygen, CO emissions to drive off VOCs, leaving behind high-carbon coke, is highly toxic and contains several carcinogenic organic compounds as well as cyanide, sulfides, ammonia, etc. Dissolution of slags full of oxides can produce highly alkaline groundwater. Oxides in slags react with water to produce a higher concentration of hydroxide, OH, in groundwater. Cement industry. Processes involved: blasting limestone quarries, crushing limestone 75% and clay 25%, calcination, burning the prepared mix in a kiln, a large oven-like structure at high temperature to form calcium silicate clinker. A mix of limestone and minerals transformed by heat, grinding clinker with 3 to 5% gypsum regulates the setting time of cement. Portland cement. Limestone, the most common form of calcium carbonate, is the most crucial binder in cement. It is heated in kilns to 1,400 degrees C using coal as fuel. Carbon trapped in the limestone combines with oxygen and is released as CO byproduct. A ton of cement yields at least half a ton of CO. A portion of limestone can be substituted by blast furnace slag and/or fly ash to reduce CO emissions. Cement manufacturing requires water for cooling heavy equipment and exhaust gases in emission control systems such as wet scrubbers and for preparing slurry in kilns. Emissions and effluents are the same as in TPP, as coal is the primary fuel source in kilns. Copper smelting industry. Processes involved: 1. Mining of raw chalcopyrite or CuFAS, copper iron sulfide, most abundant copper or mineral, less than 1% Cu. 2. Improving chalcopyrite ore concentration 34.5% Cu, 30.5% Fe, and 35% S by crushing, grinding, and flotation purification. Oils are used as certain metals have an affinity to oils at the mine site. 3. Roasting of improved ore concentrate is performed in copper smelters, mostly near ports, to reduce impurities including sulfur, antimony, arsenic, lead, etc. It eliminates 20 to 50% sulfur as highly concentrated sulfur dioxide, so it is converted to concentrated sulfuric acid and transported to fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, paper bleaching, petroleum refineries, and other industries. 4. Smelting of roasted ore concentrate produces matte, 65% Cu, a molten mixture of copper sulfide, Cus, iron sulfide, FeS, and slag consisting of iron oxide and heavy metals. 5. Converting the matte in a converter furnace yields high-grade blister copper, 99% Cu. 6. Blister copper is refined in an anode furnace and cast into anodes to remove oxygen, 99.5% Cu. 7. Electrolytic refining. Copper from the anode plates is electrolytically deposited on the stainless steel cathode plate, resulting in copper with a grade of 99.99%. 8. Slime generated in electrolytic refining contains precious metals such as gold, silver, selenium, tellurium, etc. These metals are recovered in a slime treatment plant. Copper slag. Copper slag is mainly used for abrasive surface blast cleaning, used to shape the surface of the metal, stone, concrete, etc. It can be used in road construction and the production of cement, mortar, and concrete as raw materials for clinker, coarse, and fine aggregates. Pollution. Leaching of impurities from copper or concentrate and slag, radon emitted from the natural radioactive decay of uranium and copper ores, iron, arsenic, antimony, mercury, lead, cadmium, selenium, magnesium, aluminium, cobalt, tin, nickel, manganese, nitrates, fluorides, etc. As most copper ores are sulfur-based, the smelting process releases sulfur dioxide. When the concentration of sulfur dioxide is too high, the industries convert it into sulfuric acid, an irritant and water contaminant. Thuthukudy Sterlite Copper Plant Controversy. Vedanta's Thuthukudy Sterlite Copper Smelter in coastal TN and Hindalco's copper smelter in coastal Gujarat produced more than 80% of India's copper. In 2018, massive protests erupted against the Thuthukudy plant over plans to increase the production capacity from 400,000 to 800,000 tons per year. The plant was subsequently closed. The plant was built 14 kilometers from the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park, while the mandated distance from an eco-sensitive zone for a hazardous industry like copper smelting should have been, as per CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NERI, more than 25 kilometers. It was releasing toxic fumes of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere and toxic effluents containing heavy metals into the nearby water bodies. The Thuthukudi plant contributed 36% of the country's demand for refined copper. It included a sulfuric acid plant, a phosphoric acid plant, and a 160 megawatts coal-based power plant to power the copper smelter. The plant closure has affected many livelihoods. UPSC 2021, why is there a concern about copper smelting plants? 1. They may release lethal quantities of carbon monoxide into environment. 2. The copper slag can cause the leaching of some heavy metals into environment. 3. They may release sulfur dioxide as a pollutant. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2, and 3. Explanation. Some quantity of CO is produced in almost all combustion processes. Lethal quantities of CO are produced when there is incomplete combustion on an industrial scale. In the copper smelting process, the carbon monoxide produced reacts with the ore to produce carbon dioxide. Hence, it does not release a lethal quantity of CO in the environment. Answer, B. 2 and 3 only. Zinc/lead smelting industry. Zinc protects the steel from corrosion, galvanization. Lead is used in batteries. Zinc and lead often occur together as sulfides. 1. Raw materials. 4. Leaching, calcine is dissolved in sulfuric acid. 5. Purification, pure zinc sulfate solution is produced by separating metals such as lead, gold, etc. 6. Electrowinning, specialized electrolysis process, zinc contained in the zinc sulfate solution is deposited onto aluminium cathodes. Similarly, lead is also extracted from lead bullion. Byproducts, gold, silver, and copper are collected as slimes. Granulated lead, zinc slag has suitable particle sizes for sand replacement in mortar and concrete. Zinc sulfide, ZNS, and or lead sulfide, PBS, galena, or concentrate. 2. Beneficiation, concentration of the zinc/lead in the recovered or is done near the mine by crushing, grinding, and flotation process using oils. Lead has an affinity to oils. 3. Roasting, benefaction or is burned in a blast furnace and turned into calcine, impure zinc oxide at high temperature, eliminating most of the sulfur as so. Crude molten lead, lead bullion, is recovered similarly using limestone flux and coke. Pollution. Principal air pollutants, particulate matter, lead/zinc, arsenic, antimony, cadmium, copper, and mercury and metallic sulfates and sulfur dioxide, so. Sources of wastewater, spent electrolytic baths, slime recovery, spent acid from hydrometallurgy processes, cooling water, air scrubbers, etc. Heavy metal leaching from discarded slag, cadmium, copper, lead, iron, bismuth, antimony, arsenic, copper, etc. Aluminium smelting industry. 1. The Bayer process separates alumina, aluminium oxide, from bauxite or near the mine. The insoluble parts of the bauxite are removed by exposing the ore to very hot caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. 2. The Hall-Héroult process produces pure aluminium by electrolysis of alumina in an aluminium smelter. Due to the significant energy demand, the smelters must be set up close to a power station. Pollution. Most of the emissions are related to thermal power and electrolysis processes. NO, SO, ammonia, NH, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAH, formed from incomplete combustion during electrolysis. Red mud. The highly alkaline and hazardous bauxite residue from the Bayer process is known as red mud. It is composed mainly of iron oxides and various oxides and heavy metals. Historically, red was disposed of entirely in landfills. Of late, it is being used in road construction, and as a source of iron in producing iron-rich cement, low-cost concrete, etc. It is applied to soils to improve phosphorus cycling, amelioration of soil acidity, carbon sequestration, etc. Petroleum refining and petrochemicals. The petroleum industry is subdivided into upstream, midstream, and downstream segments. The upstream deals with the exploration and mining of crude oil, the midstream includes storage and transport of crude, while the downstream involves refining. Petroleum refining. 1. Fractional distillation. Separation of different fractions, hydrocarbon compounds, of crude oil based on their boiling point differences. 2. Conversion processes. Breaking down long-chain molecules into more valuable smaller ones by heating. 3. Treating. Separating the impurities such as sulfur, nitrogen, and heavy metals. Pollution. Air pollutants include particulate matter, PM, carbon dioxide, CO, nitrogen oxides, NO, carbon monoxide, CO, hydrogen sulfide, HS, sulfur dioxide, SO, natural gas, methane, lead, VOCs including cancer-causing benzene pollutants, etc. Refineries use deep injection into underground wells and coastal waters to dispose of wastewater and oil residues generated inside the plants. And some of these wastes end up in aquifers and groundwater. UPSC 2021. With reference to furnace oil, consider the following statements. 1. It is a product of oil refineries. 2. Some industries use it to generate power. 3. Its use causes sulfur emissions into environment. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. Furnace oil is a residue of crude oil. Petrochemicals. The petrochemical industry comprises the manufacture of synthetic fibers, polymers, PVC, polystyrene, performance polymers, etc., and intermediates, styrene, synthetic rubber, elastomers, synthetic detergent. Intermediates, performance plastics, etc., using hydrocarbon feedstock, naphtha, ethylene, propylene, butadiene, etc., derived mainly from crude oil and natural gas processing. Pollution. The organic pollutants primarily consist of complex polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs. The wastewater effluents include toxic phenols, cyanide, and formaldehyde. Fertilizer industry. Air pollutants, particulate matter, ammonia, NH, nitrogen oxides, sulfur and carbon dioxide. Prilling towers, which manufacture urea prills, are a significant source of urea dust particulates. The water pollution. Wastewater generated contains ammoniacal nitrogen, phosphates, heavy metals, vanadium and arsenic, used for carbon dioxide removal process in ammonia plant, and chromium, used as a corrosion inhibitor in cooling towers, and fluorides in varied amounts. Distilleries. The distillery industry uses sugarcane molasses, cereals, fruits, sugar beet, and other agro-products to produce alcohol through fermentation and distillation. Alcohol is an essential material in the chemical, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, beverage, food, and perfume industries. Distilleries are among the most water-polluting industries because ethanol fermentation results in the discharge of high-strength liquid effluents with high concentrations of organic matter, high BOD, and nitrogen compounds, eutrophication, low pH, high temperature, high turbidity, and high salinity. Paper and pulp industry. A pulp is a fibrous material prepared by separating cellulose fibers from wood, bagasse, fiber crops, waste paper, etc. The pulp mills are energy-intensive and use a lot of unpolluted water and chemicals, sulfite salts, caustic soda, sodium sulfide, hydrogen peroxide, sulfonic acid, etc., for pulping the wood to remove lignin, and bleaching the pulp to produce paper of various quality and finish. The released wastewater contains very complex organic, high BOD, and inorganic pollutants such as sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, sodium sulfide, chlorine dioxide, calcium oxide, hydrochloric acid, etc. The primary gaseous pollutants are hydrogen sulfides, sodium sulfide, methyl mercaptan, sulfur, etc. Caustic soda. A caustic soda, NaOH, is produced by electrolysis of brine, common salt dissolved in water, chloralkali process, using mercury cell and membrane cell process. It is a widely used industrial chemical in pulp and paper, detergents, packaging, agriculture, environmental protection, water treatment, textiles, etc. Chloralkali industries produce caustic soda, soda ash, chlorine, and hydrogen, which are used as fuel or converted to HCl. These products are used to manufacture paper, soaps and detergents, chemicals, water treatment chemicals, textiles, PVC, glass, etc., owing to the environmental risks associated with the mercury process and risks associated with handling chlorine, its vapors, and hydrogen. The industry is classified among the 17 polluting industry categories. A wastewater is generated from drying chlorine using sulfuric acid, HSO. Besides scrapped cell parts, membranes, anodes, and cathodes, leach heavy metals. Tannery. 1. Beam house operations. Hides from slaughterhouses soaking, removes dirt from hides. Liming, unhairing by chemical dissolution of the hair with an alkaline medium of sulfate and lime. Deliming, alkaline hides are neutralized with acid ammonium salts. Fading or puring, to degrade proteins. Pickling, increases the acidity of the hide, enabling chromium tannins to enter the hide. 2. Chrome tanning. It is based on the cross-linkage of chromium ions with free carboxyl groups in the collagen. It makes the hide resistant to bacteria and temperature. The discharge of solid waste and wastewater containing chromium is the leading environmental problem. A wastewater with high organic content, high BOD, emanates from the beam house, pre-tanning, operations. The emissions into the air are primarily related to energy use and the use of organic solvents and dyes, hydrogen sulfide, HS, and ammonia, NH. Sugar industry. It processes involved sugarcane, tropical grass crop, /sugar beet, temperate root tuber crop, harvesting juice extraction by crushing filtration crystallization drying of crystal sugar. Byproducts. Press mud is waste produced during the filtration of cane juice. Applications. Used as fertilizer, soil amendment, any material added to a soil to improve its physical properties, such as water retention, biosorbent, effectively adsorb metal ions and contaminants. Animal feed, etc. Molasses is a dark viscous syrup resulting from refining sugar cane juice into sugar. Applications. Used to sweeten and flavor foods, in making brown sugar for baking, ethanol production as animal feed, soil amendment, etc. Bagasse is a dry, pulpy, fibrous material that remains after crushing sugarcane. Applications. Used as fuel in sugar industries and raw material in paper, pulp, and packaging industries. Air pollution. The burning of sugarcane leaves and residue and bagasse, used as a fuel in sugar industries, generates large quantities of fly ash, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, nitrates, carbon compounds, and sulfates. As sulfitation, introduction of SO into liquids, and carbonation, saturation of a liquid with CO gas, are used as a process of purification, lightening, of cane juice by employing sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, lime, calcium hydroxide, and calcium carbonate, aids precipitation of impurities, producing SO and CO. GHGs. The major part of the total GHG emission results from residue burning, the use of synthetic fertilizers, and fossil fuel combustion. The sugarcane residue burning results in not only CO2, NO, nitrous oxide, and methane emissions but also other GHG precursors, including carbon monoxide, CO, non-methane volatile organic compounds, NMVOC, etc. Water usage. To mature in the field, 1 kilo of sugarcane requires 1,500 to 2,000 liters of water. After the harvest, crushing a single ton of sugarcane requires another 1,500 to 2,000 liters of water, generating about 1,000 liters of wastewater. Water pollution. The sugar industry ranks third for the amount of wastewater produced, after the pulp/paper and chemical sectors. The wastewater contains a high amount of organic pollution load, particularly in suspended solids, organic matter, pressed mud, bagasse, etc., raising the biological oxygen demand, BOD. Organic matter in water is decomposed by bacteria and other microbes consuming a lot of dissolved oxygen. A coliform bacteria, indicator species for pollution load, indicates a high presence of pathogen and total dissolved solids, TDS, inorganic salts such as calcium, magnesium, sodium, nitrates, etc., in sugar industry effluents. End of chapter 17. Land degradation. A soil/land degradation is the decline in soil quality caused by improper use, usually for agricultural, pastoral, industrial, or urban purposes. It encompasses physical, soil erosion, chemical, salinity, alkalinity, and biological deterioration, pollution, and deterioration of vegetal cover. 17.1. Major causes for land degradation. Deforestation. The roots of trees and plants bind the soil particles and regulate the flow of water, thus saving soil from erosion. The population explosion has created pressure on forest land and resources, and this causes deforestation. Deforestation makes soil vulnerable and accentuates soil erosion. The large-scale damage to the soil in the Shiwalik Range, the Chas of Punjab, and the ravines of Chambal Valley is due to deforestation. Major causes of deforestation. Shifting cultivation. In this practice, a patch of land is cleared, vegetation is burned, and the ash is mixed with the soil, thus adding nutrients to the soil. This patch of land is used for raising crops for 2 to 3 years, and when the yield is modest, it is abandoned and is left to recover its fertility, and the same practice is repeated elsewhere on a fresh piece of land. This agricultural practice has become unsustainable due to the rapid increase in population pressure in forests. Raw materials. Wood is used as a raw material by various industries for making paper, plywood, furniture, matchsticks, boxes, crates, packing cases, etc. Industries also obtain their raw materials from plants, such as drugs, scents and perfumes, resin, gums, waxes, turpentine, latex and rubber, tannins, alkaloids, and beeswax. Other causes. Mining. Open-cast mining has resulted in deforestation all over the world. A plantation boom. The increase in demand for cocoa, coffee, tea, sugar, palm oil, rubber, etc., has resulted in deforestation in the tropical rainforests. The deforestation also results from overgrazing, agriculture, urbanization, flood, fire, pest, diseases, etc. Effects of deforestation. The closed forests, based on canopy level, have diminished due to deforestation, leading to an increase in degraded forests, carbon sink turning to carbon source. Forests recycle moisture, natural motors, from the soil into their immediate atmosphere by transpiration, where it again precipitates as rain. A deforestation results in immediate lowering of groundwater levels, low percolation due to the quick surface runoff on barren lands, and long-term reduction of precipitation. Due to deforestation, this natural reuse cycle is broken, and water is lost through rapid runoff. Soil salinity and soil alkalinity. In saline and alkaline soils, the topsoil is impregnated, soaked or saturated with a substance, with saline and alkaline efflorescences, becomes covered with salt particles. Undecomposed rock fragments, on weathering, give rise to sodium, magnesium and calcium salts, and sulfurous acid. Some of the salts are transported in solution by the rivers. In regions with a low water table, due to over-irrigation in canal-irrigated areas, the salts percolate into the subsoil, and in regions with good drainage, the salts are wasted away by flowing water. But in places where the drainage system is poor, the water with high salt concentration becomes stagnant and deposits all the salts in the topsoil once the water evaporates. In regions with a high subsoil water table, injurious salts are transferred from below by the capillary action because of evaporation in the dry season. In canal-irrigated areas, plenty of water is available, and the farmers indulge in over-irrigation of their fields. Under such conditions, the groundwater level rises and saline and alkaline efflorescences consisting of salts of sodium, calcium, and magnesium appear on the surface as a layer of white salt. Vast tracts of canal-irrigated areas in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana, arid regions of Rajasthan, semi-arid areas of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Karnataka, etc. are facing this problem. Although the Indira Gandhi Canal in Rajasthan has turned the sandy desert into a granary, it has given birth to serious problems of salinity and alkalinity. UPSC 2018. Which of the following are the possible consequences of heavy sand mining in riverbeds? 1. Decreased salinity in the river. 2. Pollution of groundwater. 3. Lowering of the water table. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 only B, 2 and 3 only C, 1 and 3 only D, 1, 2 and 3. Explanation. Water accumulates in the pores, space between soil particles, and can stay in these spaces due to capillary action. Capillary action occurs because water is sticky and helps the water in the pores overcome gravity. It is because of the capillary action that water table is available just a few feet below the topsoil. When the soil is removed, the capillary action is lost and the water table falls. In places of the high water table, near marshlands, wetlands, and riverbeds, when the topsoil is removed, the water table is exposed to sunlight and evaporation increases salinity. Also, soil acts as a filter, and when it is removed, the pollutants manage to reach the groundwater more easily. Answer B, 2 and 3 only. Effects of salinity and alkalinity. Salinity and alkalinity have an adverse effect on soil and reduce soil fertility. Cultivation is not possible on saline soils unless they are flushed out with large quantities of irrigation water to leach out the salts. The choice of crops is limited to salinity. Salinity-tolerant crops like cotton, barley, etc. The quality of fodder and food produced is of poor quality. Salinity and alkalinity create difficulties in building and road construction. Cause floods due to reduced percolation of water. Steps to treat salinity and alkalinity. Providing outlets for lands to drain out excess water and lower the water table. Seal leakages from canals, tanks, and other water bodies by lining them. Making judicious use of irrigation facilities. Improve vegetal cover to avoid further degradation by planting salt-tolerant vegetation. Crop rotation. Liberal application of gypsum to convert the alkalis into soluble compounds. Alkali, base, can be removed by adding sulfuric acid or acid-forming substances like sulfur and pyrite. Organic residues such as rice husks and rice straw can be added to promote the formation of mild acid as a result of their decomposition. Desertification. Desertification is the spread of desert-like conditions in arid or semi-arid areas due to man's influence or climatic change. A large part of the arid and semi-arid region lying between the Indus and the Aravalli Range is affected by spreading desert conditions. Desert soils suffer maximum erosion by wind. The sand carried by the wind is deposited on the adjoining fertile lands whose fertility dwindles, and slowly, the fertile land starts merging with the advancing desert. It has been estimated that the Thar Desert is advancing at an alarming rate of about 0.5 kilometers per year. The process of desertification is attributed to uncontrolled grazing, reckless felling of trees, and growing population. Climate change has also contributed to the spread of deserts. Ecological implications of desertification. Drifting of sand and its accumulation on agricultural land. Excessive soil erosion by wind and water. Deposition of sand in rivers and lakes decreases their water-containing capacity. Lowering of water table leading to acute water shortage. Increase in the area under wastelands. Decrease in agricultural production. Increase in frequency and intensity of droughts. Measures for controlling desertification. Intensive tree plantation in the transition zones. Mulching shifting sand dunes in deserts with different plant species. Mulches serve as an effective physical barrier to the moving sand. Grazing should be controlled, and new pastures should be developed. Indiscriminate felling of trees should be banned. Alternative sources of fuel can reduce the demand for fuelwood. Sandy and wastelands should be put to proper use by judicious planning. Waterlogging. The flat surfaces and depressions result in waterlogging. Waterlogged soils are soaked with water accumulated during the rainy season or due to leakage from various water sources. The extent of waterlogged soils is about 12 million hectares in India, half of which lies along the coast and the other half in the inland area. Waterlogging is believed to be one of the chief causes of salinity. Proper layout of drainage schemes is the only way to overcome the menace of waterlogging. The basic methods of removing excess water from waterlogged soils are surface drainage. Surface drainage involves the disposal of excess water over the ground surface through an open drainage system with an adequate outlet. Vertical drainage. Any bore or well from which the underlying water is extracted is defined as vertical drainage. It works well in the Indo-Gangetic Plain where the pumped water is used for irrigating the neighboring regions. Faulty methods of agriculture. Much of the soil erosion in India is caused by faulty methods of agriculture. Wrong plowing, lack of crop rotation, and practice of shifting cultivation are the most adversely affecting methods of agriculture. If the fields are plowed along the slope, there is no obstruction to the flow of water, and the water washes away the topsoil easily. In some parts of the country, the same crop, monocrop, is grown year after year, which spoils the chemical balance of the soil. This soil is exhausted and is easily eroded by wind or water. The removal of the forest cover by shifting cultivation leads to the exposure of the soil to rain and sun, which results in heavy loss of topsoil, especially on the hill slopes. Wind erosion. Wind erosion or aeolian erosion is quite significant in arid and semi-arid regions. Winds usually blow at high speeds in deserts due to the absence of physical obstruction. These winds remove the fertile, arable, loose soils, leaving behind a depression devoid of topsoil. The depression formation in deserts is the first step in oasis formation. Oasis forms in depressions when there is underground water that accumulates above rocks. Very fine and medium sands are moved by the wind in a succession of bounds and leaps, known as saltation. Small sand and dust particles are transported over long distances through the air by a process known as suspension. Coarse sand is not usually airborne but rather is rolled along the soil surface. This type of erosion is called surface creep. Very coarse sand and gravels are too large to be rolled by wind, so wind-eroded soils have surfaces covered with coarse fragments. This kind of arid soil surface is known as desert pavement. Water erosion. Running water is one of the main agents which carries away soil particles. Soil erosion by water occurs by means of raindrops, waves, or ice. Erosion by water is termed differently according to the intensity and nature of erosion. Raindrop erosion, sheet erosion, rill and gully erosion, stream bank erosion, landslides, coastal erosion, and glacial erosion. Raindrop erosion or splash erosion. The raindrop is approximately 5 millimeters in diameter and hits the soil at a velocity of 32 kilometers per hour. Raindrops behave like tiny bombs when falling on exposed soil, displace soil particles, and destroy soil structure. The presence of vegetation on land prevents raindrops from falling directly on the soil, thus erosion of soil in areas covered by vegetation is prevented. Sheet erosion. With continued rainfall, the displaced soil particles fill in the spaces between soil particles and prevent water from seeping into the soil. This results in surface runoff and even more erosion. The detachment and transportation of soil particles by flowing rainwater are called sheet/wash-off erosion. Weathering and erosion tend to level down the irregularities of landforms and create a peneplain. Uluru Airs, rock in Australia standing on a peneplain. Rill and gully erosion. In rill erosion, finger-like rills appear on land after it has undergone sheet erosion. These rills are usually smoothened out every year while forming. Each year, the rills slowly increase in number and become wider and deeper. A gully erosion is the removal of soil along drainage lines by surface water runoff. When rills increase in size, they become gullies. Once started, gullies will continue to move by headward erosion or by slumping of the sidewalls. Gullies formed over a large area give rise to badland topography, chumble ravines. When a gully bed is eroded further due to headward erosion, the bed gradually deepens and flattens out, and a ravine is formed. The depth of a ravine may extend to 30 meters or more. Further erosion of ravine beds gives rise to canyons. Canyons are a few hundred meters deep and wide, e.g., the Grand Canyon on the Colorado River. Streambank erosion. The erosion of soil from the banks, shores, of streams or rivers due to the flowing water is called bank erosion. In certain areas where the river changes its course, the riverbanks get eroded at a rapid rate. Streambank erosion damages the adjoining agricultural lands, highways, and bridges. Landslide. The sudden mass movement of soil is called a landslide. Landslides occur due to instability or loss of balance of land mass with respect to gravity. The loss in balance occurs mainly due to excessive water or moisture in the Earth's mass. Gravity acts on such an unstable landmass and causes the large chunks of surface materials such as soil and rocks to slide down rapidly. Coastal erosion. In coastal areas, waves dash along the coast and cause heavy damage to the soil. During the landfall of cyclones, storm surges destroy beaches and wash away the top layer. In estuaries, tidal bores cause extensive damage to the surrounding banks. Groin for coastal protection. A groin is a shore protection structure built perpendicular to the shoreline of the coast or river over the beach to reduce longshore drift and trap sediments. A groin functions as a physical barrier by intercepting sand moving along the shore. Rock is often used as construction material, but wooden groins, steel groins, rubble mound and sand-filled bag groins, or groins made of concrete elements can also be found. Rock groins are generally preferred as they are more durable and absorb more wave energy due to their permeable nature. Glacial erosion. In polar regions and high mountainous regions like the Himalayas, soil erosion is caused by slowly moving glaciers. This is called glacial erosion. Sea erosion in India. 32% of India's coastline underwent sea erosion and 27% of it expanded between 1990 and 2018, according to a report by the National Center for Coastal Research (NCCR). UPSC 2022 explained the causes and effects of coastal erosion in India. What are the available coastal management techniques for combating the hazard? Answer in 250 words. Key findings of the report. The West Bengal coastline has been particularly vulnerable among all, i.e. 60% of the coastline underwent erosion during the period. Erosion on Odisha's coast expanded by 51%. More erosion was found on the eastern coast than on the western coast, West Bengal, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, etc. Why was there more erosion on the eastern coast than on the western coast? The eastern coast showed more erosion because the Bay of Bengal witnesses rougher seas and intense tide movement in comparison to the Arabian Sea. Also, the eastern coast underwent more erosion due to frequent cyclonic activities from the Bay of Bengal in the past 3 decades compared to the western coast, which remained largely stable. Besides the southwest monsoon, June to September, the eastern coast also witnesses the northeast monsoon from October to December, and which brings rains to coastal Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and keeps the sea rough for most of the year. Apart from natural reasons, some anthropogenic factors also influence and intensify erosion, i.e. construction along coastlines. E.g. ports. Dredging in port areas and dumping of those sediments into deep seas, ideally it should be dumped along the coast. 28.7% of the coastline in Andhra Pradesh is under varying degrees of erosion. About 28 kilometers of coastline in Visakhapatnam, recently declared as the capital of AP, is prone to erosion. The erosion of beaches has been since the construction of Visakhapatnam port in the 1930s. Erosion and accretion. Coastlines are dynamic landforms and are constantly subjected to erosion and/or accretion. Coastlines are modified by winds, waves, tides, currents, geomorphology, sediment supply to the coast, and anthropogenic activities. Accretion refers to an expansion of a coastal area through an increase in the width or length of the coastline. Although accretion is not considered inherently destructive like erosion, it can have negative consequences in deltaic ecosystems by reducing the flow of water inland. Measures to check sea erosion. Beaches are dynamic landforms and should be treated as part of the sea and not part of the land. The beaches act as cushions between the high wave action of the sea and the landmass. Continuous nourishment of beaches is a must through the natural process, and if disturbed, they will face severe erosion which may lead to issues to the landmass like caving in of roads. Construction of a submerged breakwater about 500 meters from the shoreline will break the energy of the waves and stop the erosion caused by the wave current. Measures such as sea walls, revetments, groins, etc. will also help. Beach nourishment. The basic principle involved is to dredge sand from the sea and deposit it on the beaches subject to erosion. The aim is to create a wider beach by artificially increasing the quantity of sediment on a beach experiencing sediment loss by dredging. National Center for Coastal Research (NCCR). It is an attached office of the Ministry of Earth Sciences. It monitors shoreline changes along the Indian coast. National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management. NCSCM is a research institute under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEF-NCC. It is mandated to manage the Indian coast in a sustainable manner. Desertification setting in across a quarter of India. According to desertification and land degradation of selected districts of India published by the ISRO, some 96.40 ma, or about 30% of the country's total area, is undergoing degradation. Drylands span 228.3 ma, 70% of India's total land. 82.6 ma of drylands, 25% of total land area, is under desertification. Regional causes behind desertification and degradation. Maharashtra, the timber mafia is eating into already thin forests, leading to soil erosion. Jharkhand and Odisha, excessive mining has triggered soil erosion and aggravated water scarcity. Goa, rampant mining and expanding urbanization have taken a toll. Nagaland, shifting cultivation, jhum cultivation, and rising population are to blame for desertification. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Hyderabad, Karnataka, droughts and increased dependence on bore wells have led to soil aridity. Himachal Pradesh, less snow and more rainfall have deepened the desertification crisis. Gujarat, overgrazing and encroachment of grasslands for agricultural activities. Deforestation due to illegal mining. Unscientific and illegal mining in Goa has led to severe degradation, according to ISRO's Land Degradation and Desertification Atlas published in 2018. The rush to export iron ore to China's 2008 Olympics building frenzy degraded large swaths of forests. SC had to stop mining in Goa in 2012, pointing to large-scale illegal mining. Apathy for environmental governance. Most of Goa's forests are outside recorded forest areas, according to FSI's 2017 State of Forest Report. The total forest cover in the state was recorded at 2,229 square kilometers, or 21% of the state. But the State Forest Department in its own records has only 1,224.46 square kilometers as government forest. Take the example of Mopa, where the Goa government wants to build an airport. The EIA for the airport showed no tree cover. But when the court case was filed, the Forest Department found 54,676 trees. Desertification in cold areas. High-altitude regions that get very little rainfall and are known as cold deserts. About 80% of the cold desert region in India is in the Union Territory of Ladakh, while the rest is in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. There is clear evidence of desertification increasing in the Trans-Himalayan regions in the form of shifting tree lines, migrating dunes, and changes in soil moisture levels. 31% of grassland and 19% of common lands lost in a decade. The total area under grasslands reduced by 31%, 12.3 ma from 18 ma, between 2005 and 2015. Grasslands in the Aravalli Range in Rajasthan underwent severe degradation. The country lost around 19% of its common lands, 90.5 ma to 73.02 ma, during the same period. Common lands include grazing grounds, some forest land, ponds, rivers, and other areas that all members of a rural community can access and use. State of India's Environment, SO, Report 2019. India has witnessed an increase in the level of desertification in 26 of 29 states between 2003 to 2005 and 2011 to 13. India had committed to achieving land degradation neutrality by 2030. But it witnessed an increase of 1.87 million hectares undergoing the process of desertification between 2003 to 2005 and 2011 to 13. More than 80% of the country's degraded land lies in just 9 states: Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat, J&K, Karnataka, Jharkhand, Odisha, MP, and Telangana. The top 3 districts with the highest area under desertification or land degradation are Jaisalmer, 93%, Lahaul and Spiti, 80%, and Kargil, 78%. 17.2. Addressing land degradation and desertification. SDG 15. life on land, promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. The pace of desertification has accelerated 30 to 35 times the historical rate in recent decades. At least 1/4 of the global land has degraded in the last 2 decades. Some 1,500 million people depend on this degrading land for their livelihood. Soil conservation. With soil conservation, people rise, and with its destruction, they fall. Neglect of soil is like killing the hen that lays the golden egg. Soil conservation is the prevention of soil from erosion or reduced fertility caused by overuse, acidification, salinization, or other chemical soil contamination. Crop rotation. Adopting sustainable agricultural practices is the most important measure to conserve soil. In many parts of India, a particular crop is sown in the same field year after year. This practice leads to the exhaustion of certain nutrients in the soil, making it infertile. Crop rotation is a practice in which a different crop is cultivated on a piece of land each year. This helps to conserve soil fertility as different crops require different nutrients from the soil. Crop rotation will provide enough time to restore lost nutrients. For example, potatoes require much potash, but wheat requires nitrate. Thus, it is best to alternate crops in the field. Legumes such as peas, beans, and many other plants add nitrates to the soil by converting free nitrogen in the air into nitrogenous nodules on their roots. Thus, if they are included in the crop rotation, nitrogenous fertilizers can be dispensed with. Use of early maturing varieties. Early maturing varieties of crops take less time to mature and thus put less pressure on the soil. In this way, it can help in reducing soil erosion. Strip cropping. Crops may be cultivated in alternate strips parallel to one another. Some strips may be allowed to lie fallow, while in others, different crops may be sown. Various crops are harvested at different intervals. This ensures that the entire area is not left bare or exposed at no time of the year. The tall-growing crops act as windbreaks, and the strips, which are often parallel to the contours, help in increasing water absorption by the soil by slowing down runoff. Intercropping. Different crops are grown in alternate rows and are sown at different times to protect the soil from rainwash. Contour-plowing. If plowing is done at right angles to the hill slope, the ridges and furrows break the flow of water down the hill. This prevents excessive soil losses. Gullies are less likely to develop and also reduces runoff so that plants receive more water. Plowing the land in a direction perpendicular to the wind direction also reduces wind velocity and protects the topsoil from erosion. Checking shifting cultivation. A very effective method of soil conservation is to check and reduce shifting cultivation by persuading the tribal people to switch to settled agriculture. This can be done by planning for their resettlement, which involves the provision of residential accommodation, agricultural implements, seeds, manures, cattle, and reclaimed land. Mulching. The bare ground, topsoil between plants is covered with a protective layer of organic matter like grass clippings, straw, etc. Benefits. Protects the soil from erosion. Reduces compaction from the impact of heavy rains. Conserves moisture and reduces frequent watering. Maintains a more even soil temperature. Prevents weed growth. Organic mulches also improve the condition of the soil. As these mulches slowly decompose, they provide organic matter which helps keep the soil loose. Contour barriers. Stones, grass, and soil are used to build barriers along contours. Trenches are made in front of the barriers to collect water. They intercept downslope flowing water and soil particles. These barriers slow down the water movement and reduce its erosive force. They also filter out and trap many of the suspended soil particles, keeping them from being washed out of the field. A long-term advantage of barriers is that soil tends to build up behind them, creating a terrace effect. Barriers can be classified as live, strips of living plants, dead rocks, crop residues, or mixed, a combination of the previous two. Rock dam. Rocks are piled up across a channel to slow down the flow of water. This prevents gullies and further soil loss. Terrace farming. In terracing, a number of terraces are cut along the hill slope. These are made on steep slopes so that flat surfaces are available to grow crops. They can reduce surface runoff and soil erosion. Contour bunding. Contour bunding involves the construction of banks along the contours. Terracing and contour bunding divide the hill slope into numerous small slopes, check the flow of water, promote absorption of water by soil, and save soil from erosion. Retaining walls of terraces control the flow of water and help in reducing soil erosion. Shelter belts or windbreaks. In the coastal and dry regions, rows of trees are planted to check the wind movement to protect soil cover. Sand fences. Sand fences are barriers made of small, evenly spaced wooden slats or fabric. They are erected to reduce wind velocity and trap blowing sand. Sand fences can be used as perimeter controls around open construction sites to keep sediments from being blown off-site by the wind. Afforestation. It includes the prevention of forest destruction along with growing new forests or increasing the area under forests. A minimum area of 20 to 25% of forest land was considered healthy for soil and water conservation for the whole country. It was raised to 33% in the second 5-year plan, 20% for the plains and 60% for hilly and mountainous regions. Checking overgrazing. Overgrazing accentuates erosion. During the dry period, there is a shortage of fodder and the grass is grazed to the ground and torn out to the roots by animals. The soil is pulverized, reduced to fine particles by the hoofs of animals. All this leads to a weak top layer. So, overgrazing needs to be checked to prevent soil erosion. This can be done by creating separate grazing grounds and producing larger quantities of fodder. Dams. Much of the soil erosion by river floods can be avoided by constructing dams across the rivers in proper places. This checks the speed of water and saves soil from erosion. However, indiscriminate dam construction can worsen the condition by creating floods and landslides as it happens in the Himalayan region. Geotextiles. Geotextiles are permeable synthetic/natural fabrics used in association with soil to reinforce and protect it. They are used to improve soils over which roads, embankments, and soil retaining structures are built. Synthetic geotextiles are typically made from polypropylene or polyester. Natural geotextiles are made from jute, coconut coir, etc. In 2020, GI allowed the use of coconut coir-based geotextiles for the construction of rural roads under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. UPSC 2020 in rural road construction, the use of which of the following is preferred for ensuring environmental sustainability or to reduce carbon footprint? 1. Copper slag. 2. Cold mix asphalt technology. 3. Geotextiles. 4. Hot mix asphalt technology. 5. Portland cement. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A, 1, 2, and 3 only, B, 2, 3, and 4 only, C, 4, and 5 only, D, 1 and 5 only. Explanation. Hot mix asphalt involves liquefying coal tar by burning. 4 is eliminated. Portland cement has higher limestone content, calcium carbonate. When limestone is heated in a cement or brick kiln, it releases CO. 5 is eliminated. A is the answer. Cold mix asphalt technology uses unheated mineral aggregate with foamed bitumen. It does not require any heating and causes less pollution. Copper slag is a key byproduct in the manufacturing process of copper with very similar physical properties to conventional sand. Globally, copper slag is used in cement manufacturing, cement concrete applications, bricks, etc. Answer: A, 1, 2, and 3 only. United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. UNCCD, along with the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, and the UNFCCC, emerged from the 1992 Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit. UNCCD was established in 1994 in Paris. It is ratified by 196 countries and European Union. India ratified the UNCCD Convention in 1996. UNCCD is an agreement for ensuring global action against land degradation. It is the only legally binding international agreement that links environment and development to sustainable land management. The convention requires countries to draw up their national action programs (NAP) using a bottom-up approach from the local community up to restore degraded lands. The global mechanism (GM) was established under UNCCD to assist countries in the mobilization of financial resources to implement the convention. COP of the UNCCD. The COP is the supreme decision-making body of UNCCD. It is held every 2 years. The COP reviews the implementation of the convention, formulates strategies, coordinates its work with other agencies and NGOs, and so on. Recent COPs under UNCCD. COP 13 to 2017, Ordos City, China. COP 14 to 2019, New Delhi, India. COP 15, 2022, Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. COP 15 of the UNCCD was conducted recently at Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. At CP 15, India reaffirmed its commitment to restoring 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030. Future meetings of the Biennial Conference of the Parties to the UNCCD and its subsidiary bodies will be held in Saudi Arabia, COP 16 in 2024, and Mongolia, COP 17 in 2026. COP 14 at New Delhi. At COP 14, India was elected president until COP 2015. Restore Land, Sustain Future was the theme of COP 14. Only 25% of nations include gender discussions in land degradation targets. The UNCCD mandates gender mainstreaming in advancing the efforts of countries to achieve their land degradation neutrality (LDN) targets. Gender mainstreaming provides additional benefits to advance gender equality, increase women's access to and control over land and natural resources, reduce poverty, restore ecosystems, and so on. Report on Soil Organic Carbon. Soil organic carbon (SOC) is pivotal in providing multifaceted benefits. It combats droughts, reduces soil diseases and soil compacting, and helps in organic production. Because of its multifunctional roles and its sensitivity to land management, SOC is one of the 3 global indicators of land degradation neutrality, LDN. COP15 at Abidjan. The COP15 theme, Land, Life, Legacy, from Scarcity to Prosperity, is a call to action to ensure land, the lifeline on this planet, continues to benefit present and future generations. The target is to restore 1 billion hectares of degraded land between now and 2030. The 3 key declarations of CP15 included: 1. Abidjan call issued by the heads of state and government to boost long-term sustainability. 2. Abidjan Declaration on Achieving Gender Equality for Successful Land Restoration. 3. COP15 Land, Life and Legacy Declaration as a response to the findings of the UNCCD's flagship report, Global Land Outlook 2, second edition of the GLO. The Global Land Outlook, GLO, is a UNCCD publication that underscores land system challenges and showcases transformative policies and cost-effective pathways to scaling up sustainable land and water management. Major concerns. 40% of our planet's land is degraded, which will directly affect half of humanity and is a threat to about 50% of global GDP, or around $44 trillion. The world is slow on the restoration of 1 billion hectares of degraded land by 2030. UNCCD work and impact. UNCCD promotes practices that avoid, reduce, and reverse land degradation. It is the driving force behind Sustainable Development Goal 15 and Land Degradation Neutrality, LDN. The Drought Initiative promotes a shift to proactive drought management. It aims to restore Africa's degraded landscapes in the Sahel. Tropical savannas to the south. It contains the fertile delta of the Niger. The Sahel's fertile land is rapidly becoming desert because of drought, deforestation, and intensive agriculture. The Great Green Wall Initiative. It was launched in 2007 by the African Union. This ambitious project is being implemented across 22 African countries and will revitalize thousands of communities across the continent. The GGW initiative's ambition is to restore 100 ma of currently degraded land, sequester 250 million tons of carbon, and create 10 million green jobs by 2030. Barely 18% of the Great Green Wall's objectives for 2030 have been achieved. Lack of communication, funds, and coordination are among the greatest challenges faced by GGW. Communities have played a major role in China, which has a quarter of its land under deserts. China is a global leader in greening deserts because of successful community engagement. UNCCD Global Land Outlook Report. Loss of cropland due to urbanization. Human settlements have historically developed in the most fertile and accessible lands. Their growing size is beginning to displace fertile agricultural land significantly. Urbanization is projected to cause the loss of between 1.6 and 3.3 million hectares of prime agricultural land per year in the period between 2000 and 2030. Between 48 and 99 million hectares in the period. The loss of croplands translates into a 6% production loss in Asia and a 9% drop in Africa. Increasing meat consumption across the world has put great pressure on land. Reducing the average meat consumption from 100 grams to 90 grams per person per day would significantly impact human health and climate change. The growing demand for meat and other land-intensive food, processed food using soy and palm, has led to crises like land scarcity and food insecurity. Water scarcity. The demand for water is projected to outgrow extraction capacity by 40% by 2030. Around 2/3 of the world's population will be living in water-stressed countries by 2025. Demand for water for agricultural purposes will double by 2050 due to growing demands for food. The most water-intensive crops per kg of production are: 1. Cotton 7,000 to 29,000 liters/kg. 2. Rice 3,000 to 5,000 liters/kg. 3. Sugarcane 1,500 to 3,000 liters/kg. 4. Soya 2,000 liters/kg and 5. Wheat 900 liters/kg. At present, 2 billion people and 40% of irrigation are dependent on groundwater. India, 39 million hectares, China, 19 ma, and the US, 17 ma, were intensively using groundwater. Drought. There is a strong nexus between land use and drought, and the management of both land and drought needs to be fundamentally linked. Drought was one of the 5 strategic objectives of the UNCCD for 2018 to 2030. UNCCD introduced the concept of drought-smart land management, DSLM, within the broader group of SLM, Sustainable Land Management-based interventions. Cost. An investment of $1.8 trillion in climate adaptation measures over the next decade will bring about concrete transformation on the ground. Desertification from a conservation perspective. By desertification, we do not mean the natural expansion of existing deserts in the world. When we say desertification, we mean the degradation of land in arid, semi-arid, and dry subhumid areas. It is a gradual loss of soil productivity which makes raising food grains and other crops impossible. Importance of reversing land degradation. 34% of the Earth's land surface and half of the farmlands are in drylands. Over 2 billion people and half of the world's livestock depend on these lands. Mains 2020, the process of desertification does not have climatic boundaries. Justify with examples. 150 words. Land Degradation Neutrality, LDN Initiative. The concept of LND emerged from the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio+20, in 2012. In 2015, LDN became a target for the SDG 15, which is about sustaining life on land. New Delhi Declaration, 190+ countries agreed to achieve land degradation neutrality by 2030. They vowed to ensure that their efforts in this direction would not affect the land rights of forest dwellers and women. The countries will, however, must mobilize a huge sum of $300 billion to step up the restoration exercise. At CP12 to UNCCD, parties adopted LDN as a strong vehicle for driving the implementation of UNCCD and called on countries to set voluntary targets to achieve no net loss by 2030. India's LND targets. India will restore 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030. Earlier, the target was 21 ma. 18. Climate change and greenhouse gases, GHGs. 18.1. Climate change, CC, and global warming. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather, rainfall, snow, and wind patterns attributed directly or indirectly to human anthropogenic activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, causing natural climate variability observed over comparable periods, hundreds of years. Climate change shifts may be natural, such as through variations in the solar cycle. But since the 1800s, burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, and deforestation, when forests are cut down or burned, they can no longer store carbon, and the carbon is released into the atmosphere, generated greenhouse gas, GHG. Emissions that act like a blanket wrapped around the Earth, trapping the sun's heat and raising temperatures. Global warming due to greenhouse effect. Global warming refers to long-term warming, rise in global temperatures of the planet, which is only one aspect of climate change. Climate change encompasses global warming but refers to a broader range of changes due to variability in temperature, rainfall, wind, and water patterns such as rising sea levels, shrinking mountain glaciers, accelerating loss of cryosphere, melting of ice caps of mountains and polar regions, ocean acidification, etc. Throughout its evolutionary history, Earth has experienced episodic climate change events involving global warming and global cooling, glaciation events. Global temperature has shown a well-documented rise, global warming, since the early 20th century and most notably since the late 1970s. How do we know about past CC events? Tree rings record Earth's climate. Trees record Earth's climate hundreds or even thousands of years in their rings. 3 rings tell us how old the tree is and what the weather was like during each year of the tree's life. 1 light ring plus 1 dark ring equals 1 year of the tree's life. The light rings represent wood that grew in the early summer, while the dark rings represent wood that grew in the late summer. The color and width of these rings can provide snapshots of past climate conditions. For example, tree rings usually grow wider during wet years and they are thinner in dry years. Ice cores from the cryosphere. Ice cores, ice columns, are extracted by drilling deeply into glaciers and ice sheets. They hold a record of what our planet's climate was like thousands of years ago. Ice sheets and glaciers near poles are formed from years and years of accumulating snowfall. Each layer of ice tells a story about what Earth was like when that layer of snow fell. The icy layers hold air molecules, GHGs, and aerosols such as dust, ash, pollen, and sea salts of that time. These particles provide evidence of past global events such as climate change, major volcanic eruptions, etc. The color and width of tree rings indicate past climate conditions. Greenhouse effect. A greenhouse is a structure whose roof and walls are made chiefly of transparent material, such as glass, in which plants requiring regulated climatic conditions are grown. In a greenhouse, the incident solar radiation, the visible and adjacent portions of the infrared and ultraviolet ranges of the spectrum, passes through the glass roof and walls. It is absorbed by the floor, earth, and contents, which become warmer and re-emit the energy as longer wavelength infrared radiation, heat radiation. Glass and other materials used for greenhouse walls do not transmit infrared radiation, so infrared radiation cannot escape via radiative transfer. As the structure is not open to the atmosphere, heat also cannot escape via convection, so the temperature inside the greenhouse rises. This is known as the greenhouse effect. Importance of natural greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect is a natural phenomenon that has occurred for millions of years on the Earth. Life on the Earth has been possible because of this natural greenhouse effect, which is due to water vapor and small particles of water present in the atmosphere. Together, these produce more than 95% of total greenhouse warming. Average global temperatures are maintained at about 15 degrees Celsius due to the natural greenhouse effect. Without this phenomenon, average global temperatures might have been around -17 degrees Celsius, and at such low temperatures, life would not be able to exist. 18.2. Greenhouse gases, GHGs. Atmospheric gases like carbon dioxide, CO, methane, CH, nitrous oxide, NO, water vapor, and chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, can trap the outgoing infrared radiation from the Earth's surface. Hence, these gases are known as greenhouse gases, GHGs, and the heating effect is known as the greenhouse effect. Worldwide, since 1880, the average surface temperature has risen about 1 degree Celsius relative to the mid-20th century baseline, 1951 to 1980. This is on top of about an additional 0.15 degrees Celsius of warming from between 1750 and 1880. If greenhouse gases are not checked, by the turn of the century, the temperature may rise by 5 degrees Celsius. Scientists believe that this temperature rise will lead to deleterious environmental changes and result in odd climatic changes, e.g., increased incidence of El Niño, thus leading to increased melting of the cryosphere, polar ice caps, as well as other places like the Himalayan snow caps. Over many years, this will result in a rise in sea level that can submerge many coastal areas and lead to the loss of coastal areas and ecosystems like coral reefs, swamps, and marshes. The most critical ecosystems from the point of ecological services, etc. Global warming potential and lifetime of GHGs. Global warming potential, GWP, is the heat absorbed by any GHG in the atmosphere as a multiple of the heat that would be absorbed by the same mass of CO. GWP*. GWP* measures the global warming potential of GHGs by considering their varied lifetimes in the atmosphere. GWP* was introduced in 2018 at COP24 to the UNFCCC. Concerns with GWP*. Omission of non-CO effects. GWP* doesn't consider non-CO effects such as the aerosol effects of black carbon or the impact of tropospheric ozone on methane lifetime. Helps in greenwashing. Depending on the choice of baseline year, the same volume of GHG emissions can be described as causing warming, no warming, or even cooling. Greenwashing refers to the process of making exaggerated or misleading claims about a product's or service's environmental benefits. Greenhushing is tactic companies adopt to mislead consumers and regulators regarding their environmental friendliness by omitting crucial environmental information. Superpollutants. They are short-lived climate pollutants that have a shorter atmospheric lifespan compared to CO. They significantly impact climate change and air quality. It includes methane, black carbon, hydrofluorocarbons, and tropospheric ozone. Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a meteorologically important gas as it is transparent to incoming solar radiation but opaque to outgoing terrestrial radiation. Being an efficient absorber of infrared radiation heat, it absorbs a part of terrestrial radiation and reflects some of it towards the Earth's surface. It is mainly responsible for the greenhouse effect and heat energy budget. Its concentration is greater close to the Earth's surface as it is denser than air. In May 2019, the global concentration of CO in the atmosphere was measured to have crossed 415 parts per million, ppm. Atmospheric carbon dioxide measured at NOAA's Mauna Loa Atmospheric Baseline Observatory, Hawaii, peaked for 2021 in May at a monthly average of 419 ppm. Currently, the aviation industry contributes around 2.5% of total human-produced CO emissions. If non-CO emissions like water vapor are considered, the airline industry would contribute to nearly 5% of historical global warming. How much carbon is there on the Earth? The U.S. National Academy of Sciences has released a series of papers estimating the total carbon on Earth. This includes an analysis of the total CO released by volcanoes contributing much less than human activities. Humanity's annual carbon emissions by burning fossil fuels and forests, etc., are 40 to 100 times greater than all volcanic emissions. 1.85 billion gigatons (GT) of total carbon on Earth. Ozone. Ozone is another important greenhouse gas, but it is in very small proportions at the surface. Most of it is confined to the stratosphere where it absorbs harmful UV radiation. At ground level, pollutants, GHG precursors like carbon monoxide, CO, nitrogen dioxide, NO, and volatile organic compounds, VC, convert O to tropospheric ozone, O, in the presence of sunlight. UPSC 2019, consider the following. 1. Carbon monoxide. 2. Methane. 3. Ozone. 4. Sulfur dioxide. Which of the above are released into the atmosphere due to the burning of crop/biomass residue? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2, 3, and 4 only, C. 1 and 4 only, D. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Explanation. O is not released directly. It is a secondary pollutant. Burning of biomass releases CO, CH, and SO. Answer, D. All. Water vapor. Water vapor is one of the most variable gaseous substances in the atmosphere, constituting between 0.02% and 4% of the total volume in cold, dry, and humid tropical climates, respectively. Water vapor is also a variable gas in the atmosphere which decreases with altitude. 90% of moisture content in the atmosphere exists within 6 kilometers of the Earth's surface. Water vapor also decreases from the equator towards the poles. Like carbon dioxide, water vapor plays a significant role in the insulating action of the atmosphere. It absorbs not only the long-wave terrestrial radiation, infrared radiation, or heat emitted by the Earth during the night, but also a part of the incoming short-wave solar radiation, visible and UV radiation. UPSC 2011-12, the increasing amount of carbon dioxide in the air is slowly raising the temperature of the atmosphere because it absorbs A. the water vapor of the air and retains its heat. B. the ultraviolet part of the solar radiation. C. all the solar radiations. D. the infrared part of the solar radiation. Explanation. Among GHGs, only water vapor can absorb both incoming UV and outgoing infrared radiation. Answer: D. the infrared part of the solar radiation, outgoing radiation. Methane, CH. Methane is the most important GHG after carbon dioxide. The 20-year global warming potential of methane is 84, i.e., over a 20-year period, it traps 84 times more heat per mass unit than carbon dioxide, CO. It is a more potent GHG than CO. However, its lifetime in the atmosphere is much shorter than carbon dioxide, i.e., it is short-lived. Methane is the main constituent of natural gas. It is odorless, colorless, and tasteless, and it is lighter than air. When methane burns in the air, it has a blue flame because of complete combustion. In the presence of oxygen, methane burns to give off carbon dioxide, CO, and water, HO. Excess isoprene elevating methane levels. Isoprene is a colorless, volatile liquid hydrocarbon. It is the most abundant non-methane VOC emitted into the atmosphere. Sources. Most isoprene is produced by plants and by some algae and bacteria. It is also produced in small amounts by humans and other animals. Isoprene from plants is the second highest emitted hydrocarbon after methane emissions from human activity. Due to global warming, plants like oaks and poplars are emitting more isoprene. Isoprene is also released by activities like the combustion of fossil fuels, production of petroleum products and synthetic rubber, etc. Uses. Isoprene is used in natural and synthetic rubber, adhesives, pharmaceuticals, and fragrances. It is the main component of natural rubber. Issues with excess isoprene. Ground-level ozone formation. Ground-level ozone forms when sunlight reacts with nitrogen oxides and VOCs. Secondary organic aerosol formation. Isoprene also reacts with other atmospheric chemicals to form secondary organic aerosols, which reduces air quality and visibility. Climate change. Increased isoprene emissions raise tropospheric ozone and methane levels, which are significant greenhouse gases, thus contributing to global warming. Methane emissions from global food systems. Currently, the global food system is responsible for 1/3 of the world's GHG emissions. Currently, a waste of food items is 1/3 of global food production. Much water, especially groundwater, and energy, coal, electricity, go into food production. Rotting food, animal waste, biomass, etc. releases methane, greater global warming potential than CO. Emissions from livestock mainly include carbon dioxide from urea, nitrous oxide from livestock dung and urine, and methane from belching, among others. An IPCC research showed methane is responsible for at least a quarter of today's global warming. An assessment by the UNEP and Climate and Clean Air Coalition in 2021 found that cutting human or farming-related methane emissions by 45% this decade is vital in the global battle against climate change. In the livestock sector, popular belief says cow flatulence farts is a bigger source of methane than cow belching. However, according to NASA, cow belching releases more methane into the environment due to enteric fermentation, a digestive process where complex sugars are converted into simpler molecules to be absorbed into the bloodstream, producing methane as a byproduct. Nitrous oxide, NO. Nitrous oxide, NO, is a GHG 300 times more potent than carbon. It is also the only remaining threat to the ozone layer, as it can live in the atmosphere for up to 125 years, long-lived, just like CO. NO emissions have increased by 30% between 1980 and 2016. It has the third highest concentration after CO and methane in our atmosphere among GHGs responsible for significant global warming. 43% of the total emissions of NO came from human sources, a significant portion of it from the agricultural sector, nitrogen-based fertilizers. Most NO emissions have come from emerging countries like India, China, and Brazil. Agriculture accounts for over 70% of all nitrous oxide emissions in Indian environment, of which fertilizers, mostly urea, contribute 77%. Nitrogen oxide NO and nitrogen dioxide NO are global cooling gases. Nitrous oxide NO is a greenhouse gas. They all fall under the general formula for oxides of nitrogen NO. Black carbon, soot. Black carbon warms the earth by reducing albedo, the ability to reflect sunlight when deposited on snow. It is the strongest absorber of sunlight, a lot more than carbon dioxide, and heats the air directly. Black carbon is said to be one of the largest contributors to climate change after CO. But unlike CO, which can stay in the atmosphere for years together, black carbon is short-lived and remains only for days to weeks before it descends as rain or snow. Fluorinated gases. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. CFCs were phased out via the Montreal Protocol due to their part in ozone depletion. These anthropogenic compounds are also GHGs with a much higher potential to enhance the greenhouse effect than CO. Hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. HFCs are used as refrigerants, aerosol propellants, solvents, and fire retardants. These chemicals were developed as a replacement for CFCs. Sadly, HFCs are potent GHGs with long atmospheric lifetimes. Perfluorocarbons or fluorocarbon, PFCs. PFCs are a group of human-made chemicals composed of carbon and fluorine only. They are produced as a byproduct in aluminium production and the manufacturing of semiconductors as alternatives to CFCs. Like HFCs, PFCs generally have long atmospheric lifetimes and high GWP. Sulfur hexafluoride SF. Sulfur hexafluoride is also a GHG. It is used in magnesium processing and semiconductor manufacturing as well as a tracer gas for leak detection. It is used in electrical transmission equipment, including circuit breakers. Carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide, less dense than air, is a short-lived, very weak direct GHG. Through natural processes in the atmosphere, it is eventually oxidized to carbon dioxide, GHG. It has an indirect radiative forcing effect by elevating concentrations of methane, GHG, and tropospheric ozone, GHG. 18.3. Carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is a measure of the impact of one's activities on the amount of CO produced through the burning of fossil fuels. It is expressed as the weight of CO emissions produced in tons. It is measured during the course of a year and can be associated with an individual, organization, product, etc. India has pledged a 33 to 35% reduction in its economy's emissions intensity carbon footprint by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. Carbon footprint of various sectors. World Resources Institute (WRI) breaks down total global emissions from 2005 into the following headline sectors. 1. Energy. 1. Electricity and heat, 24.9%. 2. Industry, 14.7%. 3. Transportation, 14.3%. 4. Other fuel combustion, 8.6%. 5. Fugitive emissions, 4%. 2. Agriculture, 13.8%. 3. Land use change, 12.2%. 4. Industrial processes, 4.3%. 5. Waste, 3.2%. Carbon bombs. A carbon bomb is a coal, oil, or fossil gas. A carbon bomb is a coal, oil, or fossil gas project with the potential to emit over a gigaton of CO emissions over its lifetime. A network named Leave It in the Ground Initiative Lingo has identified 425 of them around the world. According to Lingo, carbon bombs' potential emissions exceed a 1.5 degrees Celsius carbon budget by a factor of 2. China, the United States, Russia, and Saudi Arabia have the highest number of carbon bombs. Some listed carbon bomb projects include Carmichael Coal Project, coal mine in Queensland, Australia and owned by the Adani Group, Jevra Coal Mines in Chhattisgarh by Coal India. Rajmahal Coal Mines in eastern Jharkhand is owned by Eastern Coalfields. About Leave It in the Ground Initiative Lingo. Lingo is a think tank with a mission to leave fossil fuels in the ground and learn to live without them. It envisions a world powered by 100% renewable energy and advocates a circular economy. Lingo aims to gain ground support for protesting such projects and challenge them through litigation. State-wise carbon emissions in India. The largest contribution of CO emissions comes from Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Gujarat. Electricity generation contributed to 35.5% of total CO emissions in 2010 to 2015. Road transport, Maharashtra's annual contribution is the highest, followed by Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh. Cement and steel industries, major sources of industrial CO emissions are from Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, TN and MP, which are the major producers of cement, 57% of India's production. Steel industries are distributed in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Agriculture, methane emissions from biomass are highest in UP, Punjab, WB, Madhya Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh. 18.4. Climate sensitivity. Climate sensitivity is defined as the global temperature rise following a doubling of CO concentration in the atmosphere compared to pre-industrial levels. If we know what climate sensitivity is, it will help us estimate how much CO we can emit and still stay below 2 degrees Celsius of warming as per the Paris Agreement. Pre-industrial CO was about 260 ppm, so a doubling would be at roughly 520 ppm. The recent atmospheric concentration of CO was found to be at 419 ppm, 45% more. The 520 ppm threshold is expected in the next 50 to 100 years, depending on future GHG emissions. Feedbacks drive uncertainty. Climate sensitivity has been in the range of 1.5 degrees Celsius to 4.5 degrees Celsius. It is now moving to between 3 degrees Celsius and 7 degrees Celsius. The wide range of estimates of climate sensitivity is driven by uncertainties in climate feedback, including how water vapor, clouds, and surface reflectivity albedo. Climate feedback is a process that may amplify positive feedback or diminish negative feedback, the warming effect from increased carbon dioxide, CO concentrations, or other climate forcings. Cloud-related feedback included in newer models is responsible for higher levels of predicted warming. Permafrost. Earth itself begins releasing stores of greenhouse gases, CO and methane, from melting permafrost. The melting of permafrost will raise the temperature, creating positive feedback. Water vapor. As the world warms, the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere is expected to increase, and therefore, so too will the greenhouse effect. Clouds. Clouds have a dual effect on our climate. 1. They reflect part of the sunlight back into space, which decreases temperatures, negative feedback, and 2. They trap part of the heat reflected from the Earth's surface, which increases temperatures. Positive feedback. The net effect depends on the type of cloud. A warmer and wetter atmosphere will affect cloud cover. Clouds that contain more water droplets are optically thicker and more effective at blocking sunlight than those composed mainly of ice crystals, cirrus clouds. For example, thick, low clouds are strong coolers since they reflect a large part of solar radiation, sunlight, and absorb little heat from the ocean and land. On the other hand, very thin, high clouds such as cirrus clouds reflect little sunlight, but they are very efficient at absorbing thermal radiation, heat, making them strong warmers. Meanwhile, a shift in sun-blocking clouds due to global warming from the tropics towards the poles where the incoming sunlight is less intense would decrease their power to block sunlight. All this means the global net effect of cloud feedback is complex and hard for scientists to model precisely. 18.5. Current state of emissions. Global average temperature rise should not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius if catastrophic climate change is to be avoided. To meet this goal, the IPCC has set a limit on how much carbon the world can emit in the future. This limit is called the carbon budget or the emissions budget. The IPCC had estimated the carbon budget to be 2,900 GT from the pre-industrial times to the end of the 21st century. But the world has already emitted 2,200 GT by 2017. Climate Change Performance Index. CCPI is an independent monitoring tool that compares the climate protection performance of 63 countries and the EU, which account for 92% of global GHG emissions. It has been published by Germany-based Germanwatch, the New Climate Institute, and the Climate Action Network annually since 2005. CCPI assesses the performance of the countries based on 14 indicators in the following 4 categories. 1. GHG emissions weighting 40%. 2. Renewable energy weighting 20%. 3. Energy use weighting 20%. 4. Climate policy weighting 20%. Climate Change Performance Index, CCPI 2023. India with 8 rank 10 in 2021 is the only G20 country in the top 10 rank. India received high ratings in all CCPI indicators except renewable energy. Climate Change Performance Index, CCPI 2024. No country performs well enough in all index categories to achieve an overall very high rating in the index. Therefore, the first 3 ranks in the overall ranking remain empty, just like in 2023. India has been placed 7 in the CCPI 2024. Denmark was ranked 4. Bottom countries: Saudi Arabia, Iran, and UAE. Environmental Performance Index, EPI.